In the realm beyond the waters, one could discern the lingering scars left by the Second Shinobi World War. At long last, tranquility enveloped the forest, only to be abruptly shattered by a thunderous explosion, as if the very heavens had ruptured. Clouds scattered, revealing a profound black void suspended in the air. From this abyss, a radiant light surged forth, transforming into a resplendent figure amidst the void. A potent aura, foreign to the village hidden in the rain, permeated the air, yet it was fleeting, soon overlooked by the onlookers. However, some keen observers noted the anomaly. Emerging from the black hole was an imposing figure, characterized by a stern visage and adorned with an array of shimmering colors. Merely gazing upon this individual from a distance instilled a palpable sense of pressure in those nearby. The terrifying aura emanating from this person was beyond what they could bear, a sensation that eclipsed even the dread faced in the presence of Hanzo of the Salamander, the ruler of the Land of Rain. The ominous black hole above occasionally crackled with lightning, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Finally, the young man suspended in midair opened his eyes, which flickered with a spark akin to electricity. "Is this the celestial realm?" he mused. Wang Cong's gaze swiftly surveyed the world around him, revealing a landscape marred by the aftermath of battle, devoid of any semblance of celestial grandeur. Observing the peculiar symbols etched upon the headbands of the surrounding individuals, a flicker of realization ignited within him. Once an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star, he had fortuitously been bound to a devouring system that transported him directly into the realm of cultivation, where he consumed the essence of formidable beings, acquiring their powers after enduring numerous tribulations and progressing from the foundation establishment stage to the great ascension stage. He had become a leader of the righteous path, a master, revered throughout the world. Yet, the world of cultivation was ultimately a secondary realm. To attain the great ascension stage necessitated breaking through the void to ascend to the celestial realm. However, the celestial realm before him was a far cry from his expectations. The symbols upon the heads of those around him stirred dormant memories within him, though he hesitated to fully acknowledge them. Devouring system, are we currently in the world of Naruto? Yes. Host, came the reply. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't we have ascended to the celestial realm? Why are we here? His ascension had proceeded smoothly, and there were indeed matters he yearned to explore within the celestial realm. Thus, being thrust into this Naruto world left him bewildered. Host, during your ascension, you were afflicted by the world's most potent poison, mandrake, which could have caused you to lose consciousness. The system intervened, extracting the power of ascension to suppress the toxin, preventing you from becoming lost in the void's expanse. Wang Cong took a moment to attune himself, confirming a peculiar sensation within. The system's energy was consolidating in his abdomen, subduing the mandrake's toxin. Jiangyu, you are to blame. Jiangyu was his subordinate and brother in the realm of cultivation. Possessing strength at the tribulation stage, he alone had access to the treasury of their faction, where the mandrake, a threat to Wang Cong's very life, resided. Now is not the time for such thoughts he has already found himself in the world of Naruto, that it would be wise to first neutralize the poison of the mandala here. He hails from Blue Star, and Naruto stands as one of the 3 most popular anime above Blue Star. He retains many memories of the plot of Naruto. As his consciousness expanded outward, he instantaneously sensed numerous fluctuations of energy. Yet, to Wang Cong, these energy waves were akin to flickering lights, easily extinguishable with a mere swipe of his hand. Beyond these 3 feeble lights, a far more radiant point was rapidly approaching. Could this be during the era of the Second Shinobi World War? The 3 figures that manifested before Wang Cong were none other than Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, collectively known as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, as termed by Hanzo of the Salamander after the war. Following closely behind them was a figure donning a characteristic mask, charging aggressively toward the trio. This distinctive mask allowed Wang Cong to instantly recognize the individual's identity. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure. In his youth, Hanzo had a lethal poisonous sac of black salamander venom implanted within him, enabling him to poison those around him with each breath. Consequently, he wore a mask and resorted to breathing through his mouth to prevent inadvertently harming others. The trio, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, who had not yet earned the moniker of the legendary three, gazed in astonishment at Wang Cong, who hovered in midair. Despite their combined efforts to combat Hanzo, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Although Wang Cong appeared peculiar, he paled in comparison to Hanzo, a revered predecessor regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world. "Hey kid, get out of here. Be careful not to get caught up in this," Jiraiya called out loudly. A faint smile curled at the corners of Wang Cong's mouth. He was no longer the same individual he had been on Blue Star. Had it not been for his experiences in the realm of cultivation, he might have felt out of his depth in such a scenario. However, witnessing the ninja's abilities in this world, he regarded them with indifference. According to his perception, the strength of this world fell short of that of the cultivation realm. In his original world, he had stood atop the pinnacle of cultivation, where countless practitioners aspired to reach. After his rise to fame, the demonic path had been suppressed, ultimately bowing to him alongside the righteous path. In Wang Cong's eyes, the entire world of Naruto was merely a single sect, populated by insignificant insects beneath his feet. Tsunade, observing the young man suspended in the air, was taken aback by his silence. Casting a disdainful glance at the pursuing Hanzo, she felt a surge of anxiety. Although Hanzo was known for his appreciation of talent, one's contemptuous demeanor could lead to a grim fate at his hands. "Move, you fool. This young man is innocent and has merely found himself within the battlefield between us and Hanzo. I cannot bear to witness him suffer." Yet, Wang Cong remained undisturbed, floating in the air without any response. To the trio, his behavior seemed to epitomize ignorance of the peril surrounding him. Orochimaru merely cast a deep, contemplative glance at Wang Cong without further reaction. Tsunade sighed deeply, deciding to halt alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Noticing their pause, Hanzo also slowed his advance, evidently intrigued by the sudden appearance of the young man within the conflict zone. The battle between him and the trio from Konoha was not something an ordinary ninja could intervene in. Hanzo, the salamander, was scrutinizing the airborne figure of the king. Yet the latter's attention was entirely diverted from Hanzo and fixated upon the future legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade was destined to become the fifth Hokage, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru were each destined to lead extraordinary lives of their own. Wang turned his gaze towards Tsunade, noting that her bosom was indeed as grand as depicted in the original works from the Blue Planet. Even in her youthful years, she possessed a remarkable stature that would undoubtedly flourish further in the future. He couldn't help but recall the trio's notorious reputation for gambling, debauchery, and narcotics. Tsunade's inevitable losses at gambling, Jiraiya's lecherous escapades, and Orochimaru's sinister nature elicited a sense of dark amusement. A derisive laugh echoed across the battlefield, shattering the previously tense atmosphere and plunging the forest into a profound silence, leaving only Wang's laughter resonating in the air. Tsunade was perplexed as to how the young man suspended above could find humor in such a moment. Could it be that he lacked sense, rendered foolishly suspended in midair? Hans of the Salamander, incensed by Wang's laughter, grasped his weapon tightly. With a swift incantation, he unleashed the fire release, exploding flame formation, coupled with his taijutsu, chain scythe second strike. The ground beneath Tsunade and her companions began to sink, multiple explosive tags manifesting around them. Jiraiya sensed the impending danger and hurriedly pulled Tsunade and Orochimaru to safety. The flames erupting from the exploding tags would burn fiercely and relentlessly, their power immense. A hasty misstep could lead to dire consequences. The trio narrowly evaded the explosive tags, steering clear of the epicenter of the blast. Yet they still sustained injuries from the explosion. Preoccupied with their own survival, they had no time to assist Wang, and a flicker of resentment towards him began to stir in their hearts, further diminishing any inclination to risk their safety for his sake. Hans, wielding his chain scythe with an imposing presence, swiftly appeared at Wang's side, aiming his weapon at the trio. The blade of the scythe had been laced with poison, and should it graze the young man suspended in the air, his fate would be sealed unless an antidote was provided. The trio below had previously suffered from Han's scythe's toxic effects, yet they were momentarily suppressing the poison with their own chakra, delaying its onset. Wang had not anticipated encountering battle so soon upon arriving in the world of the Hokage. Had Hans not targeted him, he might have chosen to depart in search of a remedy for the mandala's toxins. In his eyes, this top-tier ninja, Hans of the Salamander, appeared no more formidable than a robust insect, and he had never considered intervening to assist Tsunade and her companions. Even so, he believed that, absent Hans's interference, The trio's unwavering conviction would eventually sway Hans to grant them mercy. However, Hans's attack was an affront Wang could not tolerate. As a sovereign of both the righteous and the wicked in the realm of cultivation, those who dared to direct their weapons towards him had already sealed their fate in hell. The same fate awaited Hans in the world of the Hokage. He would pay dearly for his transgressions. In an instant, Wang erupted with the imposing aura of a transcendent being, a presence that exuded a disdainful superiority over the world. Hans felt a peculiar stagnation in his movements, an experience entirely foreign to him under the weight of Wang's aura. Below, Tsunade and her companions, having escaped immediate peril, found their attention drawn to Wang. At that moment, Hans beside Wang lost his luster, as all brilliance coalesced around Wang. The imposing aura present here is entirely beyond the capabilities of Hanzo the Salamander, and even their master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, cannot be compared to it. If one were to describe it, Tsunade and her companions would feel as though they were in the presence of a celestial being towering above them. In the eyes of such a divine entity, they mere mortals are insignificant, akin to fragile insects that could be crushed effortlessly. Hanzo's scythe swung down ferociously. Yet it struck against a transparent barrier, which was none other than Wang Cong's protective chakra, enveloping his body to ward off external attacks. With the sword technique known as One Flash, Hanzo the Salamander was stunned by the young man's enigmatic prowess. A seasoned warrior, he promptly resolved to change his strategy and maintain his offensive. In his hands, there was no defense that could not be breached. Every defense must have a breaking point. If his strength could surpass the young man's defenses, he could shatter that barrier. Concentrating all his chakra into his weapon, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Wang Cong, who hovered in midair. The force of this attack instilled immense dread in the three individuals below. Had they been the ones facing this strike, they surely would have met their demise. In the next moment, Hanzo's poisoned scythe crashed against Wang Cong's protective chakra, embedding itself firmly within it. Hanzo's face turned crimson as he found himself unable to budge the scythe even an inch, firmly ensnared by Wang Cong's protective energy. Ninjutsu is nothing but this. Wang Cong's voice echoed softly, a mere self-reflection that resonated with thunderous impact in the ears of Hanzo and Tsunade. It was unfathomable for them that such a powerful ninjutsu could be dismissed so casually by the young man before them. Wang Cong, however, was somewhat surprised. The scythe had embedded into his protective chakra, and logically, such a powerful attack should not have affected it. System, has my strength diminished? Yes, host. A portion of your chakra has been utilized to suppress the toxicity of the mandala. Your current capabilities are now at the initial stage of the tribulation period. With this drop in realm, Wang Cong finally comprehended why Hanzo the Salamander posed a threat to his protective chakra. Yet that was all. Wang Cong lightly thrust his hand forward, seemingly without any force, appearing utterly innocuous. However, Hanzo's eyes widened in alarm, while others felt nothing. He sensed an overwhelming threat to his very life. As that seemingly soft palm approached, Hanzo hastily raised his poisoned scythe to block it. Upon contact, the scythe shattered into pieces, cascading to the ground. With nothing left to impede his advance, Wang Cong's palm landed squarely against Hanzo's chest. A palm-shaped indentation suddenly appeared on his chest, and in an instant, he was propelled through the air like a cannonball. What kind of martial art is this? I have never witnessed a technique powerful enough to send Hanzo the Salamander flying. Tsunade and her companions gazed at Wang Cong, suspended in midair, with fervent admiration, particularly Orochimaru, whose eyes sparkled with a yearning for Wang Cong's formidable prowess and this seemingly S-rank ninjutsu. After being blasted backward, Hanzo's body erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into a mist of crimson that scattered into the surrounding forest. The tremendous shockwave generated by his disintegration caused the trees behind him to fracture at their roots, turning the ground beneath into a sea of red earth. Has the legendary Hanzo the Salamander, a titan of the ninja world, been defeated by this young man in a single strike? The three legendary ninjas from Konoha stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Wang Cong, who hovered in the air, leaving them utterly astounded. Even their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would not dare claim he could vanquish Hanzo with a single blow, let alone with such ferocity that it reduced Hanzo to a mere mist of blood. Throughout the encounter, Orochimaru meticulously observed Wang Cong's every movement. That seemingly light touch concealed an immense reservoir of chakra. At the moment Wang Cong struck Hanzo, all the chakra in his palm was infused into Hanzo's body, leading to the explosive culmination that obliterated him. This ninjutsu demands an extraordinary mastery over chakra, requiring the practitioner to maintain an unstable, volatile state within the enemy's body to achieve such a detonation. Orochimaru, with his unparalleled fervor for ninjutsu, was filled with both awe and ambition upon witnessing Wang Cong's technique. Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally shaken. Despite their combined efforts, they had struggled against Hanzo, while this young man had dispatched him with such ease. "Oh, venerable elder, your junior Orochimaru, wish to learn from your ninjutsu." Wang Cong noticed Orochimaru kneeling before him, his eyes brimming with hope. In the original lore of Blue Star, Orochimaru was regarded as the primary antagonist in the early stages. However, at this juncture, he had yet to become the ambitious figure he would later be. Nevertheless, Wang Cong could already discern the intense ambition flickering in his eyes, akin to a serpent poised to seize an opportunity. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged bewildered glances at Orochimaru's sudden declaration. While a ninja could have multiple mentors, the abruptness of this request to be taught by the young man was indeed startling. "You are unworthy." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cong coldly articulated his response, leaving the three below even more astonished. Orochimaru, a prodigy of the Land of Fire, had been chosen as a disciple by Hiruzen Sarutobi, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Yet, Wang Cong, as the sovereign of both light and darkness, was besieged by countless aspirants seeking to learn from him, many of whom possessed ancient physiques or divine talents. He deemed them all beneath his notice, let alone someone he considered merely a moderately gifted individual like Orochimaru. In his eyes, Orochimaru was merely a slightly more perceptive insect, far too inadequate to be his disciple. Orochimaru's gaze dimmed, his head bowed, and the lowered eyelids brimmed with unwillingness. Beside him, Jiraiya placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. In the presence of this formidable figure who surpassed the Hokage, they could not afford any offense. The three of them were ninjas from Konoha, and they respectfully inquired whether they might have the honor of inviting him to Konoha for a respite. Jiraiya surprisingly concealed his usual flippancy, adopting an unusually respectful demeanor. Indeed, it would be a privilege to have him visit Konoha. Surely the Hokage would be delighted to meet him. Tsunade was exceedingly cordial towards Wang Cong. Although his recent display of power in vanquishing Hanzo of the Salamander was brutal, it did not alter the fact that he was a formidable being. Observing Tsunade's enthusiasm, Jiraiya felt a pang of regret for having extended the invitation. He had invited Wang Cong solely based on his extraordinary prowess, believing he harbored no ill intentions towards them. In a moment of excitement, he had overlooked the immense mystery and unpredictability that Wang Cong embodied, akin to a ticking time bomb that could potentially harm those around him. However, upon further reflection, Jiraiya considered that this individual did not seem excessively bloodthirsty. Hanzo's demise was a consequence of his own offensive actions against Wang Cong. Thus, he managed to quell his unease, recognizing that if Konoha could align with such a powerful entity, the strength of the Land of Fire would significantly increase. Nonetheless, with the death of the semi-divine Hanzo, the situation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water had become clearer. Without Hanzo's support, the Land of Water would undoubtedly face a series of defeats and ultimately retreat to their territories. Yet, Jiraiya felt a slight worry as he observed Tsunade's demeanor towards Wang Cong. Tsunade had long cherished her comrades, having witnessed one die before her eyes in battle. She now seemed to develop a favorable inclination towards this enigmatic youth. It remained uncertain whether inviting this mysterious young man to Konoha would prove beneficial or detrimental. Wang Cong, suspended in midair, regarded such an invitation with disdain, even though those inviting him would one day become prominent figures in this world of Hokage, including Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Such titles held no significance for him. He had encountered women even more beautiful than Tsunade in the previous realm of cultivation. Figures like the Saintess of the Misty Sect and the Queen of the Profound Domain had never captured his interest. His earlier appraisal of Tsunade was merely a result of a morbid curiosity stemming from his prior experiences in the Blue Star. Host, there is no harm in visiting Konoha. The mandala flower's poison is difficult to resolve. With the assistance of local forces, one could surely achieve double the result with half the effort. The voice of the devouring system echoed at an opportune moment, halting Wang Cong's steps as he prepared to depart. You suggest that Konoha could assist me in alleviating the poison? It is merely a possibility. Your current strength has diminished due to the suppression of the toxin, reducing you to the tribulation stage. As the toxicity intensifies, your power may continue to wane. Leveraging Konoha's strength would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. Wang contemplated for a moment before finally speaking. Very well. A journey to Konoha village appears to be fraught with benefits and devoid of peril. He was curious to witness the prowess of the shinobi at the level of Kage within this world of Hokage. If all went according to plan, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would be the first Kage-level ninja he encountered in this realm. After waiting patiently on the ground for what felt like an eternity, the trio finally received Wang's affirmative response, allowing Jiraiya, who had been wrestling with his thoughts, to finally find solace. Tsunade also exhibited considerable excitement. The formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, who had perished at the hands of this young man, was their adversary, and she harbored no undue compassion for her foes. A powerful enemy vanquished was worthy of her respect. Orochimaru felt a similar thrill, for although this enigmatic powerhouse had declined his request to take him as a disciple, the prospect of future opportunities for mentorship remained tantalizing. Just as the group prepared to depart, a roar echoed from the distant forest. "Stay and face your doom," Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the approaching shinobi. It is Hanzo's escort team, known for his meticulous nature. Hanzo had always surrounded himself with a guard that changed every 24 hours, never underestimating even the newest of the shinobi world. Even during his confrontation with Wang, he had first dispatched his guards to intercept Tsunade and her companions before unleashing his signature jutsu against Wang. Regrettably, he had underestimated Wang's true strength, failing to grasp that his opponent was far beyond his expectations, even though he had mentally prepared himself for a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Hanzo's escort had been ensnared in the ongoing conflict between the land of water and the land of fire, arriving belatedly. "Where has Lord Hanzo gone?" The leader of the escort team demanded sternly, directing his inquiry at Tsunade and her companions. Though Wang stood out prominently in the air, they did not recognize him and were only aware that Lord Hanzo had recently pursued these three shinobi. Hanzo of the Salamander? He has been obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. The scent of blood you now inhale may very well be that of your Lord Hanzo. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the escort team darkened, fury etched across their leader's visage. "With Lord Hanzo's strength, the four of you combined are no match. Allow me to deal with you, and then I shall return to search for our Lord." The faces of Tsunade and her companions were filled with a peculiar expression. They had witnessed Hanzo's gruesome demise at Wang's hand, effectively consuming the remnants of his flesh and blood. This realization churned uncomfortably in Tsunade's stomach. However, with Wang by their side, they felt no trepidation regarding the renowned escort team of Hanzo. The dozens of elite shinobi in the Esco Wang Cong raised a single finger towards the heavens. The immortal essence power transformed within his Mahayana stage body, surging around him, drawing all the incoming water dragon bullets into a swirling orbit. As they encircled him, threads of immortal essence seamlessly merged into each projectile. After completing a full revolution around Wang Cong, the enhanced water dragon bullets shot back towards the ninja guards with exponentially greater velocity. The elite guards' eyes widened in disbelief. These were no longer the same techniques they had unleashed. The projectiles had deepened in hue and arrived before them in an instant. Dozens of thunderous explosions erupted simultaneously, leaving massive craters where the guards had stood moments before. Only their captain remained upright amidst the devastation. The other ninjas lay scattered across the craters, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably as crimson rivulets streamed from their lips. Their internal organs had been pulverized by the amplified water dragon bullets. Though the captain had narrowly evaded the attack, his calves trembled involuntarily, his spirit shaken by Wang Cong's unfathomable prowess. For the first time, he entertained the possibility that the young man before him might indeed have slain Lord Hanzo. Descending gracefully from the sky, Wang Cong advanced step by deliberate step towards the petrified captain. With each footfall, the captain's heart hammered violently, as though facing not a man but a primordial-tailed beast. By the third step, an invisible force clenched his heart, then crushed it. His chakra dissipated like smoke, his eyes glazing over in finality. Nearby, Tsunade and her companions stood frozen in shell-shocked silence. These unprecedented techniques defied all conventional ninja arts. They couldn't even discern the mysterious man's chakra nature. No trace of energy had manifested during his attacks, except for the immortal essence that had manipulated the water dragon bullets. An alien power that emanated soul-deep oppression. Orochimaru's resolve crystallized. The first technique had amplified and returned enemy attacks. The second had mimicked sound-based assassination arts, both rivaling forbidden jutsu. As a jutsu innovator himself, he recognized their transcendent value. Mastering these arts could elevate him beyond the ninja world's pinnacle. While Orochimaru's mind raced, Tsunade stepped forward to express gratitude. With Hanzo and his guard eliminated, the Land of Water's threat had diminished drastically. Their mission exceeded beyond expectation. This enigmatic savior had unwittingly blessed both their team and the Land of Fire. Wang Cong dismissed her thanks with indifference. His intervention stemmed solely from wounded pride. Had they not provoked him, these ants would never have warranted his attention. Tsunade's trio remained beneath his notice. The gratitude expressed by the trio held no significance for Wang Cong. What he sought was beyond their capacity to provide. In a chilling tone, he inquired, "Where is Konoha village?" It was only then that the three emerged from their earlier astonishment. Recalling their intention to escort this enigmatic elder to Konoha village as a guest and facilitate a meeting with the third Hokage. Their master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, surpassed both the first and second Hokage in strength and was revered in Konoha as the god of ninjutsu. Perhaps, upon their meeting, this mysterious figure's frosty demeanor might soften. Tsunade promptly indicated the direction to Wang Cong, internally lamenting the icy nature of this extraordinary individual, who seemed perpetually aloof. The only solace was that he bore them no ill will. Wang Cong cast his gaze towards Tsunade's pointed direction, unleashing his sage energy to envelop Tsunade and her companions, soaring toward Konoha village. The pace of the trio was far too slow for him. It was more expedient to transport them directly. The verdant trees whizzed past beneath them as their distance to Konoha rapidly diminished. Suddenly, Wang Cong's keen perception detected three children walking unsteadily in the distance, their garments indicative of amage cure. These children sparked a thought in Wang Cong's mind. According to the original lore of Blue Star, it was around this time that the legendary Sannin of Konoha encountered Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, who had fled from amage cure. It was also during this period that Jiraiya took them on as his disciples. The potential of these three children was immeasurable. Particularly Nagato and Yahiko, one would ultimately attain godlike power, while the other would establish the Akatsuki, both significant in their own right. With the eventual removal of Hanzo the Salamander as an obstacle and Wang Cong, a near immortal, nurturing them, their futures became boundless. Upon spotting the trio, Wang Cong felt a stirring within him, not to take them as disciples but to accept them as his subordinates. Having his own servants would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in the world of Naruto. From a distance, he overheard their hushed conversation. If we possessed the strength of those three esteemed ninjas of Konoha, we wouldn't be powerless in the face of war. They concluded, perhaps we should seek out those three ninjas and request to be their apprentices. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, orphans of the war in amage cure, were left with only the desire to grow stronger, believing that only through power could they halt the turmoil and restore peace. Without pausing, Wang Cong continued his flight toward Konoha village, though Tsunade and her companions failed to notice a streak of light emanating from the back of his head, racing toward the location of the three children. As Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan began to regain their confidence, preparing to seek out the Sannin for guidance, a beam of light descended from the sky, transforming into a peculiarly dressed young ninja who stood before them. The young ninja, transformed from the flowing light, was none other than the sole avatar of Wang Cong, shrouded in an enigmatic mist that lent an air of mystery to its presence. The three children were momentarily taken aback, instantly adopting a defensive stance. Amidst the turmoil of war, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar ninja could only signal an adversary. Observing the trio's readiness to resist, Wang Cong's sole avatar waved its hand, and they were immediately ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendered utterly immobile despite their frantic struggles. With a disdainful chuckle, the sole avatar remarked, "You three little ones are but a snap of my fingers away from obliteration. Had I wished to eliminate you, you would not have survived this long." Upon hearing these words, the children ceased their struggles, settling into a quiet anticipation of what was to follow. "Do you yearn for strength? Do you wish to wield your own power to alter this world?" Wang Cong posed these queries with a wicked amusement, seemingly oblivious to the youth standing before him. "We do." Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan affirmed with resolute nods, though Conan shyly hid behind her companions from the outset. "In that case, I shall grant you the opportunity to serve as my subordinates. The forthcoming experience may be painful. You must endure, for should you faint, the chance to grow stronger will slip away." Thus declared, the sole avatar transformed into three beams of light that penetrated the foreheads of Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of their minds, as if their very souls were being cleaved asunder. Echoes of their anguished cries resonated through the forest, persisting for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. Nagato was the first to rise from the ground, acutely aware of the newfound knowledge flooding his mind. He recognized that what had entered their foreheads was a profound entity known as the Soul Seed, far superior to conventional scrolls of ninjutsu, capable of directly imparting techniques and energy to its recipients. The trio's bodies had been transformed by Wang Cong's celestial energy, and upon testing their newfound abilities, they discovered their chakra levels had surged to that of a chunin, though they had previously been mere genin. The Soul Seeds imparted to each of them varied techniques, tailored to their individual potentials, leaving their future paths to be determined by their own efforts. Wang Cong had never intended to nurture them personally. They were merely his subordinates. If they lacked the ability to survive independently, they were unworthy of such a title. "Thank you, Master." Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan knelt in unison, bowing deeply towards the place where the soul avatar had vanished. Their hands rested on their knees, fingers angled, palms touching the ground, a profound gesture of respect. The essence contained within the soul seed had bestowed upon them the potential for growth, and such an opportunity could only be afforded by a being of immense power, likely one of the higher echelons of strength. In retrospect, serving as the subordinate of such a formidable entity could indeed prove to be a fortuitous endeavor. Moreover, Wang Cong merely left behind the soul seed without elaborating further. The three young ones could only seek a suitable location to commence their practice of the ninjutsu contained within the soul seed. There were numerous hidden wonders within the soul seed that Wang Cong had bequeathed, which had yet to be revealed. This was largely due to the fact that these three young ones were the first batch of subordinates he had gathered upon arriving in the world of Naruto. Thus, he generously bestowed upon them such a high-level inheritance. In the future, when he collects more subordinates, he may not expend his spiritual energy to condense soul seeds for them. Wang Cong, accompanied by Tsunade and the others, continued their swift flight towards Konoha village. The distance from Amigakure to Konoha was indeed considerable, yet under Wang Cong's speed, it was negligible. Along the way, they witnessed numerous battlefields. The great conflict was far from over, with ninjas from both nations still engaged in fierce combat. However, it would not be long before the news of Hanzo the Salamander's demise spread, prompting the Land of Water to retreat without further conflict. Tsunade initially wished to descend and assist the ninjas of the Land of Fire, but the sage energy enveloping them rendered them immobile. Wang Cong's typically cold demeanor instilled apprehension in Tsunade and the others, discouraging any impulsive actions. It was imperative to return to Konoha swiftly to report the annihilation of Hanzo and his escort team to the third Hokage. As Wang Cong accelerated, the trees beneath them transformed into mere shadows. Even the sounds of battle faded into the distance in an instant. Wang Cong's spiritual sense expanded, pinpointing the location of Konoha, thus eliminating the need for Tsunade to guide him, and he soared directly to the entrance of the village. A grand city unfolded before Wang Cong's eyes, differing slightly from the depictions in Blue Star's animations. Experiencing Konoha firsthand revealed its immense grandeur. The towering cliffs were adorned with the likenesses of the first, second, and third Hokages, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a disciple of the third Hokage leading the way, Wang Cong entered Konoha without hindrance. Dressed in the robes of the cultivation world, he appeared almost celestial, contrasting sharply with the village's attire. However, as he was a guest brought by a disciple of the third Hokage, the villagers refrained from openly commenting. The aesthetic of Konoha provided Wang Cong with a unique experience. While the cultivation world was vast, it lacked the vibrant scenery of the Naruto universe, where ninjas leaped about like grasshoppers. Upon entering the village, Tsunade eagerly spoke before Jiraiya could. "Senpai, allow me to show you around our village. Konoha has many fascinating places." Jiraiya had initially intended for Orochimaru to stay and accompany this mysterious elder, both to satisfy Orochimaru's desire to become his disciple and to fulfill his own selfish motives. However, upon seeing Tsunade's enthusiastic demeanor, Jiraiya's expression darkened. "Then you stay here with the elder. I will accompany Orochimaru to report to Lord Hokage," he declared, swiftly departing with Orochimaru. The news of Hanzo's death, along with the sudden emergence of this formidable figure, were pressing matters that required immediate communication with the Hokage. Wang Cong did not decline Tsunade's invitation. Being unfamiliar with Konoha, he found himself in need of a guide to explore the village. Jiraiya's emotional fluctuations were evident to him. Yet he remained indifferent to Jiraiya's thoughts, for his actions required no validation from others. This Hokage was one of the most renowned figures in the vast realm of anime on Blue Star, and his curiosity about this world of ninjas was palpable. Accompanied by the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade, on a tour of Konoha village, Wang Cong found himself quite intrigued. Seeing that the enigmatic elder had not declined her request, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had feared that the mysterious figure might refuse her offer. However, it was now clear that he tacitly accepted her role as a guide through Konoha. Elder, it is currently mealtime, and the most famous dish in Konoha is undoubtedly Ichiraku Ramen. Shall we indulge there? Wang Cong nodded in agreement. He recalled a saying from Blue Star that the owner of Ichiraku Ramen was a concealed mastermind of extraordinary prowess, and he was eager to meet such an individual. The Ichiraku Ramen shop was bustling with patrons, many queuing for a taste of the beloved noodles. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed Tsunade, a disciple of the Hokage, entering the shop and immediately vacated their seats. "Lady Tsunade, please take my spot. I will rejoin the queue," one offered. "No, I have already placed my order. It would be inconvenient to give up my seat." Tsunade was quite popular in the village, and the gazes of the young male ninjas were filled with admiration as they watched her. Unexpectedly, Tsunade gestured to the oddly dressed man beside her, inviting him to proceed with his meal first. "Elder, please, you may dine ahead of me." "That title sounds rather unappealing. Call me Supreme instead." Wang Cong, having been the sovereign of both the righteous and the wicked in the realm of cultivation, had grown accustomed to this title over the years. "Very well, Supreme." Without hesitation, Tsunade complied, recognizing that the mysterious elder had effortlessly vanquished the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, truly deserving of such an esteemed title. However, those nearby were unaware of the underlying circumstances. Witnessing their goddess treating this peculiarly attired young man with such warmth ignited a flicker of dissatisfaction within them. They had long pursued Tsunade's affection, yet here was this newcomer, merely standing there, prompting her to yield her seat in deference. Who is this fellow? Why is Lady Tsunade treating him with such regard? I have never seen her show such respect to anyone, not even in the presence of the Hokage. A young Chunin stepped forward, his face etched with anger. "I challenge you. One lacking in strength does not deserve to stand beside Lady Tsunade." The crowd around them buzzed with excitement at the challenge posed to the mysterious man beside Tsunade. Sensing the attention, the Chunin smirked, basking in the admiration of his peers. "Tsunade, this has freed up quite a few seats. Let us sit together and enjoy a meal." Wang utterly dismissed this Chunin, having faced countless challengers over time. However, due to his later ascendancy and strength, those who once sought to confront him had since abandoned their ambitions. A mere Chunin from the Hokage's realm was not even worthy of his consideration. "How dare you disregard me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess," he declared, invoking the Earth Release binding technique. To her astonishment, Tsunade never anticipated that her admirer would recklessly strike out at the Supreme Being. Should the Supreme Being be provoked, this Chunin could be obliterated in an instant, causing a significant rift between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Supreme Figure. Tsunade promptly executed the Heavenly Foot technique, her foot crashing down upon the ground, shattering it into fragments while simultaneously dismantling the Chunin's binding technique beneath. "Supreme, please do not be angered," he merely. Tsunade faltered, at a loss for words, unable to conjure a suitable excuse. She had just invited the esteemed Supreme Being to visit the Hidden Leaf Village. And now this incident unfolded. "It matters not. He is merely a young and impassioned lad. I have encountered many such individuals. Let us sit down and dine." The Chunin was taken aback, never expecting Lady Tsunade to intervene on his behalf and explain his actions to the formidable man. Anger and humiliation surged within him. What does it mean to stand behind a woman? He retorted, "Enough. The Supreme Being is a distinguished guest of the Hidden Leaf Village. Any further unruliness will be treated as an act of betrayal against the village." Upon hearing this, those around them widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the individual before them with any semblance of authority. The accusation of being a traitor to the Hidden Leaf was not to be taken lightly. None dared to risk bearing such a grave label. Death may seem trivial, but the stain of betrayal would forever be inscribed in the village's annals, subjecting one to the eternal scorn of its citizens. The Chunin, initially intent on challenging Wang, now found himself ensnared by the weight of Tsunade's words. The gaze of the crowd fixated upon him. To proceed would be folly, yet to retreat seemed equally untenable. Tsunade, known for her protective nature toward the villagers, would not punish them for the actions of an outsider. Surely, she spoke to intimidate him. The Chunin, observing the furrow in Tsunade's brow, became increasingly convinced that her words were meant to shield him, to compel Tsunade, who cherished her villagers, To deceive them on his behalf would render him a calamity for the Hidden Leaf. Upon hearing this accusation, Tsunade's face flushed with indignation. She could hardly fathom that he would dare to provoke the Supreme Being after her warning, casting doubt upon her intentions. She was not a temperamental girl. Her restraint had merely been a courtesy in the presence of the Supreme Figure. A cold glimmer ignited in her eyes. Even an admirer ought not to repeatedly provoke her. It had been long since she had displayed her prowess, and these individuals had seemingly forgotten her identity as Princess Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade wielded considerable influence within the Hidden Leaf village. Now, being provoked repeatedly by a Nin, especially in the presence of this esteemed figure, Tsunade felt that both her own dignity and that of the entire Hidden Leaf village had been utterly tarnished by this Nin. You shall pay the price for the words you have spoken today. Tsunade's icy voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. They had never witnessed such a manifestation of anger from her, clearly indicating her genuine fury. The Nin, who had previously doubted that Tsunade had spoken such words to protect the man beside her, now began to question his own judgment. Wang Cong, observing with an attitude akin to that of a spectator, stood with his arms crossed, unresponsive. All right, everyone is a guest of Ichiraku Ramen. So let us not escalate this any further. A jovial uncle emerged from the Ichiraku Ramen shop, and Wang Cong instantly recognized him. This Ichiraku appeared as if he had not changed a bit since the days of Naruto Uzumaki's growth. His appearance remained entirely the same. Wang Cong confirmed in his mind that this uncle was undoubtedly a hidden boss within the realm of Hokage. The fact that his appearance had remained constant over time was nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, when Ichiraku spoke, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Wang Cong, as if he were seeking favor from him. Throughout the encounter, Ichiraku had not revealed the slightest bit of his own strength. His request for favor seemed directed towards Tsunade. Yet now he was steadfastly looking at Wang Cong, evidently sensing the latter's formidable power. In the world of Naruto, few could perceive Wang Cong's strength. The energy within him, Senjutsu chakra, was distinct from regular chakra. Only those of profound strength could sense energy levels and discern his capabilities. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, the ability to detect an opponent's strength is far more crucial than any S-rank ninjutsu. A flash of lightning flickered across Wang Cong's eyes, as a rare purple light enveloped them. The eye of void breaking. Wang Cong utilized his ocular technique to observe Ichiraku, clearly sensing that he possessed strength surpassing Hanzo of the Salamander. Ichiraku seemed to sense Wang Cong's ocular technique and discreetly directed chakra throughout his body, attempting to shield himself from Wang Cong's detection. However, with the Senjutsu chakra in operation, maintaining privacy was impossible. Cough, cough, esteemed guest, please take a seat. I shall prepare our signature ramen for you right away. With that, Ichiraku hurriedly turned and dashed into the ramen shop, knowing that if he lingered outside, it wouldn't be long before the enigmatic young man would see right through him. The Nin who had provoked Wang Cong felt his body stiffen. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the chilling aura released by Tsunade. Even Ichiraku showed profound respect for this young man. It was evident he had unwittingly crossed paths with someone he should not have trifled with, summoning an unknown strength. He forced himself to endure the stiffness and retreated from the crowd, fleeing as swiftly as possible, determined not to remain in this perilous situation any longer. To Wang Cong, this mere Nin was but a small ant. He could not even summon the desire to engage with him. However, Ichiraku now piqued his interest. Two individuals sat quietly before a stall, patiently awaiting their bowls of noodles from the esteemed Uncle Ichiraku. Following the earlier commotion, the patrons of the establishment had dispersed, unaware of the enigmatic man's identity beside Lady Tsunade. Remaining here risked inciting her displeasure, which would yield more harm than good. Fortunately, the wait was brief, as Uncle Ichiraku soon emerged, bearing 2 bowls of steaming ramen. However, the contents of the bowls differed markedly. The noodles presented to Wang Cong shimmered with a radiant sheen, filled with ingredients whose names eluded him. Uncle Ichiraku, I have never encountered such a dish during my visits. Tsunade feigned reproach as she accepted her own bowl. It is not that I am unwilling to prepare it for you, but rather that you cannot handle it. Intrigued, Wang Cong lifted his chopsticks and sampled a strand of the noodles. The ingredients dissolved into a rich broth that melded harmoniously with the noodles, releasing a captivating aroma that enveloped his senses. He felt the noodles transform into gentle currents of warmth coursing through his body. Host, the toxicity of the mandrake within you has diminished slightly. As Wang Cong savored the meticulously crafted ramen, a voice resonated within his mind, startling him. What? Are you certain that this ramen can alleviate the mandrake's toxicity? Upon receiving confirmation, excitement surged within him. Even a slight reduction offered a glimmer of hope amid his initial confusion upon arriving. Casting a deep gaze at Uncle Ichiraku, Wang Cong spoke slowly. I shall return daily for this ramen. His unassuming tone bore the weight of a proclamation, akin to issuing a command to the chef. Though Uncle Ichiraku harbored a sense of trepidation regarding the young man's mysterious aura, a tinge of displeasure crept into his heart upon hearing Wang Cong's authoritative tone. Is this your ninja tool? Wang Cong inquired, gesturing toward the spatula in Uncle Ichiraku's hand. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely a cooking utensil, after all. How could Uncle Ichiraku possibly consider a kitchen tool as his ninja apparatus? However, the subsequent scene left her astounded as Uncle Ichiraku bowed respectfully. Wang Cong swiftly seized the spatula from Uncle Ichiraku's grasp before he could fully comprehend the situation. The spatula appeared effortlessly in Wang Cong's hands. A surge of celestial energy radiated from him, enveloping the spatula. The method of empty refinement. This tool was far inferior to the spiritual instruments of the cultivation world. Using techniques from that realm to refine a ninja tool seemed an extravagant display of power. Yet, for Wang Cong, it was a simple endeavor, requiring no exertion. Numerous visible lines materialized in the air, attaching themselves to the spatula, forming intricate patterns that caused the utensil to quiver while the surrounding air trembled. Extend your hand. Though Uncle Ichiraku was uncertain of the purpose, he instinctively complied, reaching forth. A fleeting glimmer flashed by, and a trickle of blood seeped from Yao's hand. Drawn into the ladle by Wang Cong, an overwhelming aura emanated from the ladle, eventually settling into tranquility. Wang Cong tossed the refined ladle back to Yao, who grasped it tightly in disbelief. Could this truly be the same tool he had once possessed? Yao struggled to comprehend the transformation before his eyes. The Supreme had merely handled it casually, yet his weapon had undergone a remarkable enhancement. As he held the ladle, an inexplicable sensation of a bloodline connection surged through him. The spoon in Yao's hand gleamed radiantly, feeling as if it were an extension of his own arm. Attempting to channel chakra into the spoon, he was met with a sudden manifestation of icy blue vapor, emanating a chilling force. A bloodline limit. Tsunade, seated nearby, gasped in astonishment. Only through a combination of water and wind techniques could ice energy be formed, yet the Supreme had merely manipulated the spoon and achieved an ice-based bloodline limit. Surely, even the venerable third Hokage, a master of myriad jutsu, would be left astounded by this spectacle. Lord Supreme, does such a technique for enhancing ninja tools require significant energy? Yao inquired. Oh, that? I could effortlessly refine thousands of ninja tools with negligible consumption, Wang Cong replied. His method of empty refining utilized the boundless spiritual energy of the world, rendering the notion of depletion moot. Moreover, he had only elevated the spoon to the level of a low-grade treasure, equivalent to those used in foundational and golden core stages within the cultivation realm. Wang Cong possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the world of the Hokage. Here, the application of tools lacked the sophistication of the cultivation world. Ninjas typically utilize their tools in a limited capacity, akin to shuriken that merely relied on the sharpness of their blades. It was only after the First Ninja World War that Konoha proposed an audacious idea to attempt to store ninjutsu and release it in the form of tools. Subsequently, Konoha's research department discovered special paper capable of storing chakra, leading to the invention of explosive tags. However, embedding ninjutsu directly into tools was far more complex than sealing it within paper. Moreover, the ladle before him, clearly not a disposable tool after its enhancement, was undoubtedly of greater significance than the invention of explosive tags. Tsunade contemplated inwardly, if Konoha's ninjas employed such tools, the village's overall strength would significantly increase. Yao, filled with joy, laughed heartily. The addition of ice techniques to the ladle would enhance the elasticity of the ramen when scooped. Lord Supreme, you are welcome to visit my humble shop for noodles anytime. Previously, Yao had harbored some dissatisfaction, but now he was genuinely eager to serve Wang Cong. The crowd outside had yet to disperse, and the scene of Wang Cong effortlessly refining tools had not gone unnoticed. If only my shuriken could be imbued with such jutsu, I would surely breeze through the Chunin exams. While some ninjas do utilize explosive tags in conjunction with shurikens, the exorbitant cost and single-use nature of these tags render them unaffordable for the average ninja. A shadow swiftly vanished among the crowd, sprinting towards the distance. I report to you, my lord, that the three disciples of the Hokage have returned with a mysterious man who possesses the ability to imbue ninja tools with ninjutsu capabilities. If such a person truly exists and can be harnessed for our purposes, haha. Shimura Danzo's laughter echoed throughout the root's base. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The position of Hokage ultimately belongs to someone like me, who is wholly devoted to the interests of the Land of Fire. Go and distract Tsunade. Arrange for me to meet this individual. We must ensure he is drawn into our organization. The messenger ninja summoned a few other members of the root organization, and together they hastened towards Ichiraku Ramen. Wang Cong diligently finished the first bowl of ramen prepared by Ichiraku, followed by a second. Tsunade quietly accompanied him. System. Why does the second bowl of ramen have no effect on the toxicity of the mandala? Host. The ramen contains substances that can mitigate the mandala's toxicity, but it can only absorb a fixed amount daily. Upon hearing the system's response, Wang Cong felt quite helpless. It seemed he would have to visit Ichiraku every day. No matter how delectable the dish, consuming it daily would surely become tiresome. However, to detoxify, he had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared before the ramen shop, respectfully addressing Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had gone to meet their teacher and should have relayed the Supreme's condition to him. The teacher should have personally come to greet her, reflecting Konoha's respect for the strong. Supreme, come with me to meet the Hokage. I believe the teacher is eager to see you. No. The Hokage only requested that Lady Tsunade come alone. Tsunade gazed at the Umbu ninja before her. Even as a disciple, she could not defy the Hokage's command. However, leaving the Supreme alone in Konoha made her uneasy. I will meet the Hokage. You stay by the Supreme's side and ensure no one disturbs him. After issuing her instructions, Tsunade swiftly made her way to the Hokage's office. The Supreme's value was undoubtedly greater than they had initially anticipated. She needed to report the Supreme's extraordinary abilities to the Hokage. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, the Umbu ninja approached Wang Cong, stating calmly, "The leader wishes to discuss matters with you. Please accompany me." Though the Umbu spoke of an invitation, his hand was already poised near his shuriken, attempting to intimidate Wang Cong into compliance. A powerful gravitational force unexpectedly descended upon the Umbu, making him feel as if a mountain had been placed upon him. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Wang Cong had effortlessly subdued the Umbu, rendering him incapable of retaliation. And Ichiraku's ramen shop remained unscathed. This exquisite control over energy caused Ichiraku's pupils to constrict. Go back and inform your leader. Who does he think he is to warrant my presence? To me, the entirety of Konoha can be effortlessly erased. I wonder if your leader can withstand a single strike from me? The Umbu ninja on the ground, his face flushed and breath stifled by the immense pressure upon him, managed to commit Wang Cong's words to memory amidst this heightened state of mental concentration. As soon as Wang Cong's voice faded, the oppressive weight bearing down on the Umbu ninja suddenly vanished, allowing him to quickly rise and depart. He was an Umbu Jainin, possessing strength exceeding that of ordinary Jainin. Yet, the man from the ramen shop exuded an icy aura. The power that had momentarily enveloped him was shrouded in mystery, filling him with dread of imminent demise. Fortuitously, his adversary had chosen to spare him, enabling him to return with a message. His leader, the esteemed Shimura Danzo, wielded power rivaling that of the Hokage. Surely, upon reporting this audacious individual, retribution would ensue. This was merely a minor episode, one that Wang Cong dismissed entirely. Once he had sent the fly on its way, he requested the ingredient list for Ichiraku Ramen and exited Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen possesses the ability to neutralize the toxicity of the mandala. Perhaps within this list, he might uncover the source of the poison, thereby liberating himself from the daily necessity of consuming ramen. Upon leaving Konoha, Wang Cong promptly made his way toward the direction indicated by Ichiraku, swiftly appearing 1,000 miles away from the village. Once he extended his spiritual awareness, he immediately identified his first target, the fire mane cattle. These creatures dwell in herds upon the grasslands, feasting on the fiery grasses of the region, each possessing strength on par with Jainin. They roam in groups. An ordinary ninja would not dare venture here. Should the herd become agitated, even those of Hokage-level prowess might struggle to escape unscathed. Ichiraku's ability to hunt cattle in this domain suggests a power that transcends mere Hokage status. Earlier, within the confines of Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong had probed the chef's body with his spiritual awareness, detecting an energy level commensurate with that of a Hokage. Yet he sensed a remarkable force safeguarding the chef's mind. As Ichiraku's ramen could mitigate the toxicity of the mandala, Wang Cong was reluctant to recklessly intrude and risk harming his culinary provider, thus he refrained from delving deeper into the chef's consciousness. Wang Cong unleashed the formidable pressure of his peak stage of the great vehicle, gradually descending from the sky. Beneath him, the majority of the fire main bulls succumbed to this overwhelming force, bowing their heads in submission. Only the leading fire main bull refused to kneel, enduring Wang Cong's might with unwavering defiance, blood seeping from its every pore. The Bull King had already attained shadow-level strength. Wang Cong smiled with amusement, recognizing the stubborn temperament of this bull, which preferred death over submission. The Bull King glared at Wang Cong with fury, having lived in this territory with its herd, ready to trample any intruder into mere flesh and bone. Decades ago, a man had invaded its domain and had bested it in a fierce battle, compelling the Bull King to agree to provide monthly offerings of wounded fire-main bulls. Yet now, the human before it was far more terrifying, possessing an aura that rendered it utterly defenseless. Wang Cong retracted his pressure and approached the Bull King, placing a hand upon its head. Alas, it was futile. His divine sense scanned the Bull King's body, revealing no substance that could counteract the poison. A diagnostic from the system confirmed the same. Ignoring the Bull King's profound fear beneath his palm, Wang Cong turned and departed for the next location where Ichiraku's ingredients were produced. In Konoha village, Tsunade, upon hearing the words of an Umbu Jainin, immediately made her way to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving, she found Jiraiya and Orochimaru present. "What brings you here? Were you not accompanying that esteemed individual on a tour of Konoha?" Jiraiya was taken aback that Tsunade had left the mysterious and unpredictable figure alone. For should anyone provoke that individual, it could spell disaster for Konoha. "A Jainin from the Umbu just informed me that the Hokage summoned me," Tsunade replied. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, contemplating the information brought by his 3 disciples. "We have been with our teacher and did not send anyone to call you back. It seems the pests of Konoha are stirring again." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intensity, pondering the intentions of those behind Tsunade's summoning. Logically, the villagers should remain unaware of that individual's might. What could they possibly scheme? Tsunade promptly recounted the events at Ichiraku Ramen, where Wang Cong had enhanced the ninja tools. Upon hearing of the technique that could permanently embed ninjutsu into tools, all present were captivated, realizing the significance of such a method surpassed even the emergence of explosive tags. Moreover, if such ninjutsu could be mass-produced, equipping every ninja in the Land of Fire with these tools would render them invincible. "Tsunade, take me to meet this esteemed individual." Sarutobi Hiruzen finally opened his eyes, 2 beams of light emanating from them. The sudden appearance of this mysterious figure could potentially influence the stability of Konoha village, and he felt compelled to witness it for himself. Even Hanzo the Salamander, revered as a demigod of the ninja world, had met a grim fate at the hands of this enigmatic personage, deserving of utmost respect. In but a moment, the Hokage, accompanied by his 3 disciples, appeared outside the doors of Ichiraku Ramen. At this moment, the Ichiraku Ramen shop buzzed with its usual liveliness, the figure of the esteemed guest having vanished without a trace. Upon the appearance of the Hokage, patrons eagerly exited the establishment to pay their respects. What an extraordinary day it was, marked by the presence of the Hokage himself. Moments earlier, a member of the Umbu had been sent sprawling by the mysterious figure, prompting him to reconsider his visit for another day. Tsunade rushed inside to seek out Ichiraku, only to learn that the esteemed individual had already departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened significantly. Such a prominent figure represented immense opportunities for Konoha, yet the identity of the Umbu ninja's instigator remained shrouded in uncertainty. "Sensei, could it be that Danzo is behind this?" Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly vanished, realizing that Konoha must formulate a strategic response to this esteemed individual. Filled with indignation, Tsunade reflected on the Umbu's allegiance to the Hokage, who alone issued their commands. Yet a traitor had emerged among them. Would the esteemed figure ever return? The moment he arrived, he had come to their rescue, and the air of mystery surrounding him captivated her. With the patrons having cleared out, Ichiraku stepped outside and encountered a dejected Tsunade. "Tsunade, fear not. The esteemed one instructed me to prepare ramen for his return tomorrow. Is what Uncle Ichiraku said true?" Indeed, he merely went to procure some ingredients. Tsunade's earlier despondency dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation for the following day. Within the Umbu's base, The Umbu ninja who had been ejected from the ramen shop now knelt on the ground. My lord, that individual stated you are unworthy of his personal audience. He could effortlessly crush you, and if you wish to meet him, you must go to him yourself. Shimura Danzo's expression fluctuated between shadow and light. In his eyes, that individual was merely a fortunate youth who had developed a new ninjutsu. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple held him in such high regard was precisely due to the invaluable nature of this new technique. Since he desires me to visit him personally, I shall grant his wish, investigate his whereabouts, and choose an opportune moment. All Umbu members without missions shall accompany me. The kneeling Umbu ninja departed the base, tasked with gathering intelligence on Wang Cong's movements. As Danzo exited the base, he remained oblivious to Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden appearance at the Umbu's entrance. That individual is not someone you can casually approach. I hope you exercise restraint, as Konoha requires stability at this time. Spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. We were both part of the second Hokage's team. Why was it that, merely because you volunteered to be the bait for the Jinjiao team, Senju Tobirama chose you as the third Hokage? You still do not comprehend Lord Tobirama's true intentions. Just watch, for I alone shall lead Konoha to genuine prosperity. Without turning back, Shimura Danzo departed, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to Wang Cong, events in Konoha unfolded beyond his awareness. His focus remained solely on the ingredients for Ichiraku Ramen. He meticulously gathered over 20 varieties of ingredients, completing their examination by the following day. From the very beginning, from the fiery maned cattle to the later deep-sea cod and jailing fragrant leaves, a series of ingredients have proven utterly ineffective against the toxicity of the mandrake. It seems the only option left is to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen. Along the way, he has discovered numerous rare medicinal herbs, many of which are exceedingly scarce in the realm of cultivation. However, the shinobi in the world of Naruto have largely remained at a rudimentary stage in their utilization of these herbs. The likes of truth serums and military rations are merely the most superficial applications of these resources, which explains why so many precious herbs persist in the wild. With these elixirs, one could certainly attempt a remedy. System, please analyze the mandrake toxin and identify any antidotes among the herbs. In the original world, many herbs have long been extinct, rendering the detoxification of mandrake poison utterly impossible. Yet, in the world of Naruto, with its abundant array of medicinal resources, there lies a glimmer of hope for neutralizing the mandrake's toxicity. Relying solely on Ichiraku Ramen might take an indeterminate amount of time. He could feel the mandrake poison gnawing at his strength, with Ichiraku Ramen merely alleviating the rate of this erosion. Having found no success in his quest for ingredients, Wang Cong reluctantly returned to Konoha village. The business at Ichiraku remained unaffected by the previous day's commotion, with patrons still flocking to enjoy their ramen. As Wang Cong approached the entrance, he emanated a subtle aura, prompting the proprietor, Uncle Ichiraku, to emerge promptly. Your Majesty, we have reserved a spot for you. Please, wait a moment. Following the events of yesterday, Uncle Ichiraku had made a special accommodation for Wang Cong unbeknownst to them. A shadow flitted past in an inconspicuous corner of the street. After a brief interval, Ichiraku served up a steaming bowl of ramen, prepared with unique techniques and rare ingredients, distinguishing it from the bowls served to others. Upon finishing the bowl, Wang Cong felt the mandrake's toxicity within him diminish once more, temporarily halting its corrosive impact on his strength. Here, take this. Wang Cong tossed a pill he had casually concocted to Uncle Ichiraku. I won't take your ramen for free. This is my token of appreciation. Try it. Uncle Ichiraku appeared somewhat apprehensive, for the pill in his hand was exquisitely crafted, its surface smooth and emanating a faint, refreshing aroma. The pills he was familiar with had at most minor peculiar effects. He hadn't anticipated that the esteemed Wang Cong would offer such a pill, and he would have preferred not to receive it at all. After a moment's contemplation, realizing he could not discern the true strength of Wang Cong, he decided that angering him would be unwise, and thus, he swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, a cool sensation cascading down his throat and permeating every cell in his body. Uncle Ichiraku could distinctly feel his 130 trillion cells rejoicing, and his chakra began to surge in response. Soon, his complexion flushed, and he felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, collapsing onto the floor. What have you done to Uncle Ichiraku? Enough. He was the one who sent the Umbu ninja flying. You are courting death. The patrons of the shop had once again fled in haste. prompting someone to rush to inform the patrolling ninja on the street that the man beside Lady Tsunade had poisoned Uncle Ichiraku the day before. The patrolling ninja immediately hurried to report to the Hokage's office. At that moment, a group of masked Umbu ninjas materialized at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, with Shimura Danzo standing at the forefront of the gathering. "My lord, I have come to see you in person. I wonder if you would be willing to engage in a transaction with me." Wang Cong cast a fleeting glance outside, spotting the Umbu Jounin he had dispatched yesterday standing in the midst of the formation. The man at the forefront exuded an aura that made Wang Cong uneasy, reminiscent of those esteemed figures from the cultivation world who once stood at moral high ground, casting aspersions upon him. "What are you, to think you can negotiate with me?" Wang Cong's indifferent voice reached Shimura Danzo's ears like a thunderous, jarring sound. The power he wielded extended far beyond what was visible. His status second only to the third Hokage, yet the person before him had the audacity to declare him unworthy. "Since you are unwilling to discuss a transaction, do not blame me for lacking mercy." With a wave of his hand, Danzo commanded the Umbu Jounin to storm into the ramen shop. As they crossed the threshold, their bodies froze in that very instant. The air within the shop solidified, and Wang Cong had immobilized them, rendering them unable to move. Observing his subordinates rendered motionless, Danzo's expression darkened instantly. "It appears you possess some skill after all." Would release. Root explosion. Danzo plunged his right arm into the ground, and countless thick roots erupted from beneath Ichiraku Ramen, lifting the entire establishment. A smile crept upon Danzo's lips as he melded into the massive tree. Just as he prepared to utilize his energy to transform the damage from the root explosion into a mere dream, a hand seized his throat. The roots that had suddenly appeared began to dissipate, and the core of Ichiraku Ramen remained unscathed, with Uncle Ichiraku still lying on the ground, enveloped in steam. Wang Cong's figure materialized before Danzo, gripping his neck and lifting him high. Danzo attempted to activate the Izanagi technique, only to discover that his right arm was unresponsive. He could not control the chakra within him, a situation he had never encountered before. "Cease at once. I am one of the advisors of Konoha. Killing me would make you an enemy of the village." "Oh? Setting aside whether you can truly represent Konoha, what of it if I become its adversary? Annihilating Konoha is but a mere flick of my wrist." Feeling the chilling presence of the man before him, Danzo's face turned ashen, genuine fear gripping him. Konoha was everything to him. His desire for superior ninja tools was also for the sake of the village. "Do not harm Konoha, I concede." "Wait." Wang Cong turned to see the third Hokage, clad in white robes and a conical hat, accompanied by Tsunade and two others, hastening towards him. The voice that called out wait belonged to the third Hokage himself. Like steel, the hand suddenly loosened, allowing Shimura Danzo to gulp in fresh air. Having truly felt the specter of death moments before, Wang, observing this scene with a hint of amusement, realized that even the third Hokage could come to Danzo's rescue. His decision to spare Danzo was not out of benevolence, but rather because the world of Hokage would lose a great deal of enjoyment without the disruptive presence of Shimura Danzo. Uncertain how long he would remain in the Hokage world, Wang considered the absence of such an intriguing character a regrettable loss. As the Supreme One released Danzo, Tsunade and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo, as an advisor of Konoha and a figure of high authority, posed a dilemma should Wang decide to act against him. With Danzo now freed from Wang's grasp, the latter continued to observe the third Hokage with a playful demeanor. However, releasing Danzo did not equate to granting him freedom. Wang maintained control over him through his vital energy, smirking as he recounted, "Before my arrival in Konoha, I encountered Hanzo of the Salamander, who attacked me. Can you guess what happened?" The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, displayed a flicker of anxiety on his face as the tension he had just released returned. Although he found Danzo somewhat disagreeable, Danzo's role as an advisor was crucial for Konoha. Should Danzo perish at Wang's hands, it would represent a significant loss for the village. "Supreme One, please forgive Danzo's transgressions. I believe it was unintentional. If you would be so gracious as to spare him, we shall comply with any request you make," Hiruzen implored, bowing deeply in respect. Having learned of Hanzo's fate from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, he was acutely aware of the risks involved. The potential for Wang to inadvertently eliminate Danzo posed a monumental threat to Konoha, leaving them to ponder whether to retaliate against Wang or not. With a calm gaze fixed upon the straw-hatted Hiruzen clad in white, Wang replied indifferently, "I am open to sparing Shimura Danzo, provided that as a condition. I require all inhabitants of Konoha to assist me in gathering medicinal herbs." Momentarily taken aback, Hiruzen raised his head to gauge Wang's sincerity, realizing he was not jesting. Hiruzen nodded solemnly and inquired, "Supreme One, may I ask what specific herbs you seek?" Recalling the limited application of herbal remedies in the Hokage world, Wang contemplated and responded, "I require a variety of herbs. The rarer, the better. If you can procure herbs that meet my satisfaction, I assure you, I shall not harm Danzo's life." "Thank you, Supreme One." Hiruzen clenched his fist discreetly, releasing a quiet breath of relief. For the time being, the matter seemed settled. Yet, he could not shake the uncertainty of what might transpire if they failed to obtain herbs that pleased Wang. Would he unleash his wrath upon Danzo? In an instant, Wang Cong withdrew his true essence and unceremoniously cast Shimura Danzo aside, turning back to Ichiraku Ramen. His voice resonated in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, commanding, "Immediately summon all the ninjas of Konoha village to seek out various rare herbs. Naturally, if any extraordinary herbs are discovered, they must be brought back as well." Sarutobi Hiruzen, bowing towards Ichiraku Ramen, gazed at the trembling figure of Shimura Danzo lying on the ground and coldly remarked, "Shimura Danzo, I hope there will not be a next time. Do not let your selfish desires lead to the ruin of Konoha village. You are well aware of Lord Zun's power. If you provoke him, do you believe Konoha can withstand his wrath? Will our ninjas survive?" Shimura Danzo let out a heavy snort, laboriously rising from the ground, and coldly retorted, "Mind your own business. I am the one leading Konoha towards the light. I need not justify my actions to you." As Danzo turned to leave, a flash of anger crossed Tsunade's face. Just as she was about to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "Tsunade, immediately gather all our ninjas in Konoha to collect the herbs required by Lord Zun. No matter what they are, bring them back." He then watched Danzo's departing figure, his expression darkening. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong casually seated himself on a stool, observing the excited and exhilarated expression on Ichiraku's face, and asked, "How does it feel?" At that moment, Ichiraku quickly approached Wang Cong and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Zun." Initially, when Wang Cong had provided him with the pill, Ichiraku had been disdainful, believing it to be a deliberate act of mockery. However, to his astonishment, the pill had indeed activated his chakra particles, propelling him into an unusually heightened state. Although Ichiraku had previously been at the initial level of shadow, he was shocked to discover that he had now reached the mid-level of shadow, even nearing the pinnacle of the mid-level, merely a half-step away from the upper tier. Yet, he understood that enhancing a ninja's strength was no simple task. Otherwise, there would not be only 5 ninjas of shadow rank in the world of Naruto. Of course, Ichiraku was a unique entity, and whether other shadow-level powerhouses would emerge in the Naruto universe remained uncertain. For 30 years since achieving the shadow rank, Ichiraku had stagnated at the early stage, despite his relentless efforts. Later, he opened a ramen shop in Konoha, hoping to elevate his abilities through observing diverse individuals. Yet, many years had passed, and his cultivation still lingered at the early shadow level, yielding no progress, although he had developed remarkable ramen skills. Even when he infused chakra energy into the ramen, it transformed into something extraordinary. Wang Cong smiled gently, oblivious to the changes within Ichiraku's heart. With merely a glance at Ichiraku, I chuckled lightly, remarking, "Quite impressive. A single lark pill has enabled you to elevate your cultivation by a minor realm. However, due to the excessive impurities within your body, transitioning from the intermediate to the advanced stage may prove somewhat challenging. I would advise you to refrain from utilizing your ninja abilities during your leisure moments and instead focus on conditioning your physique to expel those impurities. In doing so, ascending to the rank of an advanced ninja will become a mere formality." Ichiraku's heart swelled with excitement. In the world of Naruto, the aspiration to become a formidable ninja is universal, and Ichiraku was no exception. The sudden revelation of a path to strength was indeed exhilarating, leading Ichiraku to regard Wang Cong as a sage. Yet, amidst Ichiraku's elation, Wang Cong furrowed his brow and unexpectedly posed a question. "You possess the strength of a Kage-level ninja, yet why did you refrain from intervening during Konoha's tribulations? Do you harbor no affection for the village?" Ichiraku was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such an inquiry from Wang Cong stammering. He found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at Wang Cong, struggling to formulate a response. Wang Cong, in turn, felt a deepening curiosity, perplexed by Ichiraku's reticence. In a world rife with conflict where several great wars had transpired, it was indeed strange that a Kage-level ninja such as Ichiraku remained in the shadows. With Wang Cong's gaze upon him, Ichiraku exhaled softly and replied, "Your Excellency. This has been a secret I have carried throughout my life, one that would have remained unspoken had you not inquired. Nevertheless, since you have asked, I shall divulge it. I do possess Kage-level strength, but in our world, there are not merely 5 such individuals. While only 5 are publicly acknowledged, there are, in fact, 81 Kage-level ninjas operating covertly. Of course, our ascension to Kage status requires us to sign a series of agreements aimed at safeguarding the world. The realm of Naruto is fraught with conflict among the 5 great nations, and external dangers loom ever closer. Those of us who have clandestinely attained Kage status are tasked with fending off these external threats." Wang Cong frowned, looking at Ichiraku with hesitation. His prior knowledge of the Naruto universe had never hinted at the existence of other worlds beyond it. The narrative presented by Ichiraku diverged significantly from the tales Wang Cong had previously encountered, leaving him intrigued yet bewildered by the mention of external dangers. "Your Excellency, I can sense your curiosity regarding my words. Allow me to show you," Ichiraku said respectfully. "Very well," Wang Cong nodded, accepting Ichiraku's offer. Curiosity about Ichiraku had blossomed within him, compelling Wang Cong to uncover the entirety of Ichiraku's story, as it was evident that Ichiraku was a concealed mastermind. Meanwhile, Wang was inwardly questioning whether his unintentional arrival in the world of Naruto had inadvertently influenced it, causing undetected changes in the once orderly realm. As Uncle Ichiraku closed the ramen shop's door, he led Wang around the establishment to its rear, where Wang scrutinized the surroundings with great care. Behind the ramen shop lay a vegetable garden, presumably cultivated by Ichiraku himself. Without pausing, Ichiraku entered the garden, reaching down to gently uproot several vegetables from the center. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, possibly induced by overwhelming tension, and meticulously clearing the surrounding soil. Under Wang's astonished gaze, Ichiraku then lifted a metal cover from the prepared ground, revealing a dark passageway. After completing this task, Ichiraku anxiously scanned the vicinity and whispered, "Esteemed Lord, let us descend." Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss, and Wang followed suit. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. However, Ichiraku produced a light source to illuminate their path. And as he observed Wang's intent to advance, he urgently cautioned, "Esteemed Lord, it is perilous ahead. We cannot proceed." Wang nodded, sensing the fluctuations around him. His mind filled with astonishment. Although Ichiraku had said little, Wang understood the significance of their location. Having progressed through the realms of cultivation, he had encountered numerous experiences. Yet, he had never anticipated the existence of a boundary hidden beneath Konoha village. This boundary, a nexus between various worlds, allowed powerful beings to traverse dimensions. It seemed that an even greater adversary lurked within the Naruto world. Returning from the garden to the front of the ramen shop, Ichiraku elaborated on the journey to becoming a Kage-level ninja, and Wang came to comprehend why Ichiraku could not engage in warfare after attaining such a status. If Ichiraku were to partake in battle, the boundary he safeguarded would shatter, raising the potential for formidable beings to emerge within the Naruto realm, an uncertain prospect. At this moment, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had gathered in Konoha village, mobilizing all ninjas to prepare ample provisions, dispersing them around the village's periphery. In the heart of Konoha, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya stood together. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya fixed their gazes upon Tsunade, for she had spent considerable time with Wang since his return after effortlessly dispatching Hanzo the salamander. They believed Tsunade would possess insight into the specific herbs Wang sought. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiraiya's eyes mirrored deep affection. While he was fully aware of Tsunade's feelings for Wang, it did not deter his own admiration for her. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Tsunade, do you know what kind of medicinal herbs the esteemed lord requires?" "I do not know," she replied. Tsunade shook her head, casting a glance at Jiraiya, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Initially, she had intended to remain close to Wang Cong, but to her dismay, she was deceived by Shimura Danzo's subordinates, leading to unforeseen events. Fortunately, Wang Cong had managed to restrain himself and did not slay Danzo. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, confronted by Jiraiya and Orochimaru's inquiries, Tsunade sighed, "I truly do not know. Ever since parting ways with the Supreme yesterday, I have not seen him, nor am I aware of any troubles he may have encountered. When we finally laid eyes on him today, as you witnessed, I had no opportunity to speak with him. Well then, Tsunade, let us unite our efforts to locate the medicinal herbs that the Supreme requires." "Agreed. We must all exercise caution." With that, the three swiftly dispersed into the distant forest from the heart of Konoha village. Meanwhile, within the dark confines of Konoha's hidden chamber, Danzo's countenance was marred by fury as he glared at his subordinates, seething with frustration. He had initially believed that capturing Wang Cong would be a simple task given his own strength. However, he had not anticipated being unable to withstand even a single exchange with Wang Cong. The humiliation was immense, and for someone of Danzo's disposition, retaliation was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smirk flickered in Danzo's eyes, hinting at a scheme for vengeance against Wang Cong. His gaze grew increasingly sinister, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence as he surveyed his subordinates, whose eyes reflected an unsettling gleam. Although Wang Cong had rescued Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade from Hanzo of the Salamander, their ties to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were tenuous at best, rendering Danzo ungrateful. Compounding his ire was the incident at Ichiraku Ramen, where he had been utterly overwhelmed, leaving his subordinates in disarray. Thus, he was resolute in his desire for revenge against Wang Cong. Currently, the ninjas of Konoha were scouring the outside for medicinal herbs. If he informed the Rain Village ninjas about this, it could potentially hinder Wang Cong's search for the herbs. With this thought in mind, Danzo's eyes glinted with a devious light as he addressed his 10 or so subordinates, speaking in a low tone. I require you to travel to the Rain Village and disseminate the news regarding the Supreme Lord's encounter with Hanzo of the Salamander. Furthermore, inform the Rain Village ninjas that the ninjas of Konoha are assisting the Supreme Lord in his search for herbs. It would be ideal if the Rain Village ninjas were to engage our Konoha ninjas. If they manage to seize the herbs we are procuring for the Supreme Lord, it would be nothing short of perfect. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates vanished in an instant. Danzo furrowed his brow, leaping into the darkness. And when he re-emerged, he found himself outside of Konoha village. He gazed in the direction of the Yile Noodle house, a flicker of hatred evident in his eyes, and subsequently dashed towards the location of Yuin village. Meanwhile, as Shimura Danzo contemplated revealing the information concerning Wang's slaying of Hanzo the Salamander, Tsunade had already led a contingent of ninjas to a desolate forest approximately several kilometers from Konohagakure. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf village, Tsunade possessed an intimate knowledge of the surrounding terrain and was acutely aware of the areas where medicinal herbs had been harvested and those that remained untouched. Although the spot where Tsunade stood was relatively close to the village, it was ostensibly a forest that should have been exploited. In truth, however, it had not been. When the medical practitioners of the Hidden Leaf village first discovered the valuable herbs within this forest, they had dispatched several ninjas to gather them. But those who ventured into the woods encountered unforeseen mishaps. Standing before this forest, Tsunade felt a deep unease. Since the forest's development began, she had never heard of anyone successfully harvesting herbs from it. Turning to the approximately 40 ninjas behind her, Tsunade's expression grew particularly grave as she instructed, "Once we enter, remain vigilant and do not act carelessly. If any situation arises, notify me immediately. Understood? I wish for the same number of individuals to return as we had upon entry." "Yes, Lady Tsunade," the ninjas replied in unison. After Tsunade waved her hand, the ninjas, one by one, leaped into the forest and vanished. Once all the ninjas had entered, Tsunade cautiously followed suit. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's teams of ninjas also appeared in their respective locations, commencing a thorough search. Gradually, some unidentified herbs began to surface. In the unknown expanse of the forest, Tsunade observed a flat patch of ground surrounded by 4 ninjas. The area before them was devoid of any plant life, yet the surrounding trees flourished vibrantly. This barren patch struck Tsunade as odd at first glance, prompting her to summon her closest subordinates for an investigation. Once the 4 ninjas produced small shovels, Tsunade gestured for them to spread out in 4 directions and commence excavating the soil on the flat surface. As they dug, a look of astonishment gradually emerged in Tsunade's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly commanded, "Stop." Instantly, the 4 ninjas halted their work, and Tsunade stepped forward, scrutinizing the earth beneath her with growing intrigue. Initially, she had merely speculated that something lay beneath the flat ground, but as the object was unearthed, an exhilarating thrill surged within her. It was an object resembling a humanoid figure, entirely enveloped in a hue of purple, possessing numerous roots, and measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a girth comparable to that of an adult man's wrist. As the surrounding soil was excavated, a rich and intoxicating fragrance began to pervade the air. With utmost caution, she approached, meticulously clearing the earth surrounding the purple herb. And a sudden spark of excitement flickered across Tsunade's face. Just from the aromatic essence wafting from it, she discerned that this was undoubtedly a valuable find. Swiftly, She gathered the herb and surveyed the flat terrain, discovering no other notable items. With a wave of her hand, her ninjas vanished once more. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had also located their respective herbs. However, an impending storm was slowly brewing, set to sweep over the multitude of ninjas from Konoha. Under the malevolent influence of Shimura Danzo, the ninjas of Amigakure had learned of the king's slaying of Hanzo of the Salamander and the efforts of Konoha's ninjas in assisting the king in his search for medicinal herbs. United by a common cause, the ninjas of Amigakure rapidly convened and set out for the locations indicated by Danzo. Fully aware that while they could not confront the king directly, they had consistently underestimated the ninjas of Konoha. As the ninjas from Amigakure arrived at the designated spots provided by Danzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru's teams had also gathered a substantial collection of herbs and were preparing to return to Konoha simultaneously, intending to present the herbs to the king in exchange for his promise not to eliminate Danzo. However, had they been aware of Danzo's ulterior motives, it was uncertain whether they would have expended such effort in gathering the herbs. Leave your herbs and depart. It may spare your lives. Just as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were animatedly discussing how to impress the king, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Who goes there? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru exchanged wary glances, their expressions reflecting profound shock as they surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, the ninjas of Konoha found themselves completely encircled, having unwittingly forgotten the lurking dangers within the forest and the threats posed by ninjas from other villages. What is happening? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru looked at one another, their eyes mirroring the same astonishment. The mission they were undertaking was supposed to be classified and executed with utmost discretion. It should not have been known to ninjas from other villages. Yet, the current predicament was bewildering. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, I advise you to surrender all the herbs in your possession to the ninjas of Konoha. Otherwise, the question of whether you can leave this place remains uncertain. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, though the individual stood right in front of them. The three felt an eerie sensation of being utterly oblivious to their presence. How can it be you, Kato? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, stepping back 2 paces, his face a mask of disbelief. How could it not be me? Kato retorted coldly, casting an icy glare at Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Upon learning of Hanzo's demise at the hands of the king, Kato, the most clandestine figure of the Rain Village, directly usurped Hanzo's position to become the new leader of Rain Village. Simultaneously, Kato harbored a profound hatred for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Had it not been for the 3 of them, Hanzo would not have perished, and the Rain Village would have thrived under his leadership. Yet, that was mere speculation. With Hanzo now deceased, Kato had no intention of sparing the inhabitants of Konoha. Despair etched on their faces, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru realized the gravity of their situation. If they were confronted by other ninjas, they might have orchestrated an escape for Konoha's forces, but facing Kato rendered even the thought of fleeing futile, especially with all the ninjas of Konoha standing behind them. What shall we do? Kato observed Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru with a hint of disdain and amusement in his eyes, coldly stating, lay down all your medicinal supplies immediately, and I may allow you to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Tsunade trembled at Kato's callous demeanor, her palms slick with cold sweat. The animosity between Konoha and Rain Village was well known, and despite Kato's assurances that surrendering their herbs would ensure their safety, neither Tsunade nor the other Konoha ninjas believed him. Keeping the herbs on their persons might deter Kato from acting, but relinquishing them would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. For the many ninjas of Konoha, the only recourse was to escape. Only by fleeing and returning to Konoha to seek the king could they hope to resolve their predicament. After exchanging glances, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade came to a silent agreement. Suddenly, Orochimaru stepped forward, his expression icy as he addressed Kato as a hidden ninja of Rain Village. You should not engage in such actions. Do you realize the calamity your actions may invoke? Ha! Kato laughed maniacally, unfazed. Orochimaru, do you believe all villages require hidden ninjas to guard them? Now that I, Kato, have dared to step forward and assume Hanzo's mantle, it signifies my readiness to confront whatever may come. You will be my first battle in this new era. The choice is yours to make. Orochimaru's countenance shifted dramatically. Turning to Jiraiya and Tsunade, he suddenly bellowed, Ninjutsu, Earth Body Replacement, Split. Ninjutsu, Great Breakthrough. In an instant, a figure resembling Orochimaru, completely composed of earth, materialized. Orochimaru's body retreated rapidly, seeking to evade the impending confrontation. A formidable storm surged toward Kato, shrouding the sky and emanating a heavy scent of malevolence. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Destruction technique. Ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, Jiraiya bellowed, his chakra swirling rapidly within him. He conjured a clone identical to himself, which was immediately engulfed in a torrential blaze directed toward Kato. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who remained stationary, bore an expression of intense anxiety, her gaze oscillating between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, while occasionally darting towards Kato. As Kato made his move, Tsunade stepped forward decisively, murmuring, "Slug." Tsunade's healing art. Instantly, through the division of the slug, Tsunade's chakra was disseminated among every ninja in Konoha. The slug's immunity to all physical attacks enabled Tsunade to cover and shield the injured, thereby minimizing the damage sustained by her comrades. In contrast, Kato displayed no fear in the face of the combined assault from the legendary three of Konoha. Instead, a glimmer of excitement danced across his features. He stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "Taijutsu, triple slash, earth release, steel piercing." Kato charged swiftly toward Orochimaru and Jiraiya, leaving behind a trail of massive, steel-like spikes erupting from the ground. Disregarding the attacks from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Kato barreled forward and appeared before Orochimaru, delivering a vicious series of kicks. With a sickening thud, Orochimaru fell to the ground, blood staining his chest, as Tsunade's healing technique enveloped him. His injuries began to mend at a visible pace. However, Kato's figure soon loomed before Jiraiya, whereupon a colossal spike shot up from the ground, startling Jiraiya and forcing him to retreat several paces. Kato swiftly executed a kick that sent Jiraiya crashing to the earth, plunging him into unconsciousness. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Kato regarded Tsunade, who was fervently tending to the injured, with a cold smile. "Tsunade, do you truly believe that relying solely on your own strength can thwart my onslaught?" At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been knocked unconscious by Kato's relentless kicks, began to regain consciousness under Tsunade's ministrations. Hearing Kato's taunt, he roared defiantly, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he positioned himself protectively in front of Tsunade. With fierce determination, he glared at Kato, seething, "Kato, you shall not harm Tsunade. Saving the damsel? That depends on whether you possess the capability to face Jiraiya." Kato shook his head, swiftly appearing before Jiraiya. With a forceful slap, he sent Jiraiya flying. In a sudden motion, Kato grasped Tsunade's hair, a cold smirk gracing his visage as he taunted, "Now, who can possibly protect you? Why, when I was conversing with you amicably, did you refuse to agree and insist on compelling me to take action? Do you not understand that even I am afraid after I take action? Cease." Jiraiya, enraged, shouted fiercely and trembled as he rose to his feet, charging forward. However, it seemed that Kato paid him no heed. Instead, he reached out to grasp Tsunade's face, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Tsunade, your figure is quite impressive. If you were to be harmed in any way, I would feel quite pained. Would you care for a taste of something different? You scoundrel, you are courting death." Jiraiya's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed at Kat, charging forward with determination. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Kat conjured a fierce tempest that sent Jiraiya hurtling through the air. In that instant, Kat's hand lunged towards Tsunade's chest, causing her to stagger backward. Consequently, Tsunade's ninjutsu was abruptly disrupted. The already disadvantaged ninjas of Konoha found themselves besieged by the forces of Amigakure, cries of despair echoing around them. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade's visage was etched with rage, her teeth clenched in a desperate desire to eliminate Kat. Bang! After Tsunade executed her ninjutsu, Kato delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, a disdainful expression gracing his face as he remarked, "You ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village dare to be arrogant before us of the Hidden Rain Village? How audacious of you." Last time, the three of you confronted the formidable Hans of the Salamander, leading to his tragic demise. Today, the three of you shall bear a heavy price for your actions. Not even divine intervention can save you. Kato wore an expression of intense arrogance. Turning to the infuriated Jiraiya beside him, he chuckled softly, "Just a moment ago, you fancied yourself a hero coming to the rescue, didn't you? You believe yourself to be quite impressive, don't you?" Bang! Stepping forward, Kato delivered a forceful kick to Jiraiya, abruptly raising his foot to tread upon Jiraiya's face. Observing the surroundings, he beheld the Leaf Village ninjas enduring the humiliation inflicted by the Rain Village ninjas. Kato let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "Indeed, today marks the end of the Leaf Village. This territory shall belong to our Rain Village." It was true that Kato possessed such strength now. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, lying on the ground, were expressions of deep frustration. Though the Leaf Village and the Rain Village ninjas had previously displayed a certain disparity in power, the gap was not insurmountable. Yet now, caught off guard and unprepared, they found themselves at the mercy of the Rain Village's sudden assault. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had never anticipated Kato's sudden emergence from the shadows of the Rain Village. At that moment, Kato crouched down and spat upon Jiraiya's face, his expression cold and menacing as he sneered. "What? Are you still unwilling to accept your fate? Believe it or not, I shall be the first to bring about your demise right here. Certainly, I can offer you an opportunity to defect from the Hidden Leaf Village. Would you be willing?" Orochimaru cast a cold gaze upon Cat. While Cat was undeniably formidable, he remained a mere triviality compared to Wang Cong. Though Orochimaru would eventually betray the Hidden Leaf Village and even instigate a war aimed at its destruction, the desire to defect that once resided in his heart had been subdued since his encounter with Wang Cong. Now, he dreamt fervently of becoming Wang Cong's disciple. Thus, when faced with Cat's threats, Orochimaru, filled with rage, declared, "You must be dreaming." "Am I dreaming?" Cat replied with a chilling smile, kicking Jiraiya aside as he approached Orochimaru step by step. Upon reaching him, Cat struck Orochimaru's chest with a punch, followed by a kick to his abdomen, all without employing any ninjutsu. With an indifferent expression, he regarded Orochimaru with disdain, saying, "Orochimaru, even at your peak, you could not withstand a single move from me. Do you truly believe that, now that I have nearly incapacitated you, you stand a chance against me?" Cat felt a surge of satisfaction within. In the past, when Hanzo of the Salamander was the leader of the Rain Village, Cat had remained hidden in the shadows, quietly guarding the unknown barrier. Now, having resolved the latent issues surrounding the Rain Village's barrier and assuming its leadership, he felt exhilarated. Observing the elite of the Hidden Leaf Village fall beneath his feet filled him with an intoxicating sense of euphoria. For reasons unknown, Cat relished this feeling. Orochimaru, his eyes ablaze with humiliation, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Cat's scorn. All of this stemmed from Cat's superior strength. Had Orochimaru possessed such power, he would not have feared Cat. The more he pondered, the more he yearned to become Wang Cong's disciple. The mere thought of Wang Cong effortlessly vanquishing Hanzo ignited a fervent passion within Orochimaru. If only Wang Cong would appear at this moment. What was Cat in comparison? Currently, the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village were besieged by those from the Rain Village, leaving them with no strength to resist. Enduring humiliation without knowing if anyone had escaped back to their village. As he watched the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf being humiliated on the ground, Cat's mood soared like an airplane, buoyed by an exhilarating sense of elation. He flitted between Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, occasionally delivering kicks and stomps, reveling in a thrill that was indescribable. Just as Cat was consumed with excitement and exuberance, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended from the heavens. A young man clad in a blue robe, with an impassive expression, descended slowly from the sky, emanating an incredibly powerful presence. "Are you quite pleased?" Wang Cong glared at the cackling Cat, his heart ablaze with fury. Earlier, while savoring ramen at a noodle shop, a ninja had appeared before Wang Cong, informing him of the current situation. This revelation filled Wang Cong with extraordinary anger. He had merely hoped to enlist the help of the numerous ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village to gather herbs, a task that should have been insignificant. Why did the ninjas from the Rain Village suddenly appear and attack the ninjas of Konoha, even including those of Shadow rank? Moreover, Wang Cong learned from one of those ninjas that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who were leading a team, had already gathered a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, including many precious materials. If these were to be seized by the ninjas of Rain Village, it would be a significant loss for Wang Cong. Contemplating this, Wang Cong, without a moment's hesitation, inquired about the precise location from that ninja and promptly set off, hovering in midair, observing the chaotic scene before him. A flicker of anger surged within his otherwise calm heart. "Who are you?" Kato, filled with excitement, suddenly froze, turning to see Wang Cong, who floated in the air. Exuding an air of superiority even greater than his own, an inexplicable wrath welled up within him. Who is this person, attempting to show off in front of me? Is he seeking death? And you? Wang Cong retorted. Although he had watched the anime Naruto extensively, the passage of years had dulled his recollection of certain characters. Thus, scrutinizing Kato closely, he could not ascertain who he was or from whence he had emerged. "I am Kato, the newly appointed leader of the Rain Village. And you? Do you wish to stand up for the ninjas of Konoha?" Kato declared. "Let me warn you, offending me, Kato, will yield no favorable outcome." If you know what is good for you, depart swiftly and avoid embarrassing yourself in my presence. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world. Wang Cong regarded Kato with a frigid gaze, perplexed by the audacity of this individual who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard Kato. His eyes roamed over the surrounding Konoha ninjas who were resisting and crying out in agony. With a mere wave of his hand, his true essence transformed into streams of energy, swiftly appearing beside each of the Konoha ninjas, propelling away the Rain Village ninjas who sought to assault them. You seek death. Kato's eyes brimmed with fury. Recently appointed as the leader of the Rain Village, Kato had found everything running smoothly, believing that he could accomplish anything with a mere gesture. Now, seeing Wang Cong, who was even more arrogant and ostentatious than himself, discomfort surged within him. Faced with Wang Cong's indifference and actions, Kato's anger intensified. This was a blatant disregard for his very existence. With a fierce glare, Kato stepped forward and bellowed, body technique, triple slash, earth release, iron spike. Enormous spikes resembling steel erupted from the ground, thrusting toward Wang Cong. In that instant, Kato's figure darted toward Wang Cong like a flash of lightning. After a flurry of afterimages, Kato suddenly found himself frozen in place, staring in astonishment at Wang Cong, who remained suspended in the void, utterly motionless. Kato was deeply shocked. Under normal circumstances, his triple slash would have incapacitated his opponent. At this moment, Kato tragically discovered that the ultimate technique he relied upon had no effect whatsoever against Wang Cong. His legs felt as though they were ensnared in a mire, moving with excruciating slowness. Conversely, Wang Cong was profoundly shaken, observing the barrier formed by his true essence. Tumultuous waves surged within him. In just 2 days, he had even taken a moment to savor ramen at a noodle shop, attempting to stave off the effects of the mandrake poison. Yet, Wang Cong realized he had underestimated the harm inflicted by the mandrake poison. His protective shield of true essence was nearly shattered by Kato's onslaught. A surge of fury ignited within Wang Cong, and with a slight motion of his hand, he seized Kato by the throat, his gaze icy as he declared, "A mere clown like you dares to covet what belongs to me? You were the one who killed Lord Mandus, Hans, were you not?" "Indeed, that was I." As Wang Cong nodded, fear finally gripped Kato's heart. He now comprehended the meaning of despair. The events unfolding before him were nothing short of dire. Kato acknowledged his own strength, yet felt a distinct gap when compared to Hans. Otherwise, Hans would not have ascended as the leader of Amigakure. As an ambitious man, Kato had adopted the philosophy of patience. He had initially intended to display his might before the people of Konoha, but never anticipated provoking such a formidable presence. Had he known Wang Cong would manifest, he would never have ventured here. "Listen, I am the newly appointed leader of Amigakure," Kato warned, his voice a facade of bravado. "I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, the valiant men of my village will not spare you." Upon learning Wang Cong's identity, Kato felt a surge of fear yet still roared defiantly, "The leader of Amigakure? Impressive, is it not?" Wang Cong merely chuckled coldly, his eyes scanning Kato with a calm detachment, shaking his head. "Do you know how Hans met his end at my hands?" Kato paused, taken aback, and shook his head in disbelief. "Allow me to enlighten you on Hans's demise." Wang Cong suddenly burst into laughter. "No," Kato cried in terror, gazing at Wang Cong. Though Wang Cong's laughter radiated a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, to Kato, it bore the visage of a demon. Especially as Wang Cong raised his hands, Kato felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing. With a swift motion, Wang Cong brought his hand down forcefully upon Kato's face. The terrifying true essence surged forth like countless silver needles, violently piercing Kato's skull. He barely had time to scream before his head was penetrated, shattering into fragments mingled with crimson blood, splattering everywhere. Yet, not a single drop of that scarlet blood marred Wang Cong's form. Lying below, the humiliated Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade felt an exhilarating satisfaction, a thrilling emotion compelling them to roar with unrestrained joy. Just moments ago, the arrogant Kato was effortlessly vanquished by Wang Cong. The ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village now gazed at Wang Cong with terror in their eyes. Confronted by his indifferent gaze, their prior arrogance evaporated, and they turned to flee. Wang Cong merely observed in silence, making no move to intervene. However, Tsunade, who lay on the ground, spoke up, "Your Excellency, they seek to seize the herbs that rightfully belong to you. You must not let them escape. If you do, they will become a scourge. Do I require your guidance in my actions?" Wang Cong suddenly lowered his head, casting a furious glance at Tsunade. She trembled at his look, her heart brimming with grievance. Yet, Wang Cong did not afford her the chance to speak further. With a wave of his hand, strands of true essence transformed into numerous small needles, swiftly pursuing the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village. Before long, anguished cries echoed through the air. After effortlessly dispatching many of the Rain Hidden ninjas, Wang Cong descended. He regarded the fallen Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade with a grave tone. I instructed the ninjas of your Leaf Village to search for medicinal herbs. This should not have been a task, but rather a matter of exchange. Why are the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village aware of this? Is there a traitor among your ranks? Faced with Wang Cong's barrage of inquiries, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru glanced at the headless Kato, then bowed their heads in unison. Indeed, from the moment Kato appeared, they were filled with suspicion. Such matters should not have drawn the attention of the Rain Hidden ninjas. Yet the presence of even a new leader like Kato was cause for concern. After Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya regained some strength, they collected all the medicinal herbs from the fallen ninjas and laid them before Wang Cong. With a flick of his hand, the herbs were gathered into his possession. Tsunade then produced a purple object resembling a humanoid figure, while Orochimaru revealed a herb that resembled a turtle shell but bloomed like a flower. Simultaneously, Jiraiya held a piece of desiccated wood, appearing as mere rot, yet filled with an unknown liquid that, despite numerous holes, did not leak. Upon observing the items in their possession, Wang Cong's heart quivered. Even with his extensive experience in the realm of cultivation, some herbs were exceedingly rare. Each item they held could incite fervor among cultivators in the realm. With a wave, he collected the items from their hands and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Then, contemplating briefly, Wang Cong conjured 3 purple pills into his hand and tossed them to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. He also produced some verdant pills for Orochimaru to distribute among the ninjas of the Leaf Village. As Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya consumed the pills and writhed on the ground, Wang Cong observed quietly from the side. After approximately 20 minutes, the 3 of them, utterly exhausted, settled down to assess their physical condition. Their faces adorned with a hint of delight. They hastily rose to their feet and bowed to Wang Cong, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed lord. Wang Cong nodded, offering no further words, and with a swift motion, vanished from their sight. Once Wang Cong departed, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. After a moment, Tsunade suddenly inquired, do you think this incident could have been orchestrated by Lord Shimura Danzo? Orochimaru and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback, casting hesitant looks at Tsunade. After all, their quest for medicinal herbs was aimed at restoring his life. He would not likely resort to such actions. We shall ascertain this upon our return to Konoha. If Lord Shimura Danzo is absent from the village, then it is undoubtedly his doing, Tsunade replied with a grim expression, her certainty palpable. As Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, accompanied by numerous ninjas from Konoha, made their way back to the village, Wang Cong had already returned to Ichiraku Ramen. Observing Ichiraku, who sat in a daze in the main hall, Wang Cong suddenly asked, Uncle Ichiraku, do you have a place for training here? Indeed, esteemed lord. Allow me to show you, Ichiraku replied, abruptly rising and leading Wang Cong to the rear of the ramen shop, near the kitchen. Ichiraku opened a concealed door and ushered Wang Cong inside, saying, esteemed lord, this is my usual training area, completely secluded. Very well. I require a period of seclusion for my cultivation. During this time, I do not wish to be disturbed, Wang Cong said gravely to Ichiraku. Rest assured. As long as I, Ichiraku, am here, no one shall interrupt your training, Ichiraku assured him, nodding emphatically and patting his chest. Upon entering the subterranean room, Wang Cong surveyed the space and nodded in satisfaction. The room spanned approximately 30 square meters with a crimson floor, aside from a bed, a table, and a few stools. It contained no other furnishings. Though simple, Wang Cong paid it no mind. However, the walls were adorned with portraits of the first and second Hokages of Konoha. Once Ichiraku exited, Wang Cong promptly closed the door and set up a barrier. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the medicinal herbs he had procured from Tsunade and the others, scattering them across the floor. He then contacted the devouring system, inquiring, System, do any of these herbs have the capacity to counteract mandragora poison? After posing the question, Wang Cong anxiously awaited a response. As the mandragora poison continued to infiltrate his system, his strength had significantly waned. In the realm of cultivation, whether in foundational building or transcending tribulations, there existed 9 distinct stages, commonly referred to as the 9 heavens. Now, Wang Cong's cultivation has fallen to the first level of the tribulation stage. If it continues to decline, his cultivation approximately 2 minutes later, the voice of the system echoed in Wang Cong's ear. Host, among these herbs, there is indeed one that can counteract the toxicity of the mandala. It resembles a flower blooming on a tortoise shell. However, it can only suppress the spread of the mandala's poison. Completely eliminating the toxin is quite challenging. I recommend that you refine it into a pill, thereby enhancing your strength while simultaneously restraining the mandala's toxicity. Otherwise, when your cultivation is reduced to the foundation building stage, even divine beings will be unable to save you. Understood. Devouring System. Upon hearing the Devouring System's advice, Wang Cong felt an acute sense of urgency. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had not practiced and had allowed the toxicity of the mandala to incessantly erode his cultivation. Now, with these herbs in hand, he intended to utilize them to augment his strength. After the Devouring System provided 2 prescriptions, Wang Cong immediately began to refine the pills. Having first created 10 pills to suppress the mandala's toxicity, he then turned his attention to concocting pills for his cultivation. Thus, Wang Cong entered a state of seclusion. Konoha village remained as tranquil as ever. However, upon the return of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to Konoha, the atmosphere within the village grew dark and solemn. As soon as Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya returned, Danzo Shimura received the news without delay. At that moment, Danzo found himself perplexed. Logically, the ninjas of the Rain village should not have allowed Tsunade and the others to escape. What was happening now? In an instant, Danzo dispatched his trusted subordinates to investigate. While Danzo sent people to ascertain the situation, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru swiftly dispatched their own agents to monitor Danzo's every move. When Wang Cong had previously rescued them, there had been moments of anger. Later, although Wang Cong rewarded them with herbs, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had discussed among themselves on their way back. Given Wang Cong's strength, as long as he remained in Konoha, he would undoubtedly be the village's anchor, ensuring that no one would dare to act against Konoha as long as he was present. Therefore, whatever the circumstances, it was imperative not to incite Wang Cong's displeasure. Earlier, when the 3 had led Konoha's ninjas to search for herbs, only the uncle at Ichiraku Ramen, their master Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo, along with the Umbu, remained in Konoha. Who could have leaked the information? The 3 were at a loss. In the heart of the village, exchanging glances, Jiraiya remarked, Tsunade, why not check with Lord Supreme? Orochimaru and I will inquire with our master. All right. After agreeing, the 3 set off on their separate paths. However, when Tsunade arrived at Ichiraku Ramen to find Wang Cong, she was informed by the owner that Wang Cong was currently in seclusion and had not been seen by anyone. Nonetheless, Tsunade decided to wait for him in the ramen shop. At that moment, in the room beneath Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong gazed in astonishment at the elixirs in his hand, his face illuminated by excitement. The 9-orifice crossing tribulation pill is a remarkable concoction meant for practitioners in the tribulation phase, capable of purging the impurities nestled within their bodies and enhancing their cultivation. Upon consuming the 9-orifice crossing tribulation pill, practitioners experience a profound transformation. Their bodies are rejuvenated, significantly improving both their capacity to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, as well as their innate comprehension. However, it is important to note that each practitioner may only partake of this extraordinary pill 9 times throughout their lifetime. Reflecting on the myriad benefits bestowed by the 9-orifice crossing tribulation pill, Wang Cong, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed all 9 pills in one go. Previously, during his time in the cultivation realm, although he was well aware of the extraordinary nature of the 9-orifice crossing tribulation pill, he had never encountered it before his ascension. Due to various circumstances, despite the Devouring System's knowledge of the pill's formula, Wang Cong had spent a considerable amount of time searching for the necessary materials in the cultivation world, but to no avail, leaving a lingering regret in his heart. Especially after arriving in the world of Naruto, he often pondered whether he would have faced such issues had he consumed the 9-orifice crossing tribulation pill during his tribulation phase. This question weighed heavily on his mind during his stay in the Naruto world. Yet, now, with his cultivation having reset to the first level of the tribulation phase, it presented an opportunity for him. After consuming all 10 of the 9-orifice crossing tribulation pills, they dissolved upon entry, transforming into a torrent of warmth that surged through his body, converting into powerful energy that fiercely coursed through his meridians. An indescribable sensation enveloped Wang Cong's heart. As the pills melded into a rich energy within him, they initially exuded a gentle warmth. However, once the effects of the pills erupted, they transformed into an overwhelming deluge. relentlessly washing over Wang Cong's body in waves. Meanwhile, Konoha village returned to its former tranquility following Wang Cong's seclusion. Even Shimura Danzo, who had entertained thoughts of mischief, suppressed his intentions. On the second day after Tsunade, gradually, the affairs concerning Wang Cong in Konoha village began to fade into obscurity. However, for Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the impact that Wang Cong had on them was far more profound than mere rumors. During this period, whenever Tsunade found herself with idle time, she would frequent the Ichiraku Ramen shop, eagerly awaiting Wang Cong's emergence from his seclusion. At times, the enticing aroma wafting from the shop was so intoxicating that it could invigorate the chakra within one's body, rendering it remarkably active. Some ninjas even utilized this opportunity to enhance their own skills. As time slipped away, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The discussions surrounding Wang Cong in Konoha had become a matter of indifference to the villagers. Yet, the Ichiraku Ramen shop remained as bustling as ever. One day, a tall figure entered the establishment, slowly taking a seat at a table and addressing the owner. "Uncle Ichiraku, a bowl of ramen, please." It was Tsunade. Initially, during Wang Cong's retreat, she had remained there in anticipation. However, after waiting for an extended period without any sign of him, she began to accept missions assigned by Konoha. Each time she completed a task, she would return to the ramen shop to wait. At that moment, two figures followed closely behind Tsunade, taking a seat beside her. They inquired, "My lord, has he not yet emerged from his seclusion?" "Not yet," Tsunade replied, shaking her head. "If my lord were to emerge, Uncle Ichiraku would surely inform us." Yet, after saying this, Tsunade lowered her gaze. Jiraiya, sitting nearby, chuckled wryly and remarked, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, do you think my lord might be in trouble? It's been half a year. No one can endure without food or water for that long." Indeed. While ninjas continuously trained from Jinin to Chunin to Kage, sustenance was essential. Without it, new energy could not be generated. Yet, over the past 6 months, they had heard from Uncle Ichiraku that Wang Cong had not consumed anything at all. Thus, Jiraiya voiced his concerns. However, Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, disapprovingly stating, "I will not allow you to speak such nonsense. My lord is a sage. Not eating or drinking for half a year, or even a year, would pose no issue." Immediately, Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged wry smiles, refraining from further discussion. Since they had ingested the elixirs given by Wang Cong, all three had made remarkable progress over the past 6 months. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had reached the pinnacle of Jounin, only a mere step away from breaking through. As their bowls of ramen were served by Uncle Ichiraku, just as he was about to leave, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Uncle Ichiraku, when will my lord emerge from his seclusion?" Hearing this, Uncle Ichiraku furrowed his brow, preparing to respond when his expression abruptly shifted. Meanwhile, in the room beneath the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Wang Cong sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut. Surrounding him was a dense concentration of spiritual energy, which continuously flowed into his body, guiding him into an enigmatic state. As Wang Cong continued to absorb the ethereal energy of heaven and earth around him, his cultivation level, initially at the first stage of tribulation, swiftly ascended to the second stage. A powerful aura erupted from him, and 3 golden lotus flowers suddenly manifested above his head. At that moment, a rich fragrance began to emanate from the golden lotus, wafting irresistibly through the barriers Wang Cong had erected with his true essence and into the nearby dining establishment. At this juncture, Wang Cong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, gently opened them. A surge of formidable energy erupted forth, akin to a tornado capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the world. Konoha village remained tranquil as its ninjas reveled in the peace. However, an unexpected tempest swept toward Konoha, transforming the previously clear skies into a tumultuous gathering of dark clouds, as if heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, as a terrifying pressure descended upon Konoha, the ninjas, who had been enjoying their serenity, rushed outside, gazing skyward at the oppressive clouds and the overwhelming aura. Many were unable to withstand the sheer weight of the pressure and collapsed to the ground. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The cries of panic shattered the tranquility of Konoha. In an instant, numerous ninjas emerged, with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the forefront, his heart tumultuous as he beheld the approaching storm clouds. Meanwhile, within a seemingly ordinary house in Konoha, a man dressed in a yellow short-sleeved shirt, white long pants, and sneakers paced anxiously outside. Inside, intermittent sounds of painful groans echoed, causing his brow to furrow with worry. As the dark clouds enveloped Konoha, A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and the father of Naruto Uzumaki, whose birth coincided with this moment. With the powerful aura sweeping over Konoha, Minato's expression shifted to one of intense urgency. Casting a glance toward the room, he took a deep breath, turned, and leaped forward, charging toward the village's entrance. Suddenly, a fierce storm erupted, crashing down with great force. A colossal figure appeared in the skies above Konoha. The Nine-Tails, Kurama. How could it be the Nine-Tails? The air was filled with gasps and cries of disbelief as the massive form of Kurama loomed over Konoha, its 9 tails swaying like serpents, crowned by a formidable spike that seemed capable of piercing the very heavens. Its 4 legs, each the size of a 30-square-meter dwelling, were covered in a dense array of scales, while its feet glimmered with a chilling light, the claws appearing particularly sharp. As the formidable figure of the Nine-Tails, Kurama, materialized before the village of Konoha, it coincided perfectly with the arrival of the beast. The colossal body, the glimmering claws, and the spikes protruding from its head all served as testament to its immense power. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the silhouette of Kurama hovered above Konoha, unleashing a piercing roar. In an instant, the gathered ninjas, acting on instinct, surged forward without a moment's hesitation. However, Kurama countered by exhaling a breath that resembled an overwhelming tempest, sweeping outward in all directions. Those who had charged at the Nine-Tails were instantly struck down. In the blink of an eye, 30% of Konoha's structures lay in ruins due to that single breath, and dozens of ninjas perished at the hands of Kurama. "You shall pay for this," yelled Minato Namikaze, his voice resonating with fury as a tempestuous aura erupted from him. Ninjutsu, Rasengan. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. As chakra energy converged in his hands, Minato propelled himself towards Kurama, while the long sword in his grasp transformed into numerous blades, all aimed at the beast. In that moment, the light of the world seemed to dim. Yet, at that very instant, a figure appeared before Minato's home, shrouded in a black mask, emanating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, a bright wailing echoed from within Minato's house. Engaged in battle with Kurama, Minato abruptly turned to see the masked figure pushing open his door. Anxiousness surged within him, prompting an explosive roar of rage. With swift movements, several figures emerged beside Kurama, their swords plunging fiercely into the beast's body. Seizing the opportunity created by the intense backlash, Minato dashed towards his home. As he landed at his doorstep, he found the masked man holding Kushina Uzumaki captive. "Let her go?" Minato bellowed, his fury palpable as he rushed forward. Sealing technique, for symbol seal. In that instant, chakra energy surged forth from Minato, entwining itself around the masked man and Kushina. Suddenly, the man relinquished his grip on Kushina and withdrew. Minato rushed forward to embrace Kushina. Worry etched on his face as he called out her name twice, only to receive no response, just as he intended to carry her back home. A wave of terrifying energy erupted from Kushina. At that moment, the Nine-Tails, Kurama, hovering above the village of Konoha, suddenly erupted with rage. Its colossal form surged directly towards the heart of the village, as numerous ninjas rushed forward, crashing to the ground one after another. Kurama's massive body loomed ominously above Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. In an instant, the chakra energy concealed within Kushina's being swiftly vacated her body, devoured by the soaring Nine-Tails. "Damn you!" Minato Namikaze cried out in anguish, abruptly releasing Kushina from his embrace and darting towards Kurama. Sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. He bellowed, his voice piercing the air as his form levitated above Konoha, motionless yet resolute. At that moment, one could distinctly observe Kurama's body trembling violently. In mere minutes, Kurama's form suddenly stilled, causing Minato to shudder. Wah! He expelled a copious amount of crimson blood, plummeting towards the ground. With a thud, Minato fell, trembling twice before succumbing to an eerie stillness. At that juncture, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, revealed a flicker of fury in his eyes. Initially, he had believed that Minato's capabilities were sufficient to seal the Nine-Tails. However, he was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of Kurama, which rendered Minato's efforts futile and ultimately led to his demise. "Damn you!" Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, his voice echoing in desperation as he floated in midair, joined by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and even Danzo Shimura, all confronting the Nine-Tails. A torrent of terrifying energy erupted from them, filling the air with palpable tension. Suddenly, a stream of molten-like substance erupted from Kurama's maw, raining down upon Konoha as if the village were besieged by a deluge of lava. Within Ichiraku Ramen, Uncle Ichiraku's face was etched with profound anxiety and concern. The situation had spiraled beyond all expectations. He was uncertain whether the forces of Konoha could withstand Kurama's furious onslaught. Initially, Uncle Ichiraku had contemplated joining the fray to protect the village. Yet, with Wang Cong still ensconced in the lower chambers, he hesitated to leave. Should anything happen to Kurama that might disrupt Wang Cong's seclusion, he could scarcely fathom how to explain it to him. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to prioritize Wang Cong's safety. Meanwhile, Kurama's form suddenly expanded significantly, emitting radiant streams of diverse energies that erupted from its being, plunging the entirety of Konoha into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, even lost an arm in the chaos. The colossal form of the Ninetales, Kurama, loomed in the void, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if it could shatter the very heavens above. Waves of potent energy erupted from Kurama's being, and gradually, bolts of lightning began to surge forth, unleashing a ferocious tempest that relentlessly battered the village of Konoha below. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire village was subjected to a relentless bombardment, akin to the onslaught of missiles. Within the blink of an eye, over 70% of the structures lay in ruins. Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was consumed by a tumult of rage and despair at the sight before him, a catastrophic blow to Konoha. The village was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Ninetales. The shinobi who had followed him were either gravely injured or perished, with but a few capable of standing. Was this truly the end for Konoha? Hiruzen's eyes were filled with profound despair as he bellowed. As his words echoed, an immense surge of energy radiated from him, his disheveled hair flying as he prepared to charge forth. However, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade swiftly intervened, shaking their heads in unison. Master, preserve the living. There is no need to rush to our demise. We must protect those who remain and seek an opportunity for resurgence, Jiraiya advised. Indeed, Master, we must not act impulsively. Our immediate priority is to evacuate Konoha and find a place of refuge where we can recuperate and strategize for our revival, Tsunade added, her tone resolute. Under the comforting gazes of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, Hiruzen gradually tempered his fervor. Gazing at the fallen shinobi, Hiruzen suppressed his fury and turned to the tumultuous form of Kurama, which radiated a formidable energy and spewed molten lava. With a grave tone, he commanded, "All members of Konoha, evacuate immediately." As Hiruzen's voice resonated, the remaining shinobi assisted their injured comrades, moving step by step towards the outskirts of Konoha. The overwhelming force unleashed by Kurama had already ravaged the village. The fleeing ninjas harbored a deep-seated reluctance to abandon their home. The chaos wrought by Kurama was undoubtedly a cataclysmic blow to Konoha, leaving many to wonder how long it would take for the village to regain its former vitality. At that moment, within the humble confines of Ichiraku Ramen, as the proprietor prepared to close for the day, a sudden creak echoed in his ears. Startled, he turned to see the figure of Wang Cong emerging from the kitchen. A surge of joy illuminated Ichiraku's face as he inhaled deeply, addressing Wang Cong with reverence. "My lord." With that exclamation, Ichiraku fell to his knees before Wang Cong, his eyes brimming with urgent desperation. "My lord, I implore you, please save Konoha." "Save Konoha? What has transpired?" Suddenly, Wang Cong, who had just concluded his meditation to solidify his cultivation, was engulfed in confusion. Had something extraordinary transpired in Konoha during his brief seclusion? The chaos of the Ninetales had erupted, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had already fallen in battle. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had led the remaining ninjas of Konoha in a retreat, seeking a new refuge. "Majestic Lord, I know you possess the power to save Konoha. I implore you to rescue our village." The turmoil of the Ninetales? A wave of bewilderment washed over Wang Cong as he grappled with the gravity of the situation. Emerging from his sanctuary, he had been unaware of the devastation that had befallen Konoha, obstructed by the barrier he had casually set. As he conversed with Uncle Ichiraku, a palpable sense of dread gripped him. It felt as though meteors were striking the very ground of Konoha, sending tremors through his being. In an instant, Wang Cong appeared above Konoha, witnessing the Ninetales, Kurama, hovering ominously, wreaking havoc upon the village. A throng of ninjas was hastily retreating from the scene. "Damn it!" Wang Cong's icy voice resonated as if it had descended from the heavens. In that moment, both the fleeing villagers and the Ninetales, who was intent on obliterating Konoha, found themselves frozen in shock, gazing at Wang Cong clad in a flowing azure robe, his complexion radiant as jade, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. His tall figure exuded an overwhelming aura, and although he stood alone above Konoha, he possessed an indomitable presence, as if he could single-handedly confront an army. Simultaneously, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others lingered at a distance, captivated by the scene before them, their hearts filled with fervent anticipation. Despite Wang Cong's absence for 6 months, his appearance ignited immediate recognition and excitement among Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Roar! As the Nine Tails confronted Wang Cong, a more ferocious energy erupted from its being. The lightning that had previously crackled around it now enveloped it in a blinding aura, striking down with relentless fury. In that instant, terrifying bolts of electricity surged toward Wang Cong. A look of profound disdain crossed Wang Cong's face as he calmly shook his head, allowing the lightning to converge upon him. He slowly extended a hand, gently grasping forward. Those witnessing this scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the other ninjas of Konoha, stood in stunned silence. They had previously felt the immense power of that lightning, yet now Wang Cong dared to catch it with his bare hand. Was this not a death wish? Had the majestic savior they had envisioned succumbed to folly? As the crowd teetered on the edge of disbelief, they held their breath in anticipation. Regarded by many as a fool and troubled soul, Wang Cong astonishingly grasped the countless electric shocks in his hands. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, those terrifying electric shocks were seamlessly integrated into his being. In that fleeting moment when the electricity coursed through him, a look of shock crossed Wang Cong's face, revealing a flicker of astonishment. The mandragora poison, which had been suppressed by the elixir, was unexpectedly partially dismantled by the electric shocks. Though the effect was minimal, it was indeed significant. At that moment, Wang Cong's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at the Nine-Tails Kai-Bai, his heart brimming with intense shock and joy. The electric energy emitted by the Kai-Bai had the capacity to decompose the mandragora poison within his body, a possibility Wang Cong had never anticipated. With each wave of electric shocks crashing upon him, he wasted no opportunity to absorb the energy, his gaze toward the Kai-Bai filled with profound delight. However, after enduring 10 consecutive shocks, Wang Cong was disheartened to discover that the electricity could no longer break down the mandragora poison. Nevertheless, he felt exhilarated. As long as something capable of countering the poison existed in this world of Naruto, he would go to any lengths to seek it out. With a calm demeanor, he gazed steadily at the Nine-Tails Kai-Bai, took a deep breath, and a glint of determination shone in his eyes. He knew that the Kai-Bai possessed not just one, but 9 different chakra energies. Could it be that each of these chakra energies held the key to eradicating the mandragora poison within him? With this thought in mind, he resolved to experiment further. With a slight wave of his hand, a formidable essence transformed into a long blade, which he then swung fiercely toward the Kai-Bai's massive tail. In an instant, the tail, crackling with lightning, was severed by Wang Cong's strike. A furious roar erupted from the Kai-Bai, its form expanding exponentially as it opened its gaping maw. Intent on devouring Wang Cong, a wave of destructive energy surged forth from the Kai-Bai, prompting gasps of alarm from the onlookers. In that moment, Wang Cong was consumed by the Kai-Bai's insatiable hunger. Supreme Lord, no, this cannot be. The cries of disbelief echoed through the heavens. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shimura Danzo wore expressions of profound disappointment as they beheld the colossal Kai-Bai hovering in the void. Initially, they had believed that Wang Cong would effortlessly vanquish the creature. Yet, to their astonishment, the Kai-Bai had suddenly grown immensely powerful, swallowing Wang Cong whole. Flee! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale with terror as he suddenly shouted, turning to escape. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, gazing at the Nine-Tails Kurama floating in the sky, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Father, do you see the fear reflected in the eyes of that Nine-Tails?" Fear? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. To be honest, as he scrutinized the Nine-Tails for a considerable time, he found no trace of fear within its gaze. Just then, Shikamaru Nara, standing nearby, exclaimed with delight, "Look!" Instantly, as soon as his words fell, a brilliant radiance erupted from the back of Kurama, illuminating the surroundings with extraordinary brilliance. As it gracefully floated in the sky, its pristine azure robe seemed untouched, exuding an air of elegance and ethereality. The Nine-Tails Kurama was but a shadow of its former self. Wang Cong, with a calm demeanor, regarded the Nine-Tails, now penetrated by his essence, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. When Kurama had initially devoured Wang Cong, he had been caught off guard. never anticipating that the beast would consume him so directly. Yet, Wang Cong did not resist. He allowed himself to be engulfed, subsequently obliterating Kurama's vitality. At that moment, Wang Cong still held within his grasp a purer essence of energy. If his memory served him correctly, what Naruto needed was a perfect fusion with the Nine Tails. Contemplating this, Wang Cong's gaze drifted to a particular spot, but after a brief assessment, he turned to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others, saying, "The turmoil of the Nine Tails has been quelled. You may now establish your homes here without the need to leave. Thank you, esteemed lord." In unison, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, the numerous ninjas bowed deeply to Wang Cong. However, Wang Cong paid little heed to their gazes. With a simple turn, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Naruto's home. Observing the lifeless forms of Kushina, Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze on the ground, Wang Cong waved his hand, and a surge of true essence manifested, ensuring the two were laid to rest peacefully before he entered the room. The sound of a baby's wail resonated in Wang Cong's ears, causing a moment of helplessness to flicker across his face. Upon emerging from his seclusion and hearing news of Naruto, he had fleetingly contemplated taking the child as his disciple. However, it was only upon arriving here that he remembered Naruto had just been born, merely an infant. Gazing at the soul of Kurama in his possession, Wang Cong approached the bedside. The little one lay there, swathed in a blue blanket, filthy, and exuding a strong scent of blood. After a careful inspection, Wang Cong waved his hand, infusing a pure essence of energy into Naruto's body. As this energy coursed through him, Wang Cong then directed his attention to the soul of Kurama. Under Wang Cong's scrutiny, the spirit of Kurama began to tremble violently. "I now grant you a choice, submit or perish." Suddenly, as Wang Cong's voice fell, the already trembling spirit of the Nine Tails trembled even more intensely. Its eyes fixed on Wang Cong, filled with profound fear. With little choice left, the Nine-Tail spirit chose to submit. Wang Cong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. In my former kingdom, we have a saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. You have done well. Look at the little one lying on the bed. From this day forth, he shall be my Wang Cong's ward, and you shall become his destined spirit beast. Do you have any objections? If you are unwilling to comply, I can easily send you to meet the king of hell." At that moment, the Nine Tails dared not offer any resistance and nodded in acquiescence. Though becoming a child spirit beast was an inherent humiliation for the powerful Nine Tails, the thought that this infant, upon birth, would possess such a formidable master made the role seem less unappealing. However, Wang Cong did not concern himself with the thoughts of the Nine Tails. With a slight movement of his hands, a terrifying surge of true essence enveloped the Nine Tails, slowly guiding its spirit toward Naruto's forehead. As the Nine-Tail spirit approached Naruto's head, Wang Cong's cold voice echoed in the Nine-Tail's ear. "Nine Tails, I expect you to cooperate fully with this fusion. Do not let me down." With the Nine-Tail spirit fully infused into little Naruto's body, Wang Cong exhaled softly, relieved. He cradled Naruto in his arms, who ceased his cries. Observing this scene, Wang Cong nodded and a faint smile graced his cheeks before he turned to leave. At Ichiraku Ramen, upon Wang Cong's return, he was met by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Danzo Shimura. The sight of the child in Wang Cong's arms left everyone momentarily stunned. However, Sarutobi, being a seasoned individual, bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, thank you for coming to the aid of Konoha village. Otherwise, our ninjas would be left to wander the world. No need for formalities." Wang Cong waved his hand, his expression calm. "Since I reside in Konoha, I shall naturally protect its safety. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Taken aback by Wang Cong's sudden dismissal, Sarutobi paused for a moment before offering a wry smile and inquiring, "Your Excellency, does the child in your arms require our care?" At this, Wang Cong was momentarily taken aback. Although he had brought Naruto back, he was unsure how to care for a child. He nodded slowly. "Indeed, he needs care. But I believe Ichiraku would be more interested in this matter. What do you say, Ichiraku?" Originally, Wang Cong had intended to ask Sarutobi to arrange for two people to care for Naruto, but upon considering Ichiraku, he felt it would be a splendid solution to entrust Naruto's care to him. Consequently, after Wang Cong spoke, all eyes turned toward Ichiraku. In an instant, Ichiraku was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recollected the smile that had graced Wang Cong's face moments prior. Hastily nodding, he assured, "Rest assured, esteemed master, I shall take excellent care of this little one. Yes, he is my disciple, and I have named him Naruto." "What? Esteemed master, he is your disciple?" A chorus of astonished gasps erupted within the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Indeed, I intend to take him as my disciple. However, it all hinges upon whether he possesses the requisite abilities, Wang Cong remarked, his expression calm as he sat at the table. Ichiraku then turned and made his way into the kitchen. Observing Wang Cong's disinclination to converse further, Sarutobi and the others slightly bowed before departing. Only Tsunade remained. Esteemed master. Thank you, she said earnestly, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she gazed at Wang Cong. During the chaotic rampage of the Nine Tails in Konoha, Tsunade could think of no one who could save the village other than Wang Cong. When Sarutobi announced the evacuation of Konoha, she fervently wished for Wang Cong's timely arrival. Fortunately, he did appear, fulfilling her heartfelt desire. Wang Cong turned to Tsunade, slightly furrowing his brow. He could discern her intentions through her gaze. Yet, he harbored no particularly special feelings towards her. After a brief contemplation, he casually tossed her a pill, saying, "Take this and cultivate diligently. I hope that when you next stand before me, you will have attained the level of a Kage-class ninja." What? Tsunade's face flickered with astonishment as she stared at Wang Cong in disbelief. Do you doubt my words? As Tsunade departed with the pill in hand, she felt a surge of excitement. She had never anticipated that Wang Cong would bestow upon her another elixir to enhance her skills. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Cong gently shook his head, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Naruto in his arms, feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If memory served him correctly, it was originally Minato Namikaze who had sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto. Yet now, he was merging the Nine Tails into Naruto's being. Wang Cong eagerly anticipated the transformations this would bring to Naruto. This was precisely why he had considered taking Naruto as his apprentice. Currently, while the mandala poison within him had been somewhat mitigated, it still posed a significant challenge. He understood well that as long as the mandala poison was unresolved, he would be unable to leave the world of Naruto. Even if he traversed the spatial passage to ascend to the celestial realm, he would still be susceptible to the intrusion of the mandala poison, potentially leading him into other worlds. Therefore, if Wang Cong wished to depart from the Naruto world and ascend to the celestial realm, he must first eradicate the mandala poison. Unbeknownst to him, the time required to eliminate the mandala poison was uncertain. However, relying solely on his own strength to search for the necessary herbs within the realm of Naruto would undoubtedly be aimless, potentially resulting in wasted time without any guarantee of success. Just as on that day when Wang Cong had recently arrived in the Naruto world and encountered Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan in Konoha village, taking them as his subordinates. Considering the passage of time, they must have grown to a certain level of prowess, though it remained unclear how they fared in the Land of Rain. Now, Wang Cong had decided to take Naruto as his disciple, and this decision was born from a particular intent. Suppressing his complex thoughts, he gazed at the radiant bowl of ramen presented by Ichiraku. A smile graced his face as he entrusted Naruto to Ichiraku and began to savor the ramen, relishing the comforting sensation of the warm noodles filling his stomach, allowing him to exhale softly in relief. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Konoha village had resolutely refused outside communication, wholly engrossed in the task of rebuilding their homeland. Meanwhile, the capital of the Land of Rain had also barred ninjas from assisting in Konoha's reconstruction efforts. The incident of the Nine Tails assault on Konoha had reverberated throughout the Fire Nation. Nevertheless, upon learning that Konoha had vanquished the Nine Tails, many ninja clans that had intended to take advantage of the chaos hesitated to act against Konoha. Moreover, Konoha had declared a state of closure, and any ninja clan that entered Konoha's territory without permission would face severe retaliation, a fact acknowledged by the Land of Rain. Among the most significant changes in Konoha was Tsunade. After consuming the elixir handed to her by Wang Cong, she soon experienced a breakthrough to the level of Hokage, becoming the 5th Hokage and earning the love of Konoha's villagers. Her deeds during this time had spread widely throughout the village. The call to return Wang Cong and his efforts to ensure the safety of Konoha, allowing its citizens to remain in their homeland, resonated deeply with the populace, solidifying Tsunade's position as the 5th Hokage. Time flew swiftly, and seasons passed like a melody. In the blink of an eye, for springs and autumns had come and gone. At Konoha's Ninja Academy, a small boy dressed in white shorts, a short-sleeved shirt, and black sneakers dashed out from the school. He was not particularly tall, standing at roughly 100 centimeters, and appeared somewhat shy, lowering his head and blushing when spoken to, exuding an adorable charm. Following closely behind him was a child clad in a black-collared long-sleeved shirt and black shorts, bearing the Uchiha clan's fan insignia on his back. Beside the boy stood a girl in a black dress with a ponytail, her vibrant pink hair radiating youthful energy, her demeanor exuding joy. This girl was none other than Haruno Sakura. The boy running ahead is Naruto. Within the confines of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the three are considered close friends. However, in comparison to Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, Naruto exhibits a pronounced sense of inferiority and shyness. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto waved goodbye to Sasuke and Sakura before stepping inside. Upon entering the establishment, he approached the owner, Tucci, extending his hand and greeting Uncle Tucci. Tucci nodded, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair, and with a gentle smile inquired, "Have you been well behaved at school, little Naruto?" "I've been very good," Naruto cheerfully replied. Suddenly, he playfully pinched Tucci's cheeks, prompting a hearty laugh from the ramen chef. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you," Tucci offered. "Uncle Tucci, I want noodles that shine like my master-s," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire. However, as his words faded, Tucci shook his head, gently admonishing, "Little Naruto, your master's noodles are meant for adults. You cannot have them. They might upset your stomach. You must be obedient." Naruto nodded in resignation, resting his head on the table. "All right then." At that moment, Wang Cong ascended the stairs. Over the past 4 years, his cultivation had steadily progressed. Although part of his energy was devoted to suppressing the mandala poison, he had reached the 3rd level of tribulation. Had it not been for the poison, which hindered his ascension, he would have likely achieved a higher state by now. As he settled down in front of Naruto, the young boy leaped from his seat and rushed into Wang Cong's embrace, nuzzling against him before asking with confusion, "Master, I keep feeling a voice within me trying to speak, but it never responds when I ask." "What?" Wang Cong was taken aback, looking at Naruto with astonishment. When Wang Cong infused the 9 tails, Kurama, into Naruto's body, it fully merged with him and fell into a deep slumber. Wang Cong had surmised that Kurama would only manifest its attributes when Naruto reached 6 or 7 years of age. Yet, Naruto was not yet 5 and could already hear Kurama's call. Wang Cong placed his hand on Naruto's head and, after a moment of contemplation, gently patted him, saying, "It's nothing to worry about. That is your innate spirit beast. Once you attain a certain level of strength, you will be able to summon it. At that time, you shall become the champion of Konoha." "Really? Master?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation, spending his days in the ramen shop. Hearing stories of others embarking on missions and adventures filled him with excitement, igniting his desire to become a ninja and contribute to Konoha. Now that he was enrolled in the Ninja Academy, Naruto was diligently striving towards that goal. As a bowl of ramen was served by Ichiraku, Wang Cong observed Naruto's departure and fell into contemplation. At that moment, Ichiraku, standing beside him, remarked, "My lord, have you noticed that while Naruto is quite clever, he possesses a rather timid demeanor?" Wang Cong nodded in agreement, having some understanding of Naruto's character. What Naruto currently lacked was a boost in self-confidence. Wang Cong pondered how he might enhance Naruto's assurance. Suddenly, he recalled Uchiha Sasuke, a student at the Konoha Ninja Academy, who could potentially elevate Naruto's confidence. Though Naruto had been cared for by Wang Cong and Ichiraku since birth, his personality mirrored the circumstances depicted in the original Naruto series, marked by insecurity. Despite Naruto believing he performed well at the academy, his peers often viewed him as a hindrance, slow in his studies. While he had a couple of close friends, he rarely had the opportunity to speak in comparison to Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Wang Cong contemplated the implications of altering Naruto's character. What developments might arise from such changes? Currently, Naruto was still studying the ninjutsu of the Naruto world, but under Wang Cong's guidance, the techniques had evolved beyond ordinary ninjutsu, differing only slightly from the essence of cultivators. While Wang Cong was deep in thought, Ichiraku continued, "My lord, perhaps Naruto's lack of parental figures during his childhood has affected him. Although we treat him well, the other children at the Ninja Academy, through their careless remarks, may influence Naruto's mindset. I wonder if we might enhance Naruto's confidence through other means, allowing him to feel exceptional." Wang Cong nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I believe Naruto must envy the prowess of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, as both have consistently received praise from their teachers since their time at the academy. Should Naruto manage to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, it would undoubtedly signify tremendous progress for him." Ichiraku was taken aback by this suggestion. Having watched Naruto grow since childhood and having taught him many things, he was acutely aware of Naruto's capabilities. In comparison to Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Naruto's strength fell significantly short. To challenge Uchiha Sasuke would be an exercise in futility, potentially undermining Naruto's confidence further. With this in mind, Ichiraku shook his head at Wang Cong, saying, "My lord, that would be quite unfair to Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's abilities far exceed Naruto's level. To pit Naruto against him would only lead to humiliation, severely damaging his self-esteem. I do not recommend this approach, my lord." After 4 years of coexistence, Ichiraku has completely regarded Naruto as his own child. Thus, he would never permit any harm to befall him. Moreover, Ichiraku has gained a certain understanding of Wang Cong's character. With a gentle smile, Wang Cong looked at Ichiraku and shook his head, saying, "I merely suggested that Naruto challenge Uchiha Sasuke. I did not imply that he should do so immediately. During this period, I intend to personally guide Naruto." Ichiraku stared at Wang Cong in utter shock, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Ever since Wang Cong took residence at Ichiraku's noodle shop, Ichiraku felt his own strength steadily increasing. Occasionally, even the slightest guidance from Wang Cong proved immensely beneficial to him. The prospect of Wang Cong personally instructing Naruto left Ichiraku in a state of bewilderment. After more than 4 years of recuperation and rebuilding, Konoha village has regained a vibrant vitality. Under the efforts of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and the village advisor, Danzo Shimura, Konoha has established its own elite ninja teams, claiming to possess the strongest ninja army in the world of Hokage. However, not far from Konoha lies the Rain village, which has been plunged into chaos for 2 years following the demise of its leaders, Hanzo the Salamander and the newly appointed leader, Kato, at the hands of Wang Cong. During this tumultuous period, Rain Village, despite its abundance of talent, has lacked high-level power. 2 years ago, 3 young boys emerged in Rain Village. Initially, these boys were not well received by the local ninjas, who sought to suppress them at every turn. Yet, undeterred by the adversities imposed by the ninjas, these boys continued to flourish, transforming from obscurity into prominent figures within Rain Village. The turmoil that engulfed the village was ultimately quelled by the trio, led by Yahiko. Although Yahiko had not reached the level of a Kage, he became the village leader, earning the respect of all. Following Yahiko's ascension, the other 2 members of the trio, Nagato and Conan, were appointed as deputy village leaders. In the 2nd month after Yahiko became the leader, with the proposals from Nagato and Conan, Yahiko held a vote to re-establish an organization within Rain Village, which was named Guardians of the Supreme. At that time, the villagers were unaware of whom the Guardians of the Supreme were meant to protect. However, under Yahiko's strong leadership, no one dared to oppose the formation of the organization, which replaced the Akatsuki that Yahiko had previously established. This may very well have been a pivotal moment in the trio's destinies. Nevertheless, after the establishment of the Guardians of the Supreme, the members of Rain Village found themselves significantly weakened after 2 years of chaos, with many matters descending into inexplicable predicaments. Yahiko was acutely aware that Rain Village was in dire need of ninjas. At this moment, in the central chamber of Rain Village, where the village leader resides, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan sat together, exchanging glances. Mayahiko took a deep breath and said, "Conan, Nagato, after 4 years of rigorous training, we have evolved from Genin to the current rank of Jainin. However, we still stand a step away from achieving the status of Kage. And the path to surpassing that level will not be as straightforward as we might wish. When the Esteemed One accepted us as his servants, though he imparted no specific instructions, I believe we all understand the implications in our hearts. Do you think the Esteemed One, after bestowing upon us his teachings, has vanished?" Nagato questioned, perplexed. Yet, simultaneously, Conan and Mayahiko shot Nagato a fierce glare, declaring in unison, "Nagato, do not entertain such thoughts in the future. Now that we are Jainin, consider how 5 years ago, in the presence of the Esteemed One, even a mere hint of his aura was enough to render us powerless. Do you truly believe such a formidable being could simply disappear? I suspect we have yet to reach the level he requires of us, which is why he has not sought us out. However, this also presents us with an opportunity, a chance to showcase our abilities." Mayahiko continued, after a brief pause, "Nagato, Conan, I believe the techniques imparted to us by the Esteemed One are fundamentally distinct from those learned by other ninjas. When it comes to unleashing chakra energy, we can do so effortlessly, and the chakra within us is far more abundant than that of others. Have you not noticed that other ninjas require a process to channel their chakra, while we do not?" Nagato and Conan exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, they recognized the truth in his words. However, they remained uncertain as Mayahiko transitioned from discussing the desire to impress the Esteemed One to the topic of training. Addressing their confusion, Mayahiko inhaled deeply. Since we pledged to serve the Esteemed One, we must fulfill our duties as servants, having established the organization to protect the Esteemed One. Our primary task now is to cultivate its strength. I have also contemplated simplifying the techniques taught to us and sharing them with more members who join our cause, so they too can serve the Esteemed One diligently. In agreement, Conan and Nagato nodded. Mayahiko smiled gently before continuing. Furthermore, there is one more matter I need to discuss. As he spoke, his expression turned grave. He scrutinized Conan and Nagato before stating, I require you to infiltrate other villages, starting from the grassroots level, to expand the strength of our organization. What? In an instant, Nagato and Conan gasped in shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief and confusion. The task of infiltrating other villages was no mere A, B, C, or even S-level mission. It was an SSS-level undertaking. Could such a task even be accomplished? Mayahiko, observing their astonishment, refrained from responding immediately, instead allowing them ample time to process the gravity of what he had proposed. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Nagato and Conan regained their composure, Yahiko spoke with a grave demeanor. This is no less than an SSS-level mission. If we succeed, we shall alter the course of history and become the objects of admiration for many ninjas. Conan, Nagato, do not forget that we are servants of the Supreme Lord. He possesses immense power, and if we do not perform exceptionally, we shall surely incur his disdain. Nagato and Conan exchanged glances. Conan then spoke, Yahiko, even if Nagato and I manage to infiltrate other villages, how shall we cultivate the protection of the Supreme's influence? After all, each village harbors its own secret organizations, and any deviation in our behavior could lead to dire consequences. Although Conan did not articulate the latter part of her thought, Yahiko understood her concern. With a gentle smile, he replied, I am aware that certain actions, once undertaken, will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. Ever since we received the Supreme Lord's legacy and became his servants, I have pondered this issue. After much contemplation, I have come to realize that we three require a leader and 2 hidden companions. Thus, upon our arrival at the Hidden Rain village, I have been diligently working towards this goal. Currently, while the entire Hidden Rain village is aware of our trio, if you two venture out separately, the ninjas there will have no inkling of your identities. What? In that instant, Nagato and Conan were utterly astonished, unable to believe Yahiko's words. Without hesitation, they dashed out of the room. As Yahiko watched their departing figures, a resolute gleam flickered in his eyes. Whenever he thought of Wang Feng's imposing presence emanating an aura of terror, his heart brimmed with longing. From the moment he met Wang Feng, Yahiko understood his aspirations. Strength, he yearned for formidable power to walk in the footsteps of Wang Feng. Having become Wang Feng's servant, he could not afford to diminish his own worth. The thought of being cast aside due to insufficient effort was deeply distressing, and Yahiko sought to avoid such a fate. About half an hour later, when Conan and Nagato returned, their faces still bore expressions of shock. Just as Yahiko had stated, no ninja in the Hidden Rain village recognized them. Both Conan and Nagato were baffled, wondering why this was the case. Since their arrival, they had done everything together, and now such an occurrence was perplexing. Could it be that the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village possessed transparent vision? As Conan and Nagato's confusion lingered, Yahiko suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, 2 boys of similar stature to Nagato and Conan emerged from the inner room. Bowing respectfully to Yahiko, they exclaimed, Lord Yahiko. Yahiko nodded and smiled gently at Conan and Nagato, saying, Now do you understand? These 2 have been assuming your identities within the Hidden Rain village. It is precisely for this reason that the ninjas of Amigakure remain unknown to you. Therefore, regardless of which ninja village you both venture to in the future, your identities shall remain unblemished. Conan, Nagato, we are no longer mere ninjas, but rather exalted servants. If we aspire to earn the Supreme's acknowledgement and avoid being cast aside, we must demonstrate sufficient worth. Without such value, do you truly believe the Supreme would take notice of us? Conan and Nagato fell silent, pondering his words. Yahiko inhaled deeply and continued, During this time, I have meticulously analyzed the circumstances surrounding the various nations in their respective ninja villages. Due to the conflict between Hanzo of the Salamander and Konoha's leaders, both Hanzo and Kato were vanquished by the Supreme, a fact well known to all. This leads me to wonder whether the Supreme from Konoha is indeed the one who imparted to us the techniques that have bestowed us with our current prowess. Therefore, regardless of whether that esteemed figure from Konoha is our master, we must categorically avoid Konoha. You two cannot venture there and must select another village instead. Conan, Based on my analysis, you may proceed to the village hidden in the mist. Although our ninjutsu does not encompass anything related to mist. Do not forget that after acquiring the techniques bestowed by the Supreme, the chakra within us can be transformed into various elemental forms at will. The strength of the village hidden in the mist ranks just below that of Konoha. If we can integrate the ninjas of the mist into the organization dedicated to protecting the Supreme, I am certain the Supreme will be pleased with our actions. As Yahiko spoke, Nagato, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a while, he addressed Yahiko. Yahiko. Our village is situated at the epicenter of conflict among the great nations. Each time turmoil arises, Amigakure is the first to bear the brunt. Thus, I believe we should not confine ourselves solely to the land of fire. Perhaps we could consider residing in the land of water, the land of wind, the land of earth, or even the land of lightning, as such a spread would be beneficial. Since you intend for Conan to travel to the village hidden in the mist, I will journey to the village hidden in the stones. Yahiko reflected briefly on Nagato's proposal and nodded in agreement. Very well. Regardless of whether we remain in Amigakure, the village hidden in the mist, or the village hidden in the stones, we must strive toward a singular goal. Should the Supreme manage to breach the barriers of our world, we might catch a glimpse of the outside realm. As Yahiko's words settled in the air, a palpable envy flickered across the faces of both Nagato and Conan. Following Yahiko's decision to allow them to embark on their journeys, Conan and Nagato wasted no time. They promptly began to gather their belongings and, under the cover of a dark and blustery night, quietly departed from Amigakure. However, alongside the two followers who departed, there were also several ninjas from the Rain Hidden Village. For to become ninjas of other villages requires certain means. At that moment, Nagato and Conan were poised to employ a strategy of self-sacrifice to join other villages. After Nagato and Conan left, Yahiko turned to the two individuals beside him, his eyes glinting with determination, and spoke in a low tone. During the absence of Conan and Nagato, you must adequately fulfill their roles, ensuring that no suspicion arises. I believe that when Conan and Nagato return, it will be our moment of glory. The Rain Hidden Village, whether in proximity to the Water Country or the Earth Country, was not too distant. However, reaching the Mist Hidden Village and the Rock Ninja Village would require a considerable amount of time. Approximately 20 kilometers away from the Rain Hidden Village, Nagato and Conan stood there, exchanging a glance before embracing tightly. After a moment, they patted each other's shoulders, their faces beaming with encouragement. Let's go. Let's go. Subsequently, they swiftly parted ways, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The distance to the Mist Hidden Village from the Rain Hidden Village was indeed not short. Along the journey, Conan engaged in practice with a group of ninjas trailing behind her. Just 2 days from the Mist Hidden Village, an unexpected pursuit commenced. With Conan's anguish cries echoing, wounds began to appear on her body. By the time Conan reached the entrance of the Mist Hidden Village, her body bore countless injuries, and her delicate face was pallid. You little brat, keep running. Just keep running. A ninja from the Rain Hidden Village glared at Conan with cold eyes, seething with anger. If you have the guts, kill me. How can you torment a child like this? Are you even human? Conan's eyes reflected intense fury. Meanwhile, within the Mist Hidden Village, a dispute was unfolding. Before an elderly man, slender and with graying hair, whose eyes appeared somewhat clouded, he calmly inquired, "What do you plan to do?" In front of the elder stood a man in his 30s, who observed the scene at the village entrance with a composed demeanor, lost in thought. The unfolding events at the entrance of the Mist Hidden Village continuously played out before them. Conan's fearful yet defiant and unwilling gaze profoundly shocked both the elder and the man. Yet, at that moment, they remained silent. Not far from the entrance of the Mist Hidden Village, Conan lay weakly on the ground, propping herself up with her arms, gradually retreating. Her arms had already been scraped raw by the harsh ground, crimson blood flowing freely. In contrast, the ninjas surrounding Conan from the Rain Hidden Village sneered, saying, "Torment you? You know we are tormenting you, little brat. Let me tell you, this is merely the beginning. Today, you will learn what hell truly is. Your despicable father. How he treated us back then. We will make high." The ninja spoke, and in his hand materialized a dagger of deep green hue, blending ominously as it surged towards Xiaonan's heart. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed in Xiaonan's ear. "If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards your deceased father. Had he not taken certain actions in the past, we would not have relentlessly pursued your whereabouts." The dagger was coated with a peculiar itching powder. A mere drop would rend the skin, even extracting flesh. Now, I intend to use this dagger on you, to let you experience the sensation firsthand. You scoundrels! If you are men, grant me a swift end. How can you torment a child like this and still find peace within yourselves? The laughter that erupted from the surrounding ninjas was cruel, relishing in her suffering. Your late father would never have imagined that his son would one day fall into our clutches. As the dagger drew near, fear compelled Xiaonan to retreat momentarily. But before she could even step back twice, the dagger had already sliced into her thigh. A piercing cry of agony escaped her lips as she instinctively clutched her wound. True to the youth's words, the dagger's coating was indeed infused with the itching powder. In an instant, Xiaonan was writhing on the ground, desperately trying to alleviate the torment. The ninjas encircling her erupted into laughter. Yet, unnoticed by them, Xiaonan discreetly ingested a red pill. You wretches! Suddenly, a voice of fury reverberated through the skies above the hidden mist village. Moments later, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a frail physique, accompanied by a formidable young man clad in gray, descended above Xiaonan, their calm gazes fixed upon the ninjas of the Rain Village. To take a life is but a blink of an eye. There is no need to torment a child, the elder declared. Moreover, this is my territory, the hidden mist village. You would do well to depart swiftly, lest you provoke my wrath. Presumptuous. The Rain Village ninjas glared, their eyes wide with fury. This is our affair and none of your concern. Once we have finished with the child, we shall take our leave. You fools, do you find pleasure in torturing a child? Even if his father wronged you, he is long deceased and bears no relation to this matter. I advise you to leave at once, or you shall invoke my fury, the consequences of which you cannot bear. Seeking death, with a furious roar, the Rain Village ninja glared fiercely. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him as he bellowed, would release, root burial. The technique he unleashed, would release, root burial, was entirely distinct from that employed by Hanzo the salamander. Regardless of the imposing presence or any other aspect, none can rival Hanzo, the mountain pepper fish, who exudes an aura that seems to eclipse the sun. At that moment, his figure appeared directly before the man, poised to launch an attack. However, as he materialized in front of the man, the latter merely waved his hand gently, causing Hanzo's body to hurtle away as if on a roller coaster. A scream erupted from his lips. Retreat, we are no match for him. Consequently, the ninjas of Amigakure swiftly withdrew. After the departure of the numerous ninjas, Conan, lying on the ground, continued to writhe, with veins bulging on her hands as she seemingly struggled to refrain from clutching her legs. Take her back. The elder cast a calm glance at Conan before turning and vanishing from sight, while the man cradled Conan as they departed. Within the confines of a somewhat antiquated room in the hidden mist village, Conan lay with wounds meticulously cleaned and bandaged, resembling a mummy as she rested there. Her eyes filled with resentment and fury. Before her stood a gaunt elder with white hair, clad in a gray robe. The elder scrutinized her intently, and gradually, a peculiar glimmer emerged in his eyes. Observing the defiance in Conan's gaze, he gently smiled and said, Child, from now on, the hidden mist village shall be your home. Here, you will partake in all that our ninjas enjoy. Without waiting for her response, the elder turned and departed. In the residence belonging to the village chief, the elder stood quietly with a smile, while the man trembled, gazing at him. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Master, what do you think? Indeed, a remarkable talent. If we nurture her well, she will undoubtedly become a marvel for our hidden mist village, the elder replied. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Meanwhile, Conan, lying in her chamber, exhaled softly. Observing the ancient room, she felt a sense of unease. In truth, the events that transpired at the entrance of the hidden mist village unfolded precisely as scripted. Initially, due to her identity, those individuals dared not lay a hand on her. But under her threat, they resorted to aggression. Conan remained uncertain whether this ploy bore any fruit. However, she gleaned from the elder's words that she had successfully navigated the first hurdle. How she would fare in the hidden mist village moving forward remained to be seen. After all, she would need time to fully recuperate while lying in bed. Much of the injury she bore was self-inflicted. After resting for a week in the hidden mist village, the bandages were finally removed. Following the village chief's suggestion, Conan enrolled in the Ninja Academy, commencing her formal education. On that day, her exceptional talent for ninjutsu astonished the entire hidden mist village. Simultaneously, in the land of Earth, the Hidden Rock village witnessed a similar scene. However, the figures following Nagato were not the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village. He had sent them back long before they reached a considerable distance from the Hidden Rock village. Now, two fierce-looking ninjas, exuding a formidable aura, trailed behind him. Their gazes were filled with intense rage, as if they yearned to extinguish Nagato's life. As Nagato's eyes sparkled with determination at the looming hidden rock village, he glanced at the two ninjas behind him and abruptly halted. Upon seeing Nagato stop, the two ninjas erupted into wild laughter, taunting, "Why aren't you running now? Kid, I warned you earlier that even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I would not spare you. Now, prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, an overwhelming pressure radiated from the two. Enormous vines suddenly descended from the void, entwining Nagato's body and propelling him towards the hidden rock village. With a thud, Nagato crashed heavily at the entrance of the hidden rock village, even sliding forward slightly, as if eager for the ninjas there to notice him. Yet, the two ninjas stood frozen in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. In the world of ninjas, within the hidden leaf village of the Land of Rain, Wang Cong and Ichiraku had previously discussed Naruto's education. However, the prospect of immediately altering Naruto's character was undeniably unrealistic. It required not only the enhancement of Naruto's strength, but also the cultivation of his self-confidence, necessitating a subtle and gradual influence. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Cong pondered the methods to nurture Naruto's abilities, aiming to rectify all the undesirable traits within him, a process that would demand considerable time. Nevertheless, Wang Cong remained patient. Since taking Naruto as his disciple, he had gradually begun to acquire a few servants in the Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, not just anyone could become Wang Cong's servant. To gain this status, one needed not only sufficient talent, but also unwavering loyalty and patience. So far, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had become his servants. However, at the time Wang Cong sought to recruit them, Orochimaru was initially resistant. Yet, after some guidance from Wang Cong, Orochimaru eagerly accepted the role. Currently, the primary task for both Orochimaru and Jiraiya was to assist Wang Cong in gathering various herbs. Simultaneously, Wang Cong was continually enhancing their abilities. The ninjutsu they employed was redefined under Wang Cong's instruction, allowing both Orochimaru and Jiraiya to utilize their techniques without delay, enabling them to unleash their powers instantaneously. At this moment, within Ichiraku's ramen shop, Orochimaru, eyes brimming with desire and respect, placed a sack of medicinal herbs before Wang Cong and spoke in a deep voice. "Your Excellency, these are the herbs you requested." Wang nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing the herbs in Orochimaru's hands, when suddenly his brow furrowed in confusion. One particular herb was entirely unfamiliar to him, even within the realms of the cultivation world. Swiftly seizing the herbal specimen, Wang examined it with great care. The herb measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, adorned with clusters of violet and white leaves. Surprisingly, the root of this herb exhibited a grayish-brown hue, speckled with tiny white dots, leaving Wang in a state of astonishment as he gazed at it, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Turning his gaze towards the respectfully standing Orochimaru, Wang inquired, "What is this herb?" At this, Orochimaru hesitated momentarily before responding in a low voice, "Esteemed Lord, technically, this should not be classified as an herb, but rather as a spice. Although it is rare in our Land of Rain, with a stroke of luck, one might still encounter it. This spice is known as base spice, which implies that it can blend with 100 other spices. However, I am uncertain of its precise effects." Nodding contemplatively, Wang silently chanted in his mind, "Devouring system. Host, the herb you possess, although referred to as a spice in the world of shinobi, is actually a long-lost medicinal herb in the cultivation realm. If placed in the hands of a knowledgeable individual, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy of demand. In ancient times, it was known as Biling grass, aptly named for its encapsulation of 100 forms of spiritual energy, suitable for various ailments. Therefore, I believe it may have a mitigating effect on the mandrake poison. Host, you may now consume the Biling grass and see if it can alleviate the mandrake poison." "Understood," Wang affirmed with a nod. Without a second thought, he ingested the Biling grass after the confirmation from the devouring system. At that moment, Orochimaru stood before him, utterly dumbfounded. The esteemed figure he revered had just consumed such a spice. However, Wang had no time to concern himself with Orochimaru's reaction. Once ingested, the Biling grass immediately began to trace and decompose the mandrake poison, steadily eradicating it. Approximately 2 minutes later, after eliminating a mere 1/10,000th of the mandrake poison, the energy of the Biling grass had been entirely expended. Wang, his eyes wide with shock, turned to the astonished Orochimaru and took a deep breath, saying, "Well done. Orochimaru, you have performed admirably this time. In the future, whenever you encounter such spices, regardless of quantity, ensure they are brought to me. Now, let me assess your current situation." "Thank you, esteemed Lord," Orochimaru replied, his eyes shimmering with delight as he bowed deeply to Wang. Wang smiled gently, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and with a hint of warmth on his face, remarked, "Very good. It appears you have been diligently practicing. You are now just a step away from reaching the late stage of the shadow level. However, the ninjutsu you control still exhibits certain flaws, such as the sage art, resurrection. Your existence is fraught with numerous flaws. If misused, it could lead to personal losses. I suggest refraining from attempting to transcend to higher levels at this moment, and instead focus on refining the resurrection technique." Subsequently, Wang Cong directly imparted the resurrection method to Orochimaru, causing Orochimaru to shudder violently, his eyes shimmering with profound astonishment as he slightly bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed master." Wang Cong shook his head in response, indicating that no thanks were necessary. He then handed Orochimaru a pill, instructing him to cultivate the resurrection technique before utilizing it. After Orochimaru's departure, Wang Cong gazed at the herbs before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he commenced the alchemical process. Now was a crucial moment in nurturing Naruto, and Wang Cong was eager to witness the unexpected outcomes that Naruto might bring to his journey in the world of shinobi. As his disciple, Naruto would surely not disappoint him. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Cong crafted 2 pills in succession before letting out a gentle sigh of relief. At that moment, Naruto burst into the room exclaiming, "Master, I want to challenge Sasuke Uchiha." Wang Cong, taken aback by Naruto's bold declaration, had initially planned to elevate Naruto's abilities before allowing him to confront Sasuke. However, he was now left pondering whether Naruto possessed the requisite strength for such a challenge. In response to Wang Cong's bemusement, Naruto exclaimed earnestly, "Master, I believe Uncle Ichiraku has spoken wisely. As the disciple of the Supreme, I cannot afford to tarnish my dignity. I must not succumb to self-doubt. I must possess unwavering confidence and forge ahead. I am determined to defeat Sasuke Uchiha through my own strength and become the finest student at the Ninja Academy." "Very well," Wang Cong said, extending his hand to affectionately ruffle Naruto's hair. "The path is traversed step by step, and I am confident that with your diligence, success will be yours. Naruto, you must believe that you are exceptional. You will undoubtedly achieve greatness." Encouraged by Wang Cong's words, a radiant smile illuminated Naruto's face as he gazed at his master with excitement. Before departing, Wang Cong presented Naruto with a jade green pill. Naruto looked at Wang Cong with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why he was being given such a pill. However, upon returning to his room, he swore awaiting Naruto's restoration of sufficient strength. Wang Cong first suggested that Naruto take a bath. After cleansing himself of unpleasant odors and impurities, Wang Cong commenced instructing Naruto in several essential ninjutsu techniques. Since arriving in the world of Hokage, Wang Cong had not been idle. Apart from his training, he had diligently studied the ninjutsu of this realm. Upon taking Naruto as his apprentice, he began to integrate the techniques of Konoha, thus creating entirely new taijutsu and ninjutsu forms. Originally, Wang Cong intended to wait until Naruto turned 6 to impart the techniques he had developed. However, to transform Naruto's character and bolster his confidence, he decided to share them immediately. The ninjutsu and taijutsu taught to Naruto were foundational, as Naruto's body had merged with the spirit of the Nine Tails, Kurama. Consequently, Wang Cong devised techniques inspired by Kurama's form, such as Nine Tails, Explosive Shadow Clone, Nine Tails, 1,000 Years of Pain, Nine Tails, Ultimate Explosion, and Nine Tails, Raijin. These 2 ninjutsu and 2 taijutsu were conceived from Kurama's established form. Although Wang Cong had created additional techniques based on the Nine Tails shape, Naruto's current level of skill precluded him from mastering them. After imparting these 4 techniques to Naruto, he diligently practiced. Gradually, 1 month after agreeing to a duel with Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto successfully attained the rank of Genin, while Uchiha Sasuke had also reached the same level prior to this. The initial agreement between Naruto and Sasuke was to duel in 3 months, leaving only 2 months until that promise was fulfilled. Although Naruto and Sasuke attended school together and engaged in similar activities, their competitive spirits remained high, especially for Naruto, who was gradually shedding his feelings of inferiority, feeling increasingly inflated with confidence in all matters. At Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong sat at his designated table, observing Ichiraku beside him. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "Ichiraku, your prowess has evidently reached the pinnacle of the shadow level. You could break through at any moment. What are you holding back for?" Ichiraku's face turned awkward as he shyly looked at Wang Cong rubbing the back of his head. He said with a wry smile, Your Excellency, just a week ago, I felt on the verge of breaking through my current realm to attain a new level. However, when I attempted to advance, I sensed immense pressure above me, as if any effort to break through could lead to my own destruction. Thus, I hesitated. Indeed, Wang Cong furrowed his brow, gazing at Ichiraku with curiosity. What exactly did it feel like? Your Excellency, when I sought to break through the shadow level, I felt an overwhelming pressure above me. I ventured outside and noticed dark clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by thunder. When I retracted my power, the thunder and clouds vanished. Tribulation? Wang Cong cast a hesitant glance at Ilu, his face a canvas of astonishment. However, regarding this matter, Ilu had no answers to offer. So Wang Cong did not linger for a response. Taking a deep breath, he too was eager to witness the unique capabilities that a ninja would possess upon transcending the shadow level. With a serious demeanor, Wang Cong addressed Ilu. Breaking through the shadow level is merely a matter of time. Our cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens. Perhaps you will be the first ninja in the world of Naruto to achieve such a feat. Let us proceed. Achieving this breakthrough within the confines of Konoha is simply impractical. Without waiting for Li's objections, Wang Cong waved his hand, and in an instant, their figures vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves hovering above a forest 30 kilometers from the village. After surveying their surroundings, Wang Cong spoke in a grave tone. Let the breakthrough commence. Your Excellency, Li's eyes widened with trepidation as his body began to tremble. Wang Cong, with unwavering resolve, met Li's gaze and said solemnly, have faith in yourself. With me by your side, you shall encounter no misfortune. Ilu regarded Wang Cong earnestly, then nodded. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the cultivation energy within him. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared in a relentless cacophony. Observing this spectacle, Wang Cong fell into contemplation. At this moment, he himself was uncertain whether Ilu had entered the nascent soul stage or the tribulation phase. In the realm of cultivation he was familiar with, both stages were accompanied by thunder tribulations, one signifying the attainment of nascent soul, the other preparing for ascension. Upon entering the tribulation phase, the true chi within the body gradually transformed into true essence, and once the tribulation phase reached completion, true essence would metamorphose into celestial energy, signifying a qualitative shift. However, Wang Cong's previous understanding of the Naruto world was limited to the shadow level. Thus, he remained oblivious to the tiers that lay beyond. Only when Ilu transcended his current realm and reached a new level could Wang Cong begin to correlate the intricacies of the Naruto universe with those of the cultivation realm. This was particularly pressing, as the ninjutsu of shadow-level ninjas possessed an uncanny ability to breach Wang Cong's prior defenses, leaving him in a state of perplexity. As the sky darkened and thunder continued its tumultuous roar, Ilu, standing beneath the gathering storm, suddenly turned to Wang Cong in a state of panic. Your Excellency, why do I feel an energy stirring within my abdomen, as if something is about to emerge? What? Wang Cong's expression shifted to one of confusion as he regarded Ilu, his mind swirling with uncertainty. The notion of something growing within him was bewildering. What was happening? Wang Cong felt a jolt of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the current situation. As he gazed at the unyielding thunderclouds above, he reflected on Li's words, and a flicker of understanding began to dawn upon him. At present, it appears that Yael is on the verge of the nascent soul tribulation. However, the reasons for this phenomenon have yet to solidify. Consequently, the thunderous tribulation in the sky shows no signs of descending. Contemplating this, Wang Cong addressed Yael. Yael, relax your being and harmonize with the energy within you that yearns to move, transforming it into the form of an infant. Leave everything else to me. Thank you. Esteemed master. Yael expressed profound gratitude with a glance at Wang Cong, subsequently closing his eyes without further thought. As Yael shut his eyes, Wang Cong regarded the thunderous tribulation above with a furrowed brow. Given Yael's current condition, he should be at the level of a shadow ninja, equivalent to the golden core stage. Yet, why is there no golden core present within the ninja's body? How could the ninja possess such immense destructive power? Furthermore, what exactly is this so-called chakra? The more Wang Cong pondered, the deeper his confusion grew. Is it possible for true essence to transform into chakra? While Wang Cong was lost in thought, Yael, beneath the dark clouds, immersed himself completely in communicating with the energy in his dantian. As Yael's connection deepened, it gradually morphed into the form of an infant. Suddenly, the thunderous tribulation in the sky descended. At that moment, Wang Cong's body trembled slightly, and he appeared beside Yael. The violent lightning struck Wang Cong directly, Perhaps due to Wang Cong's sudden intervention, the tribulation became furious and wild. What was originally a finger-width bolt of lightning now struck with the force of a wrist-width. Yet, Wang Cong stood steadfast, allowing the tumultuous lightning to rain down as he slowly infused its pure energy into Yael's body. Approximately half an hour later, an exceptionally terrifying aura erupted from Yael. In that instant, Yael officially stepped into the nascent soul stage, causing the thunderous tribulation above to dissipate completely. With eyes wide open in astonishment, Yael gazed at Wang Cong, who stood above him, and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master." At that moment, Yael emanated an extraordinarily powerful wave of energy. The chakra surrounding him ravenously absorbed the surrounding natural energies, continuously replenishing his physical depletion. Yael felt exhilarated and astounded. Yet, he also understood that all he possessed at present was a gift from Wang Cong. Without Wang Cong, he would have nothing, merely remaining a chef at Yael's noodle shop. Wang Cong, with a calm expression, glanced at Yael and took a deep breath, saying, "Yael, take a moment to carefully sense your cultivation. See if you can summon the infant you just manifested outside your body." Yael looked at Wang Cong in shock, taking a deep breath before responding gravely, "Esteemed master, is it really possible to summon it?" Wang Cong nodded, encouraging Yael to attempt it. Under Wang Cong's watchful gaze, Yael closed his eyes. Gradually, a radiant light began to rise from Yael's body, and a look of astonishment appeared on Wang Cong's face. When that radiant glow emerged, a child approximately 3 inches in size, resembling a baby, quietly closed its eyes. In that fleeting moment of the child's appearance, Wang understood the distinct differences between the ninjas of the Naruto world and the nascent soul practitioners. Regardless of their strength, the nascent souls of practitioners sit cross-legged upon a 3-inch golden lotus, while in the Naruto realm, they rest upon a luminescent aura. If Wang's perception was accurate, that glow likely represented the energy of chakra. After allowing the child to retract its nascent soul, Wang waved his hand and returned to Konoha village with the child. He began to ponder how to transform true essence into chakra energy. However, after much contemplation, he found no solution, for in Wang's eyes, it seemed impossible for true essence to evolve into chakra energy. Moreover, he lacked any chakra energy within his body to utilize. Nevertheless, through this experience of the child entering the nascent soul stage, Wang recognized his own shortcomings. The physical bodies of ninjas were significantly more robust than those of practitioners. Despite Wang possessing the cultivation of the 3rd tier of the transcendent stage, his physical form was still not as resilient as that of a shadow-level ninja. Thus, he resolved to attempt training his physical body. "Devour system, do you have any techniques for cultivating the physical body?" Wang inquired. "Host, upon first receiving me, I urged you to focus on cultivating your physical body, yet you prioritized your cultivation level instead. Do you now feel regret? The Great Void Body Refinement technique that I impart can perfectly suit your training." As the words of the Devour system resonated, Wang's body quivered slightly, and an overwhelming influx of information suddenly integrated into his mind. In just a few minutes, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. Without further thought, he began practicing the Great Void Body Refinement technique. Given that Wang's physical form was akin to that of a Golden Core practitioner, the training proved to be remarkably effective, allowing him to quickly find his rhythm. In approximately half an hour, he reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. As Wang continued his training, the Great Void Body Refinement technique flourished, achieving the peak of the Golden Core stage by evening. However, transitioning from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage presented a monumental challenge. The following dawn, as the first light crept in, Wang sat in the ramen shop alongside the child after a night of cultivation. He observed Jiraiya, who wore a frown, and noticed a man cloaked in black robes and a straw hat, shrouded in an air of mystery that rendered him almost unreal. Wang scrutinized the robed figure without immediately speaking. Meanwhile, Jiraiya hurriedly presented a sack of herbs to Wang, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, these are medicinal herbs." Wang nodded in acknowledgement and tossed Jiraiya a purple pill, stating, "This pill will elevate your cultivation to the peak of the shadow level, placing you just half a step away from breaking through. In the present day, Orochimaru is on the verge of transcending into the realm of shadows. Supreme One, is not the shadow the pinnacle of cultivation in the world of Hokage? Is there truly a higher echelon beyond this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Cong merely smiled lightly, choosing silence over words. However, standing beside him, Ichiraku spoke up, "Lord Jiraiya, indeed there exists a superior level beyond the shadow rank, a tier referred to by the Supreme One as the Nascent Soul Ninja. Just yesterday, the Supreme One aided me in transcending to the shadow level, and I have now attained the status of a nascent soul ninja. Nascent soul ninja. A glimmer of astonishment sparkled in Jiraiya's eyes, as if savoring Ichiraku's words. Trusting in Ichiraku's character, Jiraiya solemnly accepted the elixir bestowed by Wang Cong and bowed, expressing, "Thank you, Supreme One." Since aligning himself with Wang Cong and becoming his servant over the past 2 years, Jiraiya had reaped immense benefits. Learning invaluable lessons from Wang Cong and achieving a level of cultivation unimaginable to others. Previously, aspiring to become a shadow-level warrior required relentless effort. Yet, shortly after joining Wang Cong, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already ascended to the pinnacle of the shadow level. Supreme One, this is my steadfast companion, Chong Tung Etian. Upon hearing of my experiences, he desires to become one of your followers. Simultaneously, a man clad in black and wearing a straw hat respectfully bowed to Wang Cong. Wang Cong nodded slightly, scrutinizing the man with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could this black-clad individual be the same one who appeared at Naruto's birth? If so, what brings him here now? Nevertheless, since Jiraiya had introduced him, Wang Cong would not refuse. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep tone. To follow me, one must possess unwavering loyalty. Can you embody that? Supreme One, I certainly can. Chongting Etian replied earnestly. Wang Cong nodded in affirmation. Good, I believe you. In this world, there exists a unique spice that can be blended with 100 others, characterized by its purple-white leaves. If you can procure 10 such plants, you shall be my follower. Thank you, Supreme One. After Jiraiya and Chong Tung Etian departed, Ichiraku, standing beside Wang Cong, displayed a look of deep concern. Supreme One, there is evidently a secret surrounding Chong Tung Etian. Is it not rather hasty to accept him? Wang Cong shook his head. Hasty? I do not perceive it as such. Do you not sense that our current days are excessively tranquil? If this continues, it would lack any excitement. I firmly believe that it will not be long before my identity reverberates throughout every corner of the Hokage world, and at that time, many will seek to confront me, yearning to obtain something from my grasp. After all, I possess something that allows me to step into the realm of the shadow-level Yuan-ing ninja. Supreme Lord, I shall protect you, said Yi Lu earnestly. Wang Cong merely smiled lightly, offering no response to Yi Li's declaration. However, to Wang Cong's surprise, shortly after Jiraiya and Chong Tung's departure, the long-absent Tsunade suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, Tsunade appeared disheveled, her face etched with profound fatigue, which astonished Wang Cong. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, should not be in such a state. Supreme Lord, Tsunade said with utmost reverence, slightly bowing before continuing, Supreme Lord, please lend your strength to save the warriors of Konoha. Wang Cong was momentarily taken aback. Ever since the tumult caused by the Nine Tails over 4 years ago, Konoha had been in a state of stable development, with no unforeseen incidents. Yet now, Tsunade appeared before him, seeking help. Confused, Wang Cong listened as Tsunade explained, Supreme Lord, after a period of recuperation, Konoha has reached a phase of prosperity, with everything running smoothly. However, recently, a ninja discovered a cave located 100 kilometers from the village. When I ventured there with the courage of Konoha to investigate, I became trapped inside. After a harrowing escape, I managed to free myself, but our warriors remain ensnared within. What kind of cave is it? Wang Cong inquired. Supreme Lord, within that cave lies seething magma and a colossal serpent of extraordinary strength. This serpent possesses 8 heads, and is likely the legendary Yamada no Orochi. I implore you, Supreme Lord, save our warriors of Konoha. Observing Tsunade bowing repeatedly before him, Wang Cong nodded, very well. He then turned to Yi Lu and said, Come, I shall take you to witness this. Thank you, Supreme Lord, Yi Lu replied respectfully. With a wave of his hand, Wang Cong enveloped Yi Lu and Tsunade in his true essence, swiftly guiding them towards the mysterious cave under Tsunade's direction. Nevertheless, Wang Cong felt a pang of curiosity. Could Yamada no Orochi truly exist in the world of Naruto? Had his arrival somehow altered certain rules of this realm? Approximately half an hour later, as Wang Cong, Yi Lu, and Tsunade arrived at the cave's entrance, they were immediately enveloped by a sinister aura that permeated the air. This malevolent presence startled Wang Cong, even causing him difficulty in restraining his cultivation. Even more perplexing was the fact that this evil energy was gradually devouring the true essence within Wang Cong. For the first time, his expression shifted. Though he had encountered entities capable of consuming true essence in the cultivation world, He had never before witnessed a creature like Yamada no Orochi, which devoured with such intensity. The essence enveloping Tsunade and Ichiraku from Wang Cong became nearly transparent in the blink of an eye, had it not been for Wang Cong's continuous infusion of true essence. The consequences of Tsunade and Ichiraku being completely engulfed by the malevolent aura would be hard to predict. Your Excellency, we enter the cave from here, Tsunade stated gravely, pointing to the cavern's entrance. Approximately 50 meters beneath lies a vast expanse, where the monstrous Orochi resides. The serpent is situated amidst a colossal pool of magma, emerging directly from it, with temperatures reaching several thousand degrees. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Cong's face. How did Tsunade and her companions manage to confront such dark energy within the cave? Contemplating this, Wang Cong gradually withdrew his true essence and landed at the cave's entrance, momentarily frozen in place. For once he retracted his essence, the sinister aura dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. Looking up at the azure sky and glancing around at the seemingly wilting grass, a wave of confusion surged within Wang Cong. The situation before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Nonetheless, he dismissed his thoughts and, after ensuring Ichiraku's presence, ambled into the cave. Inside, there were no steps, and it appeared natural rather than man-made, winding and uneven. After walking approximately 20 meters, waves of heat enveloped him. Yet, a profound curiosity lingered. Logically, a place with magma should be a volcano, yet the mountain before him was not volcanic and bore no crater. How could the magma erupt? Was it possible that this was an extinct volcano? With such thoughts in mind, Wang Cong, Ichiraku, and Tsunade ventured deeper. They beheld the surging magma, its searing heat capable of incinerating a person. Fortunately, a white barrier separated the magma from the shore, shielding them from its scorching temperatures. Otherwise, they would not have reached this point. As Wang Cong surveyed the bubbling magma, he suddenly cast a puzzled glance at Tsunade. There were no ninjas from Konoha in sight, nor was there any sign of the Orochi she had mentioned. Just as Wang Cong began to suspect Tsunade might be deceiving him, she spoke. Your Excellency, I am not lying. Everything I said is true. However, this is merely the outer layer. We must continue along this path. With that, Tsunade moved forward. As they approached the center of the magma, Tsunade's form abruptly vanished. Wang Cong stood there, stunned. In the moment of her disappearance, even his divine sense could not discern her whereabouts. Could this substance obscure his perception? Contemplating this, Wang Cong glanced around before proceeding forward with Ichiraku. Upon arriving at the location where Tsunade had just vanished, Wang Cong was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming and terrifying energy that consumed his very being, causing both him and Ichiraku to disappear without a trace. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in a world bathed in fiery crimson hues. The entire realm radiated an intense, malevolent power, akin to flames. At that moment, Tsunade anxiously observed the trembling warriors of Konoha within this infernal world. Once inside this crimson realm, Wang Cong began to grasp the situation surrounding him. It was a formation. The world before him was entirely shrouded in a complex array. To unravel this formation, one must locate its core, a universally acknowledged truth in the realm of cultivation. Of course, aside from seeking the core, another method to dismantle the formation was through sheer, formidable strength. At present, the dreaded Orochi had yet to manifest. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong's eyes shimmered with a brilliant light. He inhaled once more, clenched his fists, and as his formidable essence coalesced around them, he suddenly bellowed, heaven-splitting fist. Instantly, a fierce tempest erupted from his center, radiating an intense and resplendent glow. With a thunderous impact, a powerful shockwave surged outward from Wang Cong, sweeping violently across the area. Ichiraku and Tsunade stood frozen in astonishment. As the crimson world began to shatter piece by piece, their mouths gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Wang Cong, with a mere flick of his might, could dismantle an entire realm. As the world continued to fracture, the numerous ninjas of Konoha trapped within began to regain consciousness, albeit weakened and sprawled upon the ground, devoid of strength. Tsunade's face brightened with joy as she hurriedly bowed to Wang Cong, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed lord." Wang Cong nodded nonchalantly, encouraging her to attend to the warriors while his gaze fixated on the bubbling magma. Standing beside him, Ichiraku voiced his confusion. "Esteemed lord, the magma appears quite safe. There seems to be no threat. The Orochi that Lady Tsunade mentioned shouldn't emerge, right?" However, before Ichiraku could finish his thought, Wang Cong shook his head and replied, "It is coming. Barely had his words resonated when the magma before them began to churn violently. Massive plumes of molten rock erupted as 8 colossal heads suddenly emerged above the surface. A chorus of terrified cries filled the air, echoing in Wang Cong's ears. With an expression of calm indifference, he turned to gaze at the panicked ninjas of Konoha and at Ichiraku, who had taken a step back. Gradually, he advanced forward, his body levitating into the air, fixing his gaze upon the fearsome Orochi lurking within the magma, a cold smile gracing his lips. At this moment, as the molten lava dripped from the heads of the 8-headed serpent, its malevolent nature was fully revealed. Each of the serpent's 8 heads was distinct, adorned with a riot of colors, and it was said that each head possessed unique forms of attack. In the past, Wang Cong had encountered introductions to the 8-headed serpent while still on Blue Star. According to legend, the 8-headed serpent was notorious for its lewdness, embodying the essence of malevolence. Yet it was revered as a divine beast, worshipped by certain peoples who annually offered many handsome youths and beautiful maidens for its indulgence. However, the 8-headed serpent before him, despite its fearsome appearance, had merely surpassed the shadow level of a ninja, having attained the realm of a nascent soul ninja. Yet, the aura it exuded was exponentially more formidable than that of a typical nascent soul ninja. The supreme entity was indeed this 8-headed serpent. Previously, upon entering this chamber, Wang Cong had noticed a white lotus flower amidst the lava, emanating a captivating 7-colored fragrance. But when he departed, the serpent had claimed the lotus for itself. Wang Cong nodded indifferently. The presence of a lotus in the lava, and its concealment by the 8-headed serpent, seemed extraordinary. Yet, as one who had emerged from the realm of cultivation, Wang Cong understood well that intelligent spiritual beasts or demon beasts could rightfully claim treasures for themselves. Given that this 8-headed serpent was a nascent soul ninja, it undoubtedly possessed sufficient wisdom, otherwise, it would not have survived to this day. At that moment, the 8-headed serpent, feeling its authority challenged under Wang Cong's gaze, roared in fury, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Yet, Wang Cong merely regarded the serpent with a calm demeanor, shaking his head, and said with an air of indifference, "You dare to be arrogant before me?" Almost instantaneously after his words fell, Wang Cong waved his hand slightly, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that manifested above the 8-headed serpent, forming an enormous hand that descended with ferocity. To Wang Cong's astonishment, the serpent immediately soared into the air, and in a surprising turn of events, it collided with the full force of Wang Cong's strike, shattering it unexpectedly. The serpent even cast a challenging glance at Wang Cong, seemingly skeptical of his prowess. Without waiting for further discourse, Wang Cong inhaled deeply, his eyes glinting with determination. He had initially intended to dispatch the 8-headed serpent with a single blow to demonstrate his might to the ninjas of Konoha, but this unforeseen development disrupted his plans. Furrowing his brow, Wang Cong examined the barrier before him. He then extended his hand, conjuring a stone that materialized in his grasp, and hurled it forward. A resounding crash echoed, unleashing a continuous roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, as if the very fabric of reality trembled in response. In that fleeting moment, Wang Cong's eyes were filled with uncertainty and bewilderment, questioning the unfolding events. The power that emanates from oneself pales in comparison. What could possibly endow a mere stone with such formidable strength? Is it the layer of the white barrier? This thought dawned upon Wang Cong, who realized that in order to vanquish the mighty Yamada no Orochi, he must first dismantle the barrier before him. Without overcoming this obstacle, extinguishing the serpent's existence would be an unattainable feat. With this conviction, Wang Cong reached out once more, seizing the air before him with determination. Instantly, a cacophony of terrifying roars resonated, plunging the world into a shadowy gloom. It seemed as though all energy was ensnared in Wang Cong's grasp. The white barrier continued to envelop his hand, intensifying the urgency of the moment. "Your Excellency, be cautious." The urgent cries of Tsunade and Ichiraku simultaneously pierced Wang Cong's ears. Unfazed, he merely shook his head. As he gripped the white barrier, the seemingly boundless magma roared in response. Massive surges of molten rock appearing to be ravaged by chakra energy, recklessly crashing towards Wang Cong alongside the barrier. Simultaneously, the Yamada no Orochi, ensconced within the magma, opened its 8 gaping maws, unleashing waves of radiant energy. The atmosphere was laden with peril, akin to an apocalypse, suffused with a palpable aura of destruction. With a serene expression, Wang Cong observed the unfolding chaos as the brilliant light erupted and various destructive forces clashed. Suddenly, he tucked one hand behind him, his gaze calm as he surveyed the tumult. With a subtle wave of his hand, the gravitational pull increased dramatically. In that instant, the white barrier shattered with a resounding crack, disintegrating into countless fragments. The torrents of devastation that surged forth from the magma, along with the Yamada no Orochi's relentless assaults, crashed upon him like an unrelenting tide. Yet, Wang Cong remained oblivious to it all. A potent wave of energy emanated from him, surging forward with uncontainable force. The heavens and earth fell into a state of dimness, ensnared in annihilation. The might of the Yamada no Orochi and the magma's fury seemed to dissipate before Wang Cong, as if they were mere illusions, devoured by his commanding presence. With a mere flick of his wrist, he resolved the chaos completely. The magma, previously in a state of furious boiling, sought to overflow. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Cong merely gestured lightly. The tumultuous magma subsided instantly, revealing the Yamada no Orochi suspended in midair. Calmly scrutinizing the serpent's fierce eyes, Wang Cong shook his head and smiled softly. "You dare to challenge me? Arrogant human. I am Yamada no Orochi. To strike at me is to court death. Now, embrace your demise." The serpent roared, its voice echoing with fury as it glared at Wang Cong. Yet, in the face of the serpent's wrath, Wang Cong exhibited an air of indifference. With a gentle motion, he delivered a single palm strike. In an instant, the colossal form of Yamada no Orochi was swiftly pulled back into the magma. Although the speed of the Yamada no Orochi was exceedingly swift, it paled in comparison to Wang Cong's velocity. Just as the massive serpent's body was about to collide with the molten lava, Wang Cong's palm imprint suddenly materialized beside it. At that moment, Tsunade, Naruto, and the ninjas of Konoha, who remained behind Wang Cong, trembled in terror. As the white barrier shattered, both Tsunade and Naruto were engulfed in a profound sense of dread. As if in the presence of the Yamada no Orochi, there existed only a path to death, devoid of any escape. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, Wang Cong still delivered a powerful strike. Bang! The sound of a tremendous collision resonated, and the very heavens dimmed. Wang Cong's gaze remained tranquil as he peered into the molten depths. With a single blow, 7.5 of the serpent's 8 heads were obliterated, its colossal form disintegrating into countless fragments that cascaded into the lava. Suddenly, a white lotus emerged from the remains of the Yamada no Orochi, radiating an extraordinarily pure light. Wang Cong's eyes sparkled with brilliance at this sight. With a wave of his hand, he grasped the white lotus, inhaling its fragrant essence, which brought him a profound sense of tranquility. This must be the white lotus spoken of by Tsunade and the others. However, a question lingered in Wang Cong's mind. What were Tsunade and the others searching for in this cavern? Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. As he gazed at the churning lava, he furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, conjuring a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire molten expanse. In an instant, the searing heat dissipated without a trace. Meanwhile, Wang Cong's figure ascended above the lava, and as he observed the boiling molten rock below, a layer of white light enveloped him. Instantly, a terrifying force began to siphon the essence from his being. Nevertheless, Wang Cong remained undeterred. With a slight shift, he plunged directly into the lava below. Supreme Lord. As the cries of alarm erupted, Tsunade and Naruto rushed to the edge of the barrier, gazing helplessly at the roiling lava. What can we do? Tsunade and Naruto exchanged anxious glances. Just then, a voice exclaimed in their ears, "Lady Tsunade, look above." At the sound, Tsunade and Naruto quickly raised their heads to behold an astonishing scene unfolding above the molten surface. The fiery red lava boiled violently, unleashing waves of heat that seemed capable of melting everything in its path. Yet Wang Cong continued his descent. After approximately half an hour, Wang Cong had lost all sense of depth as he plunged deeper into the lava. Upon reaching the depths, he discovered a stone platform intricately carved with complex designs, completely suffused with a dense aura of chakra energy. As Wang Cong was about to take 2 steps forward, a surge of formidable energy suddenly erupted from the stone platform, hurtling directly towards him. Startled, he instinctively attempted to evade the oncoming force, but the energy struck him nonetheless. Just as Wang Cong prepared to decompose the chakra energy, he was astonished to discover that it was tracing through his meridians, seeking out the mandala poison within him and beginning its disintegration. Although the process was slow, he found it rather pleasurable. Observing the chakra energy emanating from the stone platform and its remarkable effects, Wang Cong was determined not to forfeit this opportunity. Since the chakra energy could dissolve the mandala poison within him, he resolved to absorb as much of it as possible. Approaching the stone platform, he noticed its rotation accelerating. Waves of chakra energy transformed into projectiles, akin to rockets, surged into his body as he reveled in the experience. While the dissolution of the mandala poison was gradual, it persisted nonetheless. After 10 minutes, however, Wang Cong found himself staring at the still-rotating stone platform, perplexed. It seemed devoid of any energy output. Was the platform malfunctioning? Leaning closer for investigation, he discerned that the platform was operating normally, but no energy remained inside. Realizing that the continuous barrage of energy had depleted its reserves, he pondered the true purpose of the stone platform now that he had absorbed all the available energy. With this thought in mind, Wang Cong placed his hand upon the surface of the platform. In an instant, a terrifying force enveloped him, drawing him into an enigmatic space. If the Yamada no Orochi were alive, it would surely express its frustration. For thousands of years, it had guarded this place, attempting every conceivable method to enter. Yet Wang Cong effortlessly found the way with a mere touch. How unjust! At that moment, suspended above molten lava, the scene abruptly shifted, and Wang Cong found himself in a vast, white world. After approximately 10 minutes, the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing him before a colossal palace. In front of the palace stood two humanoid sculptures, radiant in golden hues and exuding an imposing aura. One wielded a longbow, while the other brandished a longsword, both appearing extraordinarily significant. Now standing before this majestic palace, Wang Cong surveyed it with calm eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. Ninja's Palace. A mere 4 words, devoid of any elaborate description, yet Wang Cong grasped their profound significance. Could this be the very birthplace of ninjas? However, based on the portrayals of the Naruto world he had seen on television back on Blue Star, it did not seem to align with his expectations. Which was the truth, and which was the illusion, was now all too apparent. Wang never believed that anyone would engage in frivolous activities beneath the molten rock, constructing a hidden palace for ninjas, and entrusting its guardianship to the formidable Yamada no Orochi. Taking a deep breath, Wang approached the entrance of the ninja palace with measured steps. As he scrutinized the grand doors before him, he extended his hand and pushed them open. Instantly, waves of chakra energy surged forth from the palace, accompanied by a thunderous proclamation: "Non-tribe members shall perish upon entry." The voice resonated like a cataclysmic thunderclap, seemingly intent on annihilating all in its path. Yet, standing undaunted at the threshold of the ninja palace, Wang regarded the spectacle with an air of calm indifference. With a gentle wave of his hand, he effortlessly obliterated all incoming assaults, as if they had never existed, dissolving into the ether of this world. When tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Wang stepped into the ninja palace. Upon entering, Wang was astonished to discover that it was a repository of knowledge, a library dedicated to the art of ninjutsu and its origins. To his surprise, he learned that ninjutsu had evolved from the practices of cultivators. After perusing the texts on ninjutsu, Wang promptly gathered his findings and swiftly departed the palace, reappearing before Tsunade and the others. The sudden manifestation of Wang left them in a state of profound astonishment, a palpable shock lingering in their eyes. Previously, Wang's display of power had left them utterly speechless, evoking a sense of awe in Tsunade. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Ino inquired, her voice laced with concern. In response, Wang shook his head, assuring her, "I am fine." Turning to Tsunade, he asked, "What brings you here?" Taken aback by Wang's unexpected question, Tsunade hesitated momentarily. She realized that without Wang's intervention, many ninjas from Konoha would have met their doom at the hands of Yamada no Orochi or faced starvation, unable to escape their dire predicament. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade spoke, "My lord, have you heard of a legend? It is said that in ancient times, when ninjas first emerged, a book was left behind among the people, known as the Book of Ninjas. It is rumored that whoever possesses this book can dominate the world and bring everlasting peace to the chaotic realm of ninjas. The book is said to be concealed within a cavern, guarded by molten lava and divine beasts. When we discovered this cavern, we speculated that upon encountering Yamada no Orochi, it would confirm our belief that the Book of Ninjas lies hidden within, a tome capable of restoring tranquility to the world." However, in response to Tsunade's words, Wang simply shook his head. Despite the widespread belief in the existence of the Book of Ninjas among the various nations of the ninja world, he regarded it merely as an object, devoid of any true significance. Wang Cong believed that in order to bring stability to the world of Naruto, the most crucial element was the unity of hearts. Only when the hearts of all individuals converge could the chaos of war be eradicated. Otherwise, the entire Naruto realm would be engulfed in turmoil. The Book of Ninjas? Wang Cong cast a dubious glance at Tsunade and then remarked, "You may search for it here. I shall await your return." "Thank you, esteemed lord." Tsunade expressed her gratitude towards Wang Cong. After Tsunade departed with a group of ninjas, Ichiraku turned to Wang Cong and said, "Esteemed lord, the Book of Ninjas is indeed a timeless legend within our realm. It is said that whoever acquires this book will earn the allegiance of all ninjas. However, throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in locating it." Upon hearing Ichiraku's explanation, Wang Cong nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the Book of Ninjas does exist. It may be a treasure capable of enhancing chakra energy, but its precise function remains unclear to us. Tsunade and her companions searched the cave for an entire day without success, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. When she returned to Wang Cong, she said, "Esteemed lord, do you think the Book of Ninjas might not exist at all?" Wang Cong shook his head and replied, "The book may exist. It simply hasn't appeared in due time. However, if you wish for the world to enter an era of peace, it is essential to unify the hearts of all ninjas. When all ninjas embrace your ideals, the world will naturally avoid chaos. I have once heard a saying, water can carry a boat. It can also capsize it. What does that mean?" Tsunade inquired, gazing at Wang Cong with confusion. "Esteemed lord, this sounds like a riddle," she said. "If you place a boat in water and it encounters a storm, it will surely be overturned." Wang Cong maintained a calm demeanor and explained, "This phrase was uttered by a renowned politician. It signifies that the populace can support you and follow your lead, but they can also rise against you." He chose not to elaborate further. However, a flicker of understanding sparkled in Tsunade's eyes as she blinked at Wang Cong and exclaimed, "I understand now." After departing from that place and returning to Konoha village, Wang Cong resumed his previous routine. The only difference was that he began to peruse the books from the Ninja Palace daily, merging his own true essence with his understanding of chakra energy. He had discovered that chakra energy could effectively cleanse the poison of the mandala. If true essence could indeed transform into chakra energy, could it not eliminate the mandala's poison entirely? Regrettably, despite revisiting the texts numerous times, he found no leads on how to convert true essence into chakra energy. However, since he had discovered the magma zone, Wang Cong made it a point to train there every day. Relying on the formidable prowess of the vast void body refinement technique, Wang Cong absorbed the energy from the magma. In just a month, his physical body ascended to the first level of the nascent soul realm. This successful advancement brought immense benefits to Wang Cong, as the toxins from mandala within his body dissipated by 5/10,000ths under the purifying influence of the heavenly path. Although this was a minimal reduction, it enlightened Wang Cong to the truth that with continuous cultivation of the vast void body refinement technique and the utilization of all medicinal materials from the world of fire shadows, the chakra energy within his body would eventually be eradicated entirely. As time passed quietly, 2 months slipped away. During this period, Naruto made remarkable progress. Although still a genin, his proficiency in ninjutsu had significantly improved. Recently, Wang Cong had passed down some refined ninjutsu techniques he had acquired from the Ninja Palace to Naruto. Today marked the day when Naruto challenged Uchiha Sasuke, with the venue set within the Ninja Academy. What began as a seemingly ordinary challenge garnered the attention of all in Konoha village, primarily because Naruto was a disciple of the esteemed Wang Cong. Over the past few years, while Wang Cong had begun to gather a few servants, none, apart from Naruto, had earned the title of his disciple. The Ninja Academy was also the first place Wang Cong visited upon his arrival in Konoha village. The academy featured 2 teaching buildings, each standing 5 stories tall, with a vast playground in front. At that moment, the playground was bustling with ninjas from Konoha village. In the center of the playground, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stood poised, flanked by their teachers, who appeared to be imparting some final words of advice. Observing the scene, as Naruto nodded attentively to his teacher, a smile crept across Wang Cong's face. Upon his arrival, the ninjas of Konoha greeted him with respect, calling out, "Your Excellency." Wang Cong responded kindly with a nod, his gaze fixed on Naruto. After approximately 5 minutes, when the teacher stepped away from Naruto and Sasuke, both competitors retreated a couple of steps. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, declaring, "The match officially begins." As the competition commenced, neither Naruto nor Sasuke moved an inch, seemingly enveloped in silence. However, as time slowly progressed, the intensity of their auras began to swell. Suddenly, Naruto inclined his body slightly towards Sasuke, who reciprocated the gesture. A smile flickered across Naruto's face as both figures swiftly vanished into darkness. Despite Konoha village basking in sunlight, the abrupt disappearance of Naruto and Sasuke's forms felt profoundly unsettling. With a resounding crash, the intense impact marked the moment of their reappearance. A formidable aura emanated from the two individuals, as if capable of obliterating everything in existence. Strange fluctuations continuously manifested around them. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light emerged from Naruto, whose eyes shimmered with a brilliant glow as he intoned, "Nine Tails, 1,000-year kill." Instantly, Sasuke Uchiha's body trembled visibly, and he swiftly retreated. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Naruto appeared behind Sasuke, crouching low before him and launching a sudden thrust forward. At that precise moment, Sasuke stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupted from within him. He pivoted sharply to face Naruto and murmured, "Taijutsu, clone technique." In an instant, two Sasuke Uchiha figures materialized before Naruto, unleashing a tremendous barrage of kicks aimed at him. Nine Tails, explosive clone. Nine Tails, Raijin. Naruto's deep voice resonated as a colossal phantom manifested behind him. The Nine Tails, Kurama, with its 9 flowing tails, appeared, radiating an extraordinarily powerful aura. Concurrently, a figure identical to Kurama emerged beside Naruto, stepping forward and unleashing a ferocious force. Furious bolts of lightning energy, seemingly capable of annihilating all, enveloped Kurama. Opposite Naruto, Sasuke's face bore an unusual seriousness. Since accepting Naruto's challenge some time ago, he had keenly sensed Naruto's transformation. Sasuke was also pleased with Naruto's progress. After all, witnessing his companion overcome their insecurities was indeed gratifying. Throughout this period, Sasuke had frequently trained alongside Naruto, gaining considerable insight into his techniques. Upon witnessing Naruto unleash such a formidable move, he did not dare to linger. Fire Release, Burning Vine, Taijutsu, Supreme Guardian. In an instant, a series of blazing red vines ignited, swiftly consuming the heavens, as if poised to obliterate the entire world. As brilliant flames surged forth to intercept Sasuke, a white circle enveloped him instantaneously. This Taijutsu, Supreme Guardian, was a ninjutsu crafted specifically by Wang Cong to suit Sasuke's physique. With a thunderous explosion, the entire training ground seemed to fracture in an instant. Naruto and Sasuke stood quietly amidst the chaos, profoundly shaking the very core of Konoha's ninja community. The villagers of Konoha had assumed that, despite Wang Cong's guidance, Naruto and Sasuke would not exhibit substantial growth. Yet, the power they unleashed was undeniably beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Nine Tails, Ultimate Explosion. Naruto roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Figures suddenly materialized around Naruto, unleashing a formidable radiance that surged directly towards Sasuke Uchiha. In that moment, the sky above the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be obscured by the presence of the Nine Tails. However, Sasuke dared not relax for an instant. Gazing at the sky filled with the Nine Tails, he roared, "Taijutsu, Ultimate Secret. Ninjutsu, Continuous Kicks." Layers of earthy yellow light cascaded like waves around Sasuke, who leaped into the air, launching a fierce assault against the multitude of Nine Tails. With resounding crashes echoing through the air, Sasuke's figure enveloped the sky. Just then, Naruto appeared beside him, exclaiming, "Nine Tails, 1,000 years of pain." In an instant, there was no doubt of the outcome. Sasuke's body jolted violently, emitting a piercing cry as he crashed heavily onto the training ground. Clearly irked, he shouted at Naruto, "Naruto, you can't play like this. We agreed that when I attacked the Nine Tails, you wouldn't use 1,000 years of pain." "Sorry, Sasuke. I couldn't hold back my excitement." Naruto replied hurriedly, helping Sasuke up from the ground as they embraced. At that moment, their recently departed teacher returned to their side. After surveying Naruto with astonishment, he spoke gravely, "Naruto, Sasuke, your performance has been commendable. You are among the finest students of this cohort. I hope you both maintain this momentum and become the best students of our Hidden Leaf Ninja School." Upon hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke nodded in unison, affirming, "We will. Master, Master." A chorus of cheers erupted across the training ground, as all eyes turned to the teacher, who bore a satisfied smile while watching Naruto. It was evident that a disciple of the esteemed master was extraordinary indeed. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke rushed to their teacher's side. "Master, esteemed one," they called out respectfully. The teacher nodded, a smile gracing his face as he scrutinized the two. "Very well done. Sasuke, in your spare time, train alongside Naruto. I believe you two will become the best of friends in the future. Thank you, esteemed one. Sasuke's parents expressed their heartfelt gratitude before Sasuke could utter a word. The teachers simply nodded in acknowledgement, turning to depart from the Hidden Leaf Ninja School. Upon returning to Ichiraku Ramen and savoring a bowl of the delightful noodles, the teacher prepared to delve into his books when Jiraiya and Tsunade entered the ramen shop, brimming with energy. In the hands of Chong Tung Etian, there were 20 sprigs of the fragrant Bailing grass. Your Excellency, this is the spice I have sought for over 2 months, he said respectfully. Bowing slightly to Wang Cong, Wang Cong nodded, waving his hand to take the 20 sprigs, examining them earnestly. Not bad, he remarked. As he spoke, he handed a purple pill to Chong Tung Etian. At your current level, you are likely stuck at the initial stage of the shadow rank. Ascending to the mid-stage of the shadow rank poses a significant challenge. Consume this pill, and within an hour, you shall reach the mid-stage of the shadow rank. Thank you. Your Excellency. Without hesitation, Chong Tung Etian expressed his gratitude and swallowed the purple pill immediately. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. Chong Tung Etian let out a tremendous cry, his body crashing heavily to the ground, trembling violently. He began to roll uncontrollably. As strands of black impurities erupted from his body, his cries gradually diminished. Approximately half an hour later, when he ceased his screams, he felt a remarkable vitality within his chakra energy, as if it were operating uncontrollably. To his astonishment, the cultivation that had been at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the shadow rank instantly surged into the mid-stage. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now that he had reached the mid-stage of the shadow rank, Chong Tung Etian addressed Wang Cong with even greater reverence. In truth, he had already been informed by Jiraiya before their arrival that consuming the pill would induce pain. Otherwise, at the onset of discomfort, he would have surely doubted Wang Cong's intentions. Wang Cong, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded and scrutinized Chong Tung Etian. You are now my follower. Aside from seeking medicinal herbs in the world of Hokage, you have another task, to develop your own power and strengthen yourself. I assure you I will complete this task. Your Excellency. Chong Tung Etian replied with a nod. Wang Cong then turned his gaze to Jiraiya, who, under Wang Cong's watchful eye, produced 2 sacks of herbs and placed them before him. Your Excellency, these are the medicinal materials needed during this period. Please take a look. Excellent. Following this, Wang Cong waved his hand, channeling a stream of true energy into Jiraiya's body. Sensing Jiraiya's cultivation at the pinnacle of the shadow rank, Wang Cong furrowed his brow slightly, pondering briefly before taking a deep breath and asking, Jiraiya, having reached the pinnacle of the shadow rank, do you feel any inclination to break through? Indeed, Your Excellency. I do feel such an inclination. However, each time I attempt to break through, I sense a great danger, which compels me to suppress my cultivation, leaving me hesitant to advance. I hope, Your Excellency, you can guide me through this dilemma. Wang Cong smiled gently, poised to offer his insights. The figure of Orochimaru suddenly entered the noodle shop, looking at Wang Cong with an expression of profound urgency. Esteemed Lord, please save me, I beg you. Orochimaru's demeanor was notably frantic, as if he were grappling with an uncontrollable crisis, which left Wang Cong quite astonished. However, after scrutinizing Orochimaru with keen eyes, Wang Cong could not help but smile wryly. Orochimaru's cultivation was on par with Jiraiya's, both residing at the pinnacle of the shadow level, poised to transcend into the realm of the Yuaning ninja at any moment. Yet, Orochimaru had suppressed his power for so long that he was now struggling to contain the chakra energy within his body, giving rise to an increasingly overwhelming sensation of impending breakthrough. In the past, the highest rank in the world of Naruto was merely the shadow level. However, with Ichiraku being the first to surpass this threshold and ascend to the Yuan-ing level, this limitation was shattered. Nonetheless, the existence of Yuan-ing ninjas remained a closely guarded secret within the Hidden Leaf Village, yet Wang Cong believed that as time progressed, more ninjas would undoubtedly achieve this level in the Naruto world. Taking a deep breath to calm the visibly unstable Orochimaru, Wang Cong gently waved his hand. Instantly, a formidable essence enveloped Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the exuberant CHG, and they vanished from the Hidden Leaf Village, reappearing atop a small mountain approximately 40 kilometers away. Wang Cong gazed sternly at Orochimaru and Jiraiya before speaking in a low voice. Now, you shall commence your attempts to break through. Should new energy manifest within your Dantian, while you envision it taking the form of an infant, leave the rest to me. Thank you, esteemed Lord. Jiraiya and Orochimaru expressed their profound gratitude, bowing deeply. In response to their reverence, Wang Cong simply offered a faint nod, acknowledging their respect. He then waved his hand, causing a surge of energy to propel him backward a short distance. As he observed the suddenly darkening clouds above, a sense of apprehension gripped his heart. It occurred to him at that moment that undergoing tribulation alone was preferable. If two individuals were to face it together, it would be akin to challenging the heavens, thereby amplifying the ferocity of the lightning tribulation. However, as he looked upon Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were entrenched in their own breakthroughs amidst the violent storm, Wang Cong swiftly positioned himself above them, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the heavens. Host, congratulations on acquiring Heavenly Might Energy. Heavenly Might Energy? What is that? A devouring system? Upon hearing the voice of the devouring system, Wang Cong was momentarily taken aback, filled with skepticism. Host, Heavenly Might Energy is a form of energy generated during tribulation, capable of enhancing your cultivation. Furthermore, this energy can be used to forge weapons. When infused into a weapon, the energy unleashed will carry the authority of the heavens. All things in the universe adhere to certain rules, and tribulation serves as a form of punishment. Heavenly Might represents the purest energy within the tribulation. Listening to the explanation of the devouring system, Wang Cong's confusion deepened. Then why did I not encounter Heavenly Might Energy during my previous tribulations in the cultivation realm? Host, at that time, you had not fully activated the devouring system. Thus you were unable to access certain functionalities. Moreover, your recent venture into the Ninja Palace allowed you to absorb some energy, which subsequently triggered the advancement of the devouring system, unlocking various features. Currently, the devouring system not only assists you in devouring enemies to enhance your cultivation, but has also begun to incorporate a forging system. A forging system? What is that? Wang Cong inquired, puzzled. Host, the forging system is an auxiliary function of the devouring system. Given your extensive experience in the cultivation realm, you should comprehend the significance of a suitable personal magical artifact to a cultivator. Do you remember the renowned sword Immortal, Luo Qingqing? At the mention of the name, Wang Cong's body involuntarily trembled. How could he forget the sword Immortal, who could slice through both immortals and mortals with a single strike? Luo Qingqing wielded a personal magical artifact that nearly swept through the entire cultivation realm. Had it not been for Wang Cong's possession of the devouring system, he would truly have been no match for the sword Immortal, Luo Qingqing. Host, the forging system shall create the most exquisite innate treasure for you. In the past, during your time in the realm of cultivation, you did not possess an innate treasure due to the presence of this system. Ascending to the celestial realm would have put you at a disadvantage. Now, with the opportunity to start anew, dear host, what kind of innate treasure do you wish to forge? Wang remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, this forging system can only create my personal magical treasure? Indeed. Host, you are absolutely correct. All the functionalities of this system are exclusively accessible to you. A sword, Wang declared softly, a glimmer of resplendent light flickering in his eyes. Sword Immortal Luo Qingqing, I wonder if there will be another chance to meet. Boom. The earth-shattering roar abruptly jolted Wang from his reverie. Observing the ominous dark thunder tribulation, he waved his hand slightly, channeling a formidable essence into the tempest. Instantly, the tribulation seemed to sense its own authority being profoundly challenged, erupting with a tremendous surge of energy directly targeting Wang. As bolts of lightning, thick as a wrist, rained down furiously, Wang activated the Great Void Body refining technique, voraciously absorbing the surrounding rich thunder energy to enhance his physical cultivation. The remaining pure lightning energy was infused into the bodies of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. In the distance, Chongting Etian gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Lightning, indeed, is one of the most terrifying forces. Wang was daring enough to withstand such formidable energy with his physical form, leaving Chongting Etian utterly astounded. His shock intensified upon witnessing Wang absorb the lightning energy while simultaneously channeling it into Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The magnitude of his awe was beyond verbal expression. And at that moment, an infinite admiration welled up within him. It seemed he had forgotten why he had followed Wang in the first place. However, Wang was oblivious to the impact of his selfless actions on Chongting Etian. As the thunder energy was continually consumed and transferred into Jiraiya and Orochimaru, their auras grew increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Wang's physical cultivation ascended from the first to the second level of the nascent soul stage. When the thunder tribulation dissipated, Jiraiya and Orochimaru wore expressions of delight, reveling in the violent energy emanating from their bodies. Turning to the smiling Wang, they still felt an immense pressure, as if standing before a deity rather than a mere mortal. "Thank you, esteemed lord." Jiraiya and Orochimaru bowed respectfully. Wang shook his head and replied, "This is merely the beginning. As long as you perform admirably, greater rewards await you." Boom. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded from above the Naruto world. The entire realm was enveloped in a dazzling light. A fierce bolt of lightning seemed intent on shattering the very heavens, threatening to render existence void. At that moment, the rules of the Naruto world appeared to undergo a transformation. The nascent soul emerges, and the ninja evolves. The principles of heaven and earth defy convention, as ninjas represent a branch of the cultivation realm. In this present era, the emergence of Yuaning ninjas has transformed the world's rules, descending celestial energies and altering the very fabric of existence. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds resonated throughout the air. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Cong's face. He was uncertain whether Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or any other ninjas in the Naruto world had heard the previous words, yet he could feel their weight. At that moment, 9 beams of pure white light abruptly descended from the heavens of the Naruto realm. Instantly, Wang Cong's body trembled with a surge of instinctual urgency, propelling him towards the radiant beams without a second thought. The rich aura of celestial energy enveloping the lights suggested they originated from the celestial realm. It was evident that the appearance of Yuaning ninjas had ushered in a new set of rules for the Naruto universe, permitting this new celestial energy to descend. In the blink of an eye, Wang Cong found himself standing before the 9 streams of celestial energy. With a subtle wave of his hands, he grasped the energies firmly. However, in an instant, they attempted to slip away from his grasp. "Devour system!" Wang Cong bellowed fiercely. In that moment, a formidable force of devouring energy erupted forth, consuming the celestial energies that sought to escape, drawing them into his very being. As he cultivated and refined his inner essence, the energies slowly began to merge with his true essence. Once the 9 celestial energies fused seamlessly with his true essence, Wang Cong felt a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, as if threefold had been added to his power. Yet, at that very moment, the voice of the Devour system echoed in his ear. "Host. These 9 celestial energies are a reward bestowed upon the Naruto world by the heavens. By consuming them, you will undoubtedly disrupt the existing rules of this realm. What do you intend to do?" "To cultivate is to defy the heavens," Wang Cong declared resolutely. "Having obtained this opportunity, I shall not relinquish it. The Naruto world is transformed. These fortunes are mine to seize." "What of it?" The Devour system fell into silence, acknowledging Wang Cong's undeniable truth. After all, to cultivate is to rebel against fate. When fortune arises, one must seize it. Otherwise, achieving immortality remains an elusive dream. To ascend and traverse further along the path of cultivation requires relentless effort. Only thus can one hope to advance. Little did Wang Cong and the Devour system realize that what had descended upon the Naruto world were not merely 9 celestial energies, but a total of 81, of which only 9 had been consumed by Wang Cong. The ramifications of the altered rules within the Naruto realm were immense, a fact Wang Cong had never fathomed. Meanwhile, after Jiraiya and Orochimaru had established their own foundations as Yuaning ninjas, Wang Cong imparted several ninjutsu techniques to them before they departed on a quest to seek medicinal herbs, while Wang Cong returned to Konoha village. At Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong sat quietly, his demeanor calm as he perused a book. Facing Wang Cong, Naruto tilted his small head and lay there, observing Wang Cong as he seemed poised to speak, yet hesitated. However, Wang Cong's gaze remained fixed on the book before him, oblivious to Naruto's silent yearning for conversation. After a spell of silence lasting approximately 5 minutes, Naruto finally addressed Wang Cong. "Master, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What matter?" Wang Cong inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. "Master, this morning, Rain Hidden Village sent a distress signal to our Leaf Village. I wish to partake in the rescue mission. Yet the teachers at school have stated that, as your apprentice, I must not face any peril, thus they refuse to allow me to join this endeavor." Upon hearing this, Wang Cong furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Naruto with keen eyes. After all, Naruto was merely a 5-year-old child. Was he truly suited for such missions? At that moment, Ichiraku approached, addressing Wang Cong. "My lord, young birds must eventually confront the vast sky. Given Naruto's determination, I believe this opportunity could serve as valuable training for him." especially since his abilities surpass those of a typical nin. Very well. After a moment of contemplation and a thorough assessment of Naruto, Wang Cong spoke solemnly. Ichiraku, take Naruto to the school and assist him in the registration process. Inform them that this is my directive. I trust they will acquiesce to allow Naruto to undertake the mission. Understood, my lord. Meanwhile, in the world of Hokage, within Rain Hidden Village, Yahiko stood gravely before the village chief's residence. Before him stood 4 or 5 men clad in light gray ninja attire, their expressions serious as they addressed Yahiko, Lord Yahiko. The ninjas from the Land of Lightning are now less than 2 kilometers from Rain Hidden Village. Their primary objective appears to be an assault on our village. What shall we do? Taking a deep breath, a shadow of concern crossed Yahiko's face. The current predicament in Rain Hidden Village far exceeded his expectations. What was once a tranquil and developing community was now under sudden siege from the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, placing the village in a precarious situation. Thus, upon realizing the approach of the enemy, Yahiko had promptly dispatched a plea for aid to Leaf Village. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the ninjas of Leaf Village would come to their aid. Should they choose not to assist, Yahiko would have no option but to abandon Rain Hidden Village and retreat with the members dedicated to safeguarding their lord. Defend our home. Utilize every available resource. We shall not permit any ninja from the Land of Lightning to set foot in Rain Hidden Village. Yahiko declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering upon the assembled ninjas. As the last of the men departed, Yahiko turned back, casting a contemplative glance at the building behind him. Meanwhile, situated approximately 2 kilometers from Rain Hidden Village, a congregation of around 150 ninjas lingered within a small grove. Leading the group was a man in a white shirt and black shorts, approximately in his 40s. He held a map in his hand, pointing to a location marked Yuin Village, and said, "Ahead lies Yuin Village. I have heard that the village chief, Hanzo the Salamander, is a formidable figure. We are nearing Yuin Village, and yet Hanzo has not made a move against us. I suspect he is preparing a powerful counterattack. For now, we shall rest here and remain vigilant regarding the developments in Yuin Village. The king has commanded that we must conquer Yuin Village at any cost, bringing it under the dominion of our Land of Thunder. I implore everyone to proceed with utmost caution. We must not be careless." As orders were issued, a profound silence enveloped Yuin Village. Meanwhile, approaching from the direction of Konoha, nearly 80 ninjas, led by Tsunade, with Ichiraku providing covert protection, hastily advanced toward Yuin Village. In the village chief's chamber of Yuin, Yahiko wore a face of uncertainty. The idea of seeking help from Konoha had unexpectedly occurred to him, particularly in light of the recent events involving Hanzo and Kato. A sudden fear gripped him as he questioned whether the supreme leader in Konoha might be his master. This was a test of sorts for Yahiko. Otherwise, he would have left with his companions the moment he received the news. However, as the forces from the Land of Thunder sought to investigate Yuin Village, Yahiko's defensive strategies rendered any infiltration attempts utterly futile. Any member of the Land of Thunder attempting to breach Yuin Village would face severe repercussions. 3 days later, as the ninjas from Konoha drew closer to Yuin Village, a figure suddenly appeared before Yahiko in the chief's chamber, gravely announcing, "Lord Yahiko, reinforcements from Konoha have arrived." "Heaven has favored us," Yahiko exclaimed, filled with excitement, and then said somberly, "We shall now take the initiative and coordinate with the Konoha reinforcements to deliver a devastating blow to the Land of Thunder." Following his command, the ninjas of Yuin Village sprang into action, while Yahiko himself rushed toward the direction of the Konoha ninjas. 1 kilometer outside Yuin Village, Tsunade regarded Yahiko with a composed demeanor, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. No matter how Tsunade had perceived the situation, she never anticipated that the newly appointed village chief of Yuin would be a mere child. Yet Yahiko remained unfazed by Tsunade's shock, bowing respectfully and saying, "Honorable Lady Tsunade, I extend my gratitude for your assistance to Yuin Village. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you. My name is Yahiko, the current village chief of Yuin." Tsunade nodded, her eyes still reflecting surprise as she scrutinized Yahiko, her heart filled with doubt. However, now is not the time for excessive inquiries. With a serious expression, Tsunade looked at Yahiko and asked, "Village Chief Yahiko, how do you intend for us to cooperate?" "Lady Tsunade, I wish for Konoha Village to cooperate with our Rain Village's offensive, delivering a devastating blow to the people of the Land of Lightning." "Very well," Tsunade nodded, and with a wave of her hand, the individuals trailing behind her instantly dispersed into the forest. However, As Naruto attempted to depart, Tsunade halted him, saying, "Naruto, you cannot go." "Lady Tsunade, why? Why can they go, but I cannot? My master has already agreed to let me participate in this mission. I am a ninja too. Why am I being denied?" Naruto questioned her, filled with confusion. Yet, Tsunade merely furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Naruto, you are the esteemed disciple. There must be no unforeseen incidents. If something were to happen to you, I would have no explanation to give the esteemed one. No, Lady Tsunade, I cannot accept your words. I must fight." "Esteemed one?" Inquiring from the side, Yahiko asked, "Tsunade, are you referring to the esteemed one who defeated Hanzo of the Salamander and Kato?" "Indeed," Tsunade affirmed with a nod. Instantly, Yahiko felt a jolt of surprise. Looking at Naruto before him, he was filled with intense envy. Naruto had indeed been accepted as the disciple of the esteemed one. Suppressing his astonishment, as Tsunade, Yahiko, and Naruto entered the Rain Village, they were met with rising plumes of smoke outside, indicating an urgent situation. The flames of war had suddenly ignited. Outside the Rain Village, in the woods where the ninjas of the Land of Lightning resided, chaos erupted as the ninjas from Rain Village and Konoha suddenly appeared. In an instant, an array of ninjutsu was unleashed. Before the ninjas of the Land of Lightning could react, a one-sided massacre commenced. The heavy scent of blood began to permeate the air. And when the ninjas of the Land of Lightning finally realized what was happening and attempted to retaliate, it was already too late. By the time Yahiko and Tsunade arrived at the small grove, all the ninjas from the Land of Lightning had been annihilated. Observing the scene before them, Tsunade furrowed her brow and asked, "Yahiko, do you know why the ninjas from the Land of Lightning would suddenly attack the Rain Village?" "As far as I know. Although the Rain Village is centrally located among the great nations and suffers attacks during times of war, no nation has ever sought to directly assault the Rain Village. This time, their motives are evidently impure." In response, Yahiko took a deep breath and said, "Lady Tsunade, based on the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days, the ninjas from the Land of Lightning are attacking the Rain Village because they wish to instigate war, aiming to eradicate our village as a launching point for their offensive." "What?" Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her expression incredulous as she gazed at Yahiko. "Is what you say truly accurate?" Yahiko nodded solemnly. "Lady Tsunade, every word I speak is the truth. This information was relayed to us by the warriors of our Rain Village, gathered from the mouths of these ninjas from the Land of Lightning." In an instant, a heavy expression darkened Tsunade's eyes as she gazed ahead. Taking a deep breath and pondering, could it be? Are we on the brink of the Third Shinobi World War? The wounds inflicted upon the Naruto world by the previous two wars had yet to heal, and now the specter of a third conflict loomed ominously. Leading the valiant warriors of Konoha, Tsunade had joined forces with the shinobi of the Rain Village to vanquish over 150 ninjas from the Land of Lightning. After spending 2 days in the Rain Village, she returned to Konoha, yet her heart remained burdened with worry. Each time she recalled Yahiko's words, Tsunade dismissed them as mere childish banter, unworthy of concern. However, on that fateful day at the battlefield, she discovered a map among the remnants of war, marked with significant symbols and various annotations. It dawned on her that Yahiko had not been lying. The ninjas from the Land of Lightning harbored genuine intentions to annihilate the Rain Village and seize control. To Tsunade's astonishment, the first target of the Lightning Ninjas after capturing the Rain Village was none other than Konoha itself. What perplexed her even further was the sudden surge of ambition emanating from the Land of Lightning. What had transpired to incite such drastic change? In Konoha, at the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Naruto had returned from the Rain Village in a state of despondency, lacking any semblance of energy. Upon Naruto's return, had informed Ichiraku of the events that had transpired, and he too understood the source of Naruto's unhappiness. Observing Naruto sulking, Ichiraku approached him, gently ruffling his hair and asking, "Naruto, do you truly wish to undertake a mission?" Taken aback by Ichiraku's sudden inquiry, Naruto stared at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he vigorously nodded and declared, "Master, I want to accept a mission. As your disciple, I should bear greater responsibilities and strive harder than others. I want everyone to recognize that I, Naruto, am your finest apprentice. I refuse to be looked down upon. I must prove myself to everyone." "Very well," Ichiraku replied, nodding approvingly and patting Naruto on the head. "You are indeed exceptional. Now, go fetch Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. I have a mission to assign to you all." In that moment, Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise as he asked, "Master, are you serious?" Seeing the expectation radiating from Naruto's face, Ichiraku affirmed, "Of course, I am serious. When have I ever deceived you?" As Naruto departed, standing nearby, inquired, "Master, what mission do you intend to assign to Naruto?" Wang pondered for a moment before softly stating, "I recall that 10 kilometers from the Hidden Leaf Village lies a place known as the Green Leaf Marsh. Within this marsh grows a creature called the Jade Toad, which is said to possess a certain probability of producing golden threads on its body. These threads can be refined into detoxifying elixirs, correct? My esteemed lord. The Green Marsh indeed harbors the Jade Toad. However, considering the abilities of Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, locating the Jade Toad will not be an easy endeavor. Are you truly determined to assign this task to Naruto?" In response, Wang nodded, saying, "Indeed, Naruto himself has previously stated that as my disciple, he must be more diligent than others. Furthermore, should he wish to achieve greater accomplishments in the future, he must utilize his own hands to resolve challenges. While I am immersed in my training, you shall be responsible for assigning tasks to Naruto and the others. These tasks must be challenging, as mundane assignments will not unleash their potential." "Understood, my esteemed lord." After receiving Ichiraku's affirmation, Wang fell into contemplation. Initially, he intended to cultivate the strengths of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno following a competition with Naruto. However, the sudden emergence of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who sought to transcend to the realm of the nascent soul ninja, disrupted Wang's plans. Later, upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, he learned of difficulties faced by the Rain Hidden Village, necessitating support from the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. At that time, both Naruto and Sasuke were dispatched to the Rain Hidden Village. Now, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remaining in the Hidden Leaf Village, Wang intended to focus on their training. After all, among the current generation of ninjas, only Sasuke and Sakura had caught Wang's discerning eye. An hour after Naruto departed, he returned to Ichiraku Ramen with Sasuke and Sakura, at which point Wang set aside his book. Gazing at Sakura and Sasuke before him, he smiled gently and asked, "Sasuke, Sakura, do you wish to become more formidable?" "Esteemed lord, we aspire to grow stronger." Sasuke and Sakura replied in unison. As their voices faded, Wang produced 2 emerald green pills, handing one to each of them, saying, "These are elixirs I have concocted. Consuming them will purge impurities from your bodies and will be beneficial for your future training." Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke hastily consumed the pills. Witnessing this scene, Wang stood there in astonishment. He turned to Ichiraku and instructed, "Prepare 2 buckets of water." Meanwhile, Naruto, who stood nearby, hurried to Wang's side, his expression filled with confusion as he looked at Sakura and Sasuke. He inquired, "Master, why are they so impulsive? Do they not realize that impulse is the devil?" Both Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback, unable to comprehend Naruto's words. However, they soon found themselves overwhelmed by a sudden, intense pain. A faint black substance began to emanate from both individuals, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Observing the scene before him, Wang Cong gently shook his head and waved his hand slightly. Instantly, a dense aura of true essence surged forth, effectively masking the repugnant scent. As he beheld the transformed figures of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, now shrouded in darkness, Wang Cong's heart quivered unexpectedly. Although he was aware of their innate talents, the effects of the cleansing elixir had significantly enhanced Sasuke and Sakura's abilities, allowing them to surpass their previous limits, even approaching Naruto's prowess. This vividly illustrated the immense potential harbored by both Sasuke and Sakura. Once the effects of the potion faded, Wang Cong gestured to place the 2 into a wooden tub and dismantled the barrier that had contained the unpleasant odor. Clearing his throat, he addressed Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, "I wish for the 3 of you to form a team. Are you willing?" A look of surprise flickered across the faces of Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto, as they struggled to comprehend Wang Cong's intentions. Indeed, a gradual formation of a team. Following your establishment as a squad, I shall assign you tasks, rewarding you according to the difficulty of those missions. If you desire to acquire more elixirs to enhance your cultivation, you must complete more assignments. Thus, the distance you can traverse in the future greatly correlates with your own efforts. The trio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right." Wang Cong nodded in satisfaction. "You have all demonstrated commendable composure in the face of challenges, and I believe you will achieve success." Approximately 10 kilometers from Konoha village lies an area known as the Green Leaf Marsh, where a creature called the Jade Toad thrives. I require the 3 of you to capture 50 Jade Toads. Upon completion of this task, you shall receive an elixir to enhance your cultivation. Understood. The three responded in unison. Subsequently, Wang Cong instructed Ichiraku to take Sasuke and Sakura outside for a bath, while he turned his attention to Naruto. Taking a deep breath, he said solemnly, "Naruto, there is something I must convey to you. It is imperative that you remember this. Do not forget. Understood?" Naruto nodded earnestly. "I will. Wishing to grow stronger through your own efforts, I too hope you achieve everything you desire through diligence. Therefore, starting today, I will no longer provide you with any elixirs. If you wish to become stronger, you must undertake tasks. Are you willing?" Naruto paused slightly, gazing at Wang Cong's serious expression, and nodded. "I am willing." Seeing Naruto's determined demeanor, Wang Cong smiled knowingly. As long as Naruto maintains this mindset, success is merely a matter of time. Wang Cong's expectations for Naruto are now exceedingly high. In the southern region of Konoha village, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, after accepting a task assigned by the king, swiftly prepared themselves and set off towards the Green Leaf Marsh. Concerned for their safety, the king discreetly dispatched Ichiraku to protect the trio. Naruto held a map in his hands, meticulously detailing the route from Konoha to the marsh. The three of them followed this path, proceeding at a measured pace. A distance of 10 kilometers was not overly daunting for them. Approximately 2 hours later, they arrived at the Green Leaf Marsh. Upon gazing at the surrounding woods and the various mud pits, a hint of seriousness and trepidation crept onto their previously confident faces. After all, it was their first mission, and feeling frightened in the face of the unknown was a natural response. "Did the esteemed lord mention any dangers that might lurk within this marsh?" Sasuke inquired, casting a vigilant glance around. Naruto shook his head, responding, "No. Sasuke, since the esteemed lord entrusted us with this mission, we must unite our efforts to complete it and not dwell on other concerns. Now that we have arrived at the Green Leaf Marsh, let us advance." Both Naruto and Sasuke exchanged awkward glances with Sakura, feeling somewhat embarrassed that they, the boys, exhibited less courage than her. However, this momentary hesitation quickly dissipated as they regained their composure. The Green Leaf Marsh appeared to be a place seldom frequented by ninjas, as there were no clear paths to tread upon. Naruto leaped onto a sturdy tree, broke off 2 branches, and tossed one to Sasuke. Climbing down, he suggested, "Sasuke, let us scout ahead, while Sakura follows closely behind for her protection, shall we?" "Agreed." Sasuke nodded in affirmation. As the trio ventured deeper into the marsh, Ichiraku's silhouette suddenly appeared at the spot they had just vacated. Observing the 3 of them who had already entered the marsh, Ichiraku nodded in satisfaction, pleased with their performance. As a team, they ought to support one another and foster camaraderie, for it is only through such unity that they can harness their true strength. As they delved into the marsh, attuned to the sounds around them, Sakura unexpectedly halted Naruto and Sasuke by grasping their arms, pointing towards a lotus leaf ahead and whispering, "Naruto, Sasuke, do you see that jade toad on the leaf?" A look of astonishment crossed Naruto and Sasuke's faces as they followed Sakura's gaze, their hearts racing with surprise. At a distance of approximately 3 meters from the trio, a colossal lotus leaf unfurled, upon which perched a vibrant green toad. Adorning the back of this amphibian was a slender golden thread. With a mere glance, Naruto's heart surged with certainty. The creature before him was indeed the coveted jade toad. Exchanging a knowing look with Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto inhaled deeply and declared, "I shall go first. You protect Sakura. Later, it will be your turn, and I'll safeguard her." "Understood," replied Sasuke, as their fists collided in a show of camaraderie. In an instant, Naruto surged toward the jade toad. However, to his astonishment, the creature exhibited remarkable agility, leaping away the moment Naruto approached. As Naruto's hands reached out in vain, he found himself grasping nothing but air, while the jade toad gracefully ascended to a nearby tree. Sasuke and Sakura, observing from a distance, urged Naruto, "You might consider employing the shadow clone technique to ensnare the jade toad. If it continues to evade, capturing it will prove exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing Sakura's suggestion, a spark of understanding illuminated Naruto's eyes. Nodding earnestly, he proclaimed, "Ninetales, ultimate shadow clone technique." Instantaneously, as his voice faded, Naruto's body quivered, and multiple clones materialized, racing toward the jade toad. In the blink of an eye, the creature found itself ensnared by Naruto's deft maneuvering. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha's Ichiraku Ramen shop, Tsunade had concluded her administrative duties concerning the village. Approaching Wang Cong, who was engrossed in reading, she respectfully addressed him, "Your Excellency, I wish to discuss a matter of importance." Wang Cong looked up, his expression tinged with curiosity. "What is it?" Your Excellency, several days ago, our ninjas from Konoha assisted those from the Hidden Rain village in fending off threats from the Land of Lightning. During this mission, I uncovered troubling intelligence. The Land of Lightning seems intent on instigating the Third Ninja World War, with Konoha as their primary target. The Land of Lightning aims to assault Konoha? Wang Cong's countenance shifted to one of profound astonishment. Logically, the Third Ninja War should not erupt for another 3 years. Why the sudden urgency? A fleeting thought crossed Wang Cong's mind, a vision of a formidable figure. Could the Land of Lightning's aggression toward Konoha be linked to him? If so, that would clarify much. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Cong shook his head gently at Tsunade. Tsunade, I comprehend your concerns. As long as I remain in Konoha, I shall ensure the village's safety. You may attend to other matters with peace of mind. Thank you, Your Excellency. Tsunade responded with utmost respect. Throughout the 5 years Wang Cong had resided in Konoha, Tsunade had consistently conveyed her affections towards him. However, what Tsunade did not anticipate was that Wang Cong was acutely aware of her affections, yet he persistently rejected her, which left Tsunade feeling vexed and perplexed. Presently, there were no women in Wang Cong's life, and Tsunade could not fathom whether it was due to her lack of beauty or some other reason that made Wang Cong overlook her. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and spoke to Wang Cong. Lord Supreme, when I returned from the village hidden in the rain, the village chief asked me to convey a message to you. Do you remember Yahiko? Yahiko? A glimmer of light sparkled in Wang Cong's eyes as he nodded slightly. Yes. How is he faring in the village hidden in the rain? Lord Supreme, Yahiko has become the village chief of the village hidden in the rain, Tsunade replied respectfully. Indeed. Wang Cong nodded, casting a glance at Tsunade. Tsunade, I believe that the village hidden in the leaves and the village hidden in the rain can collaborate. As long as Yahiko is the village chief, we need not worry about any actions from the village hidden in the rain that could be detrimental to the village hidden in the leaves. Next time you see Yahiko, please inform him that I require various herbs. At that moment, upon hearing Wang Cong mention herbs again, Tsunade felt a surge of astonishment. Ever since Wang Cong had first sent ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves to procure herbs, he had continuously requested them. Thus, Tsunade pondered whether Wang Cong was injured, which would explain his persistent need for herbs. With such doubts lingering in her mind, Tsunade inhaled deeply, her expression turning serious as she gazed at Wang Cong and finally voiced the question that had burdened her heart. Lord Supreme, are you injured? If so, I can use my abilities to assist in your healing. Wang Cong offered a faint smile, shaking his head slightly. Tsunade, I appreciate your kindness. Although the injuries I bear can be alleviated with chakra energy, they cannot be fully healed. Your concern is more than enough for me. Lord Supreme, Tsunade is willing to do anything for you, she declared earnestly, her eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the earnest expression on Tsunade's face, Wang Cong nodded. Very well. If there is anything I require, I shall inform you. After Tsunade departed, Wang Cong hesitated. Now that Yahiko had become the village chief of the village hidden in the rain, what of Conan and Nagato? What were their current levels of prowess? Had they achieved the status of Hokage? In the Land of Fire, the fifth Hokage, Darui, gazed calmly at a man before him, his voice carrying a somber tone. How could the mission fail? We dispatched over 150 elite ninjas from the Land of Lightning, yet they were all annihilated by the village hidden in the rain. Explain this to me. In the face of the fifth Hokage's outburst, the man standing before him bowed his head in silence. It was only after a considerable time had passed that he finally spoke. Lord Darui, we must not underestimate the strength of the village hidden in the rain. The mountain pepper fish, Hans, is renowned as a madman, possessing extraordinary abilities that defy the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have survived in such a war-torn land. Our forefront may falter, incurring losses, yet to the formidable village of the hidden cloud, it is merely a drop in the bucket. The fifth Hokage, Darui, suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his eyes coldly fixed on the man before him, stating, I am aware of what you say. I have summoned you here not to listen to your ramblings, but to discern our next course of action. Shall we continue our assault? Upon hearing this, the man fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, he shook his head and replied, Lord Darui, I do not recommend launching an attack at this moment. I believe that after our recent probing, the village of the Hidden Rain has undoubtedly taken precautions. If we were to strike now, we would surely face far greater losses. Therefore, I propose we wait a while longer. Attacking the village of the Hidden Rain later should pose no issue. Very well, I will place my trust in you this time. Should any doubts arise again, Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." At that moment, the man trembled slightly, gazing at the fifth Hokage, whose countenance appeared rather grim. "Rest assured, Lord Darui. It won't come to that." Impatiently, Darui waved his hand, dismissing the man, and took a deep breath, feeling a fire of frustration welling within his chest. Meanwhile, not far from the village of Leaf, in the green leaf swamp, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura held jade toads in their hands. After a day of gathering, the trio had amassed 49 toads, just one short of completing their mission. At that moment, Naruto scrutinized his surroundings with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Sakura gasped in alarm. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly turned to her, noticing the fear etched on her face. "What is the matter?" they inquired anxiously. "Over there." Sakura pointed ahead. As Naruto and Sasuke followed her gesture, their bodies tensed in shock. Approximately 5 meters ahead lay a giant snake, its girth comparable to that of an adult man's calf, adorned with glistening green scales. Its head was as large as a basketball, and its blood-red tongue sent shivers down their spines. In an instant, Sasuke and Naruto handed their jade toads to Sakura. After exchanging a glance, they dashed in opposite directions. The situation was perilous, leaving no time for contemplation. 9 tails. 1,000 years of pain. 9 tails, ultimate shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted, and in an instant, numerous clones of the 9 tails appeared as he positioned himself atop the giant snake. The colossal serpent in the swamp reared its head, opening its gaping maw wide, ready to consume Naruto whole. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke bellowed fiercely, taijutsu, continuous kicks. Boom, boom, boom. Sasuke's figure appeared before the serpent, raising his foot and relentlessly delivering powerful kicks that unleashed a formidable force upon the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto also emerged behind the serpent, aiming a fierce stab at its vulnerable point. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's body was sent crashing into the marsh. Both Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that the great serpent had been so easily vanquished. Meanwhile, hidden behind a large tree, Ichiraku wiped the sweat from his brow and nervously glanced forward, still in shock. Just moments ago, even he had failed to notice the serpent's presence. Thankfully, Haruno Sakura had detected it early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In a mysterious chamber somewhere within the Hidden Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo surveyed his subordinates with a furrowed brow, his expression dark and brooding. "How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? My lord, everything has been disseminated. Now, not only are ninjas from the land of fire, but those from the land of lightning, the land of water, and the land of earth are also aware of the Supreme Lord's formidable prowess. The ninjas from the land of lightning are already preparing to uncover the secrets of the Supreme Lord and have commenced their actions against the Hidden Rain Village. Although our last endeavor ended in failure due to the intervention of the Hidden Leaf, I am confident that the ninjas from the land of lightning will soon return with renewed vigor." Haha. Danzo erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with intense excitement. "Excellent. This is precisely the outcome I desired. What of the Supreme Lord? Anyone who dares to offend Shimura Danzo is destined for death. My lord, won't our actions provoke public outrage?" "Public outrage?" Danzo sneered dismissively. "The Supreme Lord is merely an outsider. While he may protect the Hidden Leaf Village for a time, can he do so indefinitely? Certainly not. As an advisor to the Hidden Leaf, I hold a significant position. The distinction between friend and foe will become abundantly clear. As long as the villagers are not foolish, they will never turn against us." At this point, a peculiar expression crossed Danzo's face. Lowering his gaze in contemplation, he continued, "Since the land of lightning is preparing to strike the Hidden Rain Village, I suggest you intensify your efforts. Recently, we have heard rumors that the Supreme Lord possesses pills that can elevate ninjas of the shadow level to the Yuaning level. Therefore, you must travel to the land of lightning to spread this information, aiming to incite them into action against the Hidden Rain Village as swiftly as possible." "Understood, my lord." As he watched his subordinates depart, Danzo erupted into wild laughter. Though the Supreme Lord had saved the Hidden Leaf Village on multiple occasions, in Danzo's eyes, he remained merely an outsider, never to truly integrate with the village. However, Shimura Danzo would not acknowledge Wang Cong. For a long time, Danzo harbored a desire for vengeance against Wang Cong. Thus, from the moment he orchestrated the assault on Konoha from the Rain Village, Danzo had never relinquished his intentions. After years of effort, he had successfully forged connections with the other 4 nations, and currently there were sentiments among them to take action against Konoha. Although Danzo understood that, given the capabilities of the other nations, it would be challenging to contend with Wang Cong, he still found satisfaction in the idea of irritating him. Taking a deep breath, Danzo emerged from his abode about an hour after his subordinates had departed. After wandering a couple of circles within Konoha, he soon found himself standing before the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Observing Wang Cong engrossed in a book inside, Danzo inhaled deeply and stepped into the establishment. With utmost respect, he addressed Wang Cong, saying, "Your Excellency." Wang Cong nodded, his expression wavering with uncertainty as he raised his gaze to meet Danzo's. Wang Cong had an indelible memory of Danzo. However, at that moment, he was perplexed about the reason for Danzo's visit. With an impassive glance, Wang Cong inquired, "What brings you here?" "Your Excellency, I have a matter I wish to consult you about." Danzo replied with a respectful demeanor. "Speak," Wang Cong urged. "Your Excellency, I am wholeheartedly dedicated to contributing to the strength of Konoha. Yet, why is it that my efforts go unrecognized by the village? Meanwhile, you, who have been here for a relatively short time, have gained the trust of Konoha. Why is that?" Danzo questioned, his face clouded with confusion. In response to Danzo's inquiry, Wang Cong merely shook his head gently. Observing Danzo with a calm demeanor, he took a deep breath and asked, "Do you truly wish to know?" Danzo eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Strength." Wang Cong replied indifferently as he rose, one hand resting behind his back. "It is all due to the power I possess. The ability to obliterate anything. It is precisely for this reason that the ninjas of Konoha can trust me and believe in me. Otherwise, do you think they would place their faith in someone who has nothing to offer? Thus, to earn the trust of others, possessing formidable strength is indeed a crucial aspect." Danzo was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. As he approached Wang Cong, he had contemplated various responses, yet he had not anticipated such a straightforward and blunt reply. After a brief pause, he vehemently shook his head and asked, "Then how did Tsunade become the Hokage?" Wang Cong was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing more skeptical. In truth, from the moment Danzo appeared before Wang Cong, he had been filled with profound curiosity. Wang Cong could not fathom why Danzo had come to him and what his intentions were. A colossal question mark loomed over Wang Cong's mind, compelling him to decipher its meaning. Yet, at that moment, he tragically realized that he could not fathom the intentions of Shizen Danzo. Heritage. As Wang Cong uttered these words, he suddenly inquired, "You sought me out merely to discuss this?" Upon hearing this, Shizen hurriedly shook his head and replied, "Your Excellency, that is not my sole purpose. I have other matters for which I seek your counsel. During this time, I have heard whispers that your Excellency possesses elixirs capable of enabling ninjas to transcend the shadow level. Is it true or merely rumor?" Impudence. An enraged roar suddenly pierced the air as Ichiraku's figure emerged within the ramen shop. "Who permitted you to question His Excellency in such a manner?" Shizen was taken aback, a surge of indignation flashing through his mind. To him, Ichiraku was merely a ramen chef, devoid of any significant power. Yet now, Ichiraku dared to raise his voice, an affront Shizen could scarcely tolerate. With fury in his eyes, he turned to Ichiraku and bellowed, "I am conversing with His Excellency. What business is it of yours?" Ichiraku cast a cold glance at Shizen, shaking his head as he spoke with a firm tone, "This is my ramen shop, and you are not welcome here. Kindly take your leave." "You." Shizen pointed a finger at Ichiraku, contemplating an assault. However, Ichiraku merely regarded him with an icy stare, remaining silent. Under Ichiraku's unwavering gaze, Shizen eventually faltered, turning on his heel and departing. As he watched Shizen's retreating figure, Ichiraku returned to the counter and addressed Wang Cong, "Your Excellency." Wang Cong nodded and inquired, "How are Naruto and the others faring?" At this, a smile spread across Ichiraku's face as he replied, "Your Excellency, Naruto and his companions have performed admirably, demonstrating the strength of unity. However, unexpected challenges arose. In the green leaf swamp, there was a large serpent that I nearly overlooked. Currently, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno are on their way back. I anticipate they will soon return to Konoha." "Very well, Your Excellency. I sense that Shizen's sudden appearance bore ill intentions. Should we take precautions against him? In my recollection, Shizen has long aspired to become the leader of Konoha, but has been thwarted at every turn. His sudden inquiry regarding methods to surpass the shadow-level ninja raises suspicions of hidden agendas." Wang Cong smiled gently, poised to respond when he noticed Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade arriving at the entrance of Ichiraku's ramen shop. After entering, a glance passed between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, leading Orochimaru to state, "Your Excellency, upon our return, we apprehended a rogue ninja from Konoha. from whom we obtained information that may be detrimental to you. What information? Wang Cong inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Honorable Lord, news of your affairs has spread throughout the entire Naruto world. The ninjas from the 5 great nations are now aware that you possess a pill capable of transcending the shadow level, and thus, they are planning to unite against you. Orochimaru's words caused Wang Cong to momentarily pause. Although Orochimaru did not name anyone specifically, Wang Cong understood implicitly who was behind these machinations. In Konoha village, only one person holds the authority to command the Dark Ninjas. Neither Tsunade nor Sarutobi could wield such power. It is none other than Shimura Danzo. Reflecting on Danzo's recent inquiries, coupled with his final remarks, Wang Cong began to grasp a crucial point. Danzo sought to extract from him the knowledge of his possession of a shadow-level transcending pill, thereby enabling Danzo to propagate this information, resulting in an influx of adversaries aiming to besiege Konoha, with Wang Cong himself becoming a target of ire. However, Wang Cong dismissed the gravity of the situation, shaking his head slightly as he regarded Orochimaru before stating, "Such trivial matters hold no significance. If others wish for my fame, it would be remiss of me not to oblige. Honorable Lord, this is perilous," warned Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Ichiraku with concern. Wang Cong replied, "Peril? This hardly qualifies as such. The dangers I have faced before were far more ferocious, yet I have persevered through them all. Now, I am curious to see what sort of peril Shimura Danzo can present." Upon hearing Wang Cong name Danzo, Jiraiya and Orochimaru fell silent. Just then, the figure of Sarutobi appeared in the ramen shop. Upon seeing Wang Cong, Sarutobi respectfully bowed and addressed him, "Honorable Lord." Wang Cong's expression shifted to one of confusion. Today certainly felt unusual. First, Danzo showed up, and now Sarutobi. What was unfolding? As Wang Cong remained silent, Sarutobi continued, "Honorable Lord, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. We in Konoha are truly unaware of Danzo's actions. I never anticipated that his intentions would be so petty. Honorable Lord, having saved the entire Konoha, you now face betrayal from its people. I can only imagine your displeasure. However, Danzo is a vital advisor to Konoha, possessing significant influence. I hope that, Honorable Lord, you might find it in your heart to forgive him." Hearing this, Wang Cong suddenly burst into laughter. He had assumed Sarutobi sought him for a serious matter, only to find that he was pleading on Danzo's behalf. Wang Cong had not even considered confronting Danzo. After a brief moment of contemplation, he looked up at Sarutobi and asked, "Do you believe I, Wang Cong, am so easily appeased? 5 years ago, I spared Shimura Danzo's life. Now, you implore me to do the same once more. Am I, Wang Cong, so inconsequential that I must continually plead for my own life when others seek to end it? My lord, I did not mean it that way. Indeed, Shimura Danzo holds a significant position as an advisor to Konoha, and I hope you understand, my lord." Bang! Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could utter another word, Wang Cong slammed his hand on the table, casting a cold glance at him and stating, "Let us discuss everything upon Naruto's return." Wang Cong felt he had lingered in Konoha long enough. Initially, he intended to use the village merely as a temporary refuge, planning to rest for a month or two before departing. However, he had not anticipated staying for 5 years. Considering the time that had passed, it was indeed time to leave. With Yahiko now the leader of Amigakure, Wang Cong also planned to visit the village to see if anything unexpected might occur. An hour later, when Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura returned to Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong turned to Jiraiya, who stood nearby, and said, "Please fetch Tsunade." "Yes, my lord." "Orochimaru, you go and bring Uchiha Sasuke's and Haruno Sakura's parents. I have matters to discuss with them." "Understood, my lord." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. A nagging feeling that something was wrong, yet he could not pinpoint it. After a deep breath, Hiruzen said, "My lord, now that Naruto has returned, will you not forgive Shimura Danzo and continue to protect Konoha?" "Oh," Wang Cong replied with a cold smile. "Continue to protect Konoha? Hiruzen, do you think too highly of that notion?" "My lord, what do you mean?" Hiruzen's body trembled, his mind filled with foreboding thoughts. "It is nothing. I simply feel that my prolonged stay in Konoha has become a disturbance. It is time for me to depart. Since Konoha does not welcome me, remaining here serves no purpose." Wang Cong shook his head, calmly stating this before suddenly turning to Ichiraku. "Ichiraku, would you care to leave Konoha with me?" "My lord, I am willing." "My lord, you must not do this." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with urgency as he implored Wang Cong. You are now a symbol of faith for Konoha. You cannot abandon it. Your departure would be a tremendous blow to the village. Wang Cong regarded Hiruzen with indifference, choosing not to elaborate further. When Orochimaru arrived with the parents of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Wang Cong sought their opinions. Initially, he believed they would oppose his desire to take Sakura and Sasuke with him, but to his surprise, both families consented. Thus, Wang Cong's persuasion was rendered unnecessary. Soon after, when Tsunade arrived at the ramen shop, she had already learned from Jiraiya about the preceding events. With a face full of remorse, she gazed at Wang Cong and said, "Your Excellency, I am truly sorry." Wang Cong shook his head gently and smiled, replying, "You are not at fault. Why must you apologize?" He continued, "Well, I initially accompanied you, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to Konoha. During my time here, I have consistently safeguarded the village's tranquility. Now, it is time for me to depart. Your Excellency, can you not stay? Konoha is at a nascent stage of development and needs you. The village cannot afford to be without you." Tsunade implored, her eyes filled with desperation. However, Wang Cong merely shook his head with indifference, stating, "Our fates have reached their conclusion. Further entreaties are futile." As his words echoed, Wang Cong lightly waved his hand. And in an instant, a surge of true essence enveloped Naruto, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sakura, Sasuke, and the parents of Sakura and Sasuke, causing them to vanish without a trace. "Your Excellency." Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled, his countenance marred by regret. Casting a glance at the equally astonished Hiruzen, he inhaled deeply and questioned, "Why must it be this way? Is Danzo's counsel truly more significant than a protector of Konoha?" He lamented, "Our village is still in its formative phase, and many harbor ill intentions towards it. Why would we drive away such an esteemed figure?" Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile, adding, "I had thought that you would not leave." Wang Cong departed Konoha as silently as he had arrived, though now he was accompanied by servants, disciples, and followers, contrasting the solitude of his initial arrival alongside Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. During his 5 years in Konoha, Wang Cong had accomplished numerous beneficial deeds and nurtured a new generation of ninjas. Yet, despite his fervent efforts to transform the village, he sorrowfully recognized that he was never truly embraced by Konoha. Initially, he believed that his prowess would earn him the admiration of the villagers, but this notion had been utterly shattered. Traveling in silence, under the guidance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Wang Cong's figure eventually hovered above the hidden rain village after a journey of over 3 hours. However, he did not descend immediately. With a subtle stir of his consciousness, a beam of light emanated from him, and his clone suddenly landed within the residence of the village leader. Yahiko, who had been engrossed in training, was abruptly awakened. Startled by the presence of Wang Cong before him, Yahiko quickly rose and bowed, addressing him as master. Wang Cong nodded, saying, "Well done, you still remember me. However, in the future, do not address me as master when we are outside. Simply refer to me as your Excellency. Now, go outside and fetch me, from this day forth. I shall temporarily reside in the hidden rain village." What? In an instant, Yahiko's face was etched with profound astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that the king would utter such words. Yet, he soon realized that the arrival of His Excellency to take command of the hidden rain village was indeed a fortuitous event for the village. Ever since the departure of the others from Konoha, Yahiko had been troubled about the future of the hidden rain village. However, the sudden appearance of the king was akin to lighting a lamp in the darkness, illuminating Yahiko's entire world. As the king's figure vanished, Yahiko stepped out of the room. Gazing up at the king's silhouette above the hidden rain village, he hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "Your Excellency." Observing Yahiko's deep respect as he stood beneath the hidden rain village, the king nodded. With a subtle shimmer, he appeared before Yahiko alongside a group of companions. Calmly regarding Yahiko, the king gestured towards his entourage and said, "Yahiko, please assist them in finding suitable accommodations. We may reside in the hidden rain village for an extended period, and I hope you can attend to this matter with care." "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I shall see to everything," Yahiko replied. The king then instructed Yahiko to first arrange accommodations for Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. He inquired about Ichiraku's intentions. Should they continue operating the ramen shop or consider alternatives? Ichiraku pondered briefly and responded, "Your Excellency, I shall commence the operation of the ramen shop in the hidden rain village. After all, it would not do to have nothing to occupy my time. Beyond the ramen shop, I am uncertain of what else I could do." Upon hearing this, the king calmly nodded and replied, "Very well. Let Yahiko arrange a suitable location for your ramen shop." At that moment, the the king, Naruto, Ichiraku, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade spent the day in Yahiko's room, where Yahiko organized the necessary matters. Upon returning home, the king conversed with Yahiko, asking, "Is it feasible to establish a ramen shop in the Hidden Rain village?" "Indeed, Your Excellency," Yahiko affirmed, nodding. "There are numerous vacant spaces in the Hidden Rain village. Any location would suffice for opening a ramen shop." "Excellent. Then select a suitable place to reserve for the ramen shop," the king instructed. "Of course, Your Excellency," Yahiko replied with utmost respect. Following the conclusion of their dialogue, Yahiko proceeded to arrange accommodations for the king. Though he was curious as to why the king, who seemed to be living comfortably in Konoha, had suddenly chosen to come to the Hidden Rain village, Yahiko refrained from asking, cognizant of his status. As a servant, he understood well the bounds of inquiry. By the afternoon, Yahiko had successfully arranged the king's residence, which was also the location for Ichiraku's ramen shop. The ramen shop was conveniently situated less than 50 meters from Yahiko's own dwelling, marking it as one of the prime locations in the Hidden Rain village. After a brief tidying up of the room, Yal began to transform the entire space, dedicating an entire afternoon to craft a remarkable ambience. Ultimately, the overall appearance was quite pleasing. Above the ramen shop, for grand characters proclaimed, Supreme Ramen Shop. Upon its opening, it garnered immense popularity, especially as it was recommended by the village head, Yahiko, prompting the residents of Rain Hidden Village to seek a taste. At this moment, Wang Cong had already spent a week in Rain Hidden Village. He sat quietly at a table directly facing the entrance of the ramen shop. Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, who had accompanied Wang Cong upon leaving Konoha Village, were attending classes at the ninja school in Rain Hidden Village. However, after entering the school, the trio began to be introduced to some simple tasks, while Wang Cong, after observing the surrounding circumstances of Rain Hidden Village, commenced assigning certain tasks to the three. Each task completed yielded rewards in the form of elixirs or enhancements in ninjutsu, which greatly motivated the trio. Noticing Yahiko standing before him, hesitating to speak, Wang Cong gently smiled and said, "Yahiko, do you have something on your mind?" "Indeed, Supreme Lord." Upon Wang Cong's nod, Yahiko took a deep breath and continued. "Supreme Lord, I have long harbored a question. Recently, I overheard Lady Tsunade mention that you have always resided in Konoha Village and regarded it as your home. Why then did you suddenly come to Rain Hidden Village?" In response to Yahiko's inquiry, Wang Cong lightly shook his head and replied, "Yahiko, do you believe that if you regard Konoha Village as your home, Konoha Village will consider you family?" Yahiko furrowed his brow, soon grasping the implication behind Wang Cong's words. A flicker of discontent flashed across his face, yet he understood why Wang Cong had suddenly arrived at Rain Hidden Village. Nevertheless, this was also a favorable development for the village. "Yahiko, I recall that you, Conan, and Nagato were always together. Why is it that during my stay in Rain Hidden Village, I have yet to encounter Conan and Nagato? Have they gone on a mission?" Wang Cong inquired with curiosity. Yahiko nodded, then shook his head, stating, "Supreme Lord, it can be said they are on a mission, but it can also be said they are not. For quite some time, Conan and Nagato will not appear. They are not in Rain Hidden Village, but rather in other villages." "Oh?" Wang Cong regarded Yahiko with intrigue. "Supreme Lord, do you recall that I mentioned a couple of days ago about the organization called Guardians of the Supreme that I established after becoming the village head of Rain Hidden Village?" At this, Wang Cong nodded, acknowledging that Yahiko had indeed shared this with him. However, he wondered what this had to do with Conan and Nagato's absence from Rain Hidden Village. "Supreme Lord, after the formation of the Guardians of the Supreme, I pondered how to develop the organization. Eventually, I realized that relying solely on the ninjas of Rain Hidden Village would not suffice to establish the Guardians of the Supreme. Therefore, I sent Conan and Nagato to other villages to further the organization's development." Instantly, a look of surprise graced Wang Cong's face. From the very beginning in the world of Naruto, Wang Cong understood that Yahiko was a person of ambition. Given the right opportunities, Yahiko had the potential to flourish. However, Yahiko, still a child, had already contemplated the long-term implications of his actions, which, in a way, was advantageous for him. Wang Cong nodded and inquired, "Yahiko, what is the current situation in Amigakure?" "Esteemed Lord," Yahiko replied, "the situation in Amigakure is quite stable at present. Those ninjas who were loyal to Hanzo of the Salamander have been eliminated by me. And now the ninjas residing in Amigakure are all loyal to me and to Your Excellency. However, the strength of Amigakure is currently quite weak. Observing the look of helplessness on Yahiko's face, Wang Cong took a deep breath, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. With a slight wave of his hand, an ancient tome appeared in his grasp. He smiled gently at Yahiko and said, "This book contains techniques for ninja cultivation, along with various ninjutsu and taijutsu. Take it back and have all the ninjas of Amigakure practice anew. I believe that in a short period, the capabilities of Amigakure will significantly improve. Thank you, esteemed lord." Yahiko expressed his gratitude fervently. After Yahiko departed, Wang Cong let out a soft sigh. As Yahiko's master and the village head, the stronger Amigakure became, the more beneficial it would be for him. In the years since arriving in the Naruto world, Wang Cong had been diligently working to eliminate the poison of the mandala. But as of now, he had only managed to clear a mere 200th of it, if even that. The vast expanse of the Naruto world remained largely unexplored, and he had no knowledge of where the herbs that could completely neutralize the mandala's poison might be found. Not long after Yahiko's departure, Jiraiya's figure suddenly appeared before Wang Cong, gazing at him with utmost respect. "Esteemed Lord, Tsunade, the Hokage of Konoha, wishes to meet you. Would you like to see her?" At this, a look of surprise crossed Wang Chong's face as he scrutinized Jiraiya carefully. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, "Bring her to me." Initially, after leaving Konoha, Wang Cong had no intention of engaging in extensive interactions with anyone from the village. However, since Tsunade was among the first individuals he encountered upon arriving in the Naruto world, and considering that Jiraiya had worked tirelessly alongside him for the past 2 years in search of herbs for conflict resolution, he felt it appropriate to grant Jiraiya an opportunity. Yet, when Wang Cong finally laid eyes on Tsunade, he was momentarily taken aback. Although she was not entirely bare, her attire was scant, and she bore a bundle of thorny branches on her back. Witnessing this scene, a story from his distant homeland in Blue Star sprang to mind. One of an ancient tale of atonement. "Esteemed lord," Tsunade exclaimed as she entered the room, kneeling before Wang Cong with a soft thud. Bowing her head, she said, "Esteemed lord, the events of the past few days were indeed a great offense by Konoha. I humbly ask for your magnanimity and hope you will forgive us this once." Upon hearing this, Wang Cong furrowed his brows, a wave of skepticism washing over him. Could it be that after residing in Konoha for a period, his amiable demeanor led many to mistakenly perceive him as having a gentle temperament? "Tsunade, there is no need for your apologies. My association with anything in Konoha is negligible. If you have no further matters to discuss, I suggest you take your leave," Wang Cong replied, his tone icy. Instantly, Tsunade lifted her gaze, meeting Wang Cong's frigid stare and countenance, causing her heart to shudder. At that moment, she recalled their first encounter 5 years prior. However, during these 5 years, Wang Cong's prolonged stay in Konoha had misled the villagers into believing he was an easygoing individual. Thus, while they held a measure of respect for him, they did not regard him with the reverence he deserved. The more Tsunade pondered, the greater her trepidation grew. Fortunately, Wang Cong had not lost his temper then. Otherwise, the consequences for Konoha could have been dire. Under Wang Cong's cold demeanor, the words Tsunade wished to express became trapped within her, and upon exiting the establishment, she hastily departed from the Rain village without delay. Approximately 3 kilometers from the Rain village, Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya and Orochimaru before taking a deep breath. "Is there truly no chance for the esteemed lord to return to Konoha?" In response, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both sighed. "Tsunade, your mentor has taken excessive measures." The esteemed lord was well aware of Shimura Danzo's meddling, yet he chose to disregard it. However, upon encountering the esteemed lord, your mentor directly bound him to the moral high ground, proclaiming that Shimura Danzo, as Konoha's advisor, held greater significance than the esteemed lord himself. "Tsunade, if it were you in that position, would you have chosen to remain?" At that time, the esteemed lord's restraint in not acting had already been an exercise in patience, and I fear that your desire for him to return to Konoha may be a futile hope. You may not realize that the leader of the Rain village, Yahiko, is in fact a servant to the esteemed lord. "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, her shock evident as she looked at Orochimaru and then at Jiraiya. After Jiraiya nodded in affirmation, Tsunade finally grasped what Konoha had lost. Jiraiya regarded Tsunade with a pained expression, shaking his head. "Tsunade, considering the esteemed lord's capabilities, his departure from Konoha was merely a matter of time. While he was present, whenever Konoha faced adversity, the villagers would seek his intervention. I believe they will soon come to terms with his absence. Of course, now that the esteemed lord is left, I suspect many villagers will castigate him for his perceived ingratitude. Tsunade felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, for Jiraiya spoke the truth. Upon learning of Wang Cong's departure, the ninjas of Konoha had expressed their fury, deeming him a heartless individual who disregarded the village's stability. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Jiraiya's eyes reflected a hint of solemnity as he remarked, "Tsunade, you know how I feel about you. Therefore, there are certain matters upon which I shall refrain from passing judgment. As a servant to the esteemed lord, it is my duty to uphold his dignity. Should I encounter anyone who dares to insult him, I shall show no mercy." I ponder whether the villagers of Konoha have ever considered what the Lord has done for them, even as they accuse him of ingratitude. Originally, Konoha was the weakest village among all nations. However, what of its current state? All the techniques practiced by the ninjas of Konoha were conceived by the Lord himself. Every ninjutsu, taijutsu, and senjutsu has either been modified or created by him. Furthermore, in his quest to nurture the ninjas of Konoha, the Lord has concocted various elixirs for their benefit. As Jiraiya remained silent, a sense of discomfort spread across Tsunade's face. The truth is, it is not Wang Cong who owes anything to Konoha, but rather the people of the village who owe him their gratitude. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I apologize. Tsunade cast a sorrowful glance at them before slightly bowing and vanishing in an instant. Watching her departure, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both sharing a bitter smile. After a moment, a cold glimmer surfaced in Orochimaru's eyes as he remarked, "I wonder if the teacher understands what regret truly means." In the noodle shop, after Tsunade and Jiraiya had left, Wang Cong resumed his reading. However, it was not long before Naruto burst back into the establishment. Approaching Wang Cong, he suddenly placed a black turtle shell before him. "Master, look at this." Wang Cong observed the turtle shell with a puzzled expression. An air of intrigue reflected in his eyes. The energy emanating from it evoked a sense of astonishment within him, despite the shell appearing quite ordinary. "Naruto, where did you find this?" Wang Cong inquired. "Master, I found it in the small grove behind the ninja school. During class, I overheard the teachers mention that the grove is a forbidden area of Amigakure, harboring many unknowns. My curiosity got the better of me, and I ventured inside, discovering this turtle shell. However, once I picked it up, I found myself unable to re-enter the grove." Ah? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Cong's face. Realizing that Amigakure held such secrets, what could be hidden within that so-called forbidden area? Why did the turtle shell instill such a sense of trepidation within him? A wave of curiosity washed over him. With a daring thought, he suddenly infused the turtle shell with a surge of true essence. Instantly, it radiated a formidable aura that seemed to shake the heavens and move the earth. What was once the size of a ping-pong ball expanded in the blink of an eye to that of a basin. Could this be a magical artifact? An intense wave of curiosity surged within Wang Cong's mind. However, when Wang Cong retracted his vital energy and meticulously examined the turtle shell, he could find no signs of any refinement. The special significance of this turtle shell remained elusive to him. It would be prudent to avoid the forbidden zones for now, as his current cultivation level was insufficient to confront the dangers therein. Understood? Wang Cong gazed solemnly at Naruto as he spoke. "Understood, master." Naruto replied with a respectful nod. After directing Naruto to continue his training, Wang Cong felt a slight tremor in his body and departed from Ichiraku Ramen. When he reappeared, he found himself in front of a small grove behind the ninja academy in the Rain Village. Observing the grove before him and sensing the faint, elusive aura within, a peculiar feeling suddenly caused his heart to skip a beat. Without hesitation, Wang Cong took out the turtle shell and attuned himself to the fluctuations emanating from it. A gentle smile graced his lips as he lifted his foot and stepped into the grove. The grove was not particularly vast, but the dense foliage surrounding it created a sense of overwhelming enclosure, as if it could shroud everything within the heavens and earth, instilling a profound sense of dread. After advancing a short distance, Wang Cong found himself standing beneath a colossal tree, his expression suddenly pausing. At that moment, the turtle shell in his hand burst forth with a dazzling radiance. Moments later, a grand portal materialized before him. Stunned by the unfolding scene, Wang Cong had never anticipated that this great tree concealed a space within. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, his form wavering slightly as he entered the unknown portal. However, upon perceiving the surroundings, he stood frozen in place, for what lay before him was not a treasure nor an opportunity, but a grave, a singular tomb. Why would a grave be hidden behind the ninja academy? Wang Cong pondered in confusion. Yet, He could not fathom the reason behind it. The tomb appeared merely as a mound of earth, devoid of any markers or indications, leaving Wang Cong utterly unaware of whose resting place it was. Even during his previous observations of the Naruto world, he had never been aware of a grave existing in the forest behind the Rain Village Ninja Academy. After surveying the area without discovering anything of particular significance, he swiftly departed. Upon returning to the grove, the turtle shell reappeared before him. At that moment, Wang Cong comprehended its purpose: to unlock the passage within the great tree, granting access to its interior. Once back in the Rain Village, Wang Cong sought out Yahiko without delay. "Yahiko, how much do you know about the situation in the Rain Village?" he inquired. Yahiko stood there momentarily stunned, regarding Wang Cong with a puzzled expression, seemingly bewildered by the question. However, under Wang's perplexed expression, Mayahiko did not dwell on it for long. After a brief moment of contemplation, he addressed Wang Cong. "Your Excellency, my knowledge regarding the circumstances of Rain Hidden Village is rather limited. Nevertheless, I believe there is someone who possesses profound insights into the affairs of Rain Hidden Village." "Who?" Wang, filled with intense curiosity, gazed at Mayahiko in confusion. In response to Wang's puzzled demeanor, Mayahiko continued, "Your Excellency, every generation of Rain Hidden Village produces a hermit known as the Rain Hermit, who is aware of all events occurring within the village. Should you wish to inquire about any matters, you may consult the Rain Hermit." "Very well," Wang replied. "I shall summon the Rain Hermit at once." With a nod from Wang, Mayahiko departed the ramen shop. As he watched Mayahiko's departing figure, Wang fell into a brief contemplation. What secrets lay hidden in the small grove behind the Ninja Academy? Why had the tortoise shell become the key to unlocking the Forbidden Realm? Approximately 30 minutes later, when Mayahiko returned with an elderly figure before Wang, Wang scrutinized the old man and noticed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, for the elder emanated a unique aura, as if he had traversed through the vicissitudes of time and possessed knowledge of all worldly matters. "Your Excellency, this is the Rain Hermit of Rain Hidden Village, who is privy to all its affairs," Mayahiko respectfully informed Wang. As Wang prepared to speak upon observing the Rain Hermit, the elder interjected, "Your Excellency, are you seeking information regarding the matters of the grove behind the Ninja Academy? That is a forbidden area of Rain Hidden Village." "Oh." Wang looked at the Rain Hermit in astonishment, his expression revealing profound confusion. He had not anticipated that the Rain Hermit would articulate his thoughts so directly. Yet, sensing Wang's bewilderment, the Rain Hermit explained, "Your Excellency, you possess the aura of the Forbidden Realm, which allows me to easily perceive it. If you had not ventured into the forbidden area, you would not carry its essence." Wang nodded, his eyes reflecting understanding as he regarded the Rain Hermit and inquired, "Are you aware of all matters concerning the Forbidden Realm?" In response, the Rain Hermit affirmed, "Your Excellency, within the Forbidden Realm lies the burial site of the first leader of our Rain Hermits, along with the weapons he wielded in life. However, this is merely the most commonplace aspect. If it were solely these, it could not be deemed a forbidden area. According to legend, beneath the grave of the first leader of Rain Hidden Village lies a concealed cavern, said to be a particularly malevolent place. During his lifetime, the first leader suppressed it with his cultivation, and in death, his body continued to exert that suppression. However, the true nature of what lies within the Forbidden Realm remains a mystery known only to the first leader of Rain Hidden Village. In recent years, each generation of village chiefs in our Rain Hidden Village has ventured into the depths, yet none have ever uncovered a single clue. The formidable leader, Hanzo, even excavated the grave of the first chief, only to be astounded by the absence of the body. According to the historical records of our village, the first chief was interred there after his demise. The fact that the body is now missing is indeed perplexing. As the words of the Rain Hidden Villager echoed in his mind, Wang felt increasingly bewildered, uncertain whether to place his trust in the villager's account. In that so-called forbidden area, Wang had found nothing of note. As he subtly probed the villager with his spiritual awareness, a frown creased Wang's brow, and his expression darkened as he queried, "Are you deceiving me?" The villager's body trembled violently, and he instinctively recoiled, shock evident on his face. He had never anticipated that Wang could discern his falsehood so readily. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Wang extended his hand, unleashing a powerful surge that erupted from his palm. He seized the villager by the throat, his gaze devoid of warmth as he declared, "Now, I grant you one last opportunity. Should you squander this chance and any misfortune befall us, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The villager quaked under Wang's frigid stare. Although he was now an elderly man, He understood all too well that he lacked the strength to resist Wang's menacing threat. The demeanor of the elder, Mayahiko, further clarified for the villager that any hope of defiance was futile. Nonetheless, the villager maintained a calm gaze upon Wang, inhaling deeply before speaking. Your Excellency, the grove behind the ninja school is a sacred place of our Rain Hidden Village. Ordinarily, no one is permitted to enter. Since you found nothing within, might you refrain from further intrusion? Why do you ramble on so? Mayahiko interjected angrily, standing beside Wang. Ever since Wang's arrival in Rain Hidden Village, Mayahiko had sought to make an impression, but this unexpected situation had left him feeling quite perturbed. Initially, he believed that since the villager was well versed in the village's affairs, bringing him forth would allow Wang to grasp the complexities of the situation, benefiting both the villager and himself immensely. However, Mayahiko had not anticipated that the Rain Hidden Villager had no need for such an opportunity. Your Excellency, Lord Mayahiko, that forbidden area is not to be trifled with, otherwise, our Rain Hidden Village shall face dire repercussions. The villager implored, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazed at Wang and Mayahiko. Upon hearing this, Wang Cong's face finally revealed a hint of impatience as he scrutinized the Rainhider with keen eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Rainhider, do you believe that I, Wang Cong, am easy to negotiate with? Is this why you continuously test my limits? I am now extending to you one final opportunity to disclose the truth regarding the forbidden grounds of Rain Hidden Village. I implore you to speak honestly, otherwise, even the mightiest deity shall be unable to save you. Do you trust my words or not? The Rainhider trembled slightly. Anxiety etched upon his face as he regarded Wang Cong. From Wang Cong's demeanor, the Rainhider understood that should he fail to communicate effectively, his life would be forfeit. I beseech you to convey the details of the forbidden grounds with utmost sincerity, for it not only pertains to your own survival, but also the safety of your family. If you disregard this, I fear that any further discussion would be futile. Would you not agree? At that moment, as Mayahiko's words settled in the air, the Rainhider shuddered, a flicker of terror evident in his eyes. With a panicked gaze directed at Wang Cong and Mayahiko, he inhaled deeply and solemnly proclaimed, Esteemed Supreme Lord, Lord Mayahiko, I assure you, I shall reveal all that you wish to know. The forbidden grounds behind the Rainhider's Academy are so designated due to their profound connection with our village. Situated at the heart of all nations, Rain Hidden Village does not belong to any one country. Yet, each time conflict arises, our village bears the brunt of the turmoil. Why then does Rain Hidden Village persist in calling this place home? This is intrinsically linked to the forbidden grounds. It is said that the first generation of ninja leaders proclaimed that only by residing here could Rain Hidden Village ensure continuous growth. However, the reasons were not documented at that time. As the village flourished, some villagers began to retrieve extraordinary artifacts from the forbidden grounds. Among the most remarkable was the legendary Hanzo, who once procured a peculiar item from within our village, a diamond-shaped mirror adorned with countless astonishing patterns. It was this very mirror that enabled Hanzo to ascend to the pinnacle of shadow-level mastery, becoming Rain Hidden Village's most illustrious leader. Since Hanzo's acquisition of the diamond mirror, the forbidden grounds became mysteriously sealed. Neither Leader Kato nor the current Lord Mayahiko had the chance to enter. Yet, to my astonishment, Supreme Lord, you have managed to activate the forbidden grounds upon your arrival in Rain Hidden Village. As the Rainhider conveyed this revelation, Wang Cong's consciousness remained fixated on Rain Hidden Village. When the Rainhider concluded his account, Wang Cong nodded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He spoke solemnly. I hope what you have shared is indeed the truth, devoid of deceit. I surmise that the very reason the forbidden grounds carry such a designation is due to the presence of something unusual. What you have disclosed thus far does not suggest any irregularities, does it? Indeed, you speak correctly, Supreme Lord. In the forbidden grounds of Rain Hidden Village, there indeed lurks something malevolent. In the past, each year, individuals mysteriously vanished within these confines. However, every generation's leader of Rain Hidden Village, upon entering the forbidden area, has failed to uncover the fates of the missing. Consequently, access to the forbidden grounds has been strictly prohibited. As the Rain Hidden Elder concluded his statement, Wang Cong nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what lies hidden within that forbidden place? Esteemed Lord, he responded, as far as my knowledge extends, there are two significant entities concealed within. The first is the remains of the inaugural leader. I previously mentioned that the fishman Hans once breached the grave of the first leader, yet no bones were discovered therein. The second is a golden coffin. This coffin is not a burial artifact for the first leader. Rather, it is a golden coffin that has existed within the Forbidden Grounds since time immemorial. Of course, I cannot confirm the existence of this golden coffin, as it remains merely a legend. Thus far, no one has succeeded in locating it. A glimmer of intensity sparked in Wang Cong's eyes as he paused briefly, scrutinizing the rain-hidden elder before solemnly declaring, "Elder, I sincerely hope that every word you utter is the truth, devoid of deception. Otherwise, you shall learn that regret is not a commodity that can be procured." The circumstances surrounding the forbidden grounds of Rain-Hidden Village seemed to profoundly affect Wang Cong's psyche. The increasingly tranquil atmosphere of the forbidden grounds instilled in him a sense of unease, particularly upon learning from the Rain-Hidden Elder that ever since Hans procured the diamond-shaped mirror from the forbidden area, it had been sealed, preventing any entry. He pondered why. Despite this, Naruto was able to venture within. Furthermore, after Naruto retrieved the turtle shell, how was it that he could no longer enter while Wang Cong could still carry the shell inside? A myriad of questions swirled within Wang Cong's mind, leading him to suspect that a monumental secret awaited him, though the time to unveil it had not yet arrived. He gestured for the Rain-Hidden Elder to depart and sat in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Yahiko remained respectfully by Wang Cong's side. However, shortly after the Rain-Hidden Elder's departure, an extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entirety of Rain-Hidden Village. At that moment, Yahiko felt a slight tremor, swiftly bowing before Wang Cong and moving outside the village. Above Rain-Hidden Village stood a man, his complexion a pallid gray yet exuding immense strength. Dressed in gray attire with white trousers, he possessed an elegant countenance, albeit one imbued with an icy demeanor. His long hair flowed gracefully, enhancing his imposing presence. "Who are you?" Yahiko trembled slightly, stepping before the man and inquiring in a low voice. As Yahiko's question hung in the air, the man gazed at him with calm eyes and replied, "Who am I? Since you wish to know, I shall reveal my name. I am Ito Yoshima." "Ito Yoshima?" Yahiko murmured, a profound sense of confusion washing over him. He racked his brain, only to lament that he had never heard of this individual before. Who is he? "Indeed, I am Ito Yoshima. This is the territory of the Rain-Hidden Village. I kindly request you to depart swiftly." "Depart?" The wild horse Ito furrowed his brow, casting a discontented glance at Yahiko, and spoke in a deep voice. "You believe you can demand my departure? You are overly ambitious. Let me make it clear, now that I have set foot in your Rain-Hidden Village, there is no question of my leaving. Henceforth, I declare that this Rain-Hidden Village is the domain of Wild Horse Ito. You seek death." Yahiko roared with fury, his countenance ablaze as he charged towards Wild Horse Ito. In that instant, a formidable aura erupted from Yahiko's being, with a chilling glare fixed on Wild Horse Ito. Yahiko bellowed, "Body technique, explosive fist, ninja technique, time-space clone." In an instant, Yahiko's form trembled slightly, and two identical figures emerged alongside him, surging forward. Bang! However, Wild Horse Ito, suspended in midair, gazed down at Yahiko with utter disdain, declaring loudly, "You dare to challenge me, Wild Horse Ito? Prepare to meet your end." With a slight wave of his hand, a powerful surge of energy enveloped the area. A fiery crimson light erupted from Wild Horse Ito's palm, obliterating Yahiko's assault. Upon impact, it sent Yahiko crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "Lord Yahiko!" As exclamations of shock erupted within the ramen shop, Wang Cong's brow furrowed slightly. He hurriedly exited the establishment, only to find Yahiko lying on the ground, bloodied and gasping. His gaze fell upon Wild Horse Ito, who floated arrogantly in the air, radiating an overwhelming presence, and a cold, murderous intent flickered in Wang Cong's eyes. "I am Wild Horse Ito, hailing from the land of lightning. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the Rain-Hidden Village shall be my personal domain. No one shall contravene my decrees, for to do so would be akin to seeking one's own demise." Wild Horse Ito's indifferent gaze swept across the entirety of the Rain-Hidden Village as he spoke with a chilling tone. At that moment, Wang Cong observed the scene with simmering rage. Merely a few days into his arrival at the Rain-Hidden Village, and already someone had dared to provoke him, showing a blatant disregard for his authority. "Supreme Lord." Ichiraku approached Wang Cong respectfully, taking a deep breath before stating, "Allow me to handle this." "Very well." Wang Cong nodded in agreement. In an instant, Ichiraku's figure flickered and appeared in midair, his eyes calm as he regarded Wild Horse Ito. He declared solemnly, "Those who harm the Supreme Lord are adversaries of the Supreme Lord. Today, whether it be Wild Horse Ito or his associates, they shall meet their demise." With a swift motion, Ichiraku summoned forth radiant beams of light that formed a constellation reminiscent of the Big Dipper, encircling Wild Horse Ito. Suddenly, a fireball, large enough to resemble a wash basin, plummeted from the void. Yet, Wild Horse Ito remained remarkably unfazed by the unfolding spectacle. With a subtle wave of the hand, beams of light surged outward, immediately directed towards the fireball with a breath. In an instant, it was as if a tempest had arisen, extinguishing the fireball in a single blow. The figure of Wild Horse Ito flickered slightly, akin to a flash of lightning, and appeared directly before Ichiraku. As he raised his hands slightly, they came crashing down upon Ichiraku. Bam! Yao's body trembled violently before collapsing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed upon the silhouette of Wild Horse Ito, brimming with astonishment. He possessed the strength of a nascent soul ninja. Yet Wild Horse Ito had felled him with a single punch. This defied all reason. Seeking death. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Cong could no longer suppress the fury that surged within him. His figure flickered momentarily before he suddenly appeared in midair, his hands slightly clenched, unleashing a terrifying force of attraction that erupted from his palms. The arrogant Ito, who was reveling in his own perceived superiority, was suddenly gripped by a profound sense of dread, his body trembling slightly. Just as he intended to retreat, Wang Cong's fists converged with astonishing swiftness. And before Ito could react, he was already seized by Wang Cong's grasp. "I am Ito," he declared, "and to lay a hand upon me is to court death. Do you comprehend this? Release me at once, or even the mightiest deities shall be powerless to save you," roared the furious Ito the Wild Horse. In that moment, the entire populace of Hidden Rain Village emerged from their homes, gazing in awe at the spectacle unfolding in the heavens above. Each villager felt a profound sense of astonishment, unable to fathom that the seemingly affable Wang Cong possessed such formidable strength. "As long as I, Wang Cong, am present in Hidden Rain Village, do you dare to cause trouble? Those who dare to challenge me, do you still have the audacity to act arrogantly before me? Perish." Wang Cong gently clasped his hands, and instantly the body of the Wild Horse Ito began to tremble violently. A surge of crimson radiance erupted from Ito, resembling countless rays of luminous clouds that filled the sky. The overwhelming aura, which instilled a sense of dread and trepidation, intensified significantly. However, Wang Cong remained utterly unfazed. He continued to hold Ito's form firmly in his grasp. A piercing scream suddenly erupted, and in that instant, the body of the Wild Horse, Ito, began to tremble uncontrollably. In contrast, Wang Cong felt nothing at all. As Ito's muscles, bones, and blood were relentlessly compressed, his body ultimately succumbed, bursting apart with a resounding explosion, transforming into a cascade of crimson mist. With a slight wave of his hand, Wang Cong brought an end to Ito's life entirely. Yet, just as Wang Cong turned away, a blood-red light suddenly erupted from behind him. Instantly, that crimson radiance surged wildly towards the outskirts of Yuan Village. Wang Cong turned slightly, observing the fleeing light, and reached out once more, intending to grasp the red glow. However, inexplicably, the light slipped through his fingers, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment. Nevertheless, Wang Cong chose not to dwell on it. A sudden appearance before Yahiko and Conan was marked by a graceful wave of Wang Cong's hand, as two pills were delivered into their mouths, imparting an immediate sensation of melting bliss. Observing Yahiko and Conan as their complexions gradually returned to a healthy hue, Wang Cong inhaled deeply and spoke with gravitas. "Yahiko, the techniques I imparted to you must be swiftly practiced by the ninjas of Amigakure. I have a foreboding that the third great ninja war may soon commence." Indeed, Wang Cong had contemplated this matter upon his departure from Konoha, for his circumstances had already been disseminated by Shimura Danzo, and those seeking power would inevitably seek him out. In the world of Naruto, the aspiration for strength is universal. Thus, the onset of the Third War was a natural occurrence. However, Amigakure had yet to secure its position, and the quality of its ninjas had not yet reached an adequate level, rendering the timing unsuitable for entering into such a conflict. Regrettably, external forces would not grant Amigakure the luxury of time. "Understood, Lord Supreme," Yahiko replied with a firm nod. Upon returning to Ichiraku Ramen, Wang Cong scrutinized Ichiraku with intensity and, taking a deep breath, inquired, "Ichiraku, do you comprehend why you were unable to contend with that ninja, Ito Yamato, despite sharing his level of skill?" Ichiraku shook his head in confusion. "Lord Supreme, I do not understand." Your combat awareness and reflexes are severely lacking. When you faced Ito Yamato, your ninjutsu did not reflect the caliber of a Yuaniing ninja. It was even below the standards of a shadow-level ninja. This indicates a profound weakness in your battle instincts. Even possessing the power of a Yuaniing ninja, you could not manifest it, Wang Cong stated sternly. Yet, he understood Ichiraku's situation. With the impending outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Wang Cong also intended to provide Ichiraku with opportunities for growth. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for him if Ichiraku could not even defeat a shadow-level ninja while accompanying him. Meanwhile, in the village of Kirigakure, following the recent rescue of Conan, the village had significantly expanded its defensive perimeter. Conan, residing in Kirigakure, did not disappoint the village leader and elder. Her prodigious talent for learning soon made her the most renowned genin in the village. Under the special attention of both the village leader and elder, Conan's growth was rapid. She became a well-known student and forged friendships, exhibiting qualities of a natural leader. After becoming a genin, she began to undertake simple tasks. Although her initial duties were merely to serve tea and water, Conan approached them with remarkable patience. Finally, in the third month of her time in Kirigakure, Conan accepted a team mission involving 10 members, designated as a C-rank task awaiting elevation. The so-called C-level enhancement task was originally designated as a C-level undertaking. Yet it required the efforts of 10 individuals to accomplish. This task transcended the simplicity of a mere C-level classification. Should any difficulties arise during its execution, the evaluation of this C-level task would inevitably elevate to a B-level or even an A-level assignment. Upon receiving the task, Xiaonan diligently prepared herself. Throughout this period, the village elder and the chief imparted various precautions to her, which she meticulously memorized, adjusting herself to an optimal state. Having spent 3 months in the village of the Cloud-Hidden Ninjas, Xiaonan had ascended to the pinnacle of a CH-Nin, merely a step away from attaining the prestigious rank of Special J-Nin. Indeed, the village chief would not have endorsed her undertaking this task otherwise. After all, under the elder's assessment, Xiaonan's potential had been recognized as exceptional, a rare gem. Consequently, the elder and the chief decided to accept her into the village of the Cloud-Hidden Ninjas, thus making her one of their own. Initially grappling with unfamiliarity, Xiaonan gradually embraced the village as her home. Her performance continually improved, never failing to meet the expectations of the elder and the chief. Now, joining this 10-person team presented a significant opportunity for her. Xiaonan believed that if she could seize this chance and ascend to the role of leader, she could potentially establish a prestigious organization dedicated to protection within the village. However, forming such an organization necessitated support. Currently, while Xiaonan enjoyed a degree of esteem in the village of the Cloud-Hidden Ninjas, she had yet to earn the villagers' full recognition. Thus, this task represented a pivotal opportunity for her. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiaonan's eyes as she gazed ahead, revealing a hint of profound resolve. Today marked the commencement of the C-level task. Early in the morning, Xiaonan arrived at the chief's doorstep. Shortly thereafter, the 10 individuals assigned to the task arrived. Fully equipped and prepared, the village chief regarded them with calm eyes and solemnly stated, "Although this task is classified as a C-level team enhancement, it poses a significant challenge for all 10 of you. I hope you will understand the importance of cooperation, mutual assistance, and unity." "Understood, Chief." The group responded in unison. However, the chief furrowed his brow and continued, "Every team requires a leader. Who among you believes is fit to guide the others in completing this task?" At this, everyone except Xiaonan stood in stunned silence. After a moment of contemplation, 5 or 6 individuals turned their gazes toward Xiaonan and said, "Chief, we believe Xiaonan is quite suitable." The remaining 3 merely shrugged, offering no objections. The chief smiled gently and remarked, "Xiaonan indeed possesses the capability. I suspect there may be others among you who also consider themselves capable. Let us proceed." Xiaonan is the overall leader of this C-level mission, endowed with a certain degree of decision-making authority, while Tinghai, Zueigen, and Jiwakai serve as deputy leaders. You possess the power to make decisions, however. In the event of any errors, that authority will be revoked. How does that sound? As soon as the village chief concluded his statement, Tinghai, Zueigen, and Jiwakai were momentarily taken aback, their faces illuminating with a flicker of joy, seemingly surprised by the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Without hesitation, they nodded in gratitude towards the chief. With a wave of his hand, the chief of the Hidden Mist Village signaled for the 10-member team, led by Xiaonan, Zueigen, Jiwakai, and Tinghai, to depart swiftly. On the village wall, the chief and the elder chief observed the 10 individuals leaving the hidden mist village. The chief's eyes shimmered with an unusual intensity as he turned to the elder chief, inhaling deeply, and inquired, "Will they succeed? Is our decision perhaps a bit excessive? They are the future of our hidden mist village, and this task carries its own peril." The elder chief shook his head, responding, "Whether they will succeed remains uncertain for now. We can provide them temporary support, but we cannot ensure their success indefinitely. If they aspire to grow stronger, they must strive independently. Otherwise, our assistance will bear no fruit. What lies before them now is the opportunity to enhance themselves through various experiences. Initially, I had no intention of sending them out. After all, with diligent training, they will inevitably become the future of our hidden mist village. However, recent events have unfolded, and I trust you understand. Some fortuitous occurrences, previously foreign to our shinobi world, have unexpectedly presented themselves. This is an opportunity for them, yet it remains to be seen who among them will seize it." Meanwhile, Xiaonan and the others remained oblivious to the conversation between the chief and the elder chief. After departing from the hidden mist village, they halted approximately 3 kilometers away, gazing at a small hillside. Xiaonan addressed Zuagen, Jiwakai, and Tinghai, stating, "For our mission, there are 3 routes to consider. The first is the main road, which poses minimal danger and can be navigated easily, albeit it will take the longest time. The second is a side path, which is the quickest but fraught with relative dangers, including encounters with unforeseen perils. The third is a mountain path, which, while not the longest, is undoubtedly the most treacherous, potentially leading us into dire straits. Which route do you believe we should take?" Tinghai, Zuagen, and Jiwakai fell into contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, they exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "Xiaonan, we choose the mountain path. Our primary objective in undertaking this team mission is secondary. I believe this also presents us with a chance for fortuitous encounters. If we could seize sufficient opportunities along the mountain path to strengthen ourselves, I firmly believe that upon returning to the village, we would undoubtedly earn the respect of the village chief and others." Observing that the 3 of them unanimously deemed the mountain route more suitable, Xiaonan did not object. Taking a deep breath and stating, "Since you have chosen the mountain path, then we shall proceed along it." With that, Xiaonan produced a map from her pocket, and in an instant, the other 9 gathered around her. After indicating the mountain paths, main roads, and smaller trails on the map, she pointed to the central mountain path and explained, "This is the mountain route. By following it, we need only traverse 3 major mountains to reach our destination. Now, let us set forth." Immediately, as Xiaonan's words echoed, the group's figures trembled slightly, and they surged towards the mountain path. After walking approximately 20 kilometers, the 10 individuals arrived before a small mountain. Gazing at the hill, Tinghai remarked, "We have now reached the first mountain of this task. This mountain is unnamed and poses relatively little danger, but we must remain vigilant and avoid any carelessness. I trust everyone understands that in the outside world, a single misstep can lead to regret." As the group stepped onto the small mountain, Xiaonan, who was at the back of the line, suddenly shifted her gaze in one direction and exclaimed, "Everyone, stop." However, as her words fell, Tinghai, Shui Gang, and Zhu Huakai's expressions immediately darkened, and they looked at Xiaonan, speaking sternly, "Xiaonan, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten the village chief's words? Until we make a mistake, we must follow our lead. We shall continue. No one is allowed to halt." Faced with the trio's resolute stance, a cold glimmer flickered across Xiaonan's face. A surge of indignation welled up within her, and she glared at the 3, Shui Gang, Zhu Huakai, and Tinghai, saying, "If you 3 wish to endanger us all, then proceed forward. If you do not wish to bring harm, then stop." "What do you mean, Xiaonan?" they retorted. "Is it because we possess the decision-making authority that you feel discontented? We are wholeheartedly striving for everyone's benefit. How could we harbor thoughts of endangering anyone? Do not presume that your words hold absolute weight. We have just begun our ascent. What danger could there possibly be? We have already sensed the surroundings. There is absolutely no peril. Xiaonan, I hope you refrain from asserting any decision-making power until we encounter a mistake." Confronted with the arrogance of Tinghai, Shui Gang, and Zhu Huakai, Xiaonan felt as if she had swallowed a fly, an overwhelming sense of disgust. Nevertheless, she chose not to respond further, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, her expression growing increasingly grave. As they approached the midway point of the mountain, Xiaonan's eyes widened suddenly, prompting her to shout, "Be careful! Be careful? Careful of what? Xiaonan, can you please stop speaking carelessly?" They questioned. Look around. Is there any hint of danger? You are merely stirring discontent among us, as if we three lack the authority to make decisions. Indeed, Xiaonan, you assert your strength within the village. And everyone recognizes your extraordinary potential, enjoying the favor of both the elder and the village chief. However, do not overestimate your own significance without their affection. What are you truly worth? Tung Hai, Shui Gang, and Zhu Huakai glared at Xiaonan with palpable anger, their expressions dark and foreboding. They had previously warned her to refrain from speaking, yet none anticipated that she would persist in obstructing them. Be cautious. Despite their ire, Xiaonan appeared unfazed, her gaze scrutinizing the trio with utmost seriousness, prompting an exclamation from her lips. Simultaneously, as Tung Hai, Shui Gang, and Zhu Huakai opened their mouths to reprimand her, they were suddenly assailed by a foul wind that surged nearby. Instinctively, they recoiled. Just as a violent crash erupted where they had stood moments before. The pallor drained from their faces as they beheld the monstrous entity that had materialized. Their hearts seized by terror. In that moment, they stood frozen, utterly bewildered about what to do next. However, Xiaonan, witnessing this scene, bellowed in fury. What are you all doing standing there? Do you not know to act? Instantly, upon her command, the crowd sprang into action. Various ninjutsu techniques manifested in rapid succession, and Xiaonan swiftly positioned herself before the colossal being, striking forward with both hands. With a resounding thud, the immense creature staggered back several paces, unleashing a deafening roar. As countless small serpents began to emerge, fear and horror etched themselves onto the faces of the onlookers. Xiaonan, this is an illusion. Be cautious. I shall dispel it, she shouted, showcasing her formidable prowess. With a powerful clap of her hands, a terrifying radiance erupted from her palms, seemingly capable of annihilating the very heavens. Faced with such a phenomenon, the surrounding serpents hastily retreated. Yet, Xiaonan boldly advanced, striking the monstrous entity. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Nevertheless, the creature's form began to diminish, shrinking to a height of only 50 centimeters, while the terror on the faces of the crowd remained unabated. Three tails. My heavens! It is indeed the three tails. Gasps of astonishment erupted as all eyes turned towards Xiaonan. Even Tung Hai, Shui Gang, and Zhu Huakai, who had previously dismissed her, now regarded her with trepidation, their arrogance replaced by fear. Do not worry, she reassured them. While a greater number of tails signifies enhanced power, I have sensed the three tails before. Aside from the illusion and the enlarged form, it possesses a wind ability that we can withstand. However, everyone must heed my commands. Should anyone disobey and the situation deteriorates, they will bear the consequences. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Bloodrobe, Chrysanthemum Blossom, and Tung Hai. The trio lowered their heads in shame. Earlier, when Xiaonan had repeatedly posed a question, they had pretended not to hear, completely unprepared for the unfolding situation. Bloodrobe, Chrysanthemum Blossom, Tung Hai, you three shall each take 2 individuals and encircle the three-tailed beast, creating a diversion while I handle it, came the command. With nods of agreement, the group swiftly organized themselves. As Bloodrobe, Chrysanthemum Blossom, and Tung Hai, along with the 9 others, prepared for action, Xiaonan took a deep breath, a glint of determination shining in her eyes. With a subtle gesture, a powerful radiance erupted from her being. Xiaonan's form materialized directly in front of the three-tailed beast. However, at that very moment, the creature opened its cavernous maw, its originally 50-centimeter body expanding instantaneously to engulf Xiaonan whole. Xiaonan! Gasps of shock erupted from the group. The 9 stood frozen, utterly astonished that the three-tailed beast had devoured Xiaonan so swiftly. Faced with this predicament, they were at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, and Xiaonan burst forth from the creature's belly. In her hand, she clutched a pure white orb of light celestial energy. This divine essence radiated a sacred glow as it merged gradually with Xiaonan's being, eliciting a sound of profound relief from her. Once the celestial energy fully integrated with her, Xiaonan exhaled gently, casting a glance at the now lifeless three-tailed beast. Turning her gaze towards Tung Hai, Chrysanthemum Blossom, and Bloodrobe, she smiled and said in a measured tone, "Do you three still wish to continue?" At her words, a hint of shame crossed their faces. From Xiaonan's earlier display, they recognized that in terms of talent, reflexes, and other attributes, they fell short. Bowing their heads, they addressed Xiaonan. "Indeed, we are not your equals. We shall heed your guidance from now on." "Very well," Xiaonan replied, nodding in acceptance. "I hope you will sincerely follow my lead without wavering." Remember, we are a team, and as such, we must understand the essence of cooperation. Only through unity can we accomplish our mission. We shall, Tongue High, Blood Robe, and Chrysanthemum Blossom affirmed solemnly. Now, let us take a brief moment to rest before proceeding. Xiaonan urged, taking a deep breath. Following this, the group entered a state of rest, while Xiaonan vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no dangers lurked nearby before finally relaxing. After approximately half an hour, with a wave of her hand, the group resumed their journey. The mountain path was rugged, and their pace was not particularly swift. After walking a short distance, Xiaonan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. After carefully sensing their surroundings, he spoke in a low voice, form a formation. Instantly, everyone looked puzzled, seemingly unsure of Xiaonan's intent. However, without further hesitation, they quickly gathered together, their expressions alert as they scanned the area around them. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of violent crashing sounds echoed in their hearts. Xiaonan's expression turned grim as he surveyed the surroundings. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes, and he took a couple of steps forward, saying, "Let's go." He then sprinted towards a nearby cave. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Xiaonan moved slightly, entering the cave to assess the situation. After a brief observation, he beckoned for everyone to follow him inside, promptly sealing the cave's entrance while leaving a small opening to observe the outside. "Xiaonan, what is going on?" Tung Hai asked, his face reflecting uncertainty. "Shoo." Xiaonan placed a finger to his lips, blowing softly before shaking his head seriously at Tung Hai and pointing outside. Simultaneously, a dense chakra energy enveloped him, rapidly spreading to encircle everyone within. The group crouched at the remaining opening of the cave, watching intently. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sounds not only persisted but grew louder. After about 2 minutes, a massive tailed beast, towering over 10 meters and possessing 10 tails, suddenly appeared. Fear gripped Tung Hai, Zhu Huakai, and Shui Gang as they finally comprehended why Xiaonan was capable of leading them. His ability to foresee danger and make judicious judgments was enough to earn their trust. Any lingering doubt among them dissipated completely. The colossal tailed beast lingered at the cave entrance for a time, but, finding nothing, let out a thunderous roar before turning to leave. Once the beast had departed, Xiaonan visibly exhaled in relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Although the beast had left, Xiaonan did not allow anyone to rush out. No one knew if the beast was still lurking nearby. They waited until night fell and silence enveloped the outside before Xiaonan dispelled the chakra energy. Inside the cave, he began to gather wood to start a fire. Once the cave was illuminated by the flickering flames, Xiaonan glanced at the 4 trembling companions beside him and took a deep breath, saying, "Do not worry. I suspect that the 10-tailed beast merely passed by. Tomorrow, when we move forward, it should not appear again. In our shinobi world, I doubt anyone could match the 10 tails. Everyone should rest and regain your strength. We shall advance tomorrow morning." After receiving nods of agreement, Xiaonan also sighed softly. Managing this small team of just 10 individuals had begun to feel overwhelming. He reflected on Yahiko, who managed an entire village while also safeguarding the supreme organization, and he and Nagato had once envied that responsibility. The 2 individuals naively believed that if they were in charge, everything would be manageable. However, Xiaonan's perspective has shifted. A team requires not only a charismatic leader, but also formidable mental fortitude. Without such strength, a team cannot endure. Furthermore, effective management strategies are essential. Although Xiaonan has skillfully navigated the immediate challenges, she remains uncertain whether her decisions are right or wrong. Meanwhile, in a valley 30 kilometers from the rock ninja village in the land of Earth, a filthy boy suddenly unleashed a terrifying roar. His once white shirt was now soiled, as if he had not experienced joy for many days. His gray trousers were reduced to mere rags, yet he radiated an overwhelming presence. The fierce glint in his eyes was enough to instill fear, particularly with the chakra energy enveloping him like a protective wall. The boy exuded an air of absolute dominance as he gazed upon another filthy boy lying before him. A faint, indifferent smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "From this day forth, I shall be known as Pain of the Rock Ninja Village, and you shall be known as Nagato, who has sought refuge here. Today, I, Pain, shall bring an end to you, Nagato. Do you even realize what you are doing?" The boy on the ground trembled, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Nagato. It had been 3 months since Nagato arrived at the Rock Ninja Village, enduring countless torments that could only be described as being trapped with no escape. Fortunately, Nagato possessed the teachings of a king and remarkable resilience, maintaining his spirit at its peak. Thus, no matter how severe the trials he faced, he could swiftly rebound, growing stronger with each setback. I certainly know what I am doing. 3 months ago, when you imprisoned me here, I understood my course of action. I was being hunted and sought refuge in your village, hoping to join you. Yet, you dismissed me and intended to use me as training fodder. Such treatment I could not accept. I had to resist. From the moment I entered this valley, my fate was sealed. I am destined to perish here, am I not? As Nagato spoke these words, Pain fell silent. For Nagato's assertions were undeniably accurate from the moment he entered the valley. The ninjas of the Rock Ninja Village had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. However, they had underestimated Nagato, who proved to be an indomitable force, capable of recovering from even the gravest of injuries, a fact they had not anticipated. Nagato gazed calmly at the youth before him, shaking his head as he spoke. In truth, I could have slain you the moment I entered the valley. Yet, I refrained from doing so, enduring numerous wounds. For I sought to understand you, truly, in all your essence. Only by extinguishing your existence could I assume your identity and infiltrate the Rock Ninja Village. Subsequently, I shall repay all that has transpired within that village back to them. I intend to make it clear to every inhabitant of the Rock Ninja Village that if they wish to eliminate me, Nagato, then I must first eliminate you. Do you grasp my meaning? No. Pain exclaimed in fury, his eyes widening with terror as he shook his head vehemently, regret etched upon his face. You cannot do this. I am the next leader of the Rock Ninja Village. You must not proceed in this manner. However, Nagato merely smiled indifferently, his gaze unwavering as he approached Pain. And with a slight exertion, he delivered a powerful blow to Pain's face. In an instant, Pain's head was shattered, and Nagato's form collapsed heavily to the ground. After a considerable time had elapsed, as Nagato regained his composure, he grasped Pain's lifeless body and began to move deeper into the valley. Although Nagato had discerned all there was to know about Pain, impersonating him was no simple task. Despite having convincingly mimicked him in recent days, Nagato remained apprehensive about potential mishaps. He believed it prudent to exercise caution. With this mindset, Nagato dragged Pain's corpse to the innermost part of the valley, where he began to absorb the chakra energy within Pain's body, as well as the vitality contained in his blood. Gradually, Nagato's own essence began to align with that of Pain. To fully replicate every aspect of Pain, he even drew some of Pain's blood into his own being, preparing for scrutiny from the Rock Ninja Village. Only after this did Nagato carelessly discard Pain's body to the ground and turn to exit the valley. As he emerged, his appearance had transformed entirely into that of Pain. Even the aura surrounding him was indistinguishable. At the entrance of the valley stood 2 ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village. Upon seeing Nagato emerge, they promptly prepared a set of garments and a basin of water, placing them before him. Nagato inhaled deeply, a serene light flickering in his eyes. He washed his face, then stripped off his clothing, donning the new attire before being escorted back to the Rock Ninja Village. Upon his return, Nagato commenced a bath. Once all was in order, he was led to a grand hall. Within this hall stood a man, approximately 40 years of age, exuding an exceptionally potent aura. As he beheld Nagato's arrival, his eyes scrutinized him intently. Has the intruder in the Rock Ninja Village been dealt with? He inquired. Indeed, Nagato replied coldly. Yet, as his words lingered in the air, the man regarded him with a look of perplexity. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt shone in his eyes as he spoke. This is merely the first step in your growth. Do not blame me in the future. If you wish to assume the role of leader of the Rock Ninja Village, this step is imperative. There is little I can teach you now. Many matters must be experienced by you personally. Do you comprehend my meaning? Nagato nodded in understanding. That's good. I hope your future actions will not disappoint me. After the man nodded, he clapped his hands, and instantly, a servant entered, carrying a basin of water, which he placed before Nagato. The man then instructed, "Drop your blood into this basin." Without hesitation, Nagato complied, letting his blood fall into the water. The man followed suit, allowing his own blood to mingle with Nagato's. After their 2 droplets merged, he nodded and said, "All right, you may return to rest. In a couple of days, I shall assign you a new task." Nagato nodded and turned to leave. Upon returning to Pain's courtyard, Nagato sat in quiet contemplation, closing the door behind him. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. After approximately 2 hours, ensuring he was not being monitored, Nagato took a deep breath and retrieved 2 beams of white light, exuding a rich aura of sage energy. These energies had been acquired by Nagato in the valley, yet he remained uncertain of how to utilize them. As he examined the energies in his hands, just as he prepared to study them, The 2 orbs of sage energy flowed into his body through his arm. Nagato's body trembled slightly, and he immediately erupted with a formidable presence. Previously at the pinnacle of the Jonin level, upon harnessing the sage energy, Nagato's prowess ascended to the level of a Kage, feeling the terrifying fluctuations within him. A spark of brilliance ignited in Nagato's eyes as he hastened to stabilize his newfound strength. Despite achieving Kage-level power, he dared not let his guard down. After his previous encounter with the Rock Ninja Village, he had gained a considerable understanding of their circumstances. The village boasted 4 Kage-level ninjas, along with one who was evidently not of the hard level, radiating a powerful aura that instilled fear in Nagato. Given this situation, Nagato contemplated switching identities with Pain, gradually integrating himself into the Rock Ninja Village. Now, he had taken the first step, yet the path ahead required his continuous advancement. As for how far he could go, Nagato remained uncertain, as the air of mystery surrounding the Rock Ninja Village was unsettling. For 2 consecutive days, he focused solely on stabilizing his power within the confines of his room, refraining from engaging in any other activities. A week after Nagato returned from the valley, he was unexpectedly summoned to the chamber of Peiji, the leader of the Rock Ninja Village and father of Pain. With a vigilant demeanor, Nagato scrutinized Peiji, his eyes betraying a flicker of confusion as he pondered the purpose of this summons. As Nagato's uncertainty lingered, Peiji spoke. Pain, if you wish to grow, constant refinement is essential. After discussions with the elders, we have decided to send you to the underground training grounds of the Rock Ninja Village. I hope that when you emerge, you will be the sovereign of those depths. Nagato nodded quietly, observing Peiji intently. In the Rock Ninja Village, he possessed little authority to voice his thoughts. He was compelled to heed the words of others. Nevertheless, Peiji's declaration ignited a glimmer of hope within him, a hope for a future where he could protect the supreme organization of the Rock Ninja Village. In the forest behind the village lay a vast mire, pulsating with potent chakra energy. As Nagato felt the ripples emanating from the swamp, his heart trembled. It was a sight beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Yet, he distinctly observed the mire slowly dissipating, revealing an entrance. As he sensed the power radiating from this portal, a shiver coursed through his body. Could this be the gateway to the underground training grounds of the Rock Ninja Village? Was he destined to become its ruler? Meanwhile, the Rain Hidden Village had experienced a period of vigorous development and was now on a steady path. This progress was all part of Wang Cong's master plan. Apart from Wang Cong and the teachers of the Rain Ninja School, who frequently resided outside the village, the villagers were continuously engaged in missions, executing tasks diligently. Not only Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, but also the villagers of the Rain Hidden Village received tasks assigned by Wang Cong and were rewarded upon completion. Following the events in Konoha, Wang Cong had come to a profound realization. The strength of others, no matter how cultivated, belonged to them and not to oneself. To garner loyalty and service from others, one must create their own power. The Rain Hidden Village represented an opportunity for Wang Cong. In a mere 2 months, under the relentless issuance of tasks by Wang Cong, the strength of the Rain Hidden Village did not merely improve incrementally. It experienced a comprehensive enhancement of its capabilities. This scale of progress was entirely transformative. Naturally, the individual who advanced the most during this period was Yahiko, the current leader of the Rain Hidden Village. When Wang Cong first arrived, Yahiko had only reached the pinnacle of the Jonin rank, a mere step away from the level of a Kage. However, within these 2 months, Yahiko not only broke through to the Kage level but also achieved its zenith, positioning himself as the most formidable individual in the Rain Hidden Village, surpassed only by Wang Cong, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Ichiraku. In the span of these 2 months, both Yahiko and Orochimaru, among others, have acquired sage energy, with Yahiko particularly achieving an impressive mastery of 3 distinct forms of sage energy, rendering him exceptionally formidable. However, amidst the revival phase of the Hidden Rain Village, the 5th Raikage, Darui, gazes sternly upon the myriad of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and calmly proclaims, "You are all elite warriors of our land of lightning. Yet, for our nation to grow in strength, we must persistently strive and engage in battle. Should we ascend to become the mightiest nation in the world of Hokage, we shall wield the power. Therefore, I implore the brave warriors of the Hidden Cloud Village to achieve victory this time, leading the valiant fighters of our land of lightning forward, with the ambition to conquer the Hidden Rain Village in the shortest possible time, establishing it as our base for further incursions into other nations." With the 5th Raikage stirring address, the morale of the Hidden Cloud Village surged. igniting a fervor among the villagers who roared with determination to prove their valor for their homeland. Onward! With a robust shout from 5th Raikage Darui, the warriors of the Hidden Cloud village swiftly set forth, disappearing from the village in a flurry of motion. As they departed, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Darui's eyes as he turned to a figure enveloped in a shroud of darkness, solemnly stating, "This operation must yield success. Failure is not an option. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we shall achieve victory," came the reply. Meanwhile, in a ramen shop within the Hidden Rain village, Wang Cong savored the noodles prepared by Yahiko, observing the bustling scene outside as missions were eagerly accepted. A gentle smile graced his face as he remarked to Yahiko, "The morale in the Hidden Rain village has been invigorated. I wonder if ninjas from other villages, upon learning of our circumstances, might defect and join us?" Indeed, Wang Cong had gleaned much from his previous viewings of the Naruto world, noting that the Hidden Rain village had a history of assimilating many defectors. However, during his time in the Hidden Rain village, he had yet to encounter anyone opting to join their ranks, leaving him perplexed. At times, he pondered whether his presence in the village deterred those seeking to defect. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in denial. Suddenly, Yahiko, standing beside him, interjected, "My lord, this morning, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno accepted an S-rank mission." "What?" Wang Cong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Yahiko's revelation. Despite the rapid progress of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura over the past 2 months, all 3 remained at the Chunin level. Yet to ascend to the elite Jonin tier, Wang Cong understood the inherent dangers associated with each mission assigned. Yet now, they have unexpectedly accepted a task of S-rank, which undoubtedly left Wang Cong in a state of profound shock. "Where are they now?" Wang Cong inquired gravely as he turned to Ichiraku. "Lord Supreme." After Naruto and the others accepted the mission, they left Rain Hidden Village without delay. "I ventured out earlier to search for them, but I am currently unaware of their whereabouts," Ichiraku replied with a wry smile. In truth, Ichiraku was entirely oblivious to the fact that Naruto and his companions were undertaking a mission that very morning. Had he known, he would have certainly discouraged them from accepting it. However, it was too late for second thoughts. A myriad of emotions flickered across Wang Cong's face as he took a deep breath and said, "If they seek to confront arduous challenges, then let them go. Perhaps it is an opportunity for them." From a long time ago, Naruto had exhibited a desire to undertake formidable tasks, yet Wang Cong had consistently refused. Now that they had accepted a mission, he harbored hopes that they would succeed. After all, as Wang Cong's disciples, they were destined to face various trials. Taking a deep breath to clarify his complex thoughts, Wang Cong turned and retreated to his room, intending to engage in some training. Meanwhile, after Wang Cong departed, Ichiraku stood at the doorway, his face etched with worry. Suddenly, an ominous siren echoed from outside Rain Hidden Village, prompting the ninjas and villagers to spring into action. Ichiraku, standing at the entrance of the ramen shop, felt a tremor run through him. Upon stepping outside, he was shocked to discover that Rain Hidden Village was encircled, led by a man shrouded in a cloak of black mist. He emanated an enormously powerful aura, floating in the air with an imposing presence. As Ichiraku appeared, the man's gaze locked onto him, and he spoke with a tone of indifference. "Rain Hidden Village must either surrender or face annihilation. What will you choose for your village?" Ichiraku furrowed his brow, his face reflecting intense disbelief. Since Wang Cong's arrival in Rain Hidden Village, this marked the second time outsiders had intruded. The last time, they aspired to become the foremost in the village. Now, they were directly demanding a choice. Did everyone believe Rain Hidden Village to be so easily intimidated? Yet, as Ichiraku sensed the terrifying energy emanating from behind the man, he understood that he must have brought a considerable number of followers. Otherwise, such a display would not be warranted. However, to demand the surrender of Rain Hidden Village, was that not a jest? A subtle smile of calm confidence graced Ichiraku's face as he gently shook his head. "With your capabilities, you think to conquer Rain Hidden Village? It's not that I underestimate you. Rather, you truly lack the strength. Rain Hidden Village is not so easily subdued, and I advise you to abandon such thoughts, lest you find yourself in grave peril. You seek death." The man enveloped in black mist suddenly shouted, radiating a blinding light as he charged toward Ichiraku. A wave of overwhelming energy surged forth, causing Ichiraku's expression to shift to one of astonishment. Since the last time he was struck down, Yao has been continuously accepting missions and honing his combat skills. His grasp of chakra energy has nearly attained perfection, rendering him utterly unafraid of the person before him. With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, a formidable wave of energy erupted from Yao's fists, causing the very heavens to tremble. In the instant of their collision, Yao was forced to stagger back 4 or 5 steps, his expression one of shock as he beheld the figure shrouded in darkness. He had not anticipated encountering a ninja of similar caliber, one whose prowess even surpassed his own. Faced with this unexpected challenge, Yao dared not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, a peculiar fluctuation began to rise in his eyes as he slowly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his chakra energy exploded forth. Body technique, Earthbind. Ninjutsu, Thunderous Wrath. Sage art, Divine Lightning descends. As he silently intoned these incantations, layers of yellow energy coiled around his body, while the sky above him filled with twisting tendrils, as if to ensnare the very cosmos, exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, dark clouds enveloped the heavens, and bolts of lightning, thick as a wrist, rained down with ferocity. The brilliance of the world seemed to dim in an instant. Ninjutsu, Silent Annihilation. Sage art, Reincarnation Seal. The figure cloaked in shadow bellowed. And in that moment, the world appeared to fade into obscurity. A terrifying aura surged forth, its waves seemingly capable of obliteration. As the energies of the universe began to constrict, at the epicenter, Yao's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He stepped forward resolutely, declaring, Sage art, Breaking Blade Technique. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended, revealing a long sword in Yao's hand, glinting with a dazzling cold light. As he raised his hands, the light of the world was completely swallowed by darkness. A resounding boom reverberated through the realms, the sky rapidly dimming as if cloaked in mist, devoid of any illumination. Moments later, as the light began to return, Yao's figure trembled slightly. The black mist enveloping the shadowy figure shattered, revealing a strikingly handsome man in his 40s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, emanating a powerful presence. Who are you? By all accounts, Amigakure should not possess someone of your strength. I am the advisor of the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning. If you possess any sense of propriety, depart swiftly, for death awaits you otherwise. In the face of the advisor's threat, Ichiraku merely shook his head in disdain. Taking a deep breath, an extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly erupted from Ichiraku. He gazed calmly at the advisor from the hidden cloud village and spoke in a deep tone. The hidden rain village of today is no longer what it once was. If you wish to preserve your lives, I suggest you leave at once. Otherwise, you shall witness a complete annihilation of your forces. Though the hidden rain village lies at the heart of the nations and has often suffered during times of war, a new era is about to commence. If your nations wish to wage war, I implore you to circumvent the hidden rain village and not hinder its development. Ha ha! The man suddenly erupted into a wild laugh, his expression brimming with arrogance as he responded to Ichiraku. You are quite audacious. Few dare to speak to me in such a manner. And I am curious to know where you find the audacity to address me thus. Who grants you such courage? Ichiraku, indifferent, shook his head. Since aligning himself with Wang Cong, Ichiraku's character had slowly transformed, becoming increasingly disdainful. In his eyes, no one could rival Wang Cong with a mere wave of his hand. Wang Cong could obliterate all. Thus, as the man displayed his formidable presence, Ichiraku merely cast a dispassionate glance at him and remarked softly, You wish to threaten me? Let us see if you possess the capability. Do you truly believe I am granting you face, or something of the sort? Seeking death. In response to Ichiraku's continual provocations, the man seemed unable to suppress the fury that roiled within him. With a furious roar, he waved his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying radiance emerged, threatening to envelop Ichiraku. Ichiraku, calm and collected, gazed forward, harnessed his chakra, and unleashed a tremendous wave of energy that obliterated the ominous light. At that moment, the ninjas of the hidden rain village had arrived, gradually encircling the area. Ichiraku, with a serene expression, addressed the man. It is not too late for you and your companions to depart. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity to leave. Leave? You wish for me to depart? Laughter and rage resonated throughout the heavens and the earth as the man's eyes turned colder, regarding Ichiraku as though he were a sworn enemy. In a fit of enraged declaration, he proclaimed, Today, the Hidden Rain Village is destined to become history. From this day forth, the Hidden Rain Village shall belong solely to the Land of Lightning. Kill. As the man's words echoed through the air, a heavy chakra energy enveloped the surroundings. The man resolved that since Ichiraku and his allies refused to surrender, he would annihilate them. After seizing control of the Hidden Rain Village, he intended to reshape it. Under no circumstances would it is precisely due to such circumstances that the man yearned to annihilate all the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village. Observing this scene, Ichiraku's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. He had continually afforded opportunities to the Land of Lightning, yet they showed no desire for such chances. In fact, the ninjas of the Land of Lightning perceived the Rain Hidden Village as weak, believing that its destruction would be a matter of mere moments. This misjudgment was not entirely the fault of the ninjas from the Land of Lightning, as the turmoil within the Rain Hidden Village had only recently begun, leading to widespread misconceptions about its capabilities. No one could have anticipated that in just a few months, the strength of the Rain Hidden Village would undergo such a dramatic transformation. Thus, at the moment of their confrontation, the advisor from the Land of Lightning was visibly astonished, struggling to comprehend the sudden surge in power from the Rain Hidden Village. What hidden issues could account for this change? He was eager to understand. However, Ichiraku offered no further explanation, swiftly dashing forward. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted as the two forces collided. Ichiraku and the advisor from the Land of Lightning engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists and feet colliding, producing an extraordinary spectacle of sparks. The sheer physical contact was sufficient to ignite the surrounding sky with bursts of light. At this moment, the area spanning several kilometers had been claimed by the ninjas of the Land of Lightning in the Rain Hidden Village, with chakra energy surging everywhere. Typically, ninjas would operate from the shadows, yet now they were fully exposed, unable to remain hidden, for one could never know when they might inadvertently face a terrifying chakra assault. Blurring the lines between friend and foe, amidst the chaos, the most captivating presence, aside from Ichiraku and the advisor, was Yahiko, who had just returned. Yahiko exuded an immensely powerful aura, and facing him were three formidable shadow-level warriors. The four of them unleashed chakra energy that, while not as potent as that of Ichiraku and the advisor, was nonetheless formidable. Finally, after an hour of combat, as some began to succumb to exhaustion, Ichiraku's complexion turned pale. Observing the increasingly tenacious advisor from the Land of Lightning, Ichiraku realized a critical truth. He lacked the stamina for sustained battle, revealing a significant deficiency in his combat experience. As the advisor from the Land of Lightning employed his ultimate techniques, Ichiraku faltered, retreating several steps, and coldly regarded the advisor, proclaiming, "This ends here. Do not presume that your modest abilities grant you the right to act with impunity in the world of the Hokage." Ninjutsu, stellar transmutation. This technique, crafted through the integration of a cultivator's methods with chakra energy, could only be executed by ninjas of at least the nascent soul level. Those beneath this threshold could not wield such power. In an instant, a terrifying wave of chakra energy enveloped the entire sky. As powerful gusts of wind spread outward, the resulting turbulence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. The moment the ominous, dark clouds obscured the sky, the stars seemed to illuminate the heavens, casting brilliant rays of light that flickered and danced, only to suddenly unleash their overwhelming force. A deafening roar erupted, plunging the entire realm into darkness. Countless chakra energies appeared to be released in perfect harmony, creating a tumultuous wave of energy that rendered one unable to remain calm. Senjutsu, Wrath of Thunder. Senjutsu, Divine Lightning descends. The advisor from the Land of Lightning sensed the terrifying crisis and, with a furious shout, launched a fearsome assault. Accompanied by the thunderous claps of lightning, the dark sky was filled with the resonance of thunder. A terrifying impact reverberated in an instant, as waves of formidable energy spread outward, causing the world to suddenly dim. With a resounding crash, normalcy returned to the realm. Thud! The figure of Yael staggered backward several paces, blood staining the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed in shock upon the advisor from the Land of Lightning. Despite both unleashing their most powerful techniques, it was evident that the advisor remained in a far superior state. He stood unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of distress. As time passed, the ninjas of Amigakure gradually faltered, while the ninjas from the Land of Lightning launched a vigorous counteroffensive, seemingly intent on offering no respite to their adversaries. In the face of this dire situation, Yael's eyes burned with fury. Had Orochimaru and Jiraiya remained in Amigakure, the circumstances would not have been so one-sided. However, this was not the time for Yael to dwell on such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of power and stepped forward, suddenly waving his hand, releasing a terrifying beam of light from his palm. Yet, the advisor from the Land of Lightning merely shook his head and, with a subtle gesture, effortlessly intercepted Yael's attack. With an air of indifference, he remarked, You cannot prevail. It is regrettable that you chose not to leave when you had the chance. Now, even if you wish to escape, there is no opportunity. Die. Anyone who opposes me and the land of lightning shall face dire consequences. Super forbidden technique. Annihilation of all spirits. The advisor slowly raised his hands, and torrents of violent chakra energy surged from his palms. Shadows began to materialize around him, resembling divine spirits, each exhibiting boundless grandeur. As waves of ferocious and potent energy spread, the world appeared eerily tranquil. Annihilate. As the advisor's cold voice rang out, an overwhelming silence enveloped the surroundings. The eyes of the ninjas from Amigakure reflected intense terror. No one had anticipated that the advisor from the land of lightning could wield such immense power, capable of obliterating Amigakure single-handedly. They were courting death. At that moment, a particularly indifferent voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. Powerful waves of energy swept across the entire expanse of the sky. As if the very fabric of reality was rendered inconsequential, a figure materialized before the advisor of the Land of Thunder, with all energy fluctuations appearing non-existent in his presence. Clad in a blue robe, his demeanor was serene, one hand resting behind him. His unremarkable, yet cold eyes seemed to harbor the essence of distant stars, instilling a profound fear within those who met his gaze. Who are you? The advisor of the Land of Thunder trembled, an expression of sheer terror illuminating his features as he spoke in a low voice. The one who will kill you. The face of the advisor was etched with dread. Although the powerful energy fluctuations had abruptly vanished with the arrival of Wang Cong, the man standing before him seemed devoid of any cultivation. Yet, the advisor could not sense Wang Cong's existence. Wang Cong stood there, motionless, with a calm expression fixated upon him. At that moment, Wang Cong was engulfed in a fiery rage. Ever since he had heard of the provocations from the Land of Thunder in the Hidden Leaf Village, this was already the third instance of their audacity, each time seeking to conquer the Hidden Rain Village. This time, their ambitions were even more brazen, as they aimed to annihilate the entire village. Wang Cong was eager to discover who possessed such audacity to extinguish the Hidden Rain Village. Is the Hidden Rain Village truly so easily bullied? Wang Cong uttered coldly. You. The advisor of the Land of Thunder gazed at Wang Cong in shock, rendered speechless. Yet, at that moment, both the ninjas from the Land of Thunder and those from the Hidden Rain Village were once again struck with awe. Previously, when the advisor had engaged with Ichiraku, the overwhelming energy fluctuations had filled them with an acute sense of life and death peril. Yet now, with Wang Cong's appearance, those formidable waves of energy were obliterated, leading them to ponder whether only a sage could wield such destructive power with ease. However, Wang Cong paid no heed to their thoughts. As he slowly raised his hand, the advisor of the Land of Thunder suddenly moved. Regardless of who you are, masquerading in front of me will only lead to your demise. The advisor of the Land of Thunder roared in fury, his entire being enveloped in an unknown collision of forces. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, the power of thunder converging from the heavens above and crashing down. Yet, Wang Cong remained unfazed. With a decisive motion of his hands, he grasped the energy around him. As he exerted his control, the advisor's body trembled violently, desperately attempting to escape Wang Cong's grasp, but alas, he was afforded no such opportunity. As energy surged forth from Wang Cong's hands, the advisor had already lost the chance to resist. His body, uncontrollably drawn before Wang Cong, gradually morphed into a spherical shape, his bones shattering into fragments, and his blood vaporizing, as Wang Cong effortlessly crushed the advisor of the Land of Thunder. Both the ninjas of the Land of Thunder and those of the Hidden Rain Village gasped in astonishment. In but an instant, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village reacted, their faces alight with fervent excitement as they launched themselves at the ninjas from the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, the latter, having lost all confidence in battle, fled in every direction. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The three shadow-level ninjas who had previously fought against Ichiraku were now consumed by intense terror. As they attempted to escape, they discovered that Wang Cong had lightly touched them, and in that moment, they felt their blood boiling as if it were a flame. A sense of dread coursed through their veins, manifesting as an unprecedented panic within their bodies. Alas, this was where it all came to an end. Back in Ichiraku's noodle shop in the Hidden Rain Village, Wang Cong observed Ichiraku and Yahiko, both panting and appearing quite weak, and furrowed his brow, saying, "You two must exert yourselves further, especially you, Ichiraku, given your level. The fact that you could not eliminate your opponent directly indicates a lack of precise mastery over various ninjutsu." During this time, dedicate yourself to training in ninjutsu. It is not enough to merely wield it. You must also comprehend the application of each technique in relation to your own circumstances. Yes, Your Excellency, Ichiraku replied. A hint of shame reflected in his gaze towards Wang Cong. After Ichiraku departed, Wang Cong scrutinized Yahiko closely and spoke in a grave tone. Yahiko, while you are able to contend with 3 ninjas of the same level through your own strength, do not let this inflate your pride. The techniques you have cultivated are not mere ninjutsu. They are the sage arts I have imparted to you. Based on your current realm, you should be able to obliterate an opponent of equal standing with a single punch, yet you fail to leverage your advantages. That is a significant oversight. Your grasp of your own cultivation is fundamentally inadequate. I hope you can truly appreciate your own power and apply it effectively. If you possess 100 points of strength, you are currently only able to manifest 30. The remaining 70 lie dormant within you. Do you comprehend my meaning? Instantly, Yahiko shuddered, bowing his head as he responded. Your Excellency, I understand. That is well, Wang Cong replied. For the time being, cease all tasks and thoroughly explore your own cultivation. I do not wish for every challenge to necessitate my intervention. I expect my subordinates to resolve issues independently in my absence. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall strive diligently, Yahiko asserted, trembling slightly as he nodded vigorously. Wang Cong smiled gently. It is good that you understand. The techniques I have imparted to you, Conan, and Nagato are far from ordinary. They are sufficient to elevate you to the pinnacle of the Naruto world. Therefore, I hope you will approach your training with sincerity. As Yahiko nodded in agreement, Wang Cong continued, have you noticed that the hidden rain village seems to be isolated from the rest of the world? No news reaches us. Not even regarding the invasion from the land of lightning. This, in my eyes, is entirely abnormal. I believe we should establish an intelligence organization to gather information about various nations. This intelligence could also be categorized as tasks. What do you think? Upon hearing Wang Cong's words, Yahiko's body trembled slightly, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. In truth, this matter had crossed Yahiko's mind before. He simply never anticipated that Wang Cong would proactively propose it. Naturally, after Wang Cong brought it up, Yahiko began to earnestly contemplate the idea. After a considerable pause, he nodded solemnly and said, My lord, I shall ensure that everything is arranged promptly to establish the intelligence department for the hidden rain village as swiftly as possible. Wang Cong nodded in approval. Subsequently, Yahiko did not linger at the Ichiraku Ramen shop and departed. Once Yahiko left, Wang Cong fell into a brief contemplation, reflecting on matters within the world of Naruto. Based on Yahiko's information, Xiaonan and Nagato had infiltrated the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Stone Village, which pleased Wang Cong greatly. The only shortcoming he felt was that it had been over 5 years since he arrived in the Naruto world. Yet he had made no notable achievements during this time. To put it simply, Wang Cong felt he had not fared well. Given his current prowess, becoming the foremost figure in the Naruto world would be a trivial endeavor. However, residing in the Hidden Rain Village and enduring the repeated assaults from the Land of Lightning had left Wang Cong increasingly dissatisfied. If given the choice, he would genuinely consider annihilating the Land of Lightning. Nevertheless, he also recognized that, with his current capabilities, it would be akin to bullying the weak if he targeted the people of the Land of Lightning. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. As it stands, the ninjas in the Naruto world thrive by executing various missions, perpetually growing and even battling tailed beasts. Yet, Wang Cong felt that this hardly resembled the missions typical of a Naruto ninja. It felt more akin to stepping into a fantastical realm. Taking a deep breath to quell the chaotic thoughts swirling within him, Wang Cong resolved to clear his mind. Otherwise, the entire world would descend into disorder. Following the failed assault on the Hidden Rain Village by the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, news of their defeat quickly spread throughout the Naruto world. At this juncture, however, Shimura Danzo from the Hidden Leaf Village tirelessly extolled Wang Cong's remarkable achievements. Gradually, the attention of the entire Naruto world converged upon the Hidden Rain Village. It was merely 2 weeks after the Land of Lightning's failed attack on the Hidden Rain Village that various nations began dispatching ninjas to infiltrate the Hidden Rain Village. While ninjas from other countries were engaged in their covert operations, Wang Cong arranged for Yahiko to overhaul the entire defensive strategy of the Hidden Rain Village. Every day, around the clock, Rain Village ninjas organized defensive measures, making it exceedingly difficult for any intruding ninja to penetrate their defenses. Within the Ichiraku Ramen shop in the Hidden Rain Village, Wang Cong calmly observed Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno seated before him. At this moment, the 3 individuals were covered in dirt, as if they had just emerged from a refuse heap. Yet, their faces radiated with profound joy, akin to that of innocent children, their hearts brimming with delight. In their hands, they clutched a cerulean pillar, which shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, seemingly capable of illuminating everything in existence, albeit somewhat blinding. With a slight wave of his hand, Wang Cong took the cerulean pillar into his grasp, scrutinizing it intently, and remarked, "Very well done. Congratulations on successfully completing your first S-rank mission. Now, go to Ichiraku to claim your reward." After Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno departed, Wang Cong gazed at the resplendent cerulean pillar in his hand, lost in brief contemplation. The task assigned to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura was to locate a chakra energy orb. According to Ichiraku, such pillars were fewer than 10 in the entire world of Naruto, and each orb contained a distinct form of chakra energy. The cerulean pillar in Wang Cong's possession evidently contained water attribute chakra energy. Sensing the immense waves of chakra energy within, Wang Cong took a deep breath and began to absorb the chakra energy from the orb using the Great Void refinement technique. Initially, he doubted his ability to absorb the energy contained within. However, as the chakra energy gradually melded with his body, Wang Cong was suddenly taken aback. The Land of Wind is the largest nation in the Naruto world. Due to its arid desert landscape, it experiences little rainfall, and its inhabitants reside in uniquely constructed buildings made of sand. Despite this, the population is substantial and maintains a close relationship with the Land of Fire. The Hidden Sand Village boasts many formidable ninjas. Following the sudden upheaval in the Naruto world, the Hidden Sand Village reaped significant benefits from the chaos. Although the village housed ninjas who had broken through to the Yuaning level, those striving to ascend to the peak of the Shadow level encountered extraordinary difficulties. Unable to make any progress, regardless of their efforts, remaining stagnant at the Shadow tier. After all, the more elite ninjas a village possesses, the stronger its overall power becomes. As the Hidden Sand Village continuously sought methods for breakthroughs, news emanating from Konoha village, particularly from Danzo Shimura, reached the Land of Wind almost instantaneously. Upon receiving this information, Gaara, the leader of the Hidden Sand Village, promptly dispatched envoys to Konoha for verification. Once he received confirmation and learned that Wang Cong was currently residing in the Hidden Rain Village, Gaara resolved to send elite ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village to infiltrate the Hidden Rain Village and steal the elixir that could elevate them to Yuaning ninjas. Just then, the shocking news of the Land of Lightning's failed assault on the Hidden Rain Village reverberated throughout the world. Gaara, who was preparing to dispatch elite ninjas to the Hidden Rain Village, immediately halted his plans, opting to observe the situation further before proceeding. However, upon learning that other countries' ninja villages had dispatched ninjas to infiltrate the Rain Hidden Village, Wang Cong decided to send some lower-ranked ninjas into Rain Hidden Village as well. As the entire world of Hokage revolved around Rain Hidden Village, inside the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Wang Cong, absorbing the energy of water attribute chakra, was astonished to find that a problem he had long grappled with had miraculously resolved itself. Previously, he had contemplated how to transform true essence into chakra energy. Yet, after absorbing the water attribute chakra energy from the pearl, he realized that his body now possessed chakra energy. With each gradual absorption, as the chakra energy within the blue pearl diminished, its luminous blue glow waned until it was nearly extinguished. Wang Cong sensed that his cultivation was at the Ch-Nin level. Within his dantian, apart from the purple mansion's primordial infant, there was now a sphere of pure blue light held in the hands of the primordial infant, composed entirely of concentrated chakra energy. Taking a deep breath, a glint of brilliance flickered in Wang Cong's eyes. Slightly turning his head, he addressed Ichiraku, who had just exited the room. "Ichiraku, I intend to take Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno on a mission. You will remain in Rain Hidden Village to ensure its safety. Your strength has risen to a significant level, and I believe few can rival you here." "Understood, Master." Ichiraku nodded in immediate agreement. At that moment, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno emerged, each holding their respective rewards, excitement radiating from their faces. Upon seeing Wang Cong wave at them, they rushed to his side, their expressions brightening with smiles as they greeted him. "Master." Wang Cong nodded, glancing at Naruto before turning his attention to Sakura and Sasuke, taking a deep breath as he spoke. "I wish to announce a task for you all. I will lead you in completing it, but I have classified this task as an SSS-level mission, one that even surpasses the SSS classification. During the execution of this task, I will not unleash my true power, but will instead demonstrate my ninja prowess, limited to that of a nin. Do you dare to accept this mission? At once. Upon Wang Cong's declaration, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno stood in stunned silence. Scanning Wang Cong's demeanor, they realized he was not jesting, and they fell into contemplation. After a moment, Naruto took a deep breath, a spark igniting in his eyes as he declared, "Master, I am willing to accept this mission and complete it with you." "Master, we are also willing," Sasuke and Sakura quickly echoed in unison after Naruto spoke. "Excellent. You have all demonstrated commendable resolve. The mission will take place in the Land of Wind, specifically at the Sand-Hidden Village. Based on my recent findings, there exists a pearl of wind attribute chakra energy in the Land of Wind. However, I believe the three of you understand that the significance of the energy orbs varies, and each one will be regarded as a treasure in the eyes of a ninja. Some ninjas even consider the chakra energy orbs to be more precious than life itself. The elite ninjas from the Land of Wind are quite numerous, so I hope you can mentally prepare yourselves and refrain from harboring any illusions of luck." Upon hearing Wang Cong's words, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno all nodded in agreement. Previously, when they sought the water attribute chakra energy orbs, they narrowly escaped mishaps. And that was before even infiltrating another country. Now, as they prepare to infiltrate the Land of Wind in search of the wind attribute energy orbs, no one can predict what dangers they may encounter. Nevertheless, this presents a challenge for the trio. While the three were in silence, Wang Cong remained calm. His previous remarks were devoid of jest. Regarding this mission, he would not employ the powers of his transcendent phase, but would rely solely on his ninja abilities. Thus, he was uncertain about the potential dangers he might face, yet this too was a test for him. Having observed many ninjas undertake missions on television, he had never personally participated until now. With the issuance of this SSS-level task, what kind of peril would he confront? Truth be told, Wang Cong felt an eagerness within. After all, the dangers and various circumstances present in the world of Naruto intrigued him and posed a challenge. In the realm of cultivation, Wang Cong relied on the formidable abilities of his devouring system. Nothing he undertook posed a difficulty, and his cultivation soared in a straight line. To encapsulate his experiences in the cultivation world, one might say, with the system in hand, the world is mine. It could be asserted that regardless of the peril he faced, as long as he possessed the devouring system, Wang Cong could confront anything. However, in this instance, he would refrain from utilizing his own cultivation or the devouring system. He instructed the three young ones to rest well, while he fell into contemplation. Awaiting the arrival of Ichiraku with the map of the Naruto world, Wang Cong began to study it intently. Indeed, traveling from the Hidden Rain village to the Land of Wind involves traversing mountains, marshes, forests, and the vast, boundless desert. It was imperative to plan the route in advance, ensuring that, even if problems arose during the journey, they could be promptly rectified. Utilizing his remarkable memory, Wang Cong swiftly devised the optimal plan. After putting away the map, Ichiraku suddenly spoke up, "Esteemed Supreme Lord, why must you personally undertake this mission? Experiencing the unique aspects of the Naruto world may yield great rewards for me as well. However, Supreme Lord, if you do not harness your own cultivation and merely possess the strength of a Chunin, while you may enter the Land of Wind, locating the wind attribute chakra energy orbs will be nearly impossible. The overall strength of the Land of Wind is formidable. I trust that, having spent so long in the Hidden Leaf Village, you possess an intimate understanding of its circumstances. It can be said that the overall strength of the Sand-Hidden Village in the Land of Wind is comparable to that of the Leaf Village's ninjas, and the relationship between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire is exceedingly close." Upon hearing this, Wang Cong furrowed his brow, well aware of what Lu had mentioned. However, he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the Land of Fire possesses chakra orbs infused with fire attribute energy? After the body refinement technique in the Great Void devoured the water attribute chakra orbs, Wang Cong was struck by a sudden inspiration. He wished to collect all 5 types of chakra orbs, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to observe the potential transformations that might ensue. He pondered whether, after absorbing these 5 types of chakra orbs, he might experience unexpected results. While it is true that ninjas in the world of Hokage inherently possess various chakra attributes, the notion of a body containing the 5 elemental chakra energies was something Wang Cong had never encountered. Thus, he was eager to experiment with the idea of a single individual embodying solely the energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and to see what new changes might arise within the world of Hokage. Would the convergence of these 5 chakra energies yield an entirely new form of chakra energy? With such curiosity, Wang Cong resolved to conduct thorough research. In the Rain Hidden Village, Wang Cong issued an SSS-level mission and, after personally accepting it, prepared alongside Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. On the early morning of the 3rd day, he stealthily departed from the Rain Hidden Village with the trio, with no one aside from Lu, aware of their destination. They circumvented the watchful eyes of the Rain Hidden Village as they left. On the journey to the Land of Wind, Wang Cong observed the evident excitement radiating from Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Naruto. He soon halted and remarked, "We have already distanced ourselves from the Rain Hidden Village. Yet we remain quite far from the Land of Wind. At our current location, we are still susceptible to encounters with individuals from the Rain Hidden Village. Therefore, I believe we should quicken our pace and strive to exit the vicinity of the Rain Hidden Village in the shortest possible time before entering the task phase." "Understood," replied Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura in unison, nodding in agreement. Observing this scene, Wang Cong felt a surge of excitement. After all, he did not intend to reveal his true cultivation level, merely employing the abilities of a mid-level ninja. He found it impossible to escort Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura directly away. They could only advance as ninjas do, leaping forward. While faster than an ordinary person, Wang Cong did not perceive their speed as significantly rapid. Compared to the potential of flight, their current pace felt akin to that of a tortoise. The Flower Sea Forest, located near the Land of Wind, appeared on the map as a passage to enter the territory of the Land of Wind. Presently, Wang Cong, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura had arrived at the Flower Sea Forest. However, upon surveying the scenery of the Flower Sea Forest, Wang Cong felt a sense of foreboding. Although standing merely at the edge of the Flower Sea Forest, when gazing into its depths, one discovers an entire realm awash in a shadowy luminescence. Indeed, the very essence of this forest is shrouded in darkness, so thick that one cannot see their own hand before their eyes. As for the dangers that may lurk within the Flower Sea Forest, Wang Cong remained uncertain. Turning to his companions, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, he inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "The Flower Sea Forest is known as the Forbidden Passage to the Land of Wind. Do you 3 possess a means to traverse it safely and enter the Land of Wind?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were utterly taken aback, staring blankly at Wang Cong, evidently unprepared for such a query. After a brief moment of contemplation, they collectively fixed their gaze upon him. Finally, Naruto spoke, "Master, the Flower Sea Forest is one of the forbidden areas in the world of Hokage, and it is exceedingly secretive. While it serves as a barrier to the Land of Wind, there exists a correct path that allows one to traverse it without obstruction. To my knowledge, there is a route within the Flower Sea Forest that leads directly to the Land of Wind. However, near the borders of that land, one would undoubtedly encounter a multitude of Wind Country ninjas guarding the way. Therefore, I would not advise taking that route. Although traversing the Flower Sea Forest directly entails certain risks, we are unlikely to encounter individuals from the Land of Wind." Wang Cong nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. "Naruto, your assessment is indeed accurate. Should we choose to cross the Flower Sea Forest, we would face danger. Yet, peril may also present opportunities. We might encounter unforeseen events that could become pivotal moments in our lives. Master, do you believe we should proceed directly through the Flower Sea Forest?" Naruto inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. At that moment, Sasuke looked at Wang Cong in astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom why he would opt for a direct passage through the notorious Forbidden Forest. Given its designation as a forbidden area, it surely harbors dangers. Sasuke was curious to know Wang Cong's reasoning, but throughout their time together, Wang Cong had always been a figure of immense respect and admiration in their eyes, leaving many thoughts unspoken, as they regarded him as a person whose words were absolute. After Naruto's question, Wang Cong's gaze lingered on Naruto's face for a moment before he gently shook his head and said, "Naruto, do you have any better ideas? If so, please share them." Naruto was momentarily stunned, unable to anticipate such a response from Wang Cong. After a pause, he shook his head, looking at Wang Cong with a hint of resignation. "Master, I cannot think of anything. It is best if you decide." Despite Naruto's innate talents in certain areas, he remained but a child, and some matters, even if achievable, were merely reflections of youthful thinking. In the world of Naruto, although ninjas exhibit a certain maturity, they are, after all, merely children and thus incapable of making definitive decisions regarding certain matters. Wang Cong smiled gently, stating that traversing the Flower Sea Forest would only yield benefits for them, posing no harm whatsoever. He emphasized their mission to reach the Land of Wind, cautioning that it was imperative to keep their task confidential. Any leak could spell danger for them. Understood, Your Excellency. They replied in unison, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. As the quartet stepped into the forest, a faint light gradually emerged, reminiscent of the unique scenery of the Flower Sea Forest, captivating their attention. However, in an instant, the light dimmed, and a delicate fragrance began to waft from all directions. Yet, upon entering this boundless expanse of flora, an unsettling feeling arose within Wang Cong. Despite the apparent safety of the Flower Sea Forest, an inexplicable sense of unease gripped him, as if an immense danger loomed in the shadows. Suddenly, Sakura, who had been relatively quiet, turned to Wang Cong and inquired with confusion, Your Excellency, if traveling through the Flower Sea Forest poses a risk, why don't we take the train from the Hidden Rain Village to the Land of Wind? This would enhance both our speed and safety. Wang Cong smiled gently, shaking his head as he replied, I have considered that too, but our current mission is not an ordinary one. It is one that could potentially shock the entirety of the Land of Wind. Do you truly believe we should take the train? Sakura, scratching her head, hesitated before responding. I apologize, Your Excellency. I hadn't thought of that. No need for concern. Such oversights are common, Wang Cong reassured her. Indeed, they were all still children, often lacking a comprehensive perspective when contemplating issues. Wang Cong did not expect them to devise any brilliant strategies. Rather, this journey served merely as a trial to enhance their adaptability. Observing the three in silence, Wang Cong waved his hand slightly, prompting them to proceed. However, they had not ventured far when he halted, pointing ahead to a winding path that seemed to lead deep into the heart of the Flower Sea Forest. Master, should we continue forward? Naruto asked, but before Wang Cong could respond, he remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, he positioned himself in front of the trio. A rare seriousness etched across his face. For tails, 5 tails. The mention of such formidable beasts, known for their immense destructive power, indeed startled the minds of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Even Wang Cong wore an expression of disbelief, as none of them had anticipated encountering a tailed beast upon merely stepping into the Flower Sea Forest. The number of tails a beast possesses signifies its strength. Even a 4-tailed beast could pose a formidable challenge for Wang Cong and his companions. Yet, the sudden emergence of a 5-tailed beast left the 4 of them instinctively turning to flee. However, in that fleeting moment, Wang Cong abruptly gestured with his hand. Faced with a 5-tailed beast, even if they had a chance to escape, would they truly be able to? At that moment, the beast was alarmingly close, almost within a breath's reach. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, his eyes calm. Yet beads of sweat adorned his forehead, betraying his anxiety and fear. Even during their last mission, when they acquired the water attribute chakra energy orb, they had not faced such peril. The unexpected danger now stirred a primal urge to flee within the trio. After all, the tale of the Nine Tails assault on Konoha was well known. When preparations were underway to evacuate the village in search of a new refuge, Wang Cong had appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly vanquished the Nine Tails, turning into a legendary figure in Konoha's history, something Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all too aware of. Though the 5 tails was hardly a concern for Wang Cong, he had no intention of employing his full prowess. In that moment, the trio found themselves at a loss, pondering whether they were destined to perish here today. Just then, Wang Cong's voice resonated in their ears. Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, I require your cooperation. To escape from this 5 tails, or even to vanquish it, I need your assistance. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Upon hearing Wang Cong's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, seemingly bewildered by his request. However, their brief astonishment was fleeting, and they quickly responded, affirming their confidence. Naruto, Sasuke, you 2 will attack from the flanks. Sakura, provide support while I take the lead. With that, Wang Cong's form trembled slightly as he stepped forward, charging directly at the 5 tails. Yet, at that very instant, the beast remained stationary, showing no sign of movement, which caused a sense of unease to settle within Wang Cong, who began to suspect something was amiss with the creature. Suddenly, a thunderous impact echoed through the air, and Wang Cong's body was forcefully thrown to the ground. A transparent barrier now stood between them and the 5 tails. Master, Supreme One, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke rushed to Wang Cong's side, their faces filled with concern. In response to their worried expressions, Wang Cong took a deep breath and shook his head. It's nothing. The Five-Tail shouldn't be able to see us. We must take this opportunity to leave at once. With that, he rose to his feet, pulling Naruto and the others along as they hastily moved forward. However, after advancing 100 meters or so, Wang Cong was astonished to discover that the five-tailed figure seemed to linger before him, never truly dissipating. He hesitated for a moment, pondering whether he had fallen into an illusion. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Naruto, who stood beside him, and suggested, "Naruto, take a few steps forward and see." Naruto nodded and stepped forward a couple of paces, then turned back to say, "Master, the five-tailed figure is still in front of me." Wang Cong fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he remarked, "It appears we have entered an illusion." "An illusion? Master, what does that mean?" Naruto asked, gazing at Wang Cong with uncertainty in his eyes. In response to Naruto's inquisitive expression, Wang Cong answered earnestly, "An illusion is akin to a fantastical world. The five-tailed creature continuously manifests around us, and no matter what we do, we cannot escape it. This indicates that we are ensnared within the illusion crafted by the five tails. To break free, there is but one method. We must shatter the illusion it has conjured." Instantly, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno were taken aback, gazing at Wang Cong with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. "Master, Supreme One, how do we break through this illusion?" they inquired in unison. "Watch me," Wang Cong replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he gently closed his eyes. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, Wang Cong had dedicated himself to the study of ninjutsu. With the knowledge he had gained and the chakra energy he absorbed from special orbs, he had cultivated a unique set of ninjutsu for himself. No, it should be termed sage techniques. Water style, flooding the Golden Mountain. Sage technique, water blade. Wang Cong's form quivered slightly, though he did not exude an overpowering aura. Suddenly, a torrent of water, condensed from chakra energy, surged forth, crashing against the five-tailed creature. Simultaneously, an array of formidable water blades sliced through the surrounding space with relentless fury. Within mere seconds, Wang Cong felt a tremor within himself, and he found himself in a different realm. Now he stood at the edge of the Flower Sea Forest, with Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto, and Sakura Haruno positioned behind him. "Master, have we emerged?" Naruto asked, his face etched with profound confusion. He distinctly recalled entering the Flower Sea Forest. So why were they now outside of it? Wang Cong surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the fresh air deeply, and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have escaped the illusion. We must have fallen into it just as we intended to enter the Flower Sea Forest." "Supreme One, do we still need to enter the Flower Sea Forest?" Sasuke Uchiha inquired hesitantly. "Certainly, we must proceed. To reach the Wind Country, we must traverse the Flower Sea Forest. There is no other route to arrive there," Wang Cong asserted with a serious demeanor. With that, he boldly stepped into the Flower Sea Forest, attentively attuning to the surrounding chakra energy and spiritual essence. Wang Cong gestured towards Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, instructing them, "You three, please refrain from wandering off. Stay close behind me." Thus, Wang Cong led the trio back into the Floral Sea Forest, treading with utmost caution with every step. After approximately 2 hours, as the light within the Floral Sea Forest began to dim, rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable, they finally came to a halt. Wang Cong selected a relatively open area to commence the construction of their tent, while Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto busied themselves clearing the surrounding underbrush, and Haruno Sakura prepared the evening meal. Once Wang Cong had erected the tent, Naruto and Sasuke completed their task of clearing the area and scattered some insect repellent. Wang Cong waved at the two and approached Haruno Sakura, who was diligently working on dinner, offering his assistance. The meal was modest, comprising merely some compressed biscuits, as acquiring fresh provisions proved to be quite challenging. Although Wang Cong possessed an abundance of fresh supplies within his storage ring, he opted not to retrieve them at that moment, considering the complexity of preparation and the fatigue accumulated from a day of travel. After dinner, Wang Cong encouraged the trio to rest. Meanwhile, he did not remain idle. He began absorbing the chakra energy permeating the vicinity. Although the mandala poison within him had been thoroughly suppressed by the chakra energy, the water-based chakra did not consume the mandala toxin, but merely maintained a suppressive state. This realization led Wang Cong to understand that relying solely on water-based chakra energy would not suffice to eradicate the mandala poison. Within this Floral Sea Forest, a place known as a forbidden area in the world of Hokage, there might exist herbal remedies capable of counteracting the mandala toxin. Thus, Wang Cong resolved to thoroughly explore the floral sea forest while en route to the Land of Wind. As time passed gradually, the dawn of the following day broke with a faint light. Wang Cong emerged from the tent, brimming with vitality, and, noticing the stillness of the neighboring tents, set about preparing breakfast. Unlike the compressed biscuits from the previous night, breakfast consisted of fresh fish and meats from his storage ring. Given the limited resources, Wang Cong constructed a rudimentary grill for roasting fish and meat. As he was finalizing the preparations, Haruno Sakura, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke groggily emerged from their tents, quickly freshening up before gathering around Wang Cong, eagerly watching him as he grilled. As the trio devoured the roasted fish and meat, Wang Cong partook in a modest share as well. Once they had satisfied their appetites and tidied up, they began to dismantle the tent and organize their belongings. After completing their tasks, the four set forth once more. Consulting the map to ascertain their location, they continued their journey. The light within the floral sea forest was not particularly abundant. In many areas, dense underbrush obstructed their view, rendering the surroundings nearly invisible. Along the way, Wang Cong encountered no small creatures, which left him perplexed. Could it be that this sea of flowers in the forest harbored no animals at all? However, the dense undergrowth around them posed significant resistance to their progress. Leading the way, Wang Cong began to wield his water blade, incessantly slicing through the thickets to forge a path and quicken their pace. By noon, as Wang Cong contemplated finding a place to eat, Naruto, who was walking behind him, suddenly exclaimed, "Master, look over there, a remarkably beautiful flower." A flower? Wang Cong turned in confusion and, following Naruto's gaze, felt a sudden shudder course through his body. The flower bloomed with an extraordinary allure, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet, upon seeing this particularly captivating blossom, Wang Cong trembled uncontrollably. It had been nearly 6 years since he had descended from the cultivation realm into the world of Hokage. Yet the memories of the events that transpired remained vivid in his mind. It was because of a flower that he had been unable to successfully ascend to the celestial realm. In the cultivation world, the mandrake was known as the deadliest poison, one with no antidote. Had it not been for Wang Cong's already attained ascension-level strength in his devouring system, he would likely have perished under the onslaught of the mandrake's venom. During his time in the cultivation realm, Wang Cong scoured the entire domain, but found only a single location where mandrakes grew. He never anticipated encountering one in this sea of flowers within the Hokage world. The mandrake was indelibly etched in Wang Cong's memory, with all its associated horrors buried deep within his heart. Over the years spent in the Hokage world, he had been tirelessly searching for a means to unravel the mandrake's poison, yet to this day, he remained empty-handed. Casting a calm glance around, Wang Cong beckoned Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno to clear the surrounding area, revealing a safe spot. Looking at Naruto and Sakura, he said gravely, "Stand there and do not move. Avoid contact with any plants." Turning back to the increasingly enchanting mandrake, as Wang Cong prepared to approach, a voice from the devouring system suddenly resonated in his ear. "Host, I have found a method to resolve the mandrake's poison." "What method?" Wang Cong inhaled deeply and asked solemnly. "Host, relying on chakra energy or certain medicines will not eradicate the mandrake's poison. Even if it can be alleviated, under certain conditions, the mandrake will relapse, making it an ineffective long-term solution. To completely eliminate the mandrake's poison, one must locate another mandrake and use this system to refine it into a life-bound treasure, integrating it into your body so that the mandrake continuously grows until it ultimately devours the poison within you." At these words, Wang Cong felt a jolt of shock within him. Had it not been for the binding with the devouring system, Wang Cong might have suspected that it harbored intentions to bring about his demise, for it had proposed such a ludicrous notion. He shook his head, his countenance darkening as he inquired, "Devouring system, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? To suggest that mandala become my life as treasure, are you truly not mocking me? That is a poison of unparalleled potency. Even the slightest contact would obliterate an ordinary person. Do you genuinely believe I can contain such a thing within my dantian?" "Host," the system replied earnestly, "with my presence, there shall be no unforeseen complications. Over the years you have spent within the Naruto world, you have sought ways to eliminate the mandala poison afflicting you, while I too have been conducting research. Eventually, I identified a correlation with the toxicity of mandala. And I can assure you, there will be no issues. Should any arise with your cultivation level, you can certainly suppress it. Why not give it a try?" Wang Cong's face fell, feeling that this was a jest at the expense of his very life. What did it mean to say that he could suppress it entirely with his own power? Host, you currently have no absolute choices. Why not heed my advice and give it a shot? According to my analysis, it is exceedingly difficult to find herbs in this world that can cleanse the mandala poison. Even if chakra energy can suppress it, and various herbs can decompose its toxicity, do not forget that the mandala poison has already infiltrated your meridians, making it very difficult to eradicate, even leading to a state of death and rebirth. Therefore, the only path before you is to choose mandala as your life-s treasure, nurturing it with your own chakra energy, allowing it to grow, dissolve, and absorb the mandala poison within your body. Listening to the system's detailed exposition, Wang Cong felt an unsettling disquiet. It seemed that the system was not entirely sane. However, considering that since acquiring the devouring system, it had never let him down, he decided to give it a try. After all, he was irrevocably tied to the devouring system. If he were to perish, it would not fare well either. With this thought, Wang Cong suppressed his inner tension, gazing calmly at the resplendent mandala before him. In a solemn tone, he asked, "Devouring system, how do I refine this mandala into my life-s treasure?" "Host," the system responded, following the recent upgrade of the devouring system. "The function to forge treasures has been activated. Now, you need only to silently invoke the crafting of the treasure within your mind, and the treasure function will commence. However, refining this mandala will undoubtedly pose significant dangers, and I hope you can endure." Wang Cong nodded silently, closed his eyes, and after locking his consciousness onto the mandala, he proclaimed, "Craft the treasure." Boom. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed within Wang Cong's head, nearly shattering his eardrums. As a particularly potent wave of energy surged from the depths of his heart, Wang Cong's heart trembled violently. An agonizing sensation, akin to being torn asunder, engulfed him in an instant. At that moment, Wang Cong felt as though the blood coursing through his veins was being devoured by the absorption system, transforming into an entirely new surge of energy that rushed outward from his body. Under the scrutiny of his divine consciousness, it swept over the datura flower like a tempest. The once alluring datura now bloomed with an even more bewitching radiance. The toxicity of a datura still rooted in the earth was 1,000 times more potent than that of a plucked one. Thus, faced with such a perilous situation, Wang Cong dared not be the slightest bit careless. Yet, regrettably, none of this was under his control. It was all dictated by the absorption system. The moment the ripples of energy enveloped the datura, the flower itself released peculiar pollen in wisps, coiling around its petals. In an instant, the very fabric of space trembled faintly. But then, the energy unleashed by the absorption system coiled around the datura's roots and petals, slowly, inexorably seeking to merge with them. As Wang Cong watched, he sensed with startling clarity that the datura now seemed bound to him by an inexplicable, blood-deep connection. Could it be was he on the verge of success? Wang Cong felt a surge of joy. However, at that moment, the mandala toxin, which had been suppressed within Wang Cong's body, suddenly erupted, manifesting as a powerful force that surged throughout his entire being, voraciously devouring his meridians, accompanying the mandala's poison. A frantic struggle ensued to obstruct the devouring system from refining the mandala flower into a personal talisman. The mandala toxin aggressively invaded Wang Cong's body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Cong's vitality began to wither, teetering on the brink of complete desolation. This was due to the devouring system commandeering the energy within Wang Cong's body, rather than him exercising control over it. At that moment, the entirety of the devouring system's focus was fixated on forging the personal talisman, with little regard for Wang Cong's safety, resulting in the current scene where the mandala's toxin was poised to consume him entirely. Outside, the mandala flowers grew increasingly resplendent, yet Wang Cong's perception of them waned. The cultivation originally employed to suppress the mandala toxin faltered, and in the midst of its eruption, Wang Cong sensed an overwhelming crisis. It felt as though a mere gust of wind could topple him to the ground. Faced with such a predicament, Wang Cong's heart gradually found tranquility. Although the energy within him was entirely commandeered by the system to forcibly refine the mandala flower into a personal talisman, at this moment of life and death, the primordial spirit nestled in his dantian slowly opened its eyes. Suddenly, the primordial spirit raised its hands and extended them slightly forward. 9 beams of pure white light rapidly surged into various parts of his body, directly subduing the mandala toxin that was consuming his energy and gradually compressing it. As the range of the mandala toxin's activity diminished, the 9 beams of pure white light swiftly returned to the primordial spirit's core. These 9 beams were not mere ordinary light, but rather the essence of celestial energy. It was precisely the last time that Wang Cong obtained the celestial energy. However, upon acquiring it, the energy was devoured by the nascent soul. Subsequently, Wang Cong endeavored to study this celestial energy, but failed to derive any substantial insights, ultimately relinquishing his research and allowing the nascent soul to claim the celestial energy as its own. At this moment, after the toxicity of the mandala had been subdued within his body, the external world witnessed the crucial phase of the devouring system refining the mandala flower. Accompanied by an extraordinarily intense radiance, a sudden surge of familiar sensation enveloped Wang Cong's heart, evoking a profound sense of kinship. Host, I have fulfilled my duty. The mandala has been refined into your innate treasure, came the feeble voice of the devouring system, echoing in Wang Cong's ears. Devouring system, could you refrain from making light of my life? I can hardly withstand your antics. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the celestial energy I absorbed last time, I would have already been reduced to a pile of bones. Wang Cong expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Yet, upon his words falling silent, the devouring system ceased its responses, plunging into a state of quietude, leaving Wang Cong feeling quite awkward. It appeared that the devouring system had exerted immense effort in refining the mandala. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. The sheer energy expended to exhaust the devouring system to this extent was unfathomable. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Cong extended his hand gently. Instantly, the mandala, which had been floating before him, materialized in his grasp, appearing even more enchanting. Enveloped in a layer of pristine luminescence that cascaded like a waterfall from above. Standing behind him were Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, all rendered speechless. The mandala, which had just been rooted in the ground, had astonishingly appeared in Wang Cong's hand in the blink of an eye, a remarkable miracle indeed. As they gazed in astonishment, the mesmerizing mandala suddenly vanished from sight. At this moment, within Wang Cong's dantian, the nascent soul sat in serene meditation, emanating an enigmatic aura. Before the nascent soul floated a sky-blue orb the size of a ping-pong ball, quietly suspended in midair. As the mandala gradually entered Wang Cong's dantian, the sky-blue orb began to hover above the mandala flower, seemingly accentuated by its presence. In that instant, a look of profound astonishment flickered in Wang Cong's eyes. The nascent soul unexpectedly extended both hands, cradling the mandala flower within its grasp. Wang Cong, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with disbelief. Unable to fathom that the nascent soul would take the initiative to lift the mandala, brilliant rays of light began to gradually emanate from the mandala, casting a dreamy aura over the nascent soul, reminiscent of a scene from an ethereal paradise, enveloping all within the realm. Concurrently, a spark of shock ignited within Wang Cong's heart. Although Wang Cong had never possessed chakra energy with a poisonous attribute, after refining the mandala into his life treasure through the devouring system, he gained the ability associated with poison. Turning around to face the astonished Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, Wang Cong smiled and said, "Let us proceed." Curious, Naruto asked, "Master, that flower just now bloomed beautifully and enchantingly. What was it?" In response, Wang Cong gently shook his head, gazing deeply at Naruto with utmost seriousness, and said, "Naruto, you must remember, when you encounter such a flower again, keep your distance as far as possible. That flower is called mandala, and it possesses an extremely potent toxin. Even the slightest touch can lead to poisoning. And there is no antidote." What? The faces of Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno were filled with shock. They looked at Wang Cong in disbelief, as if he were jesting. Just moments ago, they had witnessed him holding the mandala in his hands. However, facing their skepticism, Wang Cong shook his head and said, "Naruto, you have been by my side the longest. Since you were a child, I have taken care of you. I believe you should be aware that I am not from this world, am I?" Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded and replied, "Master, I've heard you speak of it with Uncle Ichiraku. Indeed, I am not from the Naruto world. In truth, beyond this world, countless realms exist, each with its own barriers that generally cannot be crossed. Just like the Naruto world, if one lacks the strength to break through the spatial barrier, they cannot leave. Although breaking the barrier is easy with my current power, I am unable to do so. This is solely because I am afflicted by the mandala toxin, which requires me to continuously expend my cultivation to suppress its effects. On the other hand, I am also searching for a remedy for the toxin in this world. but thus far, I have not found a solution. What? Naruto gasped, his expression filled with concern as he looked at Wang Cong master. Are you all right? Wang Cong shook his head and replied, I am fine. Do I appear to be in trouble? Let us continue onward. With that, he set forth, and Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke hurried to keep up. However, their gazes towards Wang Cong had shifted considerably. Walking behind, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Upon learning of Wang Cong's affliction with the mandala toxin, he vowed within himself that regardless of the cost, he would find an antidote for his master. The Flower Sea Forest was vast. Yet, ever since Wang Cong refined the mandala into his life treasure and the devouring system fell into slumber, the journey had been remarkably tranquil. Even upon leaving the Flower Sea Forest, they encountered no danger, which left Wang Cong feeling perplexed. Could it be that this so-called forbidden area harbored no peril whatsoever? In the Land of Wind, the four traversed the endless expanse of yellow sands on foot. Previously, for individuals traversed a village, encountering not a single soul, the entire settlement was devoid of livestock, presenting an utterly desolate scene that left Wang Cong feeling perplexed. How long would it take to reach the sand-hidden village? After a week of continued travel, Wang Cong's gaze sharpened. Simultaneously, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto halted abruptly. They gazed upon a verdant oasis approximately 2 kilometers away. Wiping the dust from his face, Naruto turned to Wang Cong and said, Master, what we see ahead should not be a mirage, right? Perhaps not, Wang Cong replied uncertainly, shaking his head. Upon exiting the Flower Sea Forest, Wang Cong had already sealed his spiritual awareness. He was now entirely reliant on chakra energy. I'll go take a look, Master, Naruto declared. Very well, Wang Cong nodded. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Naruto's figure vanished beside him, while Wang Cong, Sakura, and Sasuke pressed onward. About half an hour later, Naruto reappeared beside Wang Cong, stating, Master, ahead lies the sand-hidden village. There are already ninjas on guard, and I dared not venture further. The sand-hidden village? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Wang Cong's eyes. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the nearby oasis, he shook his head and said, Let us proceed and see. However, Wang Cong felt a sense of resignation. Their bold approach to the sand-hidden village would likely arouse suspicion if they attempted to hide now, making any future endeavors nearly impossible. As they drew nearer to the village, Wang Cong began to sense something amiss. With less than 500 meters remaining to the oasis, shadows suddenly surrounded them. A figure clad in a long black robe, shrouded in darkness, addressed them. Who are you, and why have you come to the sand-hidden village? Esteemed ninja, Wang Cong replied respectfully, We hail from the Leaf Village of the Land of Rain and wish to experience the local customs of the sand-hidden village. The man in the black robe fell silent for a moment. After several seconds, an eerie glow emanated from him, enveloping Wang Cong, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Approximately 2 minutes later, the light gradually dissipated, and the robed man spoke. Welcome, warriors from the Leaf Village, to our sand-hidden village. After embracing Wang Cong, the man waved his hand, prompting the surrounding ninjas to swiftly depart, leaving only Wang Cong and the robed figure. Please, esteemed warriors. The man gestured for them to follow, leading Wang Cong and his companions toward the sand-hidden village. Perhaps due to the surrounding desert, as they stepped onto the oasis of the sand-hidden village, Wang Cong immediately felt a refreshing coolness and a gentle breeze caressing them. Esteemed elders, you of the sand-hidden village reside amidst the vast desolation of the desert. Do you not frequently encounter tempests? Wang Cong inquired with a hint of skepticism as he stepped into the sand-hidden village. Based on Wang Cong's knowledge, the desert is often beset by fierce winds. However, upon observing the surroundings of the sand-hidden village, he furrowed his brow, for it starkly contrasted with the depictions he had seen on television. Yet, in response to Wang Cong's evident perplexity, the man clad in a black robe merely shook his head and replied, While we in the sand-hidden village do experience certain unusual weather phenomena, our unique geographical location protects us from severe storms. Moreover, you may have heard of our treasured artifact that has the capacity to ward off fierce gales. After this, the robed man did not engage in further conversation nor expressed any doubts about Wang Cong and his companions. He simply chuckled lightly, remarking, Warriors from the Leaf Village invariably pose the same question. Wang Cong, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, sought to glean more about the sand-hidden village, and the man willingly provided him with detailed information. After arranging suitable accommodations for Wang Cong and his companions, the man departed. Once he was gone, Wang Cong exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. While the man was present, Wang Cong felt an unsettling sensation, as if the secrets of his heart had been laid bare. Master, that individual just now left me with an eerie impression. Eerie? Wang Cong's master inquired. Indeed. Master, did you not sense the peculiar aura surrounding him? It is unlike that of a normal person. The air around him made me profoundly uncomfortable, and I found it unsettling to be near him, Naruto remarked, furrowing his brow in discontent. I share a similar sentiment, Wang Cong replied with a wry smile. However, having just arrived in the sand-hidden village, we must exercise patience. After all, we are not yet acquainted with the intricacies of this place, and any rash action could easily expose our true intentions. What are your thoughts on the information we have just learned? At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Wang Cong with a puzzled expression, stating, Your Excellency, I suspect it may be fabricated. Although the Leaf Village and the Sand-Hidden Village maintain a profound alliance, I find it hard to believe that the Sand-Hidden Village would divulge any secrets to the ninjas of the Leaf Village, as we are merely perceived as ordinary ninja in their eyes. I concur with this perspective, Sakura chimed in from the side. Master, it appears we may be encircled. Just then, Naruto spoke up, his voice tinged with anxiety. Turning abruptly to observe Naruto, who stood by the window with a tense and anxious demeanor, Wang Cong hurried over, surveying the scene outside before taking a deep breath and advising, Let us remain vigilant and not feign bravado for the time being. The man in black did not exhibit any unusual behavior upon his departure. Therefore, I do not believe these individuals have come to apprehend us. But if that is not the case, what could their purpose for being here be? The ninjas of the Sand-Hidden Village surrounded Wang from behind their small building. Yet there was no other commotion. Wang remained inside the small building, not venturing out. After enjoying dinner, the four of them drifted into slumber. However, the following morning, Wang was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Upon opening it and seeing Naruto standing there, he inquired with bewilderment, What is happening? Master, Sakura has gone missing, Naruto exclaimed, filled with anxiety. What? A profound shock washed over Wang's face as he gazed at Naruto, disbelief etched in his expression. Master, Sakura has disappeared, Naruto reiterated. Where is Sasuke? Your Excellency, I am here, Uchiha Sasuke responded, emerging from outside with urgency. He shook his head at Wang, saying, Your Excellency, I have just searched the area surrounding the room, but I did not find Sakura at all. Wang nodded, a rare chill sweeping across his face. After dinner last night, everyone had retired for the night without any unusual occurrences. When did Haruno Sakura go missing? Let us proceed to Sakura's room, Wang said in a low voice. They swiftly arrived at the door of Haruno Sakura's room, where Wang reached out and pushed the door open. Sakura's room was approximately 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a table, and 2 stools. However, beside the bed stood a bookshelf, filled to the brim with books. Apart from that, the room contained nothing else. Wang hurried to the bedside, carefully assessing the warmth of the bedding, his brow furrowing slightly. The blanket felt distinctly cool. It was evident that Sakura had been missing for quite some time. Yet, if she were to leave, she should have informed someone. Who could have taken Haruno Sakura away without a word? As Wang fell into contemplation, Naruto suddenly interjected, Master, look here. It seems there are signs of disturbance from the summer. What? Wang was taken aback, hastily moving to the bookshelf, observing the dust and signs of movement nearby. He solemnly instructed, Search thoroughly, do not overlook any corner. After attempting to push the bookshelf several times with no success, Wang surmised that there must be a mechanism hidden within the room. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke had nearly overturned everything in the room, yet they still found nothing. However, Wang's gaze remained fixated on the bookshelf. As he ran his fingers over the spines of the books, his heart suddenly raced. He pressed down on a golden book and smiled faintly. Creak. Instantaneously, the bookshelf began to shift. Soon, a passage large enough for 2 people appeared, and Wang stepped inside, followed closely by Naruto and Sasuke. As the 3 entered, the passage began to close slowly behind them. With the closure of the passage, darkness enveloped them, obscuring their surroundings. Wang furrowed his brow, surveying the area before extending his hand, a blue light emanating from his palm, illuminating the space around them. At that moment, Wang, Sasuke, and Naruto found themselves in a room of approximately 100 square meters. There were no other passages, resembling a dead end. However, the walls of the room were intricately carved with various monstrous figures. Notably, a 10-tailed beast was depicted on the ceiling, sending a shiver down Wang's spine. Suddenly, Wang's senses heightened. As he glanced around, he was struck with shock. Something in the vicinity moved faster than the wind, darting past them incessantly. Master, Be careful, Naruto exclaimed anxiously. A calm smile graced Wang's lips as he swiftly turned around, extending his hand, from which a sky-blue light burst forth. Water-style, rapid water blade. As waves of water surged forth, seemingly concealing a hidden current, a thunderous sound resonated throughout the realm, plunging it into an eerie stillness. Before Wang Cong, a wisp of white smoke floated, and gradually, a gentle breeze began to stir. However, the moment this breeze emerged, Wang Cong's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze in a singular direction, sprinting ahead with fervor. With a resounding crash, Wang Cong's entire form collided with the wall, creating a gaping hole through which light from the outside suddenly flooded the room. At that moment, Wang Cong, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto finally discerned the scene surrounding them. The walls of the chamber were adorned with countless monstrous figures, and at the center stood a cauldron, exuding billowing white smoke. The very smoke that had assailed Wang Cong moments earlier undoubtedly emanated from this cauldron. To the left side of the room, there was a door. Wang Cong swiftly approached and cautiously felt along the adjacent wall. With a creak, the stone door slowly opened. Wang Cong, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke proceeded onward. The passageway was narrow and elongated, leaving them oblivious to its destination. Yet, as they traversed this corridor, an unsettling chill enveloped them, intensifying with each step, akin to descending into an ice cellar. Behind Wang Cong, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto harnessed their chakra to shield their bodies. Fortunately, this discomfort did not linger for long. Upon reaching a raised platform, the frigid atmosphere dissipated instantaneously, only to be replaced by a palpable fury. Below the platform, Haruno Sakura was bound to a pillar. A heap of dry wood stacked beneath her. Surrounding the pillar were dozens of torches, each manned by a ninja. Approximately 5 meters away from Sakura lay a crimson table, laden with offerings, alongside a stone-carved statue. From their vantage point atop the platform, Wang Cong and the others could not discern the statue's details. Yet the mere sight of it emanated a potent aura of malevolence. "What shall we do, master?" Naruto, standing anxiously behind Wang Cong, inquired, his face etched with worry. The situation had utterly surpassed their expectations. Regardless of how Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke pondered, they could not fathom such a scene unfolding. Just yesterday, they had been treated amicably by the shinobi of Tsunade. Why, then, had Sakura been captured and brought here? What was the significance of the offerings on the table? And what was the nature of that ominous statue? Why were they treating Sakura in this manner? Sakura, bound to the pillar, appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, her head bowed in a seemingly resigned demeanor. In response to Naruto's words, Wang Cong gently shook his head and took a deep breath, saying, "We must act wisely and first ascertain the intentions of the shinobi from Tsunade." With that, Wang Cong led Naruto down from the elevated platform. As they drew nearer to Haruno Sakura, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed Wang Cong, as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. The dozens of ninjas surrounding the torches appeared oblivious to Wang Cong's presence, remaining motionless, their eyes unblinking. At that moment, Wang Cong could clearly discern the offerings and the statue upon the altar. To his astonishment, the statue displayed on the altar was that of the Eight-Headed Serpent, Yamada no Orochi. He could hardly fathom that the shinobi of Tsunade would venerate a statue of Yamada no Orochi. Such a notion had never been mentioned in the world of Hokage. Furrowing his brow deeply, Wang Cong was filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Had the rules of this world truly been altered? Otherwise, why would the shinobi of Tsunade revere Yamada no Orochi? Just then, a figure abruptly rose from beside the altar. Dressed in a black cloak, this individual seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness, exuding an air of mystery. A formidable aura emanated from him, as though capable of obliterating everything in its path, casting a distinctly malevolent shadow. "Welcome to the most enigmatic place in Tsunade," he proclaimed. "Not everyone is permitted to enter here. Your presence is a privilege, for you shall witness firsthand how the illustrious Tsunade derives its power from the great deity Yamada no Orochi." Qingfeng's calm gaze rested upon Wang Cong, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion. In response to Qingfeng's words, Wang Cong merely shook his head with indifference, a glimmer of icy menace in his eyes as he spoke gravely. "Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Release Haruno Sakura at once, or this so-called most mysterious place will transform into a battlefield." "Ha ha!" Qingfeng laughed boisterously, shaking his head with a nonchalant demeanor. "Are you jesting with me? With merely one adult and 2 children, you presume to threaten me? Regardless of whether you hail from Konoha or Tsunade, Should any of you fail to meet the demands of Yamada no Orochi, you will become offerings to the deity. This is an honor you should embrace, rather than resist. Yet, now you not only lack gratitude towards Yamada no Orochi, but dare to threaten him. Such an affront will invoke his wrath, and no remorse you may harbor will save you from his vengeance. I implore you for the last time, release Haruno Sakura. Wang Cong's eyes were icy as he fixed his gaze upon Qi Feng, his voice resolute. Upon arriving in the land of wind, specifically the Tsunade, Wang Cong initially contemplated a prudent approach, hoping to discreetly seek out the wind attribute chakra orbs without disturbing the village. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fervent attention of the Tsunade ninja, who fixated on them the moment they entered. This unexpected turn of events ignited a furious blaze within Wang Cong. Yet, with Sakura Haruno in their grasp, any attempt to retaliate would undoubtedly endanger her safety. Leaving Wang Cong in a state of contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply, gradually calming his expression as he regarded Qi Feng with an air of detachment. Qi Feng, if you possess any sense of reason, release Sakura Haruno at once. Otherwise, your actions will only invite calamity upon Tsunade. Sakura is a prodigy rarely seen in Konoha for a century. Do you truly believe Konoha would allow such an affront to go unpunished? Your actions will incite their wrath, bringing forth retribution. At that instant, Qi Feng's body quivered slightly, as if he comprehended the dire consequences of Wang Cong's words. Although the strength of Tsunade's ninjas was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of Konoha. Should Konoha decide to strike, Tsunade would undoubtedly suffer grievously. This realization caused a flicker of hesitation within Qi Feng. Yet, as he turned his gaze toward the statue of the deity Kikurami upon the altar, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. He bellowed, "Kikurami transcends the 6 realms of reincarnation. If the ninjas of Tsunade can harness the power bestowed by Kikurami, Konoha will be rendered insignificant. This young girl is destined to become an offering to Kikurami, and you all shall serve as the sustenance for Tsunade to obtain the deity's power. You dare." Wang Cong's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a chilling intensity as he glared at Qi Feng. Yet, Qi Feng remained unfazed, regarding Wang Cong with an indifferent expression, shaking his head. "Whether I dare or not is not for you to decide. When you uttered those words, you should have considered your circumstances. This is the sacred ground of Tsunade, where we honor Kikurami. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to resist here?" At these words, a jolt of alarm surged through Wang Cong. The earlier sense of impending danger resurfaced, shrouding him in doubt. Ever since entering, he had pondered the source of this anxiety, yet no clarity emerged despite his efforts. The surroundings were conspicuously devoid of other ninjas, yet the feeling of peril lingered ominously. "You cannot proceed like this." Uchiha Sasuke, positioned behind Wang Cong, stepped forward, visibly enraged as he shouted at Qi Feng. "We have come to the Hidden Sand Village, eager to experience its unique culture and traditions, carrying with us a spirit of camaraderie. Yet, you now seek to tarnish this goodwill by attempting to abduct our companion and offering them as a sacrifice to the Eight-Headed Serpent deity. Do you truly believe that the Eight-Headed Serpent would accept such an offering? The deity would undoubtedly reject your tribute, perhaps even feeling a sense of shame. How preposterous!" Qi Feng exclaimed with a fierce glare. "You, a mere child yet to fully grow, can hardly comprehend the significance of this. The Eight-Headed Serpent is our guardian, the source of our strength in the Hidden Sand Village, and cannot tolerate such desecration. Since you dare to defile the Eight-Headed Serpent, be prepared to face its wrath." With that, Qi Feng abruptly rose to his feet. Amid Wang Cong's puzzled expression, he approached the statue of the Eight-Headed Serpent, slowly placing his hands upon it. As he did, a series of incantations flowed from his lips, barely audible and spoken with remarkable speed, leaving Wang Cong bewildered as to their meaning. However, as Qi Feng continued his chant, the statue began to emanate brilliant bursts of black light, dazzling and more radiant than the brightest star in the sky. The rising black luminescence instilled a profound sense of urgency in Wang Cong, as if foreboding an imminent calamity. At that moment, Naruto suddenly grasped Wang Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Master, look at the platform behind us." Wang Feng swiftly turned, his face reflecting shock. Upon the elevated platform lay a colossal serpent, unlike any ordinary serpent. It boasted 8 enormous heads, each a different hue. Though its body coalesced from dark mist, it exuded an aura of terror that startled Wang Cong to his core. "Prepare to meet your demise," Qi Feng roared, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Eight-Headed Serpent deity, these are your sustenance. Consume them, devour them, and you shall continue to grow." With a thunderous roar, the eight-headed serpent opened its gaping maws, lunging towards Wang Cong and his companions. Master! Supreme One! Naruto and Sasuke's faces were etched with fear as they took a step back. Yet, Wang Chong's gaze sharpened. A flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he seemingly disregarded the terrifying serpent before him. He cast a glance at Chi Feng, who obstructed the statue, and in a swift motion, dashed forward. What do you intend to do? Xing Feng's eyes flared with intense rage as he shouted at Wang Cong, attempting to seize the statue from the altar. At that moment, the ninjas surrounding the torches turned as one, closing in on Wang Cong. Simultaneously, Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha surged forward with the king, disregarding the terrifying aura emanating from the Orochi behind them. Taijutsu, Nine-Tails Explosion. Fire Style, Nine-Tails Explosive Fireball. Naruto roared. And in an instant, dozens of Narutos appeared, standing resolutely before the multitude of ninjas. Massive fireballs erupted, and at that moment, the shadow of the Nine-Tails manifested behind Naruto, exuding an overwhelming presence as it charged ahead. Boom, boom, boom. As a series of thunderous impacts resonated, Naruto glanced sideways and exclaimed, Sakura! Naruto, this is your doing. Sasuke Uchiha scolded him helplessly as he hurried forward. At that moment, Sakura Haruno, bound to a post surrounded by dry timber and torches, found herself in dire straits. As Naruto unleashed his fiery chakra, the torches were severed, collapsing onto the wood, igniting it instantly as the fireball exploded. Sakura, still dazed, slowly opened her eyes to a sea of flames, bewilderment etched on her face. What is happening? I was sleeping soundly in my room. How did I end up here? Sakura, Sasuke suddenly called out, plunging into the inferno. Following suit, Naruto rushed in alongside Sasuke, reaching Sakura's side. Sakura, don't be afraid. We're here to save you, Sasuke urged anxiously. Together, they swiftly severed the ropes binding Sakura and, cradling her, barely escaped the flames, only to be confronted by a dozen ninjas. Their cold eyes fixed on them. Release the girl, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall perish. What is going on? Sakura asked, utterly perplexed. You don't know? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged astonished glances at her ignorance. It was shocking that the very person at the center of the turmoil was oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Sakura shook her head weakly, rubbing her eyes. I don't know. I felt extremely hot. Then when I woke up, I found myself in this sea of fire. I had no idea what was happening until you both rushed in to rescue me. Faced with Sakura's confusion, Naruto and Sasuke stood speechless, scrutinizing her in disbelief, uncertain of how to respond. However, Sasuke, without hesitation, recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon realizing she had nearly become a sacrifice, Sakura's body trembled, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes, as if she could scarcely believe it. Yet, the surrounding circumstances left no room for doubt. As Sakura Haruno struggled slightly in Sasuke Uchiha's embrace, she moved just enough to ascertain her safety before addressing him. I'm fine. Let us eliminate them and assist Lord Supreme. Agreed. Sasuke and Naruto nodded in unison. After rescuing Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke appeared to have regained their composure. And with Sakura's support, they unveiled their formidable prowess. Die. One of the dozens of ninjas shouted angrily as he charged forward, clearly intent on leaving no chance for Naruto and the others to survive. Go. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they surged ahead. However, Sakura remained motionless behind them. Just as Naruto and Sasuke reached the ninjas, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from Sakura, enveloping both of them in a dazzling glow, radiating an eerily strange sensation that spread around them. In that fleeting moment, long swords appeared in the hands of Naruto and Sasuke, which they swung forward fiercely. Swish! In an instant, it seemed as if a flash of light had passed. The swords in their hands were discarded, and both Naruto and Sasuke instantly returned to Sakura's side. Let us go help Lord Supreme, Sakura urged urgently. Naruto and Sasuke nodded, disregarding the throng of ninjas as they dashed toward the altar ahead. In truth, as they had rushed to rescue Sakura, Wang Cong had already pursued Chi Feng, heading towards the door behind the altar. At that moment, Chi Feng was clutching a statue of the Eight-Headed Serpent as he rushed through the door, where dreadful screams echoed within. When the three reached the entrance, they were bewildered to find Wang Cong and Chi Feng standing there, with the statue of the Eight-Headed Serpent placed between them. Lord Supreme, Master, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura called out to Wang Cong from the threshold. Yet, Wang Cong did not respond. Even Chi Feng, who stood opposite him, appeared unresponsive. This situation left Naruto and the others astonished. However, when they attempted to step forward into the room, they were dismayed to discover they seemed unable to enter. Although a grand door stood wide open before them, to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, it appeared as if it were firmly shut, offering no passageway. What should we do? A look of anxiety crossed Sakura's face. Taking a deep breath, Naruto shook his head. I don't know either. But for now, we must wait. I believe that even without using his sealed powers, Master can resolve the situation at hand. After all, where Master is present, danger cannot prevail. Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement, while Wang Cong cast a grave gaze upon Qingfeng. Although Qingfeng lacked the unique chakra energy characteristic of ninjas, the peculiar and eerie fluctuations emanating from him instilled a profound sense of dread in Wang Cong. The moment Wang Cong pursued Qingfeng through the entrance, he felt as though he had stepped into a bizarre realm where nothing seemed tangible or real, save for the presence of Qingfeng and the statue before him. The audacity to insult the mighty Yamada no Orochi is beyond your comprehension. To become mere sustenance for the great serpent is already a favor. And yet you foolishly compel me to invoke the barriers left by Yamada no Orochi, a decision that will exact a severe toll upon you. Qingfeng roared in anger at Wang Cong yesterday, outside the Tsunade here, upon encountering Wang Cong and his companions. Qingfeng sensed an aura from Haruno Sakura that was particularly favored by Yamada no Orochi, prompting him to consider her as a sacrificial offering. Qingfeng initially intended to conduct this ritual without raising suspicion. However, for reasons unknown, despite his attempts to summon the Great Serpent, there was no response until Wang Cong and his group appeared. Wang Cong, seemingly unfazed by Qingfeng's outburst, regarded him with indifferent eyes before shifting his gaze towards the statue cradled in Qingfeng's arms. A profound sense of danger emanated from that statue. Could it be that the Yamada no Orochi he had previously vanquished was but an illusion? Did the true Yamada no Orochi still exist? Contemplating this, as he attempted to move forward, he was astonished to realize that his legs felt bound, as if ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him unable to lift his feet despite exerting immense effort. Qingfeng, witnessing this scene, erupted into a derisive laughter, looking down upon Wang Cong with disdain. You wretched fool. Do you believe that within the barrier set by Yamada no Orochi, you can still move freely? I assure you, that is impossible. Now, you shall experience a fate worse than death. Yet, Wang Cong appeared oblivious to Qingfeng's taunts, gradually closing his eyes. As he struggled to lift his feet, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if a gust of wind had suddenly swept through. This barrier was evidently a completely enclosed space. How could there be wind? Upon closer inspection, he discerned something amiss with the statue of Yamada no Orochi. The statue, intricately carved from stone, depicted the serpent with 8 heads, yet 7 of these heads were closed, while the leftmost head gaped wide open, from which Wang Cong sensed a potent surge of chakra energy, distinctly of the wind attribute. What secrets lay hidden within this statue of Yamada no Orochi? At that moment, Wang Cong felt an overwhelming urge to seize the statue from Qingfeng's grasp. As Wang Cong remained silent, a look of urgency and sweat adorned Qingfeng's face. Upon entering the mysterious barrier unknown to the Eight-Headed Serpent, Qingfeng sought to harness the serpent's energy to eliminate Wang Cong right there. However, to his dismay, no matter how fervently he endeavored, he could not establish a connection with the energy left by the Eight-Headed Serpent. What could be amiss? A look of terror spread across Qingfeng's face as he frantically shook the statue in his hands, as if attempting to resurrect it. Although he managed to bring Wang Cong into this realm, there was a time constraint. If he failed to eliminate Wang Cong within the allotted time, the barrier would shatter, leaving Wang Cong to face a dire life-and-death crisis upon his exit. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in Wang Cong's ears. His body jolted, and to Qingfeng's astonishment, he appeared directly before him. With a resounding impact, Wang Cong's fist struck Qingfeng's chest, forcing the statue from his grasp. In an instant, Wang Cong raised his fist and struck the statue, which shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Among the rubble, a verdant orb was grasped tightly in Wang Cong's hand, radiating a potent chakra energy imbued with the essence of wind. Without hesitation, Wang Cong realized that this was indeed the very object he sought in the land of wind. He had not anticipated finding it so soon upon his arrival. What are you doing? Qingfeng's face paled with fear as he roared at Wang Cong. That is the guardian deity of our sand-hidden village. How dare you destroy it? You shall surely incur the wrath of the Eight-Headed Serpent. The great deity will not spare you. With a cold retort, Wang Cong extended his hand, unleashing a surge of violent chakra energy that surged towards Qingfeng. In an instant, the young man's form froze, disintegrating into mere wisps, vanishing without a trace. Not a single drop of blood spilled throughout the ordeal. Clutching the wind chakra orb, Wang Cong turned to leave. Casting a glance at Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, he inhaled deeply and said, "Let us depart from the sand-hidden village at once." "Master, what is happening?" Naruto inquired with confusion. Simultaneously, Sasuke furrowed his brow. "Lord Supreme, did we not come to the land of wind to locate the wind chakra orb? Are we truly leaving the sand-hidden village without it? I have already secured the item. If we do not depart now, we may find it impossible to escape the sand-hidden village." Wang Cong sighed. He then turned to Sakura, asking, "Are you all right, Sakura?" "I am fine, Lord Supreme," she replied. Hastily, Wang Cong led Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke out of the underground sanctuary. Upon emerging, he noticed an increased presence of ninjas surrounding the house, causing his heart to tremble slightly. It appeared that leaving the sand-hidden village would prove to be a challenging endeavor. At this moment, Wang's heart was tinged with doubt. If there were indeed mysterious places underground, then there must be passages as well. Where could those passages be? With this thought, Wang turned around, accompanied by Naruto, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha, returning once more to that enigmatic location. As Wang surveyed his surroundings, he was about to employ his spiritual sense when Sakura spoke up. "My lord, the beasts carved here are unlike any others." Upon hearing this, Wang hurried to Sakura's side, and as he examined the carvings closely, a profound astonishment washed over his face. Indeed, as Sakura had noted, the creature depicted in this artwork was distinctly different from the others. This beast was a miniature version of the legendary Yamada no Orochi. Previously, he had heard from Chingfeng that the Yamada no Orochi was the guardian beast of the Tsunade. Now, with this carving present, could it be a mechanism? With this thought in mind, Wang suddenly pressed his hand against the image of Yamada no Orochi. A crisp sound echoed in the ears of the four, and a cool light suddenly erupted before them, revealing a passage. Wang was the first to step inside, as Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke followed him into the passage. It began to close slowly behind them. After walking a mere 10 meters, they had completely distanced themselves from their dwelling. Now, Wang, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto found themselves in a small grove, just inside of their residence. Surrounding their courtyard, there were already over 30 patrolling ninjas, and they were uncertain if there were any hidden ninjas lurking in the shadows. Observing this scene, Wang furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed about Chingfeng's true identity within Tsunade, as he seemed capable of commanding such a multitude of ninjas. "Let us go." However, at that moment, Wang and the others had little chance to ponder further. Perhaps the ninjas had not yet noticed any changes within the room, but once they did, it would be too late. Carefully making their way through the grove while remaining undetected, the four of them dashed out of Tsunade. As they left the oasis, the sound of alarm bells echoed from behind them. "Move." A solemn expression flickered across Wang's face as he surged forward with great urgency. Although it would take some time for the ninja from the sand-hidden village to react and pursue him, Wang understood that waiting for their response would complicate his escape from the land of wind. At present, the only way to evade the pursuit of the sand ninjas was to distance himself from the oasis. However, the surrounding terrain was an endless expanse of desolate desert, leaving Wang and his companions without a place to hide. After sprinting approximately 2 kilometers, he surveyed his surroundings, still confronted by the vast, barren landscape, and a rare seriousness washed over his features. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the ninjas from the sand-hidden village caught up to him. What to do? "Master, why don't we dig a hole in the desert and take temporary refuge inside?" Naruto suddenly suggested. Wang paused, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he regarded Naruto with surprise, then nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible." Without hesitation, Wang, along with Naruto and Sasuke, began to clear the surrounding area. Approximately half an hour later, they had excavated a cave roughly 10 meters in length. Wang then found some sturdy materials to block the entrance, stabilizing it with chakra energy before exhaling a sigh of relief. Once everything was in order, Wang retrieved a wind chakra energy orb, scrutinizing it carefully. A glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes. Though the wind chakra orb differed from the water chakra orb in nature, he didn't dwell on the details and began to absorb the energy contained within the orb. After just a few minutes, Wang suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. "Master, what's wrong?" Naruto, who had been observing Wang intently, asked with uncertainty upon seeing his expression. Taking a deep breath, Wang replied gravely, "The place we visited earlier was not the sand-hidden village, it was the ghost village." "What? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exclaimed in unified astonishment. Master, what is the Ghost Village? Sakura inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. The Ghost Village is a realm where souls reside after death. Wang elaborated. In other words, that village is devoid of living beings. It is entirely populated by the deceased. What? Instantly, fear washed over the faces of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura as they grappled with the implications of Wang's revelation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang turned to Naruto and said, This ghost village is likely not just an ordinary ghostly realm. It must conceal something significant. I've never heard of a ghost village where spirits could manifest in broad daylight. As he spoke, Wang recalled the earlier incident within the barrier, when he had snatched the Orochi statue from Qingfeng, effortlessly shattering Qingfeng with a single strike. At the time, he had not given it much thought, but now, a chilling sensation crept over him as he reflected on the encounter. Gazing at the wind attribute chakra energy orb in his hand, Wang Cong furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he should proceed with the absorption. At that moment, the voice of the devouring system suddenly resonated in Wang Cong's ear. Host, there is no issue with the energy orb you hold. It is the purest form of wind attribute energy, merely tainted by a hint of ghostly aura. If you eliminate the ghostly energy, you will be able to absorb it. Were you in trouble, devouring system? Wang Cong inquired, puzzled. Not at all. I was merely incapacitated. The toxicity of the mandala was exceptionally potent, and during the refinement process, I expended too much energy, resulting in my temporary unconsciousness. However, I am perfectly fine now. Host, you should commence the absorption of the wind attribute chakra energy orb. As the words of the devouring system faded, Wang Cong felt a tremor coursing through his body. A continuous stream of wind attribute chakra energy began to flow into his meridians, prompting him to close his eyes and wholeheartedly embrace the wind chakra energy. As the energy gradually melded into his meridians, it began to coalesce in his dantian, forming a cerulean orb. This azure orb circled the dantian before gently floating above the mandala flower, maintaining a certain distance from the water attribute chakra energy orb. Once the water attribute chakra energy orb and the wind attribute chakra energy orb established a cycle, Wang Cong suddenly sensed a significant surge in his strength, seemingly doubling. However, he paid little heed to it. As he withdrew his consciousness from the dantian, he heard the voice of the devouring system once more. Esteemed host, the ghost village is no ordinary place. It conceals terrifying entities. Terrifying entities? Wang Cong echoed. Indeed. Logically, a ghost village should not exist in the world of Naruto. Yet here it is, fortuitously encountered by you. This indicates that evading the ghost village is an impossibility. The only way to escape is to resolve the situation within the ghost village. Otherwise, it will manifest wherever you go. The words of the devouring system plunged Wang Cong into profound shock. He had never anticipated encountering such a situation upon arriving in the Land of Wind. Earlier, during his time in the ghost village, he had sensed an intense danger, a sense of urgency not typical of a nin, but rather akin to that of a cultivator at the third tier of tribulation. In the world of Naruto, the highest cultivation level was that of a Kage-level ninja. Yet within this ghost village, there existed entities that instilled fear in Wang Cong, a clear indication that the ghost village was anything but ordinary. Wang Cong could not dismiss the devouring system's words. If it stated that resolution of the ghost village's predicament was essential to avoid its persistent presence, then it must be true. However, the question of how to resolve the ghost village's issues left Wang Cong in a quandary. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong addressed the devouring system. Can you perceive the circumstances within this ghost village? Host, I have just awakened. The information I received earlier was merely from the wind attribute chakra energy orb, but it was insufficient to decipher what lies hidden within the ghost village. To ascertain the situation there, we must venture into the village itself. Hearing the unwavering words of the devouring system, Wang Cong could only manage a bitter smile and shook his head. He turned to his companions, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, and took another deep breath. I must return to the ghost village. Will you accompany me, or will you remain here and await my return? Instantly, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a hint of dread. After a brief silence, they all nodded in unison, declaring, Master, Supreme One, I shall join you. Excellent. Wang Cong replied with satisfaction. Once we enter the ghost village, we must exercise utmost caution in every endeavor, leaving no room for carelessness. Understood, Supreme One. Sasuke and Sakura affirmed simultaneously. However, Naruto furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at Wang Cong. Master, we are entirely unaware of the situation in the Ghost Village. Although we have been there before, we hardly explored it. We have no idea what we might encounter. What if we face a predicament similar to what Sakura experienced? At this remark, Wang Cong was momentarily stunned. Had Naruto not voiced this concern, it would not have crossed his mind. After a brief contemplation, he shook his head and replied, given that it is a ghost village, we must devise a strategy before entering. We cannot proceed blindly, can we? As he spoke, Wang Cong released his cultivation level, no longer suppressing it. With a slight gesture, 3 rays of light surged forth, infusing Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke with newfound strength. Now, when you enter the ghost village, you will not encounter the same issues that befell Sakura earlier. If any spirits attempt to cause trouble, you will be immediately aware. After unsealing the entrance, Wang Cong led the trio outside and once again directed their steps towards the ghost village. Host, wait. Just then, the voice of the devouring system echoed in Wang Cong's ear. Startled, Wang Cong was perplexed, uncertain as to why the system called for him at that moment. Yet, amidst his confusion, the devouring system explained, I sense that the ghost village is gradually approaching us, so there is no need to go there. We can simply bring the ghost village to us. What? Wang Cong's heart raced, his face displaying surprise. Although he had just learned from the devouring system that the ghost village would manifest nearby, he was unprepared for its swift approach. Just as he had absorbed the wind attribute energy orb and was preparing to return to the village, the ghost village was already en route to him. This was entirely beyond Wang Cong's expectations. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the oasis suddenly appeared before Wang Cong, his body trembled slightly. Standing beside him were Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura, all of whom gaped in astonishment. Master, what is happening? Naruto inquired, bewildered. Some normal changes in the ghost village. Let us proceed into the village, Wang Cong replied, taking a deep breath. At that moment, he too felt perplexed. When he arrived at the oasis yesterday, he sensed nothing unusual. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, he could still discern certain fundamental truths with his keen eyesight. However, the current situation filled him with trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped back into the ghost village, where an eerie atmosphere enveloped him, sending chills down his spine. Upon reaching the place where he had previously resided, Wang Cong fell silent, just as he was about to bypass it. The voice of the devouring system echoed in his ears. Host, you must enter this house. Previously, you took refuge here. And there are entities within the ghost village that wish to guide you inside. Everything that transpired earlier was merely an imitation. Imitation? Wang Cong pondered, nodding as a flicker of understanding illuminated his eyes. He pushed open the gates of the courtyard and surveyed the area, finding nothing peculiar. The ninjas who had previously surrounded the courtyard seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yet, upon entering his former room, he was astonished to find it unchanged, as if they had just departed. Sitting within the room, he gazed at Haruno Sakura, lost in thought. If what the devouring system suggested was true, that it was merely an imitation, then surely a young girl had perished there. Could this be the scheme of the Yamada no Orochi? The mere thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, Yamada no Orochi had been slain by him. Why then did this persist? A great question mark loomed in Wang Cong's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion, as though shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured his vision. After a while, his body jolted, and he turned to Sakura, asking, Sakura, how long does it usually take you to fall asleep when lying in bed? Sakura furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before responding. My lord, under normal circumstances, I can fall asleep in about half an hour. However, yesterday, it seemed I lay down and fell asleep immediately. What? Wang Cong's heart raced. He quickly rose and said to Sakura, let us go and take a look. As Wang Cong led Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura to investigate, they found themselves in the most secluded house within the sand-hidden village of the Land of Wind. An elderly man clad in coarse linen suddenly shuddered, his gaze fixed intently towards the direction of the ghost village, a frown creasing his brow. However, almost immediately, his hands began to move with remarkable swiftness. After several minutes, an expression of rare astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, Someone is coming. My lord. A voice suddenly resonated beside him. You must lead the covert unit to Feng Village at once. We cannot allow the secrets of Feng Village to be revealed. The elder's countenance turned grave as he spoke. My lord, what has transpired in Feng Village? I have just deduced that the seals of Feng Village seem to have weakened. It appears that someone has breached the village's taboos. You must take your men there immediately. If the matters of Feng Village come to light, it would be catastrophic for the Wind Nation. Understood, my lord. After the individual departed, the elder paced restlessly for a moment before leaving directly. Shortly thereafter, he arrived behind the sand-hidden ninja village within a small grove. After surveying the area, he swiftly entered the thicket. There were no paths within the grove, and upon entering, the elder closed his eyes and walked forward for a distance before suddenly halting. He stood before a large tree that appeared quite ordinary. However, the elder gently touched the tree with his hands. After about 2 minutes, beams of light suddenly emanated from the tree, enveloping the elder's form. Seemingly familiar with this light, the elder allowed it to shroud him completely before vanishing from sight. When the elder reappeared, it was in front of a wooden cabin. Observing the cabin, he slightly bowed and said, "My lord, it seems Feng Village has been discovered." Yet, upon his utterance, silence enveloped the surroundings, as though no one resided within the wooden edifice. Nevertheless, the elder stood respectfully, head bowed in silence, his heart racing with astonishment, pondering the overwhelming power of this lord. Approximately 20 minutes passed before a figure emerged before the elder, gazing at him with shock. What is happening? The affairs of Feng Village were supposed to be buried beneath the sands. How could this occur? Did I not instruct you to remain vigilant regarding Feng Village? The figure before the elder was a young man clad in a long robe, exuding an air of chilling severity. In response to the young man's words, the elder solemnly replied, "My lord, I have adhered to your commands. Everything was fine until a few days ago, but during my recent calculations, I discovered that Feng Village has vanished from its original location and has reappeared elsewhere." What? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the elder. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, a fierce coldness flickering in his eyes. Immediately ascertain the location of Feng Village and secure it. Under no circumstances are the affairs of Feng Village to be disclosed. If I find out that the secrets of Feng Village have been compromised due to your negligence, you will face the consequences. My lord, I understand. Then hurry, the young man commanded sternly. After the elder departed, a chilling glimmer flickered in the youth's eyes as he inhaled deeply and mused. It is astonishing that someone could uncover the traces of Feng Village. It seems the denizens of this world of fire are indeed extraordinary. In the ghost village, within the chamber once inhabited by Haruno Sakura, Wang Cong entered alongside Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, surveying the room with a discerning gaze. The layout was rather simple: a bed, a table, and beside the bed, a bookshelf. It was through this very bookshelf that they had previously discovered a passage leading to a mysterious place, where they rescued Haruno Sakura. Now standing in the room, Wang Cong observed a peculiar change. Earlier, when they had sought out Sakura, the bedding had been tossed aside by him, as he had felt the warmth within. Yet now the covers were neatly folded. Could it be that this room was still occupied by a spirit? Furthermore, beneath the table lay a diminutive table, nearly 30 centimeters in height, painted a vivid crimson, exuding a particularly foul odor that induced a sense of dizziness merely by gazing upon it. In addition, the room was adorned with various patterns and images of monstrous creatures. Notably, the corner by the bed now appeared to be formed entirely of a grotesque beast, exuding an eerie aura, with the entrance resembling a maw. All these elements stirred suspicion within Wang Cong, leaving him perplexed as to why a seemingly ordinary room could transform into this nightmarish spectacle upon their return to the ghost village, and why such changes had not manifested earlier. Was it possible that suppressing his cultivation had dulled his perception? "Sakura, please lie down on the bed," Wang Cong instructed. Taking a deep breath, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. If the ghost village sought to unveil its secrets, they must delve into the origins of the matter. Previously, the rooms occupied by Wang Cong, Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto had exhibited no anomalies, yet only Sakura's room bore such peculiarities. Thus, Wang Cong surmised that the root of all disturbances must lie within her quarters. Sakura hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Wang Cong before silently nodding. Having gleaned the circumstances from Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, her body trembled as they returned to this place. Nevertheless, she did not oppose Wang Cong's words. Instead, she approached the bed and lay down. However, as soon as Sakura settled onto the bed, Wang Cong sensed an oddity. Her eyes seemed to emanate a peculiar aura, flickering with a crimson light, as though she were possessed, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Particularly alarming was that as soon as Sakura reclined, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Realizing the bed was indeed problematic, Wang Cong acted swiftly, lifting Sakura from the mattress and entrusting her to Uchiha Sasuke. Gazing at the bed, Wang Cong inhaled deeply, and with a slight wave of his hand, the bed suddenly collapsed, revealing a crimson coffin lying silently beneath. The coffin stood a mere 40 centimeters tall, perfectly positioned atop the bed, adorned with intricate patterns. Yet, upon its surface, the ominous image of the Eight-Headed Serpent was depicted. "Master, what is this?" Naruto's body trembled slightly, his eyes wide with profound astonishment, as he inquired incredulously. At that moment, even Wang Cong himself had not anticipated the presence of a coffin beneath the bed. The crimson coffin appeared vividly lifelike, and the eight-headed serpent carved upon it seemed almost animated, its 16 piercing eyes fixated upon you, instilling an instinctive sense of dread. Without further contemplation, Wang Cong approached the coffin. Observing Naruto's intent to advance, he swiftly gestured for him to step back. With a sudden motion, he placed both hands upon the coffin and pushed it open. A sharp creaking sound echoed, and in an instant, a waft of intoxicating fragrance surged forth from within. Leaning closer to inspect the contents of the coffin, Wang Cong was met with a perplexing sight. Inside lay an assortment of spices, resembling a human form. Yet nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Confounded, Wang Cong pondered the bizarre scenario, a coffin beneath the bed, containing not a person but an array of spices. What could this possibly signify? "Master, there are inscriptions on the coffin," Naruto suddenly exclaimed. At this, Wang Cong hastily retreated a few steps, fixing his gaze upon the crimson coffin. After examining it closely, a wave of anger surged within him. The inscription read, "My daughter, Tung Wu, perished at the hands of malevolent beings, transformed into the seven-star lantern to serve the demon. I, in her essence, have interred her here with spices, hoping someone may unveil the mystery of my village and reveal it to the world." These words resonated deeply, yet Wang Cong sensed a familiar aura emanating from the coffin. It was not the essence of a ninja, but that of a cultivator. Could it be that others had ventured into the Naruto world before him? Why did this cultivator's presence evoke such familiarity? Who could it be? The realization of this familiar energy ignited a fierce indignation within him. He could scarcely fathom that a cultivator would commit such heinous acts, transforming an entire village into a realm of the living dead. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong's eyes glimmered with a heavy intensity as he bowed slightly toward the coffin, addressing its contents. "Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth behind this mystery now that I have discovered your secrets. However, I implore you to leave in peace, restoring the village to its original state. If this continues, I shall find no leads, and you will have left nothing behind. Thus, the quest for clues will rest solely upon my shoulders." "Master, who are you speaking to?" Naruto asked, bewilderment etched across his face. To him, Wang Cong's actions since returning here appeared profoundly sinister, defying rational thought. Yet Wang Cong remained silent, his gaze still scanning the surroundings. As Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stood before a desolate grave, they felt a chilling gust of wind sweep through the air. Moments later, the scene before them transformed dramatically, as if they had awakened from a dream. They found themselves at the threshold of a neglected tomb, surrounded by towering weeds that resembled an oasis, with nothing else in sight. Previously, they had been ensnared in an illusion, intricately intertwined with nature, which left Wang Cong profoundly astonished. Had it not been for the sudden revelation of the coffin's secret, he would never have suspected he was ensconced in a deceptive dreamscape, highlighting the illusion's terrifying realism that had rendered him oblivious to his surroundings. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Wang Cong scrutinized the grave before him and surveyed the area once more. After inhaling deeply, he slightly bowed towards the grave and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, come assist me in unearthing this tomb. The truth about the events in the ghost village must lie within this grave." "Master, is that really appropriate?" Naruto replied, nervously scratching his head. "We seek to uncover the truth of what transpired in the ghost village, and I believe its inhabitants would forgive us if they knew our intentions," Wang Cong stated with a serious demeanor. Without waiting for Naruto's response, he commenced the excavation. Observing Wang Cong's determination, Naruto hesitated only briefly before joining in the effort. Approximately half an hour later, as the crimson coffin emerged into view, Wang Cong abruptly halted and said to Naruto, "That's enough. Master, isn't that the same coffin we encountered earlier?" Naruto exclaimed, visibly anxious. Wang Cong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is the very coffin. Everything we experienced previously must have been a simulation generated by this coffin. All the secrets we seek are likely contained within." With a subtle wave of his hand, Wang Cong lifted the coffin lid, but what he discovered was entirely unexpected. rather than unveiling the mysteries of the ghost village. The coffin revealed a passageway leading to an unknown realm. Reflecting on their prior experiences, Wang Cong suddenly realized that perhaps all of this signified their impending journey to the location where they had previously discovered Haruno Sakura. It was there that they might unearth the secrets of the ghost village. With this thought in mind, Wang Cong led Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura into the coffin, descending into the passageway. However, as they entered, a peculiar radiance enveloped the grave, sealing off the passageway as if obscuring the very sky. Shortly after their entry, a multitude of ninjas converged around the desolate grave, encircling them in an imposing gathering. As the ninjas encircled the desolate grave, they did not immediately spring into action, seemingly awaiting some signal. Approximately half an hour later, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized above the grave. The numerous ninjas surrounding it retreated several paces, clearing a 10-meter radius around the neglected site. The black-clad figure atop the grave furrowed his brow slightly, surveying the surroundings before casting his gaze downward at the grave itself, finding nothing amiss. Yet, at that moment, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The figure in black trembled slightly, a look of confusion flickering across his face as he regarded the noisy ninjas around him, an involuntary flash of anger surfacing. It perplexed him that they were here to carry out a mission, not to create a commotion, but the current scene left him utterly bewildered. The once solemn atmosphere had transformed into a cacophony in an instant. Unable to comprehend the situation, the figure shouted, "Silence!" Instantly, his command plunged the surroundings into a profound stillness. However, the ninjas encircling the grave regarded him with peculiar glances. Radiant beams of colorful light ascended from the grave, illuminating the sky behind the figure in black, casting a glow that seemed visible to all in the world of shinobi. This thought resonated in the minds of everyone present, save for the black-clad man. Realizing something was amiss, he turned slightly, his face reflecting astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre spectacle before him. "Stop!" he screamed, terror gleaming in his eyes. Upon receiving the mission today, he had hastily brought his team here, intent on ensuring that the events occurring remained undisclosed. Although no grave warnings had accompanied the task, the expression on his superior's face conveyed the gravity of the situation. If the events here were to leak, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if the matter could be suppressed, the black-clad man knew that the one who dispatched him would be far from pleased. To his dismay, just upon his arrival, the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. The assembled ninjas, under the black-clad man's leadership, first attempted to employ their ninjutsu to seal the vibrant light, only to find, to their dismay, that their efforts were futile. The light only grew more radiant, more resplendent, appearing as if some treasure had emerged from the depths of the earth. A sinking feeling enveloped the black-clad man, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within him. Why had such vibrant light manifested as soon as they arrived? He yearned for answers, yet none could provide them. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, this brilliant display captured the attention of countless ninjas, who hastened towards the source with fervor. As the elderly man, who had only just departed from the grove, contemplated his next course of action, he found himself suddenly frozen in place. Gazing upon the resplendent radiance that soared skyward, a tremor coursed through his spirit, and his complexion paled dramatically. While other ninjas may have been oblivious to the significance of the location, the old man comprehended its gravity all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished in a flash, his figure dissipating within the hidden sand village. Simultaneously, numerous ninjas surged forth from the village. Within the desolate grave, Wang Cong, accompanied by Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, descended deeper into the earth. The atmosphere mirrored that of the illusions encountered in the ghost village, leading them to a grand hall. Utilizing a unique method, they opened another passage and promptly entered. Before them loomed an elevated platform, its staircase shrouded in layers of dust. A gentle breeze stirred, enveloping the surroundings in a mist, reminiscent of being in the midst of a raging sandstorm. As the quartet ascended the platform step by step, they suddenly found themselves entranced. Atop the platform rested a cauldron, a stone vessel that, though weathered by time, was encrusted with dust. Its presence stirred a sense of hesitation within Wang Cong. The stone pot had not been part of the earlier illusion, suggesting its significance. With a subtle wave of his hand, water chakra energy surged forth, transforming into a torrential downpour that washed away the dust. Revealing an astonishing detail, the cauldron was intricately carved with the likeness of the Eight-Headed Serpent. "Master, look here!" exclaimed Sasuke and Naruto in unison, following their pointed direction. A wave of profound shock washed over Wang Cong's visage. Each corner of the platform bore the sculpted form of the eight-headed serpent, and at the center, for serpents cradled a stone pot, also adorned with the serpent's likeness. What could this signify? A vague recollection flickered in Wang Cong's mind, though he could not pinpoint where he had encountered such knowledge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Cong's body stiffened. A surge of information presented itself within his consciousness, and his expression shifted dramatically. He recalled hearing of a particularly malevolent cultivation technique known as the five-organ soul lock formation, which required the internal organs of different individuals as its foundation to control their souls for the crafting of a nefarious technique. Should this technique be mastered, it would possess the potential to annihilate all living beings. Confronted with the scene before him, Wang Cong was uncertain whether the five-organ soul lock formation had ever been successfully executed in the past. However, a chill of dread coursed through him, for he never anticipated encountering elements of the cultivation realm within the Naruto universe. Moreover, the aura emanating from this place felt strikingly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. However, due to the passage of time, Wang Cong found himself at a loss. Fortunately, the current soul-locking formation was a dead array, devoid of any danger. Otherwise, even he would be unable to protect Sakura Haruno, Naruto, and Sasuke Uchiha. After guiding the trio down from the high platform, they arrived before a pillar. At that moment, Wang Cong's body trembled violently, and a fierce anger flickered across his face. Before them stood a pillar, still bound to a skeletal figure. Its color, perhaps due to the ravages of time, was pitch black, devoid of any trace of white. Beside this skeleton lay a short blade. Not far from the pillar, on a table, there was indeed a statue of the eight-headed serpent. As Wang Cong approached hastily, he was astonished to witness the statue of the eight-headed serpent shatter into fragments. Simultaneously, the grand door behind the offering table suddenly swung open. A dazzling white light burst forth, illuminating his eyes. Wang Cong gritted his teeth against the stinging sensation and gazed intently. A golden light gradually floated forth from within the white radiance, and as it hovered before him, Wang Cong's heart quivered slightly. Upon grasping it in his hand, his expression shifted dramatically, for within that golden light lay the entirety of the calamities befalling the ghost village, each scene etched within. As Wang Cong held the golden light, the ninjas surrounding the desolate tomb all underwent dramatic changes in demeanor. The once vibrant colors emanating from the light transformed, becoming even more extraordinary. It seemed that the colorful luminescence began to animate, crafting vivid images in the sky, initially hazy, but growing clearer with the passage of time. As the unfolding scenes came into view for the ninjas, they were immediately swept up in a tempest of turmoil. Demons. This was unequivocally the work of demons. At that moment, the ninjas witnessing these images could not harbor any other thought. Meanwhile, an elder, sprinting with all his might, froze in shock at the sight of the scenes unfolding in the sky, nearly plummeting from the heavens, unable to believe what was occurring before him. How could this be? Simultaneously, in the land of wind, nearly all ninjas beheld this spectacle. The images played on for several hours, and when everything faded, chaos engulfed the entire land of wind. Feng Village, a renowned ninja settlement within the land of wind, had suddenly vanished one day, leaving no trace behind. The disappearance of Feng Village had stirred a storm throughout the land of wind. However, due to the absence of any evidence, the incident gradually faded from memory. Yet, unbeknownst to the ninjas of the land of wind, just as Feng Village had been forgotten for an extended period, the scenes of its disappearance suddenly re-emerged before them, and all ninjas could feel the despair that had gripped the hearts of Feng Village's inhabitants. Faced with such a dire situation, they found themselves bereft of any strength to resist. What a profoundly desolate sensation it is, especially as the daughter of the village chief of Feng Village, stepping closer to despair as if a sacrificial offering. This evokes a deep shock within the hearts of countless ninjas. Will the issues that once beset Feng Village re-emerge? Is Tsunade truly safe at this moment? At this juncture, the leader of Tsunade wears a grim expression. The tragedy of a village's annihilation in the land of wind is indeed intolerable. Yet, the diabolical methods employed are utterly disheartening. For a time, the leader of Tsunade is ensnared in a prolonged silence, fully aware that this matter necessitates accountability for the ninjas of Tsunade. The events surrounding Feng Village had not been orchestrated by Wang Cong. As the images unfolded, the ninjas of Tsunade united in shared outrage. Although many years had passed, the leader of Tsunade promptly issued orders, vowing to uncover the truth behind the destruction of Feng Village, regardless of the immense costs. even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground, ensuring that the perpetrators would not escape justice. Beneath the desolate grave, Wang Cong gazes at the golden light in his hand, gradually dissipating, while visions of the sky above the grave appear in his mind. Once the light vanishes, the voice of the devouring system resonates in Wang Cong's ears. Host, the resentment of the ghost village has dissipated. You have fulfilled their wishes and may leave at any time. Wang Cong nods slightly, surveying the high platform before him. Taking a deep breath, he gestures, and an overwhelming wave of energy erupts from his hand, instantly reducing the platform to ashes, scattering them around. Simultaneously, Wang Cong's gaze sharpens. With a slight wave, a beam of light emerges from the earth, landing in his hand, eliciting a joyful expression. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous find, a pearl of earth chakra energy. This was entirely unexpected. Had Wang Cong not wished to eliminate the platform to prevent it from being discovered by those with ill intentions, he would not have acquired this pearl of earth chakra energy. After utilizing the devouring system to absorb the pearl, forming earth chakra energy within his dantian, which floated atop the mandala flower, Wang Cong swiftly departed with Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. However, they did not exit through the desolation but rather through a special passage. After all, the area surrounding the grave was teeming with ninjas. If they emerged from that side, they would undoubtedly be detected by numerous ninjas. Though Wang Cong could lead Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura to safety, it would also expose their identities. Ever since discovering the 5-organ soul lock array, a sense of crisis has arisen within Wang Cong. As he remains unaware of who has set this array within the world of Naruto, and whether the orchestrator still lingers there. What are their intentions? Thus, until he possesses absolute certainty, Wang Cong prefers to keep his identity concealed. Otherwise, being in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows would render him exceedingly vulnerable. Through a special passage, after departing from the desolate grave, at a distance of approximately 2 kilometers, a figure suddenly emerged. Wang glanced back at the grave before turning to his companions, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, and declared, "Let us return." Although they did not reach the sand-hidden village, acquiring the wind attribute chakra energy orb and the earth attribute chakra energy orb constituted a complete, even surpassing, fulfillment of their mission. Thus, on their way back, Wang did not intend to walk. Instead, he released his sealed cultivation, instantly manifesting his formidable power at the 3rd level of the tribulation stage. With a slight wave of his hands, he harnessed the force of his true essence, enveloping the 3 bodies and vanishing in an instant. In the Rain Hidden Village, since Wang had taken Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to undertake an SSS-level mission, the affairs of the village had been entirely managed by Yahiko and Ichiraku. During this time, although the ninjas of Rain Hidden Village continued to undertake missions, a thorough blockade was in effect, searching for various aspects of information. Moreover, the 3rd Great Ninja War had officially commenced. This conflict, instigated by the Land of Lightning, rapidly engulfed the entire continent in a short span of time, being labeled the most frenzied war. As Rain Hidden Village lay in the heart of the various countries, it was among the first to experience significant repercussions. However, due to the presence of 3 nascent soul-level ninjas, Ichiraku, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, no particularly dangerous situations arose, as they were always ready to resolve any issues that emerged. Thus, despite the immense impact on Rain Hidden Village, their defenses merely contracted without any loss of personnel. Upon Wang's return to Ichiraku Ramen with Naruto, he found Yahiko in discussion with Ichiraku about strategies for a proactive assault. The 3rd Great Ninja War had been ignited, and given Rain Hidden Village's central position in the conflict, a passive stance could lead to dire consequences, especially since no one knew when the war would conclude. Your Excellency. Almost as soon as Wang appeared in Ichiraku Ramen, Yahiko and Ichiraku respectfully addressed him. Wang nodded, surveying the two before inquiring, "Upon my return, I noticed an abundance of ninjas surrounding Rain Hidden Village, and the air is thick with the scent of battle. What is the situation?" At his words, Yahiko and Ichiraku exchanged glances, and after a brief contemplation, Yahiko spoke. "Your Excellency, the 3rd Great Ninja War has erupted, involving nearly all nations. Currently, Rain Hidden Village remains at the epicenter of this conflict, with every nation vying to seize it as their stronghold." Wang Cong nodded thoughtfully, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, "Let us advance." At that moment, Yahiko paused slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Cong. "Your Excellency, there are 4 nations surrounding our Rain Hidden Village. If we take the initiative to attack now, might we not fall prey to others?" Wang Cong shook his head, replying, "This presents an opportunity for Rain Hidden Village. It depends on how you maneuver. If you execute it well, Rain Hidden Village's strength may soar." Yahiko was momentarily taken aback. Observing Wang Cong's confident demeanor, he nodded, "Indeed, Your Excellency." After Yahiko departed, Jiraiya's figure suddenly appeared in Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Wang Cong, Jiraiya's eyes reflected a hint of reverence as he quickly bowed, saying, "Your Excellency." Your Excellency, the fifth Hokage Tsunade is outside Rain Hidden Village. Would you care to meet her? Tsunade? Wang Cong furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind regarding Tsunade's intentions at this juncture. However, sensing Wang Cong's perplexity, Jiraiya continued, "Your Excellency, Tsunade wishes to discuss a collaboration between Konoha and Rain Hidden Village. With the World War now underway, having an ally would be beneficial for Rain Hidden Village. Therefore, Your Excellency, could you consider meeting Tsunade?" Wang Cong gazed silently at Tsunade for a moment, lost in thought. Ever since leaving Konoha, he had harbored no interest in its ninjas. In his view, they were remnants of the past, unworthy of his attention. Regardless of his previous contributions to Konoha, they bore no significance to him, for in the eyes of many in Konoha, everything he had done was merely expected. They held no gratitude. Otherwise, he would not have departed from Konoha in the first place. Now, with the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, Tsunade, the current leader of Konoha, suddenly sought to collaborate with Rain Hidden Village. Without a second thought, Wang Cong grasped Tsunade's intentions, after all. As long as he remained in Rain Hidden Village, the Third Great War would pose no significant challenge. Indeed, as Wang Cong contemplated, Tsunade viewed him as fully capable of resolving the current crises. If he so wished, the Third Great War could be brought to an end at any moment. Yet, in Wang Cong's eyes, the Third Great War was merely a rule of progression in the world of shinobi, and he had no desire to intervene. As long as his normal life remained unaffected, he would not concern himself with the ongoing global conflict. After a brief period of reflection, recalling his arrival in the shinobi world, Wang Cong turned to Jiraiya and said, "Bring Tsunade to me." "Yes, Your Excellency." Jiraiya nodded respectfully, his figure flickering before he vanished from Wang Cong's sight. However, after Jiraiya's departure, Ichiraku gazed at Wang Cong with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Your Excellency, it was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who once compelled you to leave Konoha. Now that Konoha seeks cooperation, I find it unnecessary to acquiesce. I am well aware of the past. Wang Cong had contributed significantly to Konoha during his time there, yet he had never received the village's recognition and had continually faced provocations from Shimura Danzo. Each time Wang Cong contemplated eliminating Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would invariably intervene. Deep within, Wang Cong harbored doubts. On television, the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo appeared tumultuous. Why then did his observations in the world of Naruto differ? What had gone awry? Wang Cong yearned for clarity. With a slight shake of his head and a hint of amusement in his eyes, he addressed Ichiraku with my presence. Amigakure indeed does not fear the Third Great Ninja War, but I cannot be the one to intervene each time. For Amigakure to grow stronger, it must also strive for improvement. Only through such efforts can it aspire to be the most formidable village in the Naruto realm. Of course, should Konoha wish to collaborate with Amigakure, it must accept our terms. It would be unreasonable for Amigakure to shield Konoha while the latter contributes nothing. Ichiraku nodded in understanding, his eyes gleaming with insight. Approximately half an hour later, as Jiraiya appeared before Wang Cong, accompanied by Tsunade, he respectfully addressed Wang Cong, "Your Excellency." Having not seen Wang Cong for some time, Tsunade looked upon him with palpable joy. Indeed, if Wang Cong merely opened his eyes slightly, Tsunade would leap into his embrace. Wang Cong acknowledged her with a nod, calmly meeting her gaze, and took a deep breath, inquiring, "What brings you to Amigakure?" "Your Excellency," Tsunade replied with utmost respect. Inhaling deeply, currently, the Third Great Ninja War has been ignited by the Land of Lightning. The scope of this war is vast, exacerbated by the influence of Konoha's advisor, Shimura Danzo. Amigakure now finds itself at the eye of the storm. You must be aware that Amigakure is completely surrounded by nations led by the Land of Lightning, although your presence ensures that Amigakure remains unharmed. In light of this unprecedented conflict and the unpredictable tactics of shinobi, Amigakure often appears to be at a disadvantage against the ninja of major nations. You had once resided in Konoha for an extended period and had aided the village greatly. Though you are no longer there, I shall not forget your kindness towards Konoha. Hence, I seek to establish a partnership between Konoha and Amigakure during this third great ninja war. Tsunade spoke gravely to Wang Cong. In the wake of this sudden global conflict, Tsunade found herself caught off guard, having never anticipated such irregular circumstances. Originally, she had no intention of involving Konoha in the World War, yet they were now compelled to participate. However, following the events in Konoha, the former advisor, Shimura Danzo, suddenly sought to usurp the position of Hokage, aiming to stir the tempest of the third great ninja war. After being resolutely rebuffed by Tsunade, Danzo departed with his Umbu troops, resulting in a precipitous decline in the strength of Konoha. Although the ninja of the village had seen a significant enhancement in their overall prowess due to certain reforms introduced by In, the Umbu remained the very soul of the village. The exodus of the Umbu members, led away by Danzo, dealt an unprecedented blow to Konoha. Upon learning this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted. Reflecting on the series of events that had transpired during this period, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It could be said that she alone was bearing the weight of the entire village. Otherwise, Konoha would certainly have been the first to fall in this world war. After Tsunade finished speaking, In fell into a contemplative silence. He had paid little attention to the third great ninja war and was even less concerned about the state of Konoha. Nonetheless, Tsunade's desire to lead the ninjas of Konoha in collaboration with the Rain village was indeed a commendable idea. However, what assistance could Konoha truly offer to the Rain village in this partnership? After a brief moment of reflection, In turned to Tsunade and said, "The collaboration between Konoha and the Rain village is indeed a splendid notion. But do you believe that your idea will garner the support of the people of Konoha? Do you think the advisors of your village will consent to your proposal?" At these words, Tsunade's body trembled slightly, and she looked at In with a somewhat despondent expression, saying, "My lord, there are no longer any advisors or Umbu in Konoha. Following the outbreak of the third great ninja war, Danzo has led the Umbu away from the village." "What?" Wang gazed at Tsunade with astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom her words. According to the historical records of the Hokage, Shimura Danzo, despite his persistent ambitions to seize the position of Hokage, had never betrayed the Hidden Leaf village. Yet now, Tsunade claimed that Danzo had led the Umbu to defect from the village, a notion that left Wang in disbelief. It was unimaginable that this troublemaker could commit such an act. Amidst Wang's shocked and hesitant gaze, Tsunade bowed deeply and implored, "Your Excellency, I beseech you to show mercy and save the Hidden Leaf village. Without the support of the Rain village, our village may very well be the first to be obliterated in this impending world war." With the matter laid bare, Tsunade felt no need for further concealment. She spoke directly to Wang, "Your Excellency, I hope you can grant the Hidden Leaf village a chance." At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. After a brief contemplation, Wang shook his head and replied softly, "This is not a matter of granting or withholding opportunities. Tsunade, I have 2 questions for you." "Your Excellency, please proceed," Tsunade responded earnestly. "Tsunade, regarding the collaboration between the Hidden Leaf village and the Rain village, I wish to know if this is solely your idea or the consensus of all the villagers." "It is my own," she answered. "Tsunade, what contributions can the Hidden Leaf village offer in this collaboration?" Upon hearing Wang's question, Tsunade fell silent. She had not considered this aspect. When she came to seek Wang's assistance, her thoughts revolved around the protection the Rain village could provide, ensuring survival in the Third Great War. If they could collaborate with the Rain village, then the Hidden Leaf village might also endure. Other considerations had not crossed her mind. "Your Excellency, Tsunade stammered, awkwardly meeting Wang's gaze, struggling to formulate a coherent response. Witnessing this, Wang suddenly chuckled, and even Jiraiya, standing behind him, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. "Tsunade," he said, "you are wholeheartedly attempting to benefit the Hidden Leaf village and foster cooperation with the Rain village. The very foundation of this endeavor hinges on the presence of your Excellency. As long as you are here, the Rain village can survive the World War, correct?" A flicker of intense discontent flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he continued. "You seek to exploit your Excellency's existence to shield the Hidden Leaf village from the Third Great War, yet you have not contemplated what you must offer in return. Even if your Excellency were to agree, would the Hidden Leaf village truly express gratitude? Might we witness a scenario where you attempt to drive your Excellency away from the Rain village? This was a decision made by the third Hokage himself, was it not?" Tsunade fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Standing beside Tsunade, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, Tsunade. The Supreme Lord now resides not in the former Konoha village, but in the Rain village. If Konoha wishes to forge an alliance with the Rain village, it must demonstrate sincerity. In this world war, the Rain village intends to take part in the conflict and prepare for an offensive. What will Konoha choose? Tsunade remained silent. Her fists clenched tightly, unable to utter a word. Indeed, as Jiraiya and Ichiraku had mentioned, Wang Cong had been gradually driven out of Konoha. After his departure, the people of Konoha deemed him ungrateful, never reflecting on what he had contributed to the village. Even now, Tsunade's thoughts were consumed with the desire for Konoha to navigate this world war safely, without engaging in battle. Wang Cong, he continued, I once resided in Konoha, and it was my duty to protect it. However, since my departure, I have severed all ties with Konoha. Its fate is no longer my concern. Therefore, do not assume that my guardianship over Konoha is an obligation. Moreover, I believe I owe Konoha nothing. Rather, it is Konoha that owes me. So, I ask you, Tsunade, what gives me the reason to protect Konoha? Simply because you once welcomed me into your village? When we first encountered each other, you faced the formidable army of Hanzo the Salamander. Had I not intervened, do you truly believe you could have escaped? Would Hanzo have shown you mercy? As Wang Cong articulated his thoughts, a hint of shame began to surface on Tsunade's face. These were indeed matters she had never contemplated. During Wang Cong's time in Konoha, he had been a reliable ally, yet because he was not a ninja of Konoha, many of the village's ninjas, while outwardly respectful, held him in little regard. Return home. If Konoha seeks to collaborate with the Rain village, I hope it comes with genuine intent. Otherwise, there is no need for the Rain village to engage with Konoha. Supreme Lord. Tsunade's body trembled, her face betraying her unease. The sudden onset of the Third Great War was akin to the previous attack of the Nine Tails for Konoha. Although the last assault could have resulted in displacement for the villagers, this time was different. Without Wang Cong's protection, Konoha could be annihilated, leaving the ninjas with no recourse but betrayal or death. Wang Cong shook his head slightly, his gaze averted from Tsunade. Rising to his feet, he led Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno back to the room. After assessing the trio, Wang Cong spoke solemnly. You performed admirably in the Land of Wind. This has been a valuable experience for you. I hope you seize every opportunity to reflect upon your tasks and identify areas for improvement. As he spoke, Wang Cong waved his hand. Instantly, 3 azure vials materialized in his grasp, which he presented to Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Naruto, saying, These are your rewards for this mission. Prepare yourselves. With the outbreak of this world war, you will face even greater challenges. Outside the Hidden Rain village, Jiraiya observed the disappointment etched on Tsunade's face and, with a hint of helplessness, shook his head. Tsunade, are you all right? Tsunade shook her head, her large, watery eyes gazing at Jiraiya with confusion. Jiraiya, why do you think the esteemed lord rejected me? Given his abilities, wouldn't it be a mere trifle for him to protect Konoha? Tsunade, you should not harbor such thoughts. Do you remember when we first encountered the esteemed lord? It was we who extended the invitation to him. He merely mentioned a brief stay in Konoha, yet for reasons unknown, he ended up residing there for over 5 years. What did he accomplish for Konoha during that time? I dare say many have forgotten. Do you also believe that the esteemed lord should owe Konoha anything? Tsunade stared silently at Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her current mindset echoed his sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya continued with a hint of resignation. Although the esteemed lord remains the same, he no longer protects Konoha. If Konoha wishes to collaborate with the Hidden Rain village, it must be prepared to pay a price. You should discuss this with the ninjas back in Konoha. The esteemed lord has made it clear that the Hidden Rain village will actively participate in this world war. The notion of receiving his unwavering protection is utterly unrealistic. Of course, you may also choose not to engage with the Hidden Rain village. Thank you. I will consider it. Tsunade murmured. Watching her depart, Jiraiya's eyes reflected a mixture of helplessness and desolation. His affection for Tsunade was undeniable, yet as Wang Cong's servant, he was bound to act in accordance with Wang Cong's interests. The turmoil befalling Konoha was not the fault of others. It was a consequence of their own actions. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Tsunade felt her mind in disarray. She had hoped that upon seeking collaboration, Wang Cong would consider their past in Konoha and agree to a partnership. However, she was taken aback to find that Wang Cong had left no room for Konoha whatsoever. Upon her swift return to Konoha, she spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen standing at the village's entrance. Upon seeing Tsunade, a look of surprise and joy crossed Hiruzen's face as he hurriedly inquired, Tsunade, What news? Has the esteemed lord agreed to the collaboration between Konoha and the Hidden Rain village to safeguard our village in this world war? At his words, Tsunade's expression froze in disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, despair enveloped her countenance. In that moment, Tsunade finally comprehended the reasons behind Wang Cong's refusal. It became evident that in the eyes of the villagers of Konoha, it was a given that Wang Cong would protect their village. Shaking her head slightly, Tsunade addressed Sarutobi Hizen, stating, "The esteemed one has not consented to collaborate with Konoha. Moreover, he has expressed that he will not safeguard our village without just cause. If Konoha desires to partner with the Hidden Rain village, we must present a viable proposal." What? Sarutobi Hizen gazed at Tsunade in astonishment, his expression brimming with indignation as he exclaimed, "How can the esteemed one act in such a manner? At this juncture, when Konoha is beset by peril, how can he disregard our village's safety? Tsunade, have you not questioned the esteemed one? When he resided in our village, how did we treat him? Did we ever expel him from Konoha? He left of his own accord, did he not?" Staring blankly at Sarutobi Hizen, Tsunade felt a chill seep into her heart. She had anticipated that as she articulated these words, Hizen would reflect upon what wrongs Konoha had committed. However, she was taken aback to find that he was contemplating the matter with the same mindset she had initially held. The esteemed one does not owe Konoha anything. Father, it was you who personally forced the esteemed one to leave. Has everyone forgotten the contributions the esteemed one made to Konoha? Or do they believe that all he did for our village was merely his obligation? Tsunade spoke in a low, resolute tone. As her words fell, Sarutobi Hizen's body trembled slightly, a flicker of discontent crossing his face. Yet, confronted with Tsunade's unwavering determination, he fell into silence. Previously, in Hizen's eyes, Wang Cong's service to Konoha was an expectation, given that the village had provided him with a comfortable dwelling. What justification did he have to serve the village poorly? In the midst of Hizen's silence, Tsunade took a deep breath and continued with gravity. "Father, I recall that when the esteemed one first arrived in our village, it was Danzo Shimura who sought to provoke him. At that time, the esteemed one indeed spared him, subsequently sending villagers to gather herbs for him, establishing a tentative understanding. But do you not realize that we were under siege by the Hidden Rain village?" The remorse within Sarutobi Hizen was palpable yet unacknowledged. Regardless of how distressed he felt now, it was of no consequence. The events had transpired, and the Third Shinobi World War had commenced. Both Tsunade and Hizen were acutely aware of the fate awaiting Konoha, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics of that fate. Observing Tsunade's silence, Sarutobi Hizen inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he addressed her. "Tsunade, during your upcoming visit to the Hidden Rain village, did they mention anything beyond their desire to launch an offensive and demand we demonstrate our sincerity?" Tsunade regarded Hizen with a puzzled expression, her demeanor reflecting her concern. As Tsunade made her way back from the Rain village, her mind was preoccupied with the unfolding events. Despite her relentless contemplation, she found herself unable to discern any clear rationale, as she was perplexed about what Konoha could actually offer at this juncture. Following Shimura Danzo's departure with the Umbu, Konoha's overall strength had rapidly diminished, leaving a scant number of capable ninjas. Tsunade sought the protection of Wang Cong without any intention of exerting effort. She pondered what the ninjas of Konoha would think if she were to disclose the practical actions required for collaboration with the Rain village. Would they be willing to cooperate, or would they refuse? Meanwhile, within the confines of the Rain village, Wang Cong regarded Jiraiya with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Jiraiya, do you wish to convey something?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's body trembled slightly, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes as he addressed Wang Cong earnestly. "Your Excellency, Konoha currently faces dire challenges, compounded by the fact that the Umbu have all been taken by Danzo. As Tsunade has indicated, without your protection, Konoha is destined to vanish in the impending Third Great Ninja War. I was once a part of Konoha and do not wish to witness its downfall. I implore you to consider assisting Konoha." Wang Cong's expression softened into a faint smile as he shook his head, responding, "Jiraiya, I am not a benevolent individual. What could I possibly gain or achieve? This is solely my concern. I have no obligation to defend Konoha, nor is there necessity for it. If the people of Konoha seek my protection, I see no reason to extend it. My energies would be better spent on other endeavors. What do you think?" Jiraiya nodded in silent understanding, fully grasping Wang Cong's sentiment. When Wang Cong departed from Konoha, it was beyond anyone's imagination, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, that Danzo would betray the village. A series of unforeseen events had unfolded, far surpassing Konoha's expectations. Jiraiya's current efforts were merely a last-ditch attempt. Whether Wang Cong would protect Konoha was of little consequence to him, as he had already done all that he could. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong observed the silent Jiraiya and continued, I have not left Konoha entirely without options. Whether they seize this opportunity depends on their actions. If Tsunade genuinely desires my protection, she must demonstrate tangible efforts. At that point, Yahiko will engage with them in detail. Pausing for a moment, Wang Cong then added, with the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, I sense that this world will undergo unforeseen transformations. During this period, you must ensure that you remain in optimal condition to confront whatever lies ahead. Otherwise, all endeavors will become exceedingly difficult. Jiraiya nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Your Excellency. As Jiraiya departed, Wang Cong found himself alone with Ichiraku in the ramen shop. Yao gazed at Wang Cong with reverence and inquired, Your Excellency, during your absence, a completely new organism has emerged in Rain Hidden Village. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Cong was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of utter confusion as he looked at Yao. What did it mean that a new creature had appeared in Rain Hidden Village? Under Wang Cong's hesitant gaze, Yao continued, Your Excellency, this new organism possesses 3 heads and 7 legs, presenting an exceptionally bizarre appearance. Moreover, it harbors tremendous toxicity. From my observations over this period, it seems to have originated from the forbidden area behind Rain Hidden Village. Wang Cong furrowed his brow, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. The last time he explored the forbidden area of Rain Hidden Village, he had discovered nothing. He had subsequently inquired with the Rain Hidden practitioners, yet they had not provided any substantial explanation. As time passed, Wang Cong gradually forgot about the matter. However, he never anticipated it would unfold in this manner. After a brief silence, Wang Cong's figure quivered slightly as he made his way directly to the forbidden area behind Rain Hidden Village. However, the forbidden area now is unlike what it had been before. A thick veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everything in a mysterious haze. Moreover, Wang Cong could faintly sense the emergence of new life forms coalescing within the mist, gradually making their way toward Rain Hidden Village. Faced with this situation, Wang Cong hesitated momentarily before stepping into the mist. Shock registered on his face as he beheld the transformation. The grave that once stood in the forest had vanished, revealing a bottomless black void, emanating a peculiar energy. These new organisms were entirely formed from this extraordinary energy, just as Yael had described. Indeed, these new life forms contained potent toxins. Any ordinary ninja, without any protection, would certainly perish upon contact with them. Confronted with such a terrifying scenario, Wang Cong fell silent. Host, an opportunity awaits. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement resonated in Wang Cong's mind from the devouring system. What opportunity? Host. The energy emanating from this place can effectively counteract the toxicity of the mandrake. You should attempt to absorb this energy into your body and see if it can neutralize the mandrake's poison. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered across Wang Cong's face. He had not anticipated that this energy could counteract the mandrake's toxicity. Taking a deep breath, a gleam of determination sparkled in his eyes. With a slight wave of his hand, he drew in the energy, which transformed into pure vibrations, surging throughout his entire being. In that instant, the mandrake's toxicity residing within Wang Cong began to tremble violently, even launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, the mandrake's innate treasure, nestled within Wang Cong's dantian, demonstrated formidable power, striving to suppress the mandrake's poison. Observing the situation, Wang Cong's heart abruptly trembled, and he realized that this might indeed present an opportunity for him. With this thought in mind, he dared not hesitate for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, and instantly, a shimmering veil of light flickered past. In an instant, streams of unique energy were drawn into his body. Approximately 2 hours later, Wang Cong's body quivered violently, and he abruptly shifted to the side. At that moment, a streak of azure light sliced through the air. He immediately extended his hands and gently pressed forward. In that instant, an azure blade materialized in his grip. Gazing at the blade, Wang Cong fell into silence. The blade radiated a potent toxicity, seemingly capable of annihilating anything in its path. The peculiar energy fluctuations within the forbidden zone emanated entirely from this blade. Examining the azure blade closely, Wang Cong furrowed his brow. After about 10 minutes, he turned his gaze back to the site of the former grave, only to discover a skeleton there. The only notable difference was that the skeleton was encrusted with foul soil. Reflecting on the events of the Naruto world, Wang Cong gradually comprehended the intentions of the individual resting within this grave. With a slight wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of energy resonated, shattering the skeleton into fragments. As the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing the forest before him, a flicker of doubt ignited within Wang Cong's mind. Could the changes in Amigakure be linked to the Third Great Ninja War? However, according to Wang Cong's recollections, Amigakure had not produced any formidable ninjas during the war, consistently led by Hanzo of the Salamander. Yet, Hanzo had already been slain by him. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, Wang Cong's body trembled violently as a possibility struck him. According to the shinobi of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander had ventured into this forbidden zone. What he had obtained from within remained a mystery to all. Could all of this be connected to Hanzo? But before Wang Cong could ponder further, the unique energy within his body abruptly vanished without a trace. Although the mandala poison technique had diminished slightly, it still lingered within him. Presently, Wang Cong had mastered the chakra pillars of water, earth, and wind attributes. By locating the chakra orbs of fire and wood attributes, he could finally consolidate the pillars of metal, wood, water, and fire chakra. The wind attribute chakra pillar essentially represented the wood attribute chakra orbs, differing only in nomenclature within the Naruto realm. Not sensing any further changes in his body, Wang Cong shook his head, turned, and surveyed the entirety of the forbidden zone in Amigakure once more before departing. However, as he left, a diminutive figure, approximately 30 centimeters tall and entirely crimson, suddenly emerged from the deep pit, gazing at Wang Cong's retreating silhouette, filled with animosity. When Wang Cong returned to the Yale Noodle House, Yale was instructing Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno on various aspects of ninjutsu. The trio exhibited remarkable seriousness, sitting quietly as they absorbed Yale's detailed explanations. Wang Cong stood silently at the doorway, observing the earnestness of their studies. His gaze unexpectedly lingered on Sasuke Uchiha, while Naruto had already assimilated the spirit of the Nine Tails, fully merging with it. Ensuring his future achievements in the world of Hokage would be significant, Sasuke and Sakura, despite benefiting from Wang Cong's guidance, still lagged considerably behind Naruto. Contemplating this, Wang Cong suddenly spoke. "Sasuke, come over here." "Understood, Supreme Lord." Sasuke Uchiha trembled slightly, turning to Wang Cong with eyes filled with admiration. He quickly stood and followed Wang Cong past Yale to the back courtyard. Wang Cong's room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed, a table, and a few stools. Upon entering the room, Wang Cong cast a brief glance at Sasuke before softly inquiring, "Sasuke, do you wish to grow stronger and possess the power to protect what and whom you hold dear?" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. After a while, he nodded in response. "Supreme Lord, I certainly desire to become more powerful." "Good." Wang Cong smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing a small blue dagger to materialize in his grasp. The dagger emanated a potent aura of death, capable of annihilating all in its path. When Wang Cong first acquired the dagger, he had not closely examined its unique qualities. Now, scrutinizing the weapon in his hand, he was suddenly startled to discover that it bore the engraving of the character for destruction. Could this dagger be named Destruction? Wang Cong furrowed his brow, puzzled by this revelation. Taking a deep breath, he looked steadily at Sasuke and solemnly asked, "Sasuke, do you feel anything special about this dagger?" Sasuke paused, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion as he studied the green dagger for a moment before hesitantly shaking his head. "Supreme Lord, isn't this just an ordinary dagger? Is there something different about it?" In response, Wang Cong shook his head. "Sasuke, discerning its uniqueness requires your careful contemplation. If you can perceive what sets this dagger apart, it shall belong to you." Sasuke was momentarily stunned, but then excitement flickered in his eyes. Given that this dagger was presented by Wang Cong, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on the dagger in Wang Cong's hand, diligently studying it. Approximately half an hour later, Sasuke's body suddenly trembled, and an unusual light sparkled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Supreme Lord, when I look at this dagger, I suddenly feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seems as if this dagger inherently belongs to me, though I cannot fathom why such a notion arises within me. My lord, do you find my thoughts peculiar?" Wang Cong shook his head and chuckled. "Try holding it." As he spoke, he handed the dagger to Uchiha Sasuke. Upon receiving the dagger, Sasuke immediately cried out, and the green luminescence emanating from it enveloped his entire being in an eerie halo of light. However, in the face of this phenomenon, Wang Cong remained passive, merely observing. Within the verdant glow, Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled uncontrollably for approximately half an hour, before gradually succumbing to tranquility, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber within the green radiance. Strangely, the ominous aura emanating from the dagger had no adverse effect on him. Rather, it appeared to be transforming Sasuke's physique, leaving Wang Cong profoundly perplexed. Could it be that this dagger possesses the ability to distinguish between individuals? Earlier, while Sasuke scrutinized the dagger, Wang Cong attempted to connect with it through the chakra energy or true essence within his body, yet he was met with rejection. Even his devouring system proved ineffective. Subsequently, Wang Cong returned to the forefront. Observing Naruto and Sakura partaking in a meal, he inquired of Ichiraku. "What is the current situation surrounding the Hidden Rain village, my lord?" Ichiraku inclined slightly, responding in a grave tone, "Ninjas from all around have gathered, preparing to take action against the Hidden Rain village. However, given our current strength, we have no fear of their coalition, regardless of their unity. Each nation harbors its own ambitions to seize control of our village. Their motives are self-serving. Furthermore, I have learned that Yahiko has already begun mobilizing our ninjas to infiltrate the battlefield and incite chaos. It won't be long before the area surrounding the Hidden Rain village descends into utter turmoil. We are merely waiting for an opportunity." Wang Cong nodded in understanding, intending to speak further when suddenly, Orochimaru and Itachi appeared at his side, their demeanor respectful. "My lord." As Wang Cong turned to face them, Orochimaru hastily produced an object and presented it before him. However, Wang Cong refrained from taking it immediately. Gazing at the item in Orochimaru's hand, astonishment flickered in his eyes, as if he could hardly believe such an occurrence was possible. After a lengthy pause, he solemnly asked Orochimaru, "Where did you acquire this?" "My lord, this was discovered in a place known as Snow Mountain, located within the Land of Lightning. Currently, the entire Snow Mountain is besieged by numerous ninjas, and those accompanying me on this mission remain there." I hastened back with this item in hand. Upon hearing this, Wang Cong gazed gravely at Orochimaru and inquired, "Please elaborate on the situation there." "Certainly, my esteemed lord. Recently, peculiar events have transpired upon the snow-capped mountains. Some wild beasts have inexplicably grown immensely powerful, and strange fruits have appeared, each exuding an alluring fragrance. What perplexes me the most, however, is the presence of a seemingly bottomless cavern at the summit of the mountain." Wang Cong regarded Orochimaru silently. The sudden outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War in the Naruto world struck him as highly unusual. Ordinarily, the eruption of such a conflict would necessitate various factors, yet the current scenario seemed solely instigated by the Land of Lightning, encompassing all nations and regions within the Naruto realm. The emergence of such occurrences within the snowy mountains of the Land of Lightning deepened Wang Cong's unease. As Wang Cong pondered this matter, Orochimaru continued, "My lord, when we embarked on our mission to the Land of Lightning and traversed the snow-capped mountains, we found ourselves surrounded by ninjas of the Land of Lightning. Gaining access to the mountains proved exceedingly difficult. After leading our group inside, we managed to uncover certain items. Yet we could not investigate the mysteries of the mountains. It is evident that the entire region is under strict surveillance by the Land of Lightning. No action can escape their watchful eyes. Consequently, upon retrieving the items and departing from the mountain's peak, only I and Chong Tung were able to sneak away, while the remaining warriors remain in a perilous predicament atop the mountains." Wang Cong inhaled deeply, a flicker of contemplation glimmering in his eyes, and suddenly asked, "Orochimaru, how much do you know about the situation on the mountain? Have you thoroughly explored the entire region?" "No, my lord. We accessed the mountain from its rear, and I am unaware of the circumstances in the other directions. However, it is certain that a significant secret lies hidden within the mountain. Furthermore, as I was departing with the items, I distinctly sensed an extraordinary aura enveloping me, a terrifying force that seemed capable of obliterating my very existence." "What?" Wang Cong exclaimed, shock washing over him as he cast a bewildered glance at Orochimaru. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Orochimaru currently wielded the strength of a Yuaniing ninja, being among the first to attain such power. Logically, there should be few who could pose a threat to him in the Naruto world, and any crisis should be non-existent. Yet now, Orochimaru claimed to have felt a life-and-death peril on the mountain, which struck Wang Cong as deeply unsettling. "Ichiraku, summon Yahiko at once. I have matters to discuss with him." Wang Cong commanded after a brief moment of contemplation. As Wang Cong's words fell, Ichiraku nodded respectfully and hurried away. In that instant, Wang Cong took the items from Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru and Confronting Etienne hastily placed various medicinal herbs before Wang Cong. After a careful examination, Wang Cong casually tossed 2 pills to Orochimaru and Confronting Etienne, then focused on the items in his hands. Upon infusing a strand of true essence into them, a remarkable transformation ensued. A veil of white mist enveloped the objects, growing denser to the point of obscuring their contents. Yet, Wang Cong slowly closed his eyes. Approximately 10 minutes later, upon suddenly opening his eyes, the white mist seamlessly merged with the items. To his astonishment, what floated in his palm was a suit of armor, appearing ancient yet small and agile. "Your Excellency, what is this?" The scene before Orochimaru and Confronting Etienne left them utterly astonished. They had never imagined such a transformation could occur. Wang Cong smiled gently, explaining, "This is a magical artifact. If it is not artificially refined, it is a naturally formed treasure. It can be refined and worn, providing a protective capability during confrontations." As he spoke, Wang Cong gestured slightly, causing the tortoise shell floating within his beast's heart to undergo a dramatic metamorphosis, transforming into a radiant light that enveloped him. Within seconds, a suit of grayish-blue armor materialized, completely encasing Wang Cong. Orochimaru and Confronting Etienne stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle. While ninjutsu possesses numerous extraordinary transformations, weapons are typically wielded directly, and armor donned in a straightforward manner. They had never anticipated a scenario where one could simply utilize true essence to wear armor. Magical artifacts differ significantly from ordinary weapons, both in power and protective capabilities. As Wang Cong continued, his gaze appraised Orochimaru. Taking a deep breath, he retracted the armor and presented it to Orochimaru, stating, "This armor shall be your treasured artifact. Now, allow me to teach you how to refine it." With that, Wang Cong tapped Orochimaru on the head, prompting him to close his eyes. After completing this, Wang Cong turned to Confronting Etienne, taking a deep breath and saying, "Confronting Etienne, you may now attempt the shadow clone technique I previously imparted to you. Test the strength of your clone and see if it can maintain its form for the duration of a stick of incense." "Yes, Your Excellency." Confronting Etienne nodded and proceeded to follow Wang Cong's instructions. Meanwhile, Nell brought Mia to Wang Cong, observing Mia, who bore dark circles under his eyes and appeared pale and fatigued. Wang Cong tossed him a pill, saying, "Restore your energy." Mia accepted the pill and consumed it. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, once the pill was fully digested, he gazed at Wang Cong with eyes filled with profound admiration and solemnly remarked, "Your Excellency, how is the situation in Rain Hidden Village progressing under your management? Do you have any plans for an offensive?" Wang Cong inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, his eyes respectfully fixed on Wang Cong as he replied solemnly, "Your Excellency, I have already arranged the mission. The warriors of Rain Hidden Village are prepared for a proactive assault. They merely await a precise moment to break through the current front lines." In response, Wang Cong pondered briefly before stating, "Currently, the nations surrounding Rain Hidden Village seeking to invade include the Land of Wind, the Land of Thunder, the Land of Water, and the Land of Earth. Aside from the already fragmented Konoha ninja village, it is evident that all major powers in the world of Hokage desire to seize Rain Hidden Village. However, I urge you to consider the strengths of these nations carefully. Do not act recklessly without my consent." "Understood, Your Excellency." Yahiko nodded gravely. However, as Yahiko finished speaking, Wang Cong smiled gently and said, "Yahiko, although Rain Hidden Village's strength currently pales in comparison to the other major nations, I believe the disparity is not insurmountable. If you can find a way to break through, I am confident that Rain Hidden Village can experience rapid growth. Additionally, during this growth, we may also capture some prisoners of war, gradually bolstering our strength. I envision that after the conclusion of the Third Great War, Rain Hidden Village will emerge as the most formidable nation in the world of Hokage, without question. Therefore, Yahiko, the responsibility upon your shoulders is immense. Whenever possible, consult with Ichiraku." "Yes, Your Excellency." Yahiko nodded earnestly, then turned to Wang Cong and asked, "Your Excellency, how shall we address the situation concerning Konoha Village? Previously, when Rain Hidden Village faced difficulties, Konoha offered assistance. Now that Konoha is in distress, should we extend our help?" Although Yahiko did not complete his thought, Wang Cong understood the implication. Gently shaking his head, He regarded Yahiko with a calm expression and suddenly posed a question. Yahiko, the ninjas of Konoha seeking refuge in Rain Hidden Village are not only asking for the protection of their village, but the entire Land of Fire. Are you certain that Rain Hidden Village alone can safeguard Konoha without my intervention? Upon hearing this, Yahiko was taken aback, his face displaying profound astonishment. After a moment, he questioned incredulously, Your Excellency, is that truly possible? Even if Rain Hidden Village were powerful, we cannot protect the entire Land of Fire. How could Konoha entertain such an idea? Surely they are merely seeking our protection for their village. At that moment, Wang Cong remained silent. It was Orochimaru, engaged in refining armor, who interjected, Your Excellency is correct. Yahiko, Konoha's plea for refuge does not solely concern the ninjas of their village. Rather, it encompasses the entirety of the Land of Fire. The existence of Konoha is to safeguard the Land of Fire. Now, with Shimura Danzo leading Konoha's elite away, the current strength of Konoha is inadequate for the protection of the Land of Fire. Thus, they have turned their hopes towards Your Excellency. In the eyes of the ninjas of Konohagakure, as long as our esteemed lord is present, every issue can be resolved in an instant. However, they would never consider whether they themselves ought to take action. Even now, when the Hokage approaches you for a negotiation, it is merely a fade of dialogue. What? Suddenly, Yahiko's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at Orochimaru, seemingly unable to believe his words. Yet, reflecting on the various circumstances surrounding the world of Hokage, Yahiko fell into silence. He realized that Orochimaru spoke the truth. Everything he possessed now was granted to him by Wang Cong. Without Wang Cong, he would not have the current stature he enjoys. It could be said that it was only after encountering Wang Cong that his destiny underwent a transformation. Yahiko now comprehended why. A few days prior, Tsunade sought out Wang Cong instead of him. The implications of this were something he had previously failed to grasp. But now it was crystal clear. It appears that the ambitions of Konohagakure are quite grand. Within the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Wang Cong gazed intently into Yahiko's eyes and, after a brief contemplation, spoke. Yahiko, regarding Konohagakure's desire for our hidden Rain Village's protection, I entrust all matters to you. However, there are certain points I must clarify beforehand. If they wish to seek our shelter, they must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Without such sincerity, our hidden Rain Village has no obligation to protect Konohagakure. After all, our village is not merely offering refuge to Konohagakure, but to the entire Land of Fire. Indeed, esteemed lord, Yahiko replied respectfully. As Yahiko's words fell, Wang Cong nodded and turned to Ichiraku, saying, Ichiraku, during this period, I need you to closely oversee the affairs of the hidden Rain Village. I must embark on a journey with Orochimaru for a day. Understood, esteemed lord, Ichiraku affirmed. After Ichiraku's response, Wang Cong took a moment to deliberate, deciding to include Naruto and Sasuke in the expedition. After all, if fortune favored them in the snowy mountains of the Land of Lightning, Wang Cong was eager to impart this opportunity to both Naruto and Sasuke. The more swiftly they advance in their training, the greater the benefits for them. Though Wang Cong had successfully manifested the Lotus Mandala with the aid of the devouring system, the mandala was still in a nurturing phase, showing no tangible progress. The mandala toxin within his body remained rampant, merely suppressed but not resolved. Wang Cong had no intention of placing all his hopes on a single tree. While the devouring system had suggested that the mandala could absorb the toxin, its efficacy remained uncertain. Presently, Wang Cong aimed to gather various medicinal herbs from the world of Hokage to eliminate the toxins within his body. Since the mandala toxin had brought him to this realm, it was certain that hidden within the world of Hokage lay a solution to his plight. Having arranged the pertinent matters, Wang Cong returned to the courtyard. Observing Uchiha Sasuke, enveloped in a green glow, Wang Cong made a slight gesture, and a milky white radiance immediately flowed from his hands, merging directly into Sasuke's body. Approximately 3 minutes later, Sasuke's form trembled slightly, succumbing to a violent shudder. After a considerable duration, as the tremors began to subside, the luminescence surrounding him gradually assimilated into his being. Another half-hour passed, and Sasuke, lying on the ground, cautiously opened his eyes and instinctively rubbed his head. After a moment, he raised his gaze to Wang Cong, quickly standing and bowing respectfully, addressing him as Your Excellency. How do you feel? Wang Cong inquired. Your Excellency, it seems that the small blade has fused with me. It feels rather peculiar, and I have also learned a form of ninjutsu derived from this blade, Sasuke replied. Excellent. You must harness your chakra to nurture that blade. I am confident it will offer you extraordinary experiences in the future. Now, prepare yourself. We shall set out to execute our mission. Understood, Your Excellency. After Sasuke acknowledged with a respectful nod, Wang Cong turned slightly and departed. Returning to the front of the restaurant, Wang Cong savored the ramen prepared by Ichiraku, only to be greeted by the sudden arrival of Jiraiya. Your Excellency, may I accompany you to the Snow Mountain? Jiraiya inquired, filled with reverence. Previously, while Wang Cong addressed Sasuke's situation in the backyard, Jiraiya had learned of the Snow Mountain from Orochimaru and was eager to witness it himself. Wang Cong did not decline Jiraiya's request. After a brief contemplation, he replied solemnly, very well. However, before we proceed to the Snow Mountain, you must learn this ninjutsu. With that, Wang Cong waved his hand, and a beam of light was sent into Jiraiya's mind. As time passed, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiraiya and Kato Itachi concluded their training, and Naruto along with Sasuke were prepared as well. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong surveyed the group before him, then turned to Sakura, who stood at the doorway. Sakura, due to the peculiar circumstances of our expedition to the summit of the Snow Mountain, you shall remain in the Rain Hidden Village, where Ichiraku will instruct you. Yes, Your Excellency, Sakura replied, her face revealing a hint of disappointment. With a wave of his hand, Wang Cong promptly led the group away. Meanwhile, on the Snow Mountain within the Land of Lightning, the entire area was surrounded by the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, rendering it impenetrable. Not even a fly could escape. In a seemingly inconspicuous cave at the mountain's rear, over 30 ninjas looked gravely towards the entrance, each face etched with anxiety. It has been several days since Orochimaru and Kato Itachi departed. Do you think they have left the Snow Mountain? Will they be discovered? One ninja pondered. They should have left by now. Another responded. Regardless of whether it is Lord Orochimaru or Lord Jainin, they are not ordinary ninjas. Leaving the Snowy Mountains should be a straightforward endeavor. Yet, at present, no matter how we ponder, we can only await in silence. Indeed, I firmly believe that the Esteemed One would not abandon us. Yes, as long as the Esteemed One takes action, we shall surely depart from this place. Atop the Snowy Mountain, a middle-aged man clad in yellow and adorned with a crown stands quietly before an unfathomable abyss. Beside him stand 4 elderly men, their brows graying like the color of aged parchment. My king, this chasm has been present for a month now, yet we have made no significant discoveries. Are we perhaps being overly cautious? No, replies the man dubbed the king, shaking his head with a grave expression. Ever since this chasm emerged, an unsettling feeling has taken root in my heart, as if something monumental is unfolding. The situation around the Snowy Mountains, I believe you have all witnessed. It is utterly transformed. This Snowy Mountain now brims with treasures beyond count. With these riches alone, the strength of our Land of Thunder will multiply exponentially. As long as we continue to unearth the secrets of the Snowy Mountain, I am convinced that the dominance of the Land of Thunder over the world is within our grasp. My king, indeed. The power of our Land of Thunder is increasing due to the Snowy Mountain. However, might our actions arouse suspicion from other nations? Ha ha. The king bursts into laughter. A hint of disdain evident in his demeanor as he shakes his head and responds gravely, suspicion? It is precisely because I fear they might suspect us that I hastily initiated the Third Great War. Now that the Third Great War has erupted, the flames of conflict rage on relentlessly. Can it simply be declared over at will? Even if they were to learn of our Land of Thunder's secrets, do they possess the strength to contest us? As the king's words echo, the elders surrounding him fall into silence. However, the king, with an expression of indifference, shakes his head and states solemnly, although our Land of Thunder has commenced the Third Great War, for reasons unknown, I feel an increasing unease within me. This disquiet grows ever stronger. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away from the Snowy Mountain, a dark cloud suddenly surges forth. Within this cloud, the figures of the king alongside Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Jainin, Naruto, and Sasuke dash forth with the speed of lightning. As they approach the Snowy Mountain, the king distinctly senses a subtle shift in the surrounding air currents. Even the temperature around them continues to drop. Half an hour later, the Snowy Mountain looms in the distance. Gazing at the pristine, snow-laden peaks that resemble a world of crystalline ice, the king's thoughts drift to the Tian Shan Mountains, where the devouring system once resided. It is said that atop the heavens lies the sacred herb, the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Might this Snowy Mountain also harbor the healing sacred herb, the Snow Lotus? Yet, at this moment, the presence of the king of the Land of Thunder is conspicuously absent upon the Snowy Mountain. As he gently descended upon the snow-capped mountains, Wang Cong's gaze suddenly sharpened. At the summit, the biting cold wind whipped around him. standing with a calm demeanor before the seemingly bottomless abyss. His expression remained unperturbed. Behind him, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade may not have sensed it, but Wang Cong distinctly felt an immensely violent energy fluctuation emanating from within the depths of the chasm, accompanied by a powerful heat that dissipated inexplicably upon reaching the opening. Was it possible that this was a peculiar cycle? Wang Cong pondered in confusion. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Your Excellency, I believe I can sense an unusual presence emanating from within." "What?" Wang Cong turned his head in surprise, his eyes scrutinizing Sasuke. Despite Sasuke still being a child, Wang Cong found himself inclined to believe his words. "Your Excellency, there seems to be an aura akin to annihilation lurking just below the entrance. Moreover, I can feel a potent energy wave that, each time it surges into the chasm, is consumed by this same annihilative presence," Sasuke remarked, his brow furrowed, a serious expression adorning his face as he addressed Wang Cong. As Sasuke's words lingered in the air, Wang Cong fell into silence, gradually closing his eyes. Just as his consciousness was about to delve into the abyss, a powerful wave surged forth from the chasm, manifesting as a blood-red light that suddenly appeared before him. In a flash, the crimson light seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart, descending toward Wang Cong's forehead, poised to strike. In that instant, a radiant light erupted from Wang Cong himself. "Your Excellency, be cautious. Master, watch out." Instantly, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sasuke, and Naruto all exclaimed in unison. None had anticipated that this seemingly tranquil chasm would unleash such a formidable attack. Boom! As the blood-red light collided with the brilliant luminescence, it gradually began to dissipate. Wang Cong slightly opened his eyes, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the pit, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, several figures suddenly emerged from the lower slopes of the snow-covered mountain. Leading the charge was a man clad in a golden robe, crowned upon his head. Following him were 4 elders and dozens of ninjas radiating powerful energy. Upon seeing Wang Cong alongside Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others positioned at the entrance, the man in the golden robe displayed a flicker of anger on his face. An elder standing behind him stepped forward, his expression cold as he scrutinized Wang Cong, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, and spoke in a somber tone. "Esteemed guests, this is the snow mountain of the land of thunder. Who are you to dare trespass into the sacred grounds of our realm?" Wang Cong merely smiled indifferently, choosing not to respond. Standing beside Wang Cong, Jiraiya's eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity as he gazed at the elderly man, his voice resonating with authority. "We hail from the Hidden Rain village. Henceforth, this territory belongs to us. Depart swiftly, lest you disturb the esteemed lord and meet your demise." Seeking death, the man clad in a yellow robe, his countenance stern, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Cong before bellowing, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth from his being. The 4 elders standing behind him, along with dozens of ninjas, charged forward in unison. In an instant, the atmosphere darkened ominously. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, along with Naruto and Sasuke, all surged into the fray without uttering a single word, engaging in fierce combat. Only Wang Cong and the man in yellow remained still, observing the unfolding chaos. Within the blink of an eye, the summit of the snow-capped mountain was shrouded in a menacing aura of chakra. Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their most formidable techniques, causing the surroundings to flicker in and out of visibility, obscuring everything in their wake. What astonished Wang Cong was the realization that the 4 elders possessed abilities that rivaled those of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Could this be the might of the Land of Lightning? Simultaneously, Wang Cong pondered the situation. Logically, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were among the first to ascend to the nascent soul level of ninjas, and in the world of Naruto, none should be their equal. Yet, the current unfolding events surpassed his expectations. How had these formidable warriors from the Land of Lightning been cultivated? Did they, too, possess practitioners of spiritual cultivation akin to his own, capable of elevating ninjas to the nascent soul level and imparting unique methods? However, Wang Cong soon shook his head. The ninjutsu unleashed by the ninjas from the Land of Lightning was purely conventional, devoid of any modifications. Although their techniques seemed somewhat rudimentary compared to his reformed ninjutsu, the sheer power they wielded astonished him. Gradually, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru began to find themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, within an unassuming cave nestled at the rear of the snow-capped mountain, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village sensed the tremors emanating from the summit. Rising in unison, They fixed their gazes toward the peak, their expressions filled with exhilaration. Has the esteemed lord arrived? It must be him. Let us make our way out. In an instant, the ninjas from the hidden rain village reached a consensus, dashing forth from the cave at breakneck speed, drawn by the resonating energy from above. Any ninja they encountered along the way was swiftly overwhelmed, left incapacitated on the ground, as they pressed onward toward the summit, where tranquility would eventually return. As Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Naruto, along with Sasuke Uchiha, found themselves retreating step by step towards the seemingly bottomless cavern, a figure named Wang Cong suddenly stepped forward, lightly gesturing with his hand. Instantly, all those pursuing them were immobilized, unable to move a muscle. Standing behind a throng of ninjas was a man adorned in a yellow robe and crowned, who now stood in stunned silence. He had never anticipated that a mere wave of Wang Cong's hand would render everyone incapable of resistance. During this period, through relentless exploration atop the snowy mountains, the power of the Land of Lightning had indeed been incrementally strengthening. However, the most formidable among them remained Wang Cong and 4 elderly sages. The king of the Land of Lightning had believed that their strength would undoubtedly dominate the entire ninja world. Yet, the current situation instilled a profound sense of dread within him. The sheer terror of someone who could effortlessly eliminate them with a mere gesture was overwhelming. Wang Cong, with an expression of calm indifference, stepped forward and inquired, "Do you wish to perish, or do you wish to perish? Who are you?" The king of the Land of Lightning stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with intense fear as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Cong. "Who I am is beyond your right to know," Wang Cong replied coldly, extending his hand slightly. The king's body seemed to be rendered powerless, as Wang Cong grasped him with ease. "You," the king of the Land of Lightning, drenched in sweat and filled with uncertainty, stared at Wang Cong in sheer terror. Just moments ago, he had been seized without comprehending how it was accomplished. Wang Cong had not employed any ninjutsu. He felt no fluctuations of chakra energy. All that filled his mind was shock and fear. "I despise when others present themselves as formidable yet prove utterly ineffectual before me. Do you understand? Release me." The king of the Land of Lightning, seasoned in worldly matters, fixed a detached gaze on Wang Cong and shouted, "I am the king of the Land of Lightning. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure you understand why the flowers are so red. The warriors of the Land of Lightning will not spare you." "I also detest being threatened," Wang Cong retorted coldly, tightening his grip around the king's neck and applying a slight pressure. Crack! In an instant, a crisp sound echoed across the summit of the snow-capped mountains, leaving everyone in a state of shock, particularly the ninjas of the Land of Lightning, whose faces bore the unmistakable mark of terror. No matter how they pondered, they could not fathom that Wang Cong would dare to slay their king. This was beyond their wildest imaginings. "You bastard, how dare you do this?" Voices filled with horror rang in Wang Cong's ears. Wang Cong, with an indifferent expression, glanced at the ninjas of the Land of Lightning and remarked, "It appears you all wish to meet your demise." As his indifferent words settled in the air, Wang Cong merely waved his hand lightly. In that instant, every ninja of the Land of Lightning collapsed to the ground. The vivid crimson blood nearly stained the entirety of the snow-capped summit. However, Wang had never anticipated that the seemingly tranquil peak would undergo a profound transformation after he casually eliminated the inhabitants of the Land of Thunder. The blood that fell to the ground did not congeal. Instead, it morphed into a slender stream, slowly seeping into the unfathomable abyss below. The temperature in the surroundings gradually began to rise. "Step back." Wang's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he spoke in a low voice. Almost instantaneously, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and the recently arrived warriors from the hidden rain village all retreated in unison. When only Wang remained atop the snow-covered peak, his figure floated effortlessly in midair. Gazing at the cavern that was evidently boiling with energy, he fell into a contemplative silence. The pristine white landscape of the summit began to transform, seemingly forming a flowing current. Yet, at that moment, a blood blade suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. With a swift motion, the blade of blood surged towards Wang, almost in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Wang extended his hand, intending to grasp the blood blade. However, as if imbued with a will of its own, the blade twisted away just as he reached for it, darting back towards the unfathomable chasm. Wang, taken aback, could hardly believe that the blood blade had eluded his grasp. Taking a deep breath, just as the blade approached the cave's entrance, an immense force erupted from Wang, enveloping the blood blade. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not budge an inch. The trembling of the blade intensified, and Wang sensed that the energy surrounding it was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he slightly trembled and appeared directly before the blood blade. With a deliberate motion, he seized it in his hand, only to be met with a chilling aura that surged from the blade, assaulting his consciousness. In that instant, Wang's body shuddered violently, his face a mask of astonishment. He had not expected that even while in his grasp, the blood blade could unleash an attack that affected his mind. Clearly, this blade was no ordinary weapon. Emerging from the depths of that abyss, what else lay hidden within? Wang's curiosity surged as he pondered the secrets concealed within the cavern. Approximately 15 minutes later, with still no discernible presence emanating from the cave, Wang exhaled softly, his body gradually floating above the cavern. As he gazed into the unfathomable depths, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Whether due to the blood or some other factor, the entire cavern was now completely saturated in bright red blood, forming concentric circles of confinement. Yet, to Wang's perception, these layers resembled steps, urging him to advance further. What could this mean? Wang was filled with shock and hesitation. However, before he could ponder further, a series of blood-red blades erupted from the cave. Yet, as they reached the entrance, they dissipated into nothingness. The scene before him was entirely beyond Wang's expectations. Taking a deep breath, as he prepared to dash into the cave, he suddenly turned his head to gaze at Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others, including Naruto and Sasuke, and with a frown, said, "You all should come down with me." Initially, Wang intended to explore the interior alone. However, considering the rules of the Naruto world, he realized that should there be something that required the absorption of ninjutsu, he would be at a disadvantage. Although Wang had the chakra energy necessary to perform ninjutsu, the techniques he had learned were not those of the ninja world. Rather, they were his own creations inspired by the ninjutsu of that realm. Thus, he was concerned that many elements within the cave would necessitate the use of Naruto World's ninjutsu, which he could not utilize. Hence, he decided to bring them along. "Yes, master." After the group nodded respectfully, Wang waved his hand slightly, and in an instant, a luminous barrier enveloped them, transporting them directly into the Crimson Cave amidst their astonished expressions. Immediately, a wave of intense heat engulfed them. However, due to the protection of true essence surrounding them, although they felt somewhat warm, there was no significant reaction. Yet, the heat waves within the cave surged relentlessly, seemingly devouring their true essence. Faced with this phenomenon, Wang felt a flash of astonishment. After scanning his surroundings with a hesitant gaze, he began to channel his chakra energy, slowly descending deeper. To his surprise, the heat waves that had continuously consumed true essence appeared to recoil in fear upon encountering his chakra energy. After descending approximately 300 meters, Wang suddenly halted. Before him lay a stone platform, surrounded by vibrant red magma. The sight before him completely disrupted Wang's thoughts. Discovering a magma formation within a snow-capped mountain was indeed unusual. However, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Wang and solemnly remarked, "Master, this resembles the legendary Kitsune Lair." Kitsune Lair? Upon hearing this, Wang furrowed his brow, his expression revealing great confusion, as if he did not comprehend what Jiraiya was referring to. Jiraiya nodded gravely and explained, "Indeed, master. I stumbled upon it in an ancient text. The existence of the Kitsune Lair in the Naruto world is quite obscure, yet it is said to embody various opportunities and dangers. Generally, it is rare for anyone to encounter a Kitsune Lair." The scene here mirrors precisely what was depicted in that ancient tome. As Jiraiya's words faded, Wang Cong, with a grave expression, surveyed his surroundings. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his gaze, only to be astonished to discover that steps had emerged within the molten lava. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Cong's heart. However, Jiraiya assuredly declared, "Your Excellency, this must be a ghostly trap. Everyone, exercise caution as we proceed." Wang Cong spoke in a low voice. At that moment, he chose a direction and began to walk forward. As soon as his words fell, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others each selected a direction and swiftly departed. After traversing a certain distance, Wang Cong turned around, and when he could no longer see anyone's figure, he suddenly halted. The surrounding heat waves grew increasingly terrifying, and the consumption of chakra energy intensified alarmingly. At that moment, a stone door stood before Wang Cong, surrounded by peculiar stones embedded around it. Initially, he did not discern anything unusual. However, as one of the stones began to glow, Wang Cong's heart fluttered slightly, and he immediately approached. channeling his chakra energy to press against the stone. Approximately 5 minutes later, when the stone ceased its operation, Wang Cong exhaled softly in relief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the stone stopped functioning, the stone door before him abruptly opened, and a refreshing breeze enveloped him. As he stepped inside, his first impression was one of an icy, snow-covered expanse, indistinguishable from the summit of a snow-capped mountain. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he crossed the threshold, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, and Sasuke, who were inside the cave, were swept away to the mountain summit by a strange force, encased in a layer of energy as they attempted to enter. What is happening? At once, Orochimaru and Naruto, filled with confusion, turned to Jiraiya for answers. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "It seems that the Supreme Lord has discovered the opportunity of the ghostly realm, and we are being repelled by it, thus expelled." Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Orochimaru and Naruto fell silent. Just then, a battalion of soldiers suddenly appeared atop the snow-capped mountain. Observing Orochimaru and the others, they immediately became alert. Without exchanging unnecessary words, they launched a frenzied assault on Orochimaru and his companions. In an instant, the entire summit resonated with an overwhelming surge of energy, as if everything were on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, Wang Cong, within the stone door, remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at the mountain peak. After surveying his surroundings, Wang Cong was astonished to discover that it was merely a vast stone chamber, devoid of any extraordinary characteristics. The only distinction was the enormous fireball at the center of the chamber, emanating a profound warmth. Particularly as Wang Cong approached the fireball, he sensed a terrifying energy surge erupting from within, as if it sought to obliterate everything. Yet, witnessing this spectacle, Wang Cong was filled with delight. As the rich chakra energy of the fire attribute radiated from the sphere, he felt extraordinarily fortunate. Despite the bewilderment the sight of the fire attribute chakra energy evoked within him. Previously, after absorbing the energies of wood, water, and earth chakra orbs, Wang Cong found himself effortlessly attuned to the essence of chakra energy. The stone sphere before him undoubtedly radiated the chakra energy of fire. With this realization, a subtle smile graced Wang Cong's lips as he settled into a meditative posture before the orb, activating his devouring system to consume the chakra energy within. However, what Wang Cong had not anticipated was that as he commenced the absorption of the chakra energy, the entire cavern seemed to tremble as if caught in a seismic upheaval. This tremor reverberated through the snowy mountain, triggering a colossal avalanche. Above the snow-capped peak, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha, and numerous valiant warriors from the Hidden Rain village, bloodied and weary, gazed helplessly at the relentless onslaught of soldiers from the Land of Lightning. At that moment, the mountain suddenly erupted into a spectacular avalanche, sweeping downwards and burying the incoming soldiers in the blink of an eye, drowning out the air with anguished cries. Confusion reigned as the group exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Just then, as Naruto turned, he exclaimed in alarm, "Fire dragon!" In an instant, everyone pivoted to witness a blazing fire dragon emerging from the cavern, its presence awe-inspiring. The fire dragon blazed fiercely, emanating a potent wave of chakra energy, its form appearing to contort as if enduring immense agony. Standing at the edge of the cave, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, Sasuke, and others were captivated by the dragon's presence, feeling an innate terror from the energy it exuded. Yet, they remained uncertain of its origins and the cause of its distress. Approximately 2 minutes later, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been standing beside Naruto, let out a sharp command, "Ninjutsu," explosive clone. This technique, crafted by Wang Cong to cater to Sasuke's unique abilities, summoned 2 clones that appeared beside him. Without hesitation, Sasuke charged toward the fire dragon. Under the astonished gazes of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, and the others, Sasuke's figure materialized before the fire dragon. The 2 clones launched themselves at the dragon, while Sasuke wielded a small, azure blade, slicing through the air towards it. In a flash, a beam of azure light pierced the dragon's form. In that instant, amidst its chaotic movements and the overwhelming stimuli, the fire dragon halted its tremors, appearing momentarily bewildered. Within less than 10 seconds, its body suddenly plummeted towards the depths of the cavern. As Uchiha Sasuke beheld the scene, he uttered a low exclamation. In an instant, his figure flickered, and along with his clones, They all materialized beside the fire dragon. To everyone's astonishment, he boldly opened his arms. "Sasuke!" exclaimed Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Naruto, who stood by the cave, their voices filled with shock. They had never anticipated that Uchiha Sasuke would undertake such a reckless act, disregarding all caution to embrace the fire dragon. Though the fire dragon was engulfed in immense pain, trembling incessantly. The waves of heat emanating from it made it clear to Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Naruto that the searing temperature was beyond their endurance. Yet, Sasuke dared to hold the fire dragon in his embrace, a notion so audacious that they couldn't help but worry about the potential consequences should anything go awry. However, what truly astonished them further was that in the moment Sasuke clasped the fire dragon, he plunged a small azure dagger into its body. Instantly, the raging flames enveloping the dragon were extinguished. Sasuke then carried the now diminutive, weakened creature, about a meter in size, toward the rocky wall beside the cave. Its entire form glowing a faint red. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Naruto inquired, concern etched on his face. Sasuke shook his head and replied, "I am fine. I was merely reflecting on what Lord Supreme had mentioned, coupled with the unique nature of my weapon. Thus, I decided to experiment, to see if I could retain the fire dragon, and to my surprise, I succeeded. However, it seems this creature harbors an extraordinarily potent energy within." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru furrowed their brows, approaching Sasuke to examine the fire dragon. Jiraiya squatted before it, extending his hand to touch the creature. Yet, just as his hand neared, he abruptly retracted it. "It's exceedingly hot," he declared gravely, shaking his head. "The temperature radiating from this dragon is so intense that I fear my hand would melt upon contact." "What?" Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were taken aback, unable to fathom Jiraiya's assertion. Just moments ago, Sasuke had cradled the fire dragon in his arms. Yet now Jiraiya claimed its heat could incinerate his hand. How could that be possible? They promptly decided to test it themselves, only to mirror Jiraiya's experience. Withdrawing their hands in shock, the three gazed at Sasuke, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they asked, "Sasuke, do you not feel the temperature of this fire dragon?" To their bewilderment, Sasuke shook his head in confusion and, upon reaching out to touch the fire dragon, replied, "Not at all. Its temperature feels no different from normal." The trio stood there, utterly astonished, struggling to believe Sasuke's words. However, just as the three were about to inquire further, the fire dragon lying before Uchiha Sasuke suddenly trembled slightly, swiftly diminishing in size until it was no larger than a fingertip, before transforming into a brilliant scarlet light that merged into the azure blade. What was happening? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head in bewilderment, filled with suspicion. In the face of his hesitance, neither Orochimaru, Jiraiya, nor Nin could provide an answer. Despite their extensive experience surpassing that of Sasuke and Naruto, they found themselves at a loss, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. While they could accept the notion of the once mighty fire dragon shrinking, the fact that it had directly integrated into the small blade was beyond their understanding. "You have now become the soul of this weapon, Sasuke. Henceforth, this blade is no ordinary weapon, but one imbued with spirit. You must engage in communication with it to fully unleash its power," came the sudden voice of Wang Cong, resonating in their ears. "Supreme Lord." The trio responded respectfully, quickly turning their gaze to Wang Cong. He nodded gently. "I have acquired the treasures within this snow mountain, yet it still harbors many opportunities. Seek them out. I believe that after this avalanche, you will discover many things previously unnoticed." "Indeed, Supreme Lord." They nodded in agreement and swiftly departed, including Naruto. However, just as Uchiha Sasuke made to leave, Wang Cong gestured for him to stay, his expression grave as he scrutinized Sasuke. With a subtle wave of his hand, a flame materialized in Wang Cong's palm, slowly drifting toward Sasuke. Under Sasuke's inquisitive gaze, the flame seamlessly entered his body. 5 minutes later, when a flame insignia appeared upon Sasuke's brow, Wang Cong let out a sigh of relief. "Sasuke, although you currently lack the ability to communicate with the fire dragon, you can now utilize the flame at your brow for communication. Go forth." "Thank you, Supreme Lord." Uchiha Sasuke expressed his gratitude with a deep bow before hastily departing. As Wang Cong observed Sasuke's retreating figure, he inhaled deeply, his thoughts stirring slightly. Suddenly, 4 orbs of varying colors materialized before him, emitting an unusual aura. The pressure emanating from them spread outward, instilling a sense of awe. "Where might I encounter the golden chakra energy orb?" Wang Cong pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Initially, after gathering 3 chakra energy orbs of different attributes, Wang Cong had sensed nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet, upon acquiring the fire attribute chakra energy orb, he distinctly felt his body undergoing a peculiar transformation. His corporeal form, previously at the nascent soul stage, began to take strides forward, subtly approaching a breakthrough. However, beyond this transformation, what truly filled Wang Cong with joy was the unmistakable sensation that, after gathering 4 chakra energy orbs, the toxins of the mandala were not only suppressed, but were gradually dissipating. Thus, Wang Cong eagerly anticipated what alterations might occur should he succeed in collecting the 5 elemental chakra orbs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As these thoughts occupied his mind, on the snow-capped mountain, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto stood before a majestic snow-white tree. This tree, having withstood the onslaught of an avalanche, stood tall and proud, its silver-white trunk gleaming in the light. The branches shimmered with a silvery luster, creating a series of undulating waves. Suspended from this great tree were dozens of fruits, each a different hue, emanating a rich fragrance that captivated the senses at first glance. "Shall we?" Naruto inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Uchiha Sasuke. "Absolutely," Sasuke replied without hesitation, his knife glinting as he made swift movements, causing the fruits to plummet from the tree. Without a moment's doubt, both Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward, swiftly grasping the fruits in their hands. However, they were soon struck with astonishment as the fruits began to melt slowly upon contact. "Consume it," they exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with urgency as they hastily devoured the fruits. Once they had consumed all the remaining fruits, the magnificent snow-white tree disintegrated into ashes. Meanwhile, at a point halfway up the mountain, Jiraiya stood in silence, motionless. Before him lay a massive brown serpent, more than 20 meters in length and as thick as a basin. The most alarming aspect was its gaping maw, seemingly capable of swallowing a living being whole. With eyes the size of bowls, the entire serpent exuded an aura of terror that sent chills down one's spine. Its cold, piercing gaze was fixed on Jiraiya, as if it intended to devour him. Just then, Orochimaru's figure materialized beside Jiraiya, equally taken aback by the sight of the serpent. "What is happening?" Jiraiya asked, shaking his head in confusion, his expression wary as he eyed the serpent, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite the frigid temperatures of the snow mountain, the perspiration flowed down his brow uncontrollably, a heavy sense of dread nearly overwhelming him. With lingering fear, he continued to gaze at the serpent and solemnly remarked, "I am uncertain. When I first arrived here, the serpent was already present, remaining motionless, yet the aura it radiates is terrifying." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his gaze as he scrutinized Jiraiya before taking a deep breath and stating, "Let me give it a try." As Orochimaru was about to take a couple of steps forward, Jiraiya suddenly reached out, grasping Orochimaru's arm and saying, "No, it's too dangerous. The aura emanating from it is so terrifying that we cannot discern whether it is even alive. What if we provoke it?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru gently shook his head, a hint of caution reflected in his expression. He looked at Jiraiya and spoke solemnly, "Jiraiya, we are already before the great serpent. If it intends to harm us, do you think we stand a chance of escaping? Certainly not. Therefore, it is better to take the plunge. If there is true danger, I trust that the esteemed one will come to our rescue in time." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Jiraiya replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his tone imbued with gravity as he addressed Orochimaru. As Jiraiya finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance, devoid of any hesitation, and hastened towards the colossal serpent. As they approached, the oppressive force exuding from the serpent grew increasingly formidable, almost bending their bodies, leaving them with little strength even to tremble. 5 minutes later, when Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood before the serpent, it remained as it was, showing no sign of reaction. However, when Orochimaru reached out to touch the serpent, he suddenly froze. The serpent was still there, yet Orochimaru's hand passed straight through its body as if it were non-existent. How could this be? Instantly, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya furrowed their brows in confusion, utterly bewildered by the situation before them. "Esteemed one." At that moment, without a second thought, they both shouted in unison. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Wang Cong, deep in thought about where to find the metallic chakra energy orbs, was startled by the shouts of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Without hesitation, he instantly appeared before them. Wang Cong was taken aback, gazing at the serpent before him, a clear sense of astonishment flickering in his heart. He had not anticipated encountering such a fearsome serpent atop this snowy mountain. Yet, when he observed Orochimaru's hand passing through the serpent's body, he frowned, a look of intense skepticism crossing his face. An illusion? Wang Cong murmured to himself. He turned to survey the surroundings and then looked back at the serpent. Stepping back a couple of paces. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, both of you step behind me. I wish to discern what lies hidden within this snowy mountain. Yes, esteemed one. Orochimaru and Jiraiya nodded respectfully before swiftly retreating behind Wang Cong. As the two took shelter behind him, Wang Cong extended his hand slightly, and a stream of pure vital energy enveloped the serpent in an instant. The entire snowy mountain trembled violently, and snowballs tumbled down, as if a snow avalanche were imminent. Esteemed one, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exclaimed, their faces betraying a mix of fear and hesitation. Wang Cong shook his head with a calm expression, seemingly indifferent. With a slight exertion of his hands, the massive serpent's body was abruptly lifted, accompanied by the continuous sound of cracking. At that moment, Wang Cong's focus was entirely on the serpent, thus he failed to notice the changes in his surroundings. However, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, standing behind him, clearly observed that as Wang Cong raised the serpent, the surrounding space appeared to shatter, descending into a state of destruction. Black holes emerged one after another, their gravitational pull strong enough to draw everything nearby into the abyss. With a resounding crash, the entire snow-capped mountain trembled as Wang Cong yanked the serpent upwards. A pitch-black void suddenly manifested. Ignoring the serpent he had seized, Wang Cong stood before the dark chasm, feeling the overwhelming suction emanating from within. He smiled faintly and extended his hand, instantly capturing a tiny serpent, no larger than 3 inches, within his grasp. To his astonishment, the little serpent's eyes were golden, exuding a lively aura. Rather than quivering or attempting to escape, the creature gazed up at Wang Cong with its golden eyes, filled with a pleading expression, as if beseeching him for mercy. Initially, Wang Cong regarded it merely as a small snake. However, upon closer inspection, he was shocked to realize that this was no ordinary serpent. It was, in fact, a recently hatched dragon. He had never anticipated encountering a dragon in the world of Naruto. Your Excellency, Jiraiya and Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, addressing Wang Cong. He nodded and turned slightly to face them, saying, what just occurred was not an illusion. It appears to be a phenomenon resulting from the intersection of 2 worlds within a transparent barrier. I merely breached the spatial barrier to capture this little dragon. Since this snow mountain connects to other realms, I surmise there are many treasures to be found. You may begin your search now. Indeed, Your Excellency. After Jiraiya and Orochimaru departed, Wang Cong returned to the mountaintop with the little dragon. The creature radiated a potent metallic chakra energy, even more intense than that of chakra pearls. Although the little dragon exhibited remarkable agility, Wang Cong sensed no vitality within it, leading him to conclude that this was not a true dragon, but rather something that had transformed into one. Having spent many years in the world of Naruto, Wang Cong still did not fully comprehend its intricacies. The fact that Jiraiya and Orochimaru could not discern the nature of the being in his grasp left him puzzled. Was there something extraordinary about it that he had yet to uncover? With a hint of skepticism, he attempted to summon the devouring system. Host, this is a metallic chakra energy pearl. The voice of the devouring system suddenly resonated in Wang Cong's ear. What? The words of the devouring system left Wang Cong momentarily stunned. Previously, he had been contemplating where he might acquire a chakra energy orb of the metal element. To his astonishment, within merely a few dozen minutes, he had already obtained it. Devour. As Wang Cong's voice fell, the devouring system sprang into action. Half an hour later, as the little dragon was completely consumed, a brand new little dragon coalesced within Wang Cong's Dantian, and suddenly, the entire scene within the Dantian underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The 5 elemental chakra orbs, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, radiated an unusual brilliance, revolving in concentric circles. At the same time, the innate magical artifact, the mandala, erupted with an immensely powerful wave as the 5 chakra energy orbs converged. Gradually, they formed a formation that stood tall, causing Wang Cong's heart to tremble palpably. Meanwhile, the mandala toxins within Wang Cong's body appeared to encounter a natural enemy, continuously evading. However, the power unleashed by the newly formed 5 chakra orbs, which had just begun to operate, was not overwhelmingly formidable. Yet, with the 5 energy orbs gathering within him, they could autonomously absorb chakra energy from the Naruto world. Marking an auspicious beginning for Wang Cong, taking a deep breath, he surveyed his surroundings. Turning around, he gazed at the cave behind him, falling into a prolonged silence. Previously, he He had heard from Jiraiya about the circumstances surrounding the ghostly abyss. However, within the abyss, he had only encountered fire elemental chakra orbs and had not come across anything else, leaving him perplexed. Did this mean that the ghostly abyss held no opportunities at all? Or was the entire snow mountain merely a part of the abyss? Contemplating this, Wang Cong's body suddenly soared into the sky. As he ascended higher, the entire snow mountain grew increasingly diminutive, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. While on the snow mountain, he had felt nothing unusual. But now he could clearly see that the entire mountain seemed engulfed in raging flames, with a similar scene extending for dozens of kilometers around it. Just as he had surmised, the entire snow mountain was indeed the ghostly abyss. What secrets lay hidden within? Supreme Lord. At that moment, an alarmed voice from Uchiha Sasuke pierced Wang Cong's ears. In that instant, without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cong's body shuddered slightly, and he descended onto the snow. Appearing beside Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, his heart filled with profound shock. The Ten Tails. Before him stood a Ten Tails, a notion he had never dared to entertain. Simultaneously, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the figure of a certain individual also materialized behind Wang Cong's Supreme Lord. What is this? The Ten Tails. It is indeed the Ten Tails. As exclamations of astonishment erupted, a serious expression emerged on Wang Cong's face. He turned to the group and commanded, "Everyone, step back and allow me to witness the true terror of the Ten Tails." Supreme Master, that is not permissible. The Ten Tails is nothing short of a legend within the Naruto universe. This realm is said to be inhabited by sages and formidable beings who have transcended into the Six Paths, all belonging to an echelon of extraordinary strength. Yet, regardless of whether one is a sage or a powerful entity emerging from the Six Paths, they are no match for the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails is an existence taboo in the Naruto world. Under ordinary circumstances, the Ten Tails does not manifest, should one encounter it. It can only be deemed as an unfortunate fate. Historically, no one who has crossed paths with the Ten Tails has managed to escape unscathed. Thus, upon witnessing the Ten Tails, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others immediately sought assistance. In their eyes, as long as Wang Cong is present, all challenges are surmountable. After all, during the assault of the Nine Tails on the Hidden Leaf Village, when the entire village was prepared to abandon their home, it was Wang Cong who intervened and averted the impending destruction. At that time, the Nine Tails could scarcely withstand a single move from Wang Cong. And although the Ten Tails is formidable, they believed he could vanquish it as well. Wang Cong turned to the visibly anxious individuals and, with a slight shake of his head and a hint of a smile, spoke in a deep voice. "I too wish to witness the might of the Ten Tails. You should all step back a bit. To the naked eye, the Ten Tails resembles a colossal wild boar, albeit one with 10 tails and standing upright, exuding an overwhelmingly fierce aura. Wang Cong could sense a subtle threat emanating from it. With a thunderous roar, the Ten Tails unleashed a terrifying sound upon Wang Cong's arrival. As if to challenge him, its massive form transformed into a cloud of mist, and as that mist dissipated, the Ten Tails figure split into 3. Each one radiated an intensely powerful energy, charging directly at Wang Cong. Upon sensing the waves of power from Wang Cong, the Ten Tails' foremost intention was to eliminate him first, perceiving neither Jiraiya nor Naruto as a significant threat. However, as the Ten Tails initiated its assault, Wang Cong's body quivered slightly, and he appeared right before it. To Wang Cong's surprise, the Ten Tails showed no fear of his sudden emergence, surrounding him with its 3 forms and launching a fierce assault, attempting to crush him into oblivion. In the face of such an onslaught, Wang Cong merely smiled coldly, a glint of detached chill flashing in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, creating a barrier around him. 5 orbs of chakra energy materialized before Wang Cong, radiating an exceptionally powerful aura that repelled the terrifying attacks. Although the Ten Tails exhibited tremendous strength, it seemed utterly incapable of resisting the might of the 5 elemental chakra orbs, which pushed it back, revealing an expression of fury as its form again enveloped itself in mist. In an instant, the Ten Tails did not retreat. Rather, it began to advance step by step towards Wang Cong. The 5 orbs of chakra energy enveloping Wang Cong's body appeared to be under immense pressure, gradually diminishing in size. Within mere minutes, the encirclement formed by the 5 chakra orbs had contracted to a certain extent. As they surrounded Wang Cong, his brow furrowed. Earlier, in the presence of the Ten Tails, he had paid no heed to the overwhelming mist emanating from it. However, Now acutely aware of the fluctuations above, a sense of unease settled in his heart. The mist radiating from the ten tails seemed alien to the world of Naruto, devoid of any known attributes. Even with his vast experience, Wang Cong could not discern its nature. Under Wang Cong's astonished gaze, the 5 chakra energy orbs had shrunk to their limits. His body succumbed to an inexplicable tremor. In that moment, Wang Cong let out a fierce shout, raising his hand slightly. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, unleashing a ferocious assault that struck the ten tails directly. In an instant, the ten tails began to tremble violently, but after a few minutes, it abruptly fell silent. Yet, under Wang Cong's onslaught, the ten tails showed no sign of retreat, remaining steadfast in place, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of annihilating the very fabric of the universe. "You shall perish." A voice, akin to a beast's roar, suddenly echoed in Wang Cong's ears, rendering him momentarily disoriented. To his astonishment, the ten tails spoke, unleashing such a formidable attack. Swoosh! Almost as soon as the ten tails finished speaking, brilliant flames enveloped its entire form, radiating a dazzling and terrifying light, gradually consuming the surrounding chakra energy. Wang Cong distinctly felt that the 5 chakra orbs seemed to act autonomously, attempting to rush towards the ten tails' mouth. Seeking death, Wang Cong scoffed coldly. Initially, he had intended to observe the amalgamation of the 5 chakra energy orbs representing wood, water, fire, and earth, curious about the resultant transformation. However, he never anticipated that before the orbs could exhibit their formidable power, they would nearly be devoured by the ten tails, a scene he had not wished to witness. As he pondered how to deal with the ten tails, he suddenly heard Jiraiya's exclamation. "My lord, it is not the ten tails." "What?" Wang Cong turned in confusion, casting a bewildered glance at Jiraiya. Before him stood the ten tails, adorned with 10 massive tails, looming ominously. While it had not yet unleashed its power, Jiraiya's assertion that it was not the ten tails puzzled him greatly. "My lord, it appears to possess 11 tails." 11 tails? Wang Cong stood frozen, his expression one of shock. Could it be that, with the transformation of the Naruto world, even the tailed beasts had undergone changes? A moment's reflection clarified his thoughts. The entire snow-capped mountain was shrouded in an eerie mystery, teeming with countless opportunities. In this realm, it is evident that while the ninjas may find opportunities, the tailed beasts are equally capable of encountering their own fortunes. Contemplating this, Wang Cong shook his head lightly, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, evaded the encirclement of the ten tails, fixing his calm gaze upon the formidable creature. Despite the immense power exhibited by the ten tails, which Jiraiya had just noted possessed 11 tails, the 11th tail had yet to fully mature, requiring additional time for its growth. Thus, at this moment, although the ten tails appeared to possess 11 tails, it had not yet developed a completely new attribute. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong suddenly raised his hand and hurled a punch directly at the ten tails. To his astonishment, the ten tails did not attempt to evade this terrifying assault, instead meeting it head-on. With a resounding impact, the ten tails emitted a chilling roar, its massive form continuing its relentless charge towards Wang Cong, intent on obliterating him. With a fierce cry, the ten tails trembled violently, unleashing torrents of potent chakra energy from its mouth, cascading down like molten lava, threatening to annihilate Wang Cong with its searing heat, capable of melting the very fabric of the world. Moreover, the ten tails quivered with fervor, unleashing a barrage of diverse energy waves that surged forth, overwhelming Wang Cong with a sense of dread. Was this the essence of the ten tails' might? The 9 tails, in contrast, would have been shattered by a single blow from Wang Cong. Yet against the ten tails, his formidable punch seemed to have little effect, merely causing a tremor in its colossal form without further reaction, leaving Wang Cong profoundly unsettled. Had the ten tails acquired immense fortune within the depths of the abyss, experiencing a transformation in both physical prowess and other attributes? Wang Cong yearned for clarity, yet regrettably, there was no one, save for the ten tails, to provide answers. As the ten tails aura grew increasingly terrifying, Wang Cong understood that he must prevent its eruption at all costs. Should the ten tails unleash its full power, it would spell disaster not only for him, but also for his companions, including Jiraiya. Resolute. A glimmer of determination shone in Wang Cong's eyes as he flickered and appeared before the ten tails. In the creature's moment of surprise, Wang Cong struck with his hand toward the rightmost tail. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the ten tails staggered backward. However, the remaining 2 tails, one crackling with energy and the other seemingly enveloped in a protective armor, charged toward him. Die! Wang Cong uttered a heavy snort, and as he struck again, the two tails vanished in an instant. Only the retreating tin tails remained, now regarding Wang Cong with a grave demeanor, devoid of its earlier arrogance. With a feral roar, the tin tails bellowed in fury. A colossal figure, akin to a specter, suddenly materialized before Wang Cong, its gaping maw poised to engulf him. Yet, at that precise moment, Wang Cong's body swayed slightly, evading the impending doom by sidestepping, and with a swift motion, he pressed his hand against the head of the ten tails. A terrifying surge of true essence was infused directly into the creature's cranium. However, in that fleeting instant, the previously tranquil devouring system within Wang Cong erupted, voraciously consuming the pure chakra energy emanating from the ten tails. In mere minutes, the once mighty form of the ten tails was reduced to a mere droplet of shattered remnants, lying still and silent. Supreme Lord. Instantly, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others, Naruto and Sasuke, stood in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with profound shock. They had never anticipated that Wang Cong could devour the ten tails. Time flowed like a swift river, and before long, Wang Cong, accompanied by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto, and Sasuke, arrived at the snow-capped mountains, having spent over a month in their endeavors. During this time, their goals extended beyond the mountains themselves. They had swept through the surrounding territories. It could be said that everywhere they traversed bore the marks of devastation, resembling land ravaged by locusts, pockmarked and uneven. At this moment, the territories surrounding the snow-capped mountains, once under the dominion of malevolent spirits, had been thoroughly cleansed by Wang Cong, leaving no significant opportunities behind. Whether it be medicinal herbs or fruits, they had reaped a bountiful harvest. Approximately 10 kilometers from the snow-capped mountains, in a secluded and somewhat desolate grove, Wang Cong, gazing at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, took a deep breath, poised to utter a few words before departing. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within the woods. As he turned his head slightly, he beheld a group of approximately 30 to 40 individuals approaching from the distance. Leading the pack was a youth clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and black sneakers, topped with a baseball cap. The rest of the group mirrored his attire and demeanor. Who are you? The group halted about 3 to 4 meters away from Wang Cong, their eyes warily scrutinizing him as they posed the question in a low tone. At their words, Wang Cong furrowed his brow slightly, a chill emanating from his countenance. Even Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others beside him frowned, their gazes icy as they fixated on the youth. Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward, their expressions grave, declaring, "The Supreme Lord is present. You must depart at once." The Supreme Lord? The youth was momentarily taken aback, confusion washing over him. After sizing up Wang Cong and his companions, he suddenly inquired, "May I ask if your so-called Supreme Lord was not, a few years ago, in the woods, gathering 3 youths as servants?" Instantly, Wang Cong's gaze sharpened. When these individuals arrived, Wang Cong did not take a close look at them. Now, upon giving them a cursory glance, a flicker of surprise ignited within him. He had not anticipated encountering Xiaonan here. Indeed, the youth before him was none other than Xiaonan. "Is that you, Xiaonan?" "Your Excellency." Xiaonan hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling before Wang Cong with evident reverence. Wang Cong gently waved his hand, assisting the kneeling Xiaonan to rise, and inquired with curiosity, "Xiaonan, I recall that Yahiko informed me you and Nagato were heading to the village hidden in the mist, while another was to the village hidden in the sand. How is it that you have suddenly appeared in the Land of Lightning?" "Your Excellency, I too have been assigned a mission to the Land of Lightning," Xiaonan replied. "To my knowledge, there have been significant changes in the snow-capped mountains of the Land of Lightning. The ninjas of this land, relying on the mountains, have undergone a tremendous transformation. Originally comparable in strength to the village hidden in the mist, the Land of Lightning has, in a remarkably short time, surpassed it. Consequently, the leader of the hidden mist has dispatched individuals to investigate what fortuitous events have transpired in the snow mountains to empower the Land of Lightning. After receiving this mission, I assembled my own unique team and set forth for the Land of Lightning. However, during my journey, I also recruited several ninjas to become members of the Guardian Supreme." Wang Cong nodded slightly, well aware of the Guardian Supreme organization that Xiaonan spoke of. This had been previously conveyed to him by Yahiko during their time in the village hidden in the rain. According to the history of the Naruto world, the organization founded by Yahiko was known as Akatsuki, However, with Wang Cong's emergence, it had transformed into the Guardian Supreme. And both Xiaonan and Nagato had departed the Rain Village for other locales. Observing Xiaonan's demeanor, it appeared that she was thriving in her endeavors. Yet, Wang Cong remained oblivious to the progress of Nagato. Xiaonan, the areas surrounding the snow mountains no longer harbor opportunities. The king of the land of lightning, along with 4 formidable warriors, have perished in the mountains. At present, the land of lightning is in a rather vulnerable state, and I suspect they are unaware of this news. Xiaonan held no doubt regarding Wang Cong's words. With a respectful nod, she gazed at him with a serious expression and said, "Then, Your Excellency, I shall return to the village hidden in the sand with them. Should any matters arise in the future, you may contact me directly." Wait, Wang Cong pondered for a moment, deciding not to allow Xiaonan to depart immediately. "Your Excellency?" Xiaonan looked at him in confusion, slightly bowing. Wang Cong gestured for her to approach him, and under her puzzled gaze, he extended his hand, placing it upon her head. After approximately 5 minutes, he withdrew his hands. Xiaonan, however, sat cross-legged before Wang Cong, her entire being enveloped in a dense chakra energy. About half an hour later, when Xiaonan awoke from her meditation, she instantly radiated an extraordinary aura. She hastily rose to her feet and gazed at Wang Cong with a look of profound joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Gently shaking his head and gazing at the young woman before him, Wang Cong offered a soft smile, saying, "Go ahead." "Yes, Supreme Lord." Once Xiaonan departed with the members of the Guardian Supreme, the skepticism in the eyes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who stood beside Wang Cong, had not dissipated. In their memories, Wang Cong had never taken on other servants before. In response to their doubtful expressions, Wang Cong smiled lightly and shook his head. "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, do you remember our first encounter? I effortlessly dealt with Hanzo the salamander and led you back to Konoha through a certain grove." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, they both nodded in unison. "Indeed. It was in that grove where I met Nagato, Xiaonan, and Yahiko. I used a shadow clone to appear before them, imparting my techniques and signing a master-servant agreement. From that moment on, they became my servants." What? Shock was evident in the eyes of both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. At that time, Wang Cong had been with them, and they had not sensed anything amiss. The more they pondered, the more their astonishment grew. Fortunately, Wang Cong was quite agreeable. Otherwise, what he had brought to Konoha might not have been an opportunity, but rather a devastating blow. "Let us return," Wang Cong said solemnly. As his words fell, he waved his hand slightly, and instantly, the figures of the others vanished swiftly. After Wang Cong's departure, approximately 3 kilometers away from the grove, Xiaonan suddenly came to a halt. Watching the direction in which Wang Cong had left, she clenched her fists tightly, her expression filled with determination. "Xiaonan, are we really returning empty-handed?" At that moment, a perplexed voice questioned her. Turning around to face the young man before her, Xiaonan took a deep breath and replied, "The one you just saw is the supreme we are destined to protect. Since he stated that there is nothing left on the snow-capped mountains, then there is certainly nothing. But, Lady Xiaonan, how can we return without anything to report to the village chief?" Upon hearing this, Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, as she had indeed not considered this aspect. Taking a deep breath, she turned around, her expression revealing a hint of seriousness. "Let us head to the snow-capped mountains and see if we can find any traces left by the land of lightning." As Xiaonan led the members of the Guardian Supreme towards the snow-capped mountains, a series of changes unfolded atop the peaks. Previously, the opportunities on the snow-capped mountains had all been eradicated by Wang Cong and his companions, leaving behind a vast black void. Each black hole emanated an incredibly violent aura. At that moment, these black holes were interconnected, suspended in the air above the snow-capped mountains, radiating intense fluctuations. The snow that once blanketed the summit was being continuously devoured by these black holes. As Xiaonan and her companions beheld this scene, the shock that surged within her was beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. Regardless of his thoughts, he could never anticipate the scene before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaonan's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, she took a couple of steps forward and, employing a unique method, recorded the spectacle of the snow-capped mountains. Yet, she dared not approach the moving figure atop the mountain. Although the black hole loomed ominously in the sky above the snow-capped peaks, the devouring force it emanated was palpable even from their position below the mountain, sending intense waves that could obliterate them with the slightest misstep. "We must retreat," Xiaonan declared gravely. At this moment, the members of the Guardian Supreme following closely behind her, trembled in fear, utterly taken aback by the transformation of the snowy landscape. In the rain-hidden village, after a tranquil month, a piercingly bright voice echoed, abruptly dimming the sky. Shadows swiftly darted from within the village, dispersing into the surrounding woods. In the heart of the rain-hidden village, Yahiko stood quietly. However, at this moment, he was not accompanied by Naruto, but rather by Tsunade. 2 weeks prior, Tsunade had led the remaining ninjas of Konoha to the rain-hidden village. As the king had stated, Tsunade's so-called collaboration with the rain-hidden village for the protection of Konoha was not solely for the ninjas of Konoha, but extended to safeguarding the entire land of fire. Yahiko said little about this situation, merely observing Tsunade with a contemplative gaze. After nearly half a month of discussions, Tsunade and Yahiko finally established that the rain-hidden village would protect the entire land of fire, with all ninjas from Konoha required to follow commands. Today marked the commencement of the collaboration between Konoha and the rain-hidden village. Though the agreement stipulated that every time the warriors of the rain-hidden village undertook a mission, the ninjas of Konoha must participate. Any failure to comply would result in the termination of their alliance. Faced with such circumstances, Tsunade found herself bereft of the courage to refuse. After her discussions with Yahiko, she intended to report back to the king, hoping to alleviate some of Konoha's burdens. However, she was taken aback to discover that the king was not present in the rain-hidden village. Through her inquiries, she learned that he had journeyed to the land of lightning. As the last ninja's silhouette vanished before Tsunade and Yahiko, Yahiko turned to her, his expression serious. "Lady Tsunade, let us wish for a triumphant start." "Indeed, Yahiko Dano, we shall," Tsunade replied, realizing the gravity of their situation and nodding fervently. "Let us proceed to Ichiraku Ramen and discuss our next steps with Naruto. The current circumstances are beyond our control. After all, the number of ninja gathered around the rain-hidden village has multiplied several times over in the past month. Surrounding the village of Rain-Hidden, the ranks of the ninja army have multiplied significantly, and the flames of war have engulfed the entire realm of Hokage. Now, stepping outside one's door means witnessing scenes ablaze with conflict at any moment. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the figures of Yahiko and Tsunade emerged, accompanied by a flash of light. Suddenly, the presences of Wang Cong, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, CHG, Naruto, and Sasuke also appeared within the establishment. "Your Excellency." In an instant, Tsunade and Yahiko bowed respectfully towards Wang Cong. He nodded, casting a glance at both Tsunade and Yahiko, and after surveying Naruto and Sasuke, he spoke in a deep tone, "You should return to your training. There may be a mission for you shortly." "Understood, Your Excellency." After Naruto and Sasuke departed, Wang Cong's gaze lingered on Yahiko for a moment. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly inquired, "Yahiko, has the rain-hidden village initiated any offensive actions?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko paused slightly before responding, "Your Excellency, our warriors from the rain-hidden village have already commenced the first wave of attacks. This marks our inaugural collaboration with the Leaf Village." "Oh." Wang Cong's expression shifted to one of curiosity as he regarded Tsunade, then turned back to Yahiko and asked, "The ninja forces encircling the rain-hidden village are now several times greater than before. Do you possess the confidence to resolve this situation?" In that moment, Yahiko trembled slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Your Excellency, I have faith in our capabilities." "Very well, I believe in your success." After a brief contemplation, Wang Cong examined Yahiko once more, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I am confident that our collaboration with the Leaf Village will yield unique benefits. However, I must state beforehand that during this third Great Ninja War, the Rain-Hidden Village must secure a significant position within the Hokage world. Rest assured, Your Excellency." Yahiko nodded earnestly, his demeanor serious as he addressed Wang Cong. As Yahiko finished speaking, Wang Cong nodded, then turned his gaze to Tsunade, letting out a soft sigh. "Tsunade, I understand your concerns, but I hope you can appreciate the broader picture." "Your Excellency, I can comprehend your perspective," Tsunade replied with a bittersweet smile. When Wang Cong had first arrived, she had considered urging him to show more leniency towards the ninjas of the Leaf Village, perhaps reducing their deployment rate. However, after witnessing the dialogue between Wang Cong and Yahiko, she recognized his ambitions, leading her to keep her thoughts unvoiced. After gesturing for everyone to leave, Ichiraku Ramen was left with only Wang Cong and the proprietor. The atmosphere grew tense. Standing beside Wang Cong, Ichiraku inclined his body slightly and, with a serious expression, said, "Your Excellency, a week ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached me. asking if I could assist the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. Oh, Wang Cong looked at Ichiraku in surprise, not expecting Sarutobi Hiruzen to target him for assistance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Cong shook his head and gently smiled, saying, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be at his wit's end. Otherwise, he wouldn't seek your assistance. To this, Ichiraku nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. However, the current predicament of Konoha Village is directly linked to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He just refuses to acknowledge it. Wang Cong waved his hand dismissively. Konoha Village may very well become a relic of the past after the Third Great War. What? Ichiraku exclaimed, his heart racing with surprise as he stared incredulously at Wang Cong, never having anticipated such a statement. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired solemnly, My lord. What do you mean? At present, any nation could easily annihilate Konoha Village. Even with our Rain Village's assistance, its downfall is merely a matter of time. The reality is a harsh subject. During the Third Great War, no one can predict its duration or the events that may unfold. Whether the Land of Fire can endure is itself a question. What do you think, Ichiraku? Ichiraku was momentarily taken aback. Although Wang Cong's words did not explicitly reveal any intentions to destroy Konoha Village, the current circumstances compelled Ichiraku to ponder deeply. It seemed that Wang Cong's affection for Konoha had long since dissipated, leaving no trace behind. However, this predicament was entirely of Konoha's own making, with no one else to blame. While Wang Cong and Ichiraku discussed Sarutobi Hiruzen's visit, Tsunade, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had her gaze fixed upon them. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, does the esteemed lord intend to abandon Konoha Village? In response, Orochimaru shook his head with a faint smile of resignation. Jiraiya, however, spoke softly, Tsunade, the esteemed lord has his own duties to fulfill. So I hope you can understand his position. Given Konoha's current capabilities, how likely do you think it is for us to survive? The entire Land of Fire is precariously teetering on the brink, wouldn't you agree? The world of shinobi is engulfed in flames of war, with countless inhabitants forced to flee their homes, facing various misfortunes along the way. Hunger, death amidst the chaos of battle. The land is littered with the remains of the fallen. A sight that is truly harrowing. Yet, despite this grim reality, the war in the shinobi world rages on, intensifying rather than subsiding. The Rain Village has successfully conducted its first joint operation with Konoha. Ninja squads, which had surrounded the Rain Village and attempted repeated assaults, have descended into utter chaos. The ninjas of the Rain Village, like a stirring spoon, have infiltrated various ninja legions, executing countless acts of subversion. Whenever one of these legions attempts to regain composure, they soon realize they are utterly unable to maintain control. Gradually, as the village of Rain concealed itself in silence, the ninja legions surrounding it transitioned from initial chaos into full-scale combat. Whether by day or night, the sounds of warfare echoed within the confines of Rain Village. Yet, every attempt by the attacking ninja forces to breach the village's defenses was met with fierce resistance, rendering their assaults utterly futile. At the entrance of Rain Village stood Wang Cong, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Beside him stood three companions, Yue, Yahiko, and Tsunade. The once serene woods outside Rain Village had transformed into a scorched wasteland, concealing countless fallen ninjas within its charred remains. From within the village, an acrid stench began to permeate the air, hinting at the brutality of the conflict raging outside. Your Excellency, it has been half a month since our initial operation, a voice remarked. During this time, though skirmishes had erupted among the various factions, they had remained minor and inconsequential. However, according to our intelligence, it appeared that the ninja legions encircling Rain Village were contemplating a coordinated attack. What? Wang Cong furrowed his brow, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion enveloped him. It was expected that following the demise of the king and the high-ranking officials of the Land of Lightning, the forces of that nation would retreat. Yet, contrary to expectations, the Land of Lightning not only maintained its presence, but also intensified its efforts by dispatching additional troops to Rain Village. As Wang Cong was aware, the ninja forces surrounding Rain Village now constituted a third of the total ninja strength in the world of Hokage, a truly terrifying figure. This revelation left Wang Cong perplexed, as he sensed an unseen hand pressing down upon Rain Village, determined to quash any possibility of resistance. Yet, the reasons behind this inaction remained elusive. Listening to Yahiko, It appeared that the encircling ninja forces were indeed uniting with the intention of launching an assault on Rain Village. Faced with such a situation, Wang Cong spoke gravely. It is time to initiate the second operation. However, how much do you know about the circumstances surrounding the various ninja legions and any hidden matters? In response, Yahiko remained silent, casting a glance at Tsunade. As Yahiko focused on Tsunade, she took a deep breath and addressed Wang Cong. Your Excellency. Based on our investigations during this period, we have discerned the reasons behind the increasing congregation of ninja forces around Rain Village. There is someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, promoting your name across various nations, claiming that you possess elixirs capable of enhancing a ninja's prowess and even aiding in their breakthroughs. According to our gathered intelligence, all nations' ninja legions are eager to capture you, viewing you as an inexhaustible repository of medicinal resources to foster their ninjas' growth. This is merely one facet of the unfolding situation. Moreover, one of the most crucial points is that you, the Supreme Lord, possess numerous refined jutsu capable of infinitely enhancing the potential of ninjas, something that every nation yearns to obtain. After all, for a nation to grow formidable, the quality of its ninjas is paramount. Only through the continuous elevation of their strength can a nation truly thrive. Presently, Tsunade meticulously conveyed to Wang Cong the survival rules of the various nations within the ninja world. While Wang Cong pondered this information, Tsunade continued, Supreme Lord. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, the individual orchestrating the actions against the Rain Village from behind the scenes is none other than Shimura Danzo, who defected from Konoha Village. Currently, reliable reports indicate that Danzo has formed a coalition aimed at eliminating the Supreme Alliance, aggressively recruiting ninjas for a full-scale assault on the Rain Village, an initiative proposed by him. It can be said that the encirclement of the Rain Village by numerous ninja factions is closely linked to Danzo's machinations. He has been the one pulling the strings all along. Wang Cong nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head and replied, I am aware. Ever since I departed from the Rain Village, I anticipated that Danzo would instigate a tempest aimed at me. However, I did not foresee that his influence would be so profound as to propel the events of the Third Great Ninja War, even directly affecting its course. Nonetheless, with Danzo's presence in the vicinity of the Rain Village, it is imperative that, by any means necessary, we ensure he does not escape. What do you think, Tsunade? Upon hearing this, Tsunade stood there, momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on Wang Cong's words, she quickly comprehended their meaning. She then patted her chest and assured, Supreme Lord, the Konoha village of today is not the same as it once was. I wield considerable influence there. If you wish to deal with Danzo, we shall certainly eliminate him. Very well. I shall observe whether you possess the capability to do so, Wang Cong replied with a mysterious smile. In truth, the desire to eliminate Danzo was merely a thought within Wang Cong's mind, a chance he extended to Konoha. Previously, he had mentioned to Ichiraku his aspiration for the land of fire to vanish from the world of Hokage. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, upon arriving in the world of Hokage, his first destination was indeed the land of fire, to which he undoubtedly held a certain affection. As for whether Konoha would seize this opportunity, Wang Cong was uncertain. However, it is conceivable that even if Danzo betrayed Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would intervene. Unwilling to allow Danzo to be compromised, after all, in Sarutobi's eyes, Danzo represented the very hope of Konoha, while everyone else was merely an outsider. Through Wang Cong's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha village, he has come to a clear realization in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He solely believes that Shimura Danzo can lead the entire village of Konoha towards greatness. Although Shimura Danzo has betrayed Konoha, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, everything Danzo has done is for the future of Konoha, which is not betrayal at all. Now, with Tsunade at the helm, the entire Konoha is no longer what it once was, and Wang Cong is quite curious whether Tsunade can achieve this. Moreover, he vaguely senses that as the 5 elemental chakra energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth gather within him, his departure from the world of Hokage may not be far off, especially since he has already found a way to resolve the mandala toxin. After Wang Cong's departure, Tsunade and Yahiko begin to discuss how to execute the second offensive. In Wang Cong's eyes, the second attack is not an ordinary assault but rather a full-scale offensive. After all, if those ninja legions are allowed to launch their attacks, the repercussions for Amigakure would be devastating. Unless Wang Cong intervenes personally, Amigakure will undoubtedly crumble under this onslaught. Lord Yahiko, how do you propose we proceed with the attack? Tsunade inquired gravely. Upon hearing her words, Yahiko took a deep breath, a glint of determination shining in his eyes as he looked at Tsunade, and replied solemnly, Lady Tsunade. My thoughts are quite simple. The first batch of ninja we dispatched is still within various legions. We can issue orders to summon them and launch a sudden attack from a specific direction. At this, Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Yahiko for a moment before asking, Is that feasible? To this, Yahiko shook his head, stating, That would definitely not work. After the warriors outside initiate their attack, we must take corresponding action and rally the warriors within the village to launch an immediate offensive. Good. Almost immediately after Yahiko finished speaking, Tsunade nodded in agreement. After Tsunade and Yahiko departed, Wang Cong returned to Ichiraku Ramen. Inside the ramen shop, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Konoha were present, yet upon Wang Cong's entrance, a serious expression graced their faces. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong addressed them solemnly. The second wave of attacks from Annihilating should also be proactive. I hope that during this offensive, all of you can showcase the strength you possess and help Annihilating secure victory in this battle. Additionally, according to the information I have received, Shimura Danzo is among these ninja teams. I wish to capture Shimura Danzo alive without causing him harm. Your Excellency, but Shimura Danzo has continuously harmed you. Wouldn't capturing him alive simply be advantageous for him? One of them questioned. In response, a mysterious smile crept across Wang Cong's face as he replied, My intention to capture Shimura Danzo alive is not to grant him any advantage, but rather for other purposes. As for what those purposes are, you will know in due time. Now go. Naruto, Sasuke, follow me. Wang Cong instructed as he led Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto to the rear of the ramen shop. After scrutinizing the two with keen eyes, he slightly gestured with his hands, and 3 items materialized in his grasp. The sight of 2 sets of smaller armor and a crimson 3-inch dagger left both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto in a state of astonishment and bewilderment. With a gentle smile, Wang Cong explained, These pieces of armor and the dagger are rewards I obtained from the snow-capped mountains. Sasuke, you now possess the treasure of destruction. This blood-red dagger is a gift for Naruto, and you both shall share the armor. He then added, Now, I will impart the techniques for refining the armor and utilizing it. You must pay close attention. All right, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke nodded, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and joy as they gazed at Wang Cong. Following their response, Wang Cong placed his hands upon the foreheads of Sasuke and Naruto for approximately 5 minutes before withdrawing them. He observed the two with their eyes closed, then turned and departed. The methods for refining the armor and dagger had been conveyed to them. Their success now relied on their own fortunes. Moreover, since Uchiha Sasuke had previously refined the treasure of destruction, this process would likely be considerably easier for him, though certain aspects would differ. Upon returning to the ramen shop, Wang Cong casually tossed a piece of the crimson armor to Ichiraku and shared the corresponding refining techniques with him as well. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the ominously overcast sky outside the Rain village. With a shudder of his form, he vanished from the shop. When Wang Cong reappeared, he found himself hovering hundreds of meters above the Rain village, observing the surroundings with increasing unease. Something felt amiss. He had distinctly noticed a wisp of black smoke rising from the gloomy sky, emanating directly from within the Rain village. Perplexed, he pondered the source of this anomaly. As his gaze shifted towards the forbidden area nestled behind the village within a small grove, his heart fluttered. Fixing his eyes on the sky above, a sudden realization struck him, and in a moment of subtle tremor, he materialized directly above the forbidden ground within the grove. At that instant, a tendril of black smoke emerged from the forbidden area, attempting to ascend into the sky. With a slight wave of his hand, Wang Cong captured the smoke within his grasp, which gradually coalesced into a small black serpent. Just as it lunged to bite him, Wang Cong unexpectedly smiled. Although he had acquired the treasure of destruction during his previous venture into the forbidden ground, a feeling of unease lingered within him, as though he had overlooked something significant. Despite thoroughly inspecting the entire forbidden area at that time, he had found no remarkable discoveries. Yet, it seemed that he had indeed missed something. Clearly, the secrets concealed within the so-called forbidden ground of the Rain village were far from simple. At present, Wang Cong gently waved his hands, and immediately utilized his true essence to establish a barrier to obstruct all surrounding influences. As his consciousness surged forth, enveloping the entire forbidden area, he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, approximately 30 meters beneath the forbidden ground lay a cave measuring 1 square meter. Within this cave, a dark shadow trembled violently. In addition, the cave harbored some peculiar copper coins, inscribed with certain special symbols. Whenever Wang Cong's consciousness swept past, these coins emitted strange fluctuations that hindered his perception. Consequently, Wang Cong had yet to uncover the existence of this cave or the dark figure within. However, as he continued his observations, he gradually sensed something amiss. At that moment, gazing at the small black snake in his hand, he allowed his consciousness to merge with the serpent and swiftly descended. In an instant, he discovered the cave. A cold smirk crept across Wang Cong's face. It was unexpected that, despite his strength at the third layer of tribulation, he had been outmaneuvered by a spirit from the world of fire shadow. Had it not been for the dark figure in his grasp, he would have remained oblivious to this location. Without further hesitation, Wang Cong proceeded to clear away the surrounding dirt. In about 10 minutes, the 1 square meter cave was revealed before him, along with the quivering dark shadow. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cong waved his hand and captured the shadow. In that instant, the shadow, in a frenzied attempt to devour him, lunged forward, only to be met by Wang Cong's piercing gaze, causing it to erupt in a cloud of smoke and cry out in terror. Nevertheless, Wang Cong paid no heed to the shadow. After securing the strange copper coins from within the cave, he meticulously removed all the surrounding soil, even excavating a bit further down. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he turned and left. Upon returning to the Ichiraku Ramen shop, Wang Cong promptly sent a message to Yahiko, requesting him to bring the rain sage. Approximately half an hour later, Yahiko hurriedly arrived at the ramen shop with the rain sage in tow. Wang Cong's gaze lingered on the rain sage for roughly 2 minutes before he spoke solemnly. Rain sage, as the wise one of your lineage, having inherited the wisdom of generations of rain sages, I trust you are aware of the existence of May. What? The rain sage's body trembled violently. Stepping back 2 or 3 paces, his expression tense as he looked at Wang Cong, seemingly bewildered. Supreme Lord, I am not familiar with what you refer to as May. Bang! Almost instantaneously as the rain sage's words fell, Yahiko materialized before him, delivering a punch to the rain sage's body, his eyes cold as he declared. Rain sage, I made it very clear last time. If the Supreme Lord inquires further and you dare to conceal or fabricate any information, you will face dire consequences. It seems you have not heeded my warning. Lord Yahiko, I truly do not know what May is. The Rain Hermit shook his head in sheer terror. Just as Yahiko was about to take action, Wang Cong waved his hand towards him, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. With a flourish of his hands, a dark figure materialized in Wang Cong's grasp, causing the Rain Hermit to drop to the ground in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He seemed unable to fathom the object in Wang Cong's possession, staring blankly for an extended period without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Wang Cong's demeanor darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the Rain Hermit, speaking in a grave tone. Now, are you certain that you know nothing of May? Supreme Lord. The Rain Hermit stammered, looking at Wang Cong, rendered speechless for a long while. The reality was laid bare before him, no matter how vehemently he denied it. The truth remained. An impulse to weep surged within him, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Speak, Wang Cong commanded. Supreme Lord. May is the most enigmatic entity of the Rain Hermits, the very essence from which our ninja heritage springs. However, May's stay in Rain Village was quite brief, rendering her existence known only to us Rain Hermits, with scarcely anyone else aware. The Rain Hermit continued, what lies buried in our sacred grounds is May, accompanied by various relics, among which the most peculiar are coins. Only May knows their usage, others remain clueless. Based on our conjectures, May is not from the world of Hokage. Wang Cong nodded, an enigmatic expression crossing his face. Even without the Rain Hermit's words, he understood this truth well. If May were indeed from the Hokage world, her presence would be undeniable. Moreover, the fact that she could obstruct Wang Cong's inquiries through the means of coins hinted at her extraordinary identity. Yet, this was not the answer Wang Cong sought. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, did May leave anything behind in Rain Village? Yes. The Rain Hermit hastily nodded. Under Wang Cong's astonished gaze, the Rain Hermit retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and presented it to him, declaring, Supreme Lord, this is the item May left behind before her demise. Wang Cong stared in surprise at the jade pendant being offered, momentarily at a loss for words. May left merely a pendant? Truthfully, Wang Cong found it hard to comprehend. Logically, May should have left behind other artifacts as well. Thus, he regarded the Rain Hermit with a questioning gaze. Did May truly leave only this pendant? At this, the Rain Hermit paused, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he nodded emphatically, stating, "Supreme Lord, I assure you, she indeed left only this pendant, which has been preserved by us Rain Hermits. There were no other items that survived. As for the significance of this pendant, we have pondered for a long time without arriving at a conclusion." Upon hearing this, Wang Cong took the pendant into his hands, examining it closely before falling into a contemplative silence. This pendant was no ordinary trinket but a talisman, a protective artifact. Within this jade pendant, a unique formation lies concealed. Those who lack understanding of this jade piece will undoubtedly encounter unforeseen consequences upon touching it. Regrettably, this pendant remains in the possession of Wang Cong. Taking a deep breath, he infused a strand of true essence into the pendant, causing it to tremble abruptly and emit a peculiar radiance that enveloped him entirely. Before Wang Cong appeared a golden space, materializing unexpectedly. As he scrutinized the shimmering expanse, a flicker of astonishment ignited in his eyes. Just as a figure began to coalesce before him, a voice of immense authority echoed within his heart. "Are you a ninja of Rain Hidden Village? Upon seeing my presence, why do you not kneel? What are you waiting for?" The cold, commanding tone resonated with a palpable ruthlessness. However, Wang Cong merely squinted, refraining from any excessive reaction. In his eyes, a deceased soul could hardly stir the waters. Yet, just as this thought settled in his mind, he was taken aback to discover a tempest brewing within the Golden Realm, accompanied by chilling howls. "Begone!" Wang Cong bellowed, gesturing slightly, and the space fell silent in an instant. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, a turquoise spirit, trembling uncontrollably in his presence, evidently gripped by an unfathomable dread. He had never anticipated Wang Cong's formidable strength. "Are you Mei? Who are you?" Wang Cong inquired. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. Answer my questions, and perhaps I shall spare you. However, should you choose to withhold the truth, do not blame my ruthless hand. I assure you, with a mere gesture, I can obliterate you. You must discern the veracity of my words." At that moment, as Wang Cong's voice resonated, the turquoise spirit trembled anew and hastily nodded. "My lord, ask whatever you wish, and I shall answer to the best of my knowledge. According to my understanding, you should be interred within the woods of Rain Hidden Village. Why is your spirit contained within this pendant?" Wang Cong's voice was laced with coldness. "My lord, I acted out of necessity. Just as Rain Hidden Village was flourishing, I sensed my demise was imminent. As I prepared for resurrection, I was suddenly interrupted by the village chief, leaving me no choice but to forge a space within the pendant, awaiting the opportunity for revival. Since that moment, my soul has been divided. One part rests buried, while the other remains hidden within the pendant. I suspect the portion that lies buried has likely transformed into a malevolent entity. However, I am unaware of the specifics, as our connection severed when the division occurred." Mei's revelation deepened the furrow in Wang Cong's brow, casting a shadow of intense doubt across his countenance. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head and continued, "According to the words of the Rain Hidden Ninja, you are not a denizen of the world of Hokage. From whence do you hail?"